and it continues to divide the community. I do believe, though, that since this happened in 2022, the country has gone through a shift, and you know, especially politically, this has changed. And so, based on having spoken with attorneys who have analyzed this case and judging by what we saw with covering the court, I'm not necessarily surprised. I know that, you know, Prosecutor Becker had said that he was going to test the waters, so to speak, to see if a retrial was in the cards, but it's not. You know, Christopher Schurr's attorney was hoping that Christopher Becker would not move forward with a retrial, and he also said that, you know, if a retrial was, you know, going to move forward, he was going to reach out to the Court of Appellates and try to get the retrial appealed and get that decision appealed. But he's not going to have to do that because there will be no retrial.
You know, I can't imagine how Patrick Lyoya's family is feeling at this time. Have they spoken out yet? I mean, I know it's only been an hour and a half.
Yeah, so we haven't heard from them yet. However, Vin Johnson, who is an attorney here in Detroit, he's been working with, you know, nationally renowned attorney Benjamin Crump, who has handled numerous cases like this. They're working with the family on a civil case. So at some point, we do expect that civil case to start, and we'll be covering that as well. But we will reach out to Vin Johnson to see if his family has anything to say. They were heartbroken over the decision for a hung jury. So you can imagine not having this happen will kind of, you know, hurt and sting a bit more too.
Yeah, you know, I can't imagine how they're feeling right now to know that there's body cam footage of this whole thing taking place. And, you know, for the jury to still kind of be undecided here, you know, to be, you know, Patrick Lyoya's mom, his sister, his auntie, his uncle, whoever is in that seat. And then to figure out it came down to a mistrial and then they're not retrying him. Emotions have got to be high. And I know that I was speaking with one of our producers, Kayla, who's actually working with us pretty closely here on the stream this week. She said Grand Rapids is going to be on fire. People are going to be in the streets really protesting and advocating for the fact that there should be another trial here.
Yeah, like I said, we'll see what happens. And I think we are sending Lauren Edwards, who also worked with Kayla out in Grand Rapids. So she's very familiar with this case. She's covered it from the beginning. She's offered some insight for us as well. So she will, you know a lot of the players in this case and maybe the advocacy groups who may be out today or later tonight as the emotions kind of process through what has happened. I will say this. You know, you'd mentioned, you know, the jury kind of being undecided. I do think a turning point in this case, and I've had this conversation with numerous people in the newsroom, was when Christopher Schurr took the stand and testified on his own. And he appeared very confident, and he didn't waver in how he felt, even during the cross-examination from the prosecution. He said, look, you know, Patrick Lyoya had grabbed for the taser. I was in fear for my life, and that is why things ended in a violent way.
Yeah, so we'll definitely have to see what comes out, what's next, or if there is going to be a next. And I know that you are working on this story, and I know you're probably working extra hard to see what Patrick Lyoya's family has to say.
For sure.
Brandon, thank you so much. Well, a preliminary hearing is happening right now for the owner of a Clinton Township building that exploded last year, killing one person. Noel Kesto of Commerce Township was charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the March 4th, 2024 explosion. Before the blast, a fire was reported at the building that house Go and Select distributors at 15 Mile and Groves Beck. Now, when firefighters arrived, they were met with explosions, sending shrapnel in different directions. The blasts were so strong, they sent pieces of metal flying as far as a mile away. A 19-year-old man a quarter of a mile away hit and killed by a flying canister. Investigators say there were canisters of nitrous oxide and butane inside the business, which it wasn't supposed to have. Today's hearing will decide if the case will go to trial. We'll let you know what's decided. Well, the Hamtramck police chief off the job for now, Chief Jamel Altieri, has been suspended following a laundry list of allegations against him. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack has the details.
After about a year as police chief in Hamtramck, Jamil Altieri has been suspended with pay effective immediately. A decorated commanding officer with NYPD in New York City before moving to Hamtramck for the chief's job last May. His suspension comes after a whistleblower anonymously sent a detailed email of allegations to higher-ups in the city after reporting that information to Michigan State Police. The details describe potential violations of police department policy and the law, but specifics are not being made public currently. There are implications that include Altieri's involvement in a potential presidential pardon of a wealthy New York City financier who'd been convicted of a financial crime and was a friend of Altieri. Altieri's involvement in an investigation into election fraud concerns in Hamtramck is also being questioned. City manager Max Garbarino, who suspended the chief this week, could not comment on the ongoing investigation. We tried to reach Altieri at his home by phone and were not successful. Now the city of Hamtramck tells Fox 2 they'll hire an outside firm to do a deep dive into the alleged misconduct against the chief.
Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
An officer with the Hamtramck Police Department has also been suspended. We're told the two suspensions are related and are working. To learn a little bit more about this situation and the connection between all of this, we'll keep you updated, of course. Well, Fox 2 Detroit Live is just getting started. Coming up, we're going live to one of the busiest airports in the country to talk holiday weekend travel and what you need to know. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. We're giving you a live look out at the Bayview Yacht Club, where it is 54 degrees at 1:13 in the afternoon. Looks gloomy. I was going to say, it looks pretty gloomy outside, and it also looks like there's not much wind out there because the flags are not waving how they normally do. We'll check in with Stephanie Mead in just 1 second. But starting today, millions of Americans will go for a trip for Memorial Day, for the holiday weekend that's coming up. And AAA expects this weekend will break a record set 2 decades ago. Fox's Asher Red is in the nation's busiest airport in Atlanta. Asher, we can see behind you a little bit, but how are the lines today?
Well, Bree, people are getting through the baggage drop-off just fine. It's the security checkpoints they're getting caught up at, and that's kind of what we expected. Now, a lot of the people who are traveling today, they think that they're beating the holiday travel, but in reality, this is the first day that AAA will be counting those people who are traveling. They're expecting more than 45 million people to travel over the next 5 days. These are the people who they say will be traveling more than 50 miles from home. And that's the most Memorial Day travelers we've seen since 2005. The Atlanta airport is the busiest airport in the world, and it's expecting over 2.5 million passengers this weekend.
Especially when you didn't plan for the season. It's a lot of confused faces and stuff like that.
Over 39 million people will drive, according to AAA, thanks to lower gas prices compared to last Memorial Day. Over 3.5 million travelers will fly, and the rest are expected to travel by bus, train, or cruise. The cost of a plane ticket is 2% higher compared to last year, but AAA expects this year's numbers will surpass pre-pandemic levels. For some, getting to the airport is hard enough.
You'll be driving and you won't even know it's going to be bad until you get right in it, and then the map turns red and you're like, crap, my flight's about to leave and I'm in traffic. So yeah, it's better to leave early. The earlier you can leave, the better.
In Detroit right now, you guys are dealing with about 11 delays at your airport, so nothing too bad. But once 4 p.m. hits, from 4 p.m. to about 10 p.m. tonight, you'll start to see some of those delays and cancellations flare up. Most of the delays from Detroit are to places like Boston, where they're dealing with weather, or to places like Newark that's dealing with construction. Bree?
And you know, Asher, I know all too well, unfortunately, and you probably know this too. Missing a flight is not fun, especially if you got a certain airline. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. And one of the things we always talk about is, you know, driving in a big city, but we never talk about driving in a big city near the airport. And that's one of the things that's is a headache for a lot of people. Just get to the airport 3 hours early. I promise it'll save you the headache.
3 hours early. Wow. I'm normally like 30 minutes early. But thanks, Asher. Don't take my advice, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Asher.
I won't.
All right. Well, 1:16 is the time. 54 degrees is the temperature. Let's check in with Stephanie Mead here in her pretty little leopard jacket. I'm loving this because it looks so cozy.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be breaking it out at the end of May.
Yeah.
I think this weather has everyone just like so exhausted and sad.
Yeah, can you tell? I'm like in all black today.
Yeah, we're all mourning this weather that we're having because it's not necessarily the best. It doesn't feel like the end of May. I've been seeing a lot of people just very aggravated with it. I was out yesterday and people are like, when is it going to change? And I'm like, I'm sitting in the same boat as you guys.
Right.
I don't want this either.
I'm just telling you the facts.
Exactly.
Do people blame you for bad weather?
Sometimes, but I think it's all in good fun, you know, because of course Mother Nature's going to do what she's going to do, which is always her own thing.
That's right.
But it has been very soggy for the month of May. We've seen about 3 3/4 inch of accumulating rain. That is quite a bit. We're over about an inch in terms of surplus, so it's certainly felt soggy. It's going to continue to feel soggy, unfortunately, I think, through the rest of the day. Now, as we get deeper into your weekend, upcoming holiday weekend, it does get a little bit better for us here locally. Can't say the same for those out in the Northeast. It's just going to be very dependent on where your plans take you. But for us here, we should see subtle improvements in terms of those soggy conditions. 54 right now in the city of Detroit, 53 Mount Pleasant, likewise in Lansing, 40s from Alpena extending into the Thumb. Wind conditions not as gusty as what they have been. These are our sustained winds, 10, 15 miles per hour, gusts at around 20. So that is most certainly adding just a little bit more of a bite to the air. Now we're seeing the back edge of this area of low pressure now finally starting to move east. Showers from Illinois, Indiana into all of Ohio, and we are still experiencing those pesky lighter showers. Now it's just very fine light mist that's falling at the moment. So that's just more aggravating as a whole too, because it's not anything that's steady or heavy. It's just more of a nuisance and very big inconvenience for a lot of folks. Now, as we head through the rest of the day today and into tonight, I think our shower chances do begin to diminish. We should begin to dry out. We do hold on to a lot of cloud cover, though, so it's not going to be bright by any means moving forward. This is by early tomorrow morning. Dry with maybe a lighter sprinkle around, but they start to become a bit more few and far between. And I think that's going to be our trend moving forward, heading into the holiday weekend, with maybe more peaks of sunshine as we start off the weekend, too. And then by Sunday into Monday, we should gradually start to see more sun. Our rain chances become a bit more sparse. They're not completely zero. There will be an opportunity here and there, especially Sunday into Monday for that afternoon shower chance. But I do think we're looking at more sunshine too progressively as we get deeper on into the weekend as well, which is what I think a lot of folks want to hear. We're in the mid-50s today, unfortunately. We're going to keep in that trend from yesterday, so it's going to feel and look a lot different. Or I mean, the same, rather. I wish it would look different. It's just not. Temps will be in the mid-50s through the afternoon. I know it's just not. With low temps in the low 40s. So it is going to get a little chillier as we head through the overnight. Now, as we mentioned before, I think our rain chances heading into the Memorial Day weekend look to become a bit more sparse, which is great. So it does get drier. Unfortunately, it's not the type of weather you're going to want to be out at the lake at or at the pool at. It's just not going to be warm enough for that, unfortunately. And then our next chance of rain potentially returning as we head through Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So we're slowly trending in the right direction. This is going to be a slow crawl back to near seasonal temperatures, which should be around 72 degrees. We'll finally get there by Wednesday. Every day we come in here, the models are pushing that warmer air further and further back into next week. So unfortunately, the picture here just keeps getting longer and longer in terms of getting back to that warmth. We're nearing 70 by Wednesday. Now, as we look towards the end of next week, that's when we start to see at least more comfortable weather return in terms of those daytime highs. So here's your Memorial Day weekend forecast. Sun and clouds as we look towards Sunday and Monday. Temps in the upper 60s, not approaching almost 70. And this is what it looks like the next 8 to 14 days out. That looks like above average temperatures look to return to northwestern parts of the state. But here across southern Michigan, we could potentially see near seasonal temperatures with below average temps back towards the Gulf states. Otherwise, the extended forecast here looks to be temperatures mainly in the 60s as we look towards Monday into Tuesday, and then shower chances return by the middle part of the week. So it's still taking a bit to get to near seasonal, but eventually we will and should get there.
May showers are bringing May showers.
Exactly.
Or April showers are bringing May showers, which seems like May showers is bringing June showers.
Hopefully not, fingers crossed, but it is looking very green. I was having a conversation with my mom on the phone this morning. She lives in Chicago. My entire family lives back in Chicago, and they're kind of experiencing the same thing. And she was like, well, at least it's getting green. And I'm like, I guess so. I guess that's like the positive look. At least it's getting green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it's getting green. That's
For
all
sure.
we can say.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm taking it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, see you.
All right, well, still ahead, what's the proper etiquette when you're making a phone call? The debate about introductions that's going viral. That's up next. Welcome back. Well, we're breaking a myth when it comes to smoothies. Plus, we're talking phone call etiquette and days that just seem the same. Let's break it down with Miss Aronia Shimona. She joins us live with a couple stories. Hey,
Hi,
Aronia.
Bree. Yeah, good to see you.
Good to
This
see you.
smoothie story, I'll tell you, I was writing this as I was drinking my smoothie and thinking I had it all wrong. Despite being a good source of protein or fiber, potassium, and other nutrients, bananas are not necessarily providing you with any added health benefits when you add them into a smoothie.
What? I don't believe that.
The journal Food and Function says adding a banana can actually decrease your smoothie's nutritional value, and that's because it prevents your body from absorbing a type of antioxidant called flavonoids. And then I guess the effects even more drastic when it comes to adding it with berries. So you're, in a sense,
Finish that smoothie.
so I just finished my banana and berry smoothie. I know, this is so upsetting. So if it's loaded with raspberries, blueberries, and blackberries, leave the banana out.
I feel like banana and berries, I feel like that doesn't really go well together. Unless it's like a strawberry.
No, banana.
And blackberries in my smoothie I don't really like because they have the seeds, those big
Yes.
chunky seeds. And you can taste them when you're sipping it up through the straw.
The key to that is if you have a really good blender, you should be fine.
I just got a little mini NutriBullet, you know, the one that
Yes.
you connect like your smoothie cup to it.
Yes.
So maybe I should invest into like a Ninja or something.
I love
That
my Ninja.
expensive.
I actually love my Ninja.
Okay, so which Ninja do you have? Do you
I
have
don't
like
even
the
know.
blender or do you have the one that makes the ice cream and the slush?
Oh, no, I don't go that route.
Because that's
That's
pretty
too much
cool.
work.
Like just having ice cream on tap, soft serve on tap.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
We gotta stop.
But back to the
we
bananas.
gotta stop talking about ice cream.
But back to the bananas. I'm not a huge fan of bananas anyway. They're just
know,
really cheap.
It's just
You know?
it's a good reminder, and the researchers studied this, so this wasn't just a hey, maybe you should. This is true that they've been saying this for years too, that you should be finding a different swap. So Lee actually had a conversation with me about this, that pineapples were a good way to swap the bananas. I just thought pineapple seems a little too strong of a taste.
Yeah,
So
too pungent. But I
maybe
do
I'll
love
try it.
pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple's
But
great.
am I the only one? It makes the roof of my mouth a little itchy. Is that just me?
You might have an allergic reaction.
But
Bree.
I like it.
Well, you
But
might
I
have
like
an
it.
allergic reaction.
I may.
We'll have to test that out. Now to this viral TikTok. It's sparking a debate online when a woman says every time she makes a phone call, she has to say her first and last name to initiate the conversation.
Okay.
Take a listen.
My name is Bronte. Do you have a camera and stuff?
Yeah.
But what if you get into it?
It's just common
It's nice.
courtesy.
You're very polite, but I think no one else does it. Like this
Is this weird or is it common courtesy?
I am calling
So,
a restaurant.
is it common courtesy if you are calling a customer service data, call center, or if you're calling a restaurant and you say, "Hi, this is Ronya Shimona. What time do you close today?" Is it necessary to say your name, or do you just say, "Hi, what time do you close today?"
Yeah.
That's the big question here. And as you can imagine, her friends in the video disagreeing, saying there's no need for all of that. Just get to the point. Now, in the comments section, I did read some of these comments. One call center worker appreciating the gesture, saying that while a longtime receptionist joked about it and said, "Why do I even care? Just tell me what you need." So I guess it goes both ways.
Yeah.
The question is, do you give your name when you're
It depends
calling?
on who I'm calling. If I'm calling Jimmy John's to see if they're open, no. If I'm calling my doctor, yes.
See, she's doing that with everybody.
Yeah.
So-
I feel like that may be a tick that she has.
Well, I'll be honest with you. When I say, "Hi, I'm Ronya Shimona," they'll never remember it anyway. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they'll ask, "I'm sorry, what was your name again?"
Exactly. Just get to the point.
Yeah.
And finally, it is Palindrome week. If you don't know
that?
what that is, take a look at
No
this.
idea.
This is the week that we're in for the next, well, there's 10 days total, but for the next 8 days, every single day reads the same forward and backward, like today, 5/22/25. If you read that backwards, it's 5/22/25. A very quirky stretch of 10 days running from May 20th to May 29th. Now enjoy it while it lasts, because this is the last one to occur until June of 2026. I tried so hard to see if there was any luck to this.
Yeah, that's
any
what I'm
kind
asking.
of karmic event.
That's what I'm curious about, because it's like, it's cool.
Yes.
Forwards and backwards, I can read it the same way. But do I get anything out of this?
I don't know. Boy, do I wish.
Sprinkle of luck.
Maybe I'll go play a lottery. I don't know.
Maybe you should. And split it with me and Tom, because we encouraged you.
Exactly.
We encouraged you. All right, Ronya.
Thank
we
you,
will
Bree.
see you in a little bit.
Yep.
And we will be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. Time now is 1:33 and 54 degrees is the temperature outside. Well, a deadly shooting attack in the nation's capital has left 2 Israeli embassy workers dead and raising fears of escalating violence around the world. Doug Luzader has more from Washington on what we've learned about the victims and the alleged gunman.
Believed to be responsible for this attack was quickly taken into custody, and police say he made no secret of his motivation. A suspect handcuffed and taken away, all while chanting slogans, and just moments after 2 Israeli embassy staffers were gunned down outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building.
He just ran up. It was terrible.
The 2 victims, who were attending an event at the museum, were killed just outside. Shot, we're told, at close range before the suspected gunman was later taken into custody by security workers inside the museum.
He put his hands up, he grabbed a red keffiyeh out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants. You know, there's only one solution, Intifada revolution.
The police say the suspect, 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, appeared to be acting alone. But this comes as Israel has launched new attacks inside Gaza, and it follows a slew of anti-Israel protests here in the U.S. President Trump posted on Truth Social, "These horrible D.C. killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now." hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. It was a sentiment echoed by Washington's mayor.
We will not tolerate anti-Semitism.
The victims have been identified by the Israeli embassy as Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky.
It's a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is stepping up security at Israeli missions around the world. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Well, lawmakers on Capitol Hill pulling another all-nighter to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The multi-trillion-dollar tax break package, which is the centerpiece of President Donald Trump's domestic agenda, got just enough votes in the House. The legislation would extend Trump's 2017 tax cuts, eliminate taxes on tips and overtime, and boost spending for immigration enforcement and defense while drastically cutting Medicaid and food assistance funding. It also estimated to add $3 trillion to the national debt. All Democrats voted against the bill. It now heads to the Senate, where it faces an uncertain future. And the Pentagon has formally accepted a 747 jet from Qatar. The Air Force has been asked to determine a way to rapidly upgrade it so it can be used as a new Air Force One. But some say getting the plane ready for presidential use, including checking for spy equipment, could take years. It's also not clear how much taxpayer money will need to be spent. The $400 million luxury plane came from the Qatari royal family, raising ethical and legal concerns. The Trump administration said it's a gift to the Defense Department and is needed to replace the aging current Air Force One, while Boeing continues to build a new presidential plane. Well, it's a story we hear far too often, an elderly couple scammed by someone online. But this time, police have a suspect in custody. It started last month when Shelby Township police say the victims got an email labeled as though it came through from Best Buy. Now, the author claimed child pornography charges were found on their computer, but for $50,000, he would have them removed. Sadly, the couple took out the money, then met the suspect in person. It was when he got greedy and demanded even more cash that the couple got suspicious and called police.
Rented a vehicle, came up to Shelby Township from Toledo, Ohio, and then our detectives, once they were made aware of this and aware of how the drop-off happened, the detectives used our the flock system to get a license plate, and then was able to work it back that way to find out who ultimately rented the vehicle, and then we were able to get a suspect from there. The flock system is a passive camera system that will take pictures of license plates, and it's only an investigative tool that our detectives use and police departments use to help solve crimes.
The 25-year-old suspect is in the U.S. on a student visa from India. He's been charged in Macomb County, but is currently being held by ICE. He's also under investigation by the FBI in connection to 2 other potential scams. In the meantime, experts say the couple's $50,000 will most likely never be recovered. Well, the stretch of I-75 in northern Oakland County continues to be a source of frustration for first responders. They want drivers to slow down after 2 violent crashes 1 week apart. Just yesterday, a driver died after getting out of his car on the freeway and getting hit by another driver. Fox 2's Brandon Hudson has a message for drivers.
Days after we spoke to first responders about this fiery Jeep crash along an I-75 construction detour near Grange Hall Road, another crash happened along the same corridor Tuesday. This time, the driver didn't survive.
Last night, sadly, a person got out of a vehicle. We don't know what the issue was with their car was. They got out of the vehicle and they were struck by another vehicle. And sadly, that young man is no longer with us.
It's yet another tragedy related to the I-75 construction that's united the fire chiefs from Springfield Township, North Oakland County Fire Authority, and Groveland Township. The chiefs say since MDOT began road repairs along this 15-mile stretch from Independence Township to Genesee County, drivers haven't used caution.
2 years ago, I told my family, don't ever drive that road or that stretch of construction, that 15 miles, go around it. I've told them that same thing this year. The problem is access, and the problem is speed, and the problem is we have people that are driving insane through that area.
If you're in a construction zone, you need to take caution, drive slow, go the posted speed limit. Don't go 100 miles an hour through there. And I say that because I've clocked people with radar at 100 miles an hour through there.
In a statement, MDOT says it's met with first responders to improve emergency access, which includes adding pull-offs, more signage, and a temporary freeway off-ramp, among other additions. The organization is working on four-way stops at I-75 and Grange Hall, working with GPS providers to only show approved detour routes and add temporary traffic control adjustments to M15.
I would say if MDOT or any officials at MDOT are watching, help us the best you can. Help us formulate some solutions out there. We want to keep the passer, buys through our community safe. We want to keep our firefighters safe and the paramedic units that are out there and the police officers.
First responders say if you get into a crash along the 75 construction corridor, stay in your vehicle if it's safe. Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
All right, well, it is 1:41 in the afternoon. 54 degrees is the temperature right now, and it's pretty much going to be like this for today, tomorrow, I think a little bit of Saturday, and then into the next week as well. We can see our bird cams over here, too. Our birds are out there enjoying it, actually, pretty much so. Is that Bad Blue? I've been on the lookout for Bad Blue. I think he's finally back. We thought he migrated south somewhere, but it seems like he's back, and now he's gone, just eating and munching away over there. In this 54-degree temperature, I mean, it's very gloomy. It's very gray outside. I'm not loving it. We do have some rain on the way at some point today or tomorrow. Memorial Day weekend. This is not how we want to start it off. Am I right, Tom?
No way.
All right, let's check in with Stephanie Mead, see what's happening outside. Hey, Steph.
Yes, I don't think a lot of folks want it to be this way for Memorial Day weekend either. This is like the unofficial kickoff of summer. And a lot of people want to be out on the lake, out at the pool, sunbathing. That's not going to be this weekend, unfortunately. But at least it's not just us. I've been seeing a lot of videos of people even out in the Northeast that are like, what is going on with this? And they are visibly frustrated. At least here in Michigan, we can handle it. We are composed when it comes to the cooler weather. We will eventually get the warm weather, though. It's down the line, though, unfortunately. Temps in the mid-50s in Detroit, low 50s in Ludington, 41 in Marquette. That is kind of chilly with all things considered. They're closer to 30, 51 Chicago, 54 Fort Wayne. So it's a lot of us here experiencing these cooler temps. This pesky area of low pressure that has been circulating in a lot of this moisture is continuing to do so today. So no surprise here. We have some lighter sprinkles around. The rain has just been more annoying than anything else. It hasn't been heavy, so it hasn't really accumulated too much, at least for today. Yesterday, we did see some heavier showers, and for the month of May thus far, we have accumulated about 3 3/4 of an inch of rain. That is a lot of rain over the past month or so. So that puts us at about 1 1/4 inches over what we should be seeing for the month. So at least we have an excess of rain for a lot of those plants that have been out there. Showers will continue for about the next, day, possibly early tomorrow morning. It's not going to be as consistent as what we have been seeing. So our Fox Futurecast model shows a dry slot as we head through late tonight into early tomorrow morning. There might be a stray sprinkle, and I think that's going to hold through the afternoon as well. And then by Saturday, we're going to decrease cloud cover for some, not all. So there will be a few select spots that could potentially pick up on some sunshine to start the weekend. And I think that's going to carry over into Sunday as well. Monday, too, we'll see partly to mostly cloudy skies. Our rain chances, though, heading into this weekend are not completely zero. So don't let the sunshine fool you into thinking that we're completely finished up with the rain. Our rain chances will be isolated, so not completely zero as we head through Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday. And then by next week, we're looking at additional rain chances, too, to wrap the month. So it has been very much soggy for us here. Mid-50s today. We're going to be hanging out pretty much where we're at for the next couple of hours, and we'll see our low temps tonight dip to the low 40s. So it does get even chillier through the overnight. Now, as we mentioned before, precip chances over the next couple of days do diminish. They're isolated. So there is that stray chance, but it's nothing really to cancel plans over. So if you did have plans to be outside for Memorial Day weekend, whether it's grilling, whether you want to have a trail walk, or just be out and about in the city, I do think you can do that, which is great. If you want to be on a bike ride, it's an okay weekend for that. Now, next week, Tuesday into Wednesday, that's when we see our next chance for some showers, and our temperatures are gradually heading in the right direction too, up towards that 70-degree mark. Now, as we move forward here, your Memorial Day weekend shows temps in the 60s. So unfortunately, we do stay below the seasonal high. Now, moving forward, this is going to take us out 8 to 14 days. Our below average temperatures look to slide to the south, and we could be seeing more seasonal days out ahead of us, which is actually kind of comfy, low 70s, and that's, I think, where a lot of people want to be at. Above average temperatures still situated out near the Pacific Northwest and into parts of the Southwest, too. Our 8-day forecast or 7-day forecast doesn't look too impressive, but at least we're heading in the right direction. We'll be in the upper 60s to near 70s. We head to next week. Wednesday, we have our next chance of showers, too, possibly even into Tuesday, so we're going to keep out that rain chance, at least on the 7-day, Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday, because we want people to be out. We don't want them to think it's going to be like today or tomorrow, just in terms of rain. So you do have dry time. We will see a little bit of sunshine, so we will see those subtle improvements heading into the weekend.
Watching golf on Sunday?
I think you can.
Tom's all into golfing right now because he just got back from a golf trip. And he got a birdie for his team.
Nice.
He's got
That's great.
5 birdies for his team.
That's 1 under, right? 1 under par.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. It was pretty good because
It was a scramble.
Oh, it's still
But
great.
I was making the
It was pretty
That's
good
great.
because he was saying that he was going to do horrible and all these things before he went. And then he comes back and he's like, I got 5 birdies.
You know what? You got to set the expectation low. Set it low and then aim above it, and you're good.
I guess.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
you should be good.
All right, Steph. We will see you next hour.
All right, see you.
Well, Detroit is filled with talent, and one of those among the talented is Nico Noir. She just released her 2nd solo album, and she joins us live up next to tell us all about it. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. Well, one thing you have to appreciate about Detroit is the people inside of it that uplift its culture and keeps Detroit on the map. And one of those people keeping Detroit on the map constantly is Nico Noir, who joins us live in studio to tell us about her latest project. Nico, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So you came out with your debut album in 2021. Now, fast forward 4 years later, we got Who Can Blame Nico? Tell us about this project.
This one, I like to think of it as a more mature, like the graduating class of the first EP. Definitely more mature, more upfront with my emotions, being just, I want to say vulnerable, not just with myself, really. Yeah. I feel like the first one was more so vulnerable with the other party. But this one is more so me looking within and just, I'm grown, I'm mature, I'm here.
And you know what? I think that's so important. As we get older, that's something that we kind of naturally do. We start to stop focusing on everything that's around us, and we go within and we're like, okay, what do I need to work on? What do I need to do? How do I feel? Yeah. So it's called Who Can Blame Nico? And I feel like that really speaks to your experience, your going within kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Not guilty.
Yeah. So you said that this is a more mature version of some of the stuff that you normally do, some R&B, some slow jams. What is your favorite song on this album?
Ooh, that's always an interesting question because I love every song for what it brings. I like to think of like each song being in its own room. So, well, I would say right now, because it'll probably change tomorrow, it's Can't Blame Me. And that's literally the reason why I titled the project what it is. So, yeah.
So when we think about what kind of projects you're putting out and putting this whole thing together, creating an album, creating an EP, creating a single even, what goes into all of that?
Oh, preparation, a lot of vulnerability, a lot of emotions, a lot of checking in with yourself, a lot of self-care. So you can be vulnerable enough to share the things that you share in songs, because putting your emotions in songs, it's scary. It can get scary. Like other people are going to hear it. So it's just,
How did you get to that point where you were like, okay, like I'm over the hump. I'm not scared anymore. I'm just going to put it out all on the paper.
I realized that I wasn't alone. I realized like it's not just me here in this world. It's not just me feeling like this. Everyone experiences the same thing, just differently. So yeah, I just feel like, why not share my perspective? Someone's gonna, be able to relate.
I love that so much. Yeah. So the album actually came out last week. Was it Thursday or Friday that it came out?
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday. It came out on Sunday. I'm all wrong. Yeah. Came out on Sunday, May 18th. Yes. Today is May 22nd. So you've had about 4 days to really soak this in. What's the response like?
It's phenomenal. Honestly, way better than I was expecting. And I wasn't really like too hung up on like whether people would like it or not, because I love it. Yeah. It was just a matter of like, if whoever loves it, love it as much as I do, then I love that. But it turns out a lot of people really, really love it. I've been getting a lot of great feedback on it.
I love that for you. Yes. And you got a release party coming up too. About a week and a half, 2 weeks. Tell us about that, where we can listen to Blame Me, your favorite song, and so many others.
Yes. It's going to be on June 1st at Hunt Street Station on the rooftop. It's going to be free food.
Ooh,
I'm scared to even say that.
Yeah, I don't know if you should have said that.
It's going to be like burgers and fries, nothing too crazy. You can bring your own drinks. Just live music, a live band, literally the project from top to bottom.
I love that. Is anybody going to be joining you, or are you just taking home the show?
There's going to be the one feature that is on the project. His name is Ink.
Okay. Yeah. Well, looking forward to it. Nico, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is huge. Super excited to see what you do next.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Well, in an action-packed franchise, a live-action remake, and in a family adventure, here's a look at this week's new releases with Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
What exactly is your plan?
Tom Cruise is back in action on the big screen as Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. The story and stunt work ensue as Hunt and team race to find a rogue artificial intelligence known as the Entity, which can destroy mankind. The live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch is in theaters, with its tale of a Hawaiian girl who bonds with a chaotic blue alien.
This is my neighbor Craig. He's the best.
Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd lead Friendship, about a suburban dad whose attempt to befriend his charismatic neighbor threatens to ruin both their lives.
There's a power
beyond any of our comprehension.
On streaming, Apple TV Plus adds the adventure Fountain of Youth, with John Krasinski and Natalie Portman playing estranged siblings who partner on a global heist to find the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome, class of '88, to your senior prom!
Netflix has Fear Street Prom Queen back in Shadyside for a horror tale set during 1988 prom season.
Come on, catch up.
The streamer also debuts Air Force Elite Thunderbirds, a documentary taking audiences inside the cockpit with the U.S. Air Force's legendary flight squadron. Pull up. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, if you're a music lover, a group of artifacts headed for the auction block might particularly resonate with you. Now, Kurt Cobain's guitar, Dolly Parton's onesie, and John Lennon's letter to his driver, just a few out of 700 items that will be up for auction at Julian's Auction House. Now, the company is holding a music icons auction from May 30th to May 31st. While the memorabilia will be live in person at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York, buyers can also place their bids online.
We're bringing music to the people. We're giving people an opportunity to own something really cool. If you don't have an opportunity to meet Dolly Parton or Taylor Swift or Noel Gallagher from Oasis, you have an opportunity to own something from their life and career.
The company's co-founder expects the sale to bring in $2 to $4 million. I'm just curious how he got his hands on all that stuff, though. Did he buy it in an auction and now he's reselling it to us in an auction? Interesting. All right, well, social media influencer and podcast host Alex Earl has been announced as the second celebrity contestant for season 34 of Dancing with the Stars. The 24-year-old, known for her humor and lifestyle content, boasts over 7.5 million TikTok followers and has earned accolades such as spots on Forbes Fashion 50 and Top Creators list. She is a boss. I will give her that. Now, Earl, who danced competitively in high school, expressed her excitement about joining the show during an appearance on Good Morning America. She joins wildlife conservativist Robert Irwin, who was revealed as the first contestant earlier this year. Season 34 is set to premiere this fall on ABC and Disney Plus, with streaming available on Hulu. Cool, super cool for her. All right, well, that is gonna do it for me this hour. I will see you back here at 3. In the meantime, stick around, 2.5 minutes. Roni Shimon is up next.
for joining us on this Thursday, May 22nd. I'm your host, Ronya Shimona, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 2.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
First, this afternoon, the former Grand Rapids police officer who was charged with second-degree murder in the death of an immigrant shot during a traffic stop won't be retried in the case. The Kent County Prosecutor making that announcement just a few hours ago in regards to the Christopher Schurr case after a mistrial earlier this month. Now, he says there were two main factors in this decision.
This came in as clean as I could have expected. I thought we presented a good case. I presented everything I wanted. All the facts were out there that I had, and it's not like I can change anything. There's no different things that I'm going to be able to change in presenting this case a second time. Something that I missed, something along those lines, and that very often goes into these decisions that, well, we could have done this differently. You know, no case is absolutely perfect, but there are, you know, minor things that may have happened, but there's nothing earth-shattering that's going to change how I present this case or what the facts are that come into the case. The second thing is, and like I said before, I think the jury selection is the biggest thing. I think I said before, and I'll say it again, I think we had a really good jury. These were very conscientious jurors. They were put in a unique situation. We've never had a situation where we've spent, you know, a week, almost 5 days, picking a jury where they're sitting alone, you know, for days on end before they even start hearing the case. With that being said, they paid attention. They asked good questions. They were engaged that entire time. So this was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. You know, the questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations. So they took this case, gave it the seriousness that it should have gotten. Now, I know some of the numbers have been out there. From my understanding, this did play a role in my decision making. You know, it initially came out as 4-4-4, kind of a split. Not surprising, 4 for guilty, 4 for not guilty, and 4 kind of undecided. It did shift to 7-5. I think right about the time we got the first maybe we're hung kind of a response from the jury, and then it moved to 10-2 for not guilty. So that does play a role.
That shooting happened in April of 2022. Officer Schurr had pulled over Patrick Lyoya for mismatched plates on his car. It was during that traffic stop that police say a struggle happened involving Schurr's taser. Leoya was then shot in the back of the head. During his trial, Schurr, who had been fired from the Grand Rapids Police Department, actually took the stand and discussed fearing for his own safety. Today, Becker said he did share his decision not to retry the case with the Leoya family. But before making the news public, Fox 2 does have a crew in Grand Rapids working this story. We're going to bring you the very latest, both on air and online. So stick with Fox Local app for that. The Hamtramck police officer off the job for now. Chief Jamil Altieri has been suspended following a laundry list of allegations against him. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnik has that story.
After about a year as police chief in Hamtramck, Jamil Altieri has been suspended with pay effective immediately. A decorated commanding officer with NYPD in New York City before moving to Hamtramck for the chief's job last May. His suspension comes after a whistleblower anonymously sent a detailed email of allegations to higher-ups in the city after reporting that information to Michigan State Police. The details describe potential violations of police department policy and the law, but specifics are not being made public currently. There are implications that include Altieri's involvement in a potential presidential pardon of a wealthy New York City financier who'd been convicted of a financial crime and was a friend of Altieri. Altieri's involvement in an investigation into election fraud concerns in Hamtramck is also being questioned. City manager Max Garbarino, who suspended the chief this week, could not comment on the ongoing investigation. We tried to reach Altieri at his home by phone and were not successful. Now the city of Hamtramck tells Fox 2 they'll hire an outside firm to do a deep dive into the alleged misconduct against the chief.
Jessica Dupnik, Fox 2 News.
An officer with the Hamtramck Police Department has also been suspended. We're told the two suspensions are related and are working to learn more information regarding the connection. We'll, of course, keep you updated on this. A preliminary hearing is happening right now for the owner of a Clinton Township building that exploded last year, killing one person. Noel Casto of Commerce Township was charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the March 4th, 2024 explosion. Before the blast, a fire was reported at the building that housed GU and select distributors at 15 Mile and Groesbeck. When firefighters arrived on scene, they were met with explosions, sending shrapnel all over in areas of every direction. The blasts were so strong they sent pieces of metal flying as far as even a mile away. A 19-year-old man that was a quarter mile away was hit and killed by a flying canister. Investigators say there were canisters of nitrous oxide and butane inside the business, which that wasn't supposed to have. Today's hearing will decide if the case will go to trial. We'll let you know what's decided. A Metro Detroit man accused of stealing a car with 3 toddlers inside has been officially charged. 25-year-old Bryant Brown II was charged with 1 count of unlawful driving, which happens to be a 5-year felony. Brown is accused of stealing a pickup truck from a gas station in the city of Wayne on Sunday, then dumping the kids in a random parking lot in Inkster. Fortunately, they were reunited with their parents that same night, and Brown was taken into custody shortly after the incident. He is now being held on a $100,000 bond. A stretch of I-75 in northern Oakland County continues to be a source of frustration for first responders. They want drivers to slow down after 2 violent crashes 1 week apart. One of them even ending with a driver dying this week after getting out of his car and being hit by another vehicle. Here's Fox 2's Brandon Hudson with a message from local firefighters.
Days after we spoke to first responders about this fiery Jeep crash along an I-75 construction detour near Grange Hall Road, another crash happened along the same corridor Tuesday. This time, the driver didn't survive.
Last night, sadly, a person got out of a vehicle. We don't know what the issue was with their car was. They got out of the vehicle and they were struck by another vehicle. And sadly, that young man is no longer with us.
It's yet another tragedy related to the I-75 construction that's united the fire chiefs from Springfield Township, North Oakland County Fire Authority, and Groveland Township. The chiefs say since MDOT began road repairs along this 15-mile stretch from Independence Township to Genesee County, drivers haven't used caution.
2 years ago, I told my family, don't ever drive that road or that stretch of construction, that 15 miles, go around it. I've told them that same thing this year. The problem is access, and the problem is speed, and the problem is we have people that are driving insane through that area.
If you're in a construction zone, you need to take caution, drive slow, go the posted speed limit. Don't go 100 miles an hour through there, and I say that because I've clocked people with radar at 100 miles an hour through there.
In a statement, MDOT says it's met with first responders to improve emergency access, which includes adding pull-offs, more signage, and a temporary freeway off-ramp, among other additions. The organization is working on 4-way stops at I-75 and Grange Hall, working with GPS providers to only show approved detour routes, and add temporary traffic control adjustments to M15.
I would say if MDOT or any officials at MDOT are watching, help us the best you can. Help us formulate some solutions out there. We want to keep the passer, buys through our community safe. We want to keep our firefighters safe, and the paramedic units that are out there, and the police officers.
First responders say if you get into a crash along the 75 construction corridor, stay in your vehicle if it's safe. Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
We're continuing to follow developments on a deadly shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., where 2 Israeli embassy workers have been killed. Police say they do have a suspect in custody. Here's Fox's Rebecca Castor with more on this investigation.
The shooting is being investigated as a terrorist act, and it's all hands on deck from local police to the FBI. A gunman opening fire outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. Wednesday night, killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers. Israeli officials identified the victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Saren Milgram. According to family, they were soon to be engaged.
A guy came up and looked like a gun. I couldn't tell what it was.
Police say the 31-year-old suspect was seen pacing outside before the shooting. Then just after 9 p.m., he approached a group of 4 people leaving an event at the museum and opened fire before walking inside.
He wasn't calm. He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder.
So people were bringing him water, checking in on him, showing value. And we didn't know that he was a killer at this time.
The suspect was later taken into custody and began chanting.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Investigators believe the gunman acted alone and say there is not an ongoing threat to the community. Attorney General Pam Bondi promising a full investigation.
No parents should have to be called and told that their children were violently murdered, leaving a religious event that should never happen in this world and not in our country.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is instructing Israeli missions around the world to increase security. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Fox 2 Detroit is just getting started. Coming up, a new invasive species is eating its way through gardens in the area. We're going to have to tell you what you need to know about this thing. Yeah, they're popping up everywhere. We'll have more after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. This is a live look at our bird cam. And the little guy in the middle, or the big little guy, taking over that whole bird feeder.
He's a bully.
I don't know if you want to call him a bully. He's not really pushing anybody over,
I've
Tom.
seen him do some damage.
Oh. Tom says he's seen him do some damage. He's certainly not sharing the rest of the seeds.
Does not share well.
Just a cute little live look. All right. Speaking of animals, now to a warning for gardeners. A new invasive species is threatening to chew its way across Metro Detroit. It's called the box tree moth, and it arrived in Michigan with a big appetite for plants. Fox 2's Scott Wolchuk has more on what you need to know.
There's a new pest in town. He's green, he's mean, and he's coming to eat your boxwoods.
We're seeing a big concentration in the Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield area right now. There's a new pest in town. It's called the box tree moth, and it's doing a lot of damage to boxwood plants. It traveled from Europe about 4 or 5 years ago into Canada. How it got to Canada, we don't know. The moths couldn't have flown over the ocean.
But somehow these little pests have found a way into Metro Detroit gardens, having first entered the mitten in Washtenaw County in 2023. Now they're taking over.
It is not fun.
Dean Darren with English Gardens says he's had nearly 30 people in this week asking what the heck happened to their plants. Well, Dean's got the answer. The moths lay their eggs in boxwoods, then the caterpillars hatch and eat all the leaves.
Once they hatch, they'll be on the plant for a week before they start eating. So if you see them, that's when it's time to spray. You're going to be spraying a product called BT, or Bacillus thuringiensis.
That's a natural insecticide. Stops the caterpillars, but doesn't hurt the plant or your pets, according to Dean. And if you think you could just grab a shoe and take them all out, don't bother. Each moth lays around 120 eggs, and these guys are hungry. The spray is the way to keep the moth menace at bay.
Squishing them isn't going to help. You really want to kill them with the BT. That's the most effective way.
In West Bloomfield, Scott Wolchuk, Fox 2 News.
Coincidentally, my boxwoods have been dying.
Now you know why.
And now I am determined to go through and see if I can find any of those box tree moths. Stephanie, I am so intrigued by this story. Let's bring in our Stephanie, our meteorologist. What'd you think about that? I mean, cicadas or box tree?
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's like pick your poison.
Yeah.
I don't have any plants
No
that
bugs.
are being impacted by it. So I was like, well,
no
not a
bugs.
problem for me.
No, you're good.
The cicadas would be a pain in the butt, though.
Yeah.
Those are loud. But yeah, that sucks. Maybe you can spray them.
I hope I could save my boxwood. Now, maybe that's the reason why they're dying.
Maybe. I don't know. I would
figure it
not be
out.
digging through it, though. That's
No.
just me. I'd
Call
be
a
like,
gardener.
all right, see you later, bushes. But it has been exceptionally wet here across the state and across southeast Michigan for what feels like almost the entire month. We're at a surplus for the month of May thus far in terms of rain at about 1.25 inches. We have seen about 3 3/4 inches of rain. So that is quite a bit for the month. And we still have a couple more days to go with a few more rain chances in the mix too. So we'll most likely be adding to that total. We're in the mid-50s right now in the city, 53 Chicago, 57 in Fort Wayne. We have a few lighter sprinkles around, and these are very much light, so nothing too heavy, but they're just kind of annoying being out there. You have to have the lowest speed, if not even lower, in terms of your windshield wipers. You just really kind of have to be on guard for that. Other than that, area of low pressure circulating over Toronto right now. That's going to continue to circulate eastbound, but we're still going to be dealing with some wraparound moisture from that, even heading through the day tomorrow. I do think if you have plans to head up north for this upcoming weekend, it's not going to be lake weather. It's not going to be pool weather. I do think we could see some grilling weather. I mean, for some, grilling weather is any time of year. But this upcoming weekend, if you are having those parties, I do think you'll have dry time. You will have time to be outside. It's just not going to be super pleasant for some spots. We have a lot of cloud cover that'll take us through the day. Tomorrow, maybe a bit more sunshine as we head through Saturday, Sunday, and potentially into Monday as well, with that isolated rain chance taking us through pretty much the entire weekend. So plan accordingly there. 55 today for our forecasted high. We kind of hang out where we're at right now through a good bulk of the day today. And then lows tonight falling to the lower 40s. So it's going to get chilly once again. Could maybe see some patchy fog develop as we head through early Friday morning. Now, this upcoming weekend, our rain chances again look to become a bit more sparse, which is great. And that's going to lead into early next week, too. So potentially even into Memorial Day. Our rain chances will be very much isolated. So at least we're dry. We will pick up on some sunshine, so it does get a little bit better. Temperatures, too, will be progressing in the right direction. It's just going to be a slow build. Temps by next Monday into Tuesday should be in the upper 60s to near 70 degrees. And your Memorial Day weekend as a whole shouldn't be bad. Again, lots of dry time, mix of sun and clouds. Temperatures will be below the seasonal high by almost 10 degrees or so, but we're, again, heading in the right direction. Cooler pattern still has kind of a nice firm grip over us as we look towards the middle part of next week. By Wednesday, still looking at some cooler air with our next system that's going to bring in additional showers. And I think by next weekend, we're going to start to be seeing more 70s in the mix. Below average temps look to be south over the next 8 to 14 days. Above average temps Pacific Northwest and the Southwest. We're just going to be hovering near average, I think. The extended forecast shows that slow and steady climb to the upper 60s Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then finally seeing a 70-degree day as we look towards the middle part of next week.
Yeah, my allergies haven't been that well either.
Oh, I know.
This rain and allergy season.
And it's been cool. So I feel like a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, am I sick?
Yeah.
What's going on? It feels like almost like an early spring type of pattern where you feel like you're getting sick. It's cool. It's really raw and uncomfortable. So I think a lot of folks are kind of just like, oh my gosh, when is this going to end?
Yeah. I was just telling Tom when I walked in here, I said, oh my gosh, my eyes look so swollen. I'm just, I need to go get some Claritin or something.
Right. I feel a lot of people are in your boat. My nose has been red. So no amount of makeup is covering it because I just keep wiping it away.
No,
so I think we're all ready for it to be done.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Yeah.
I feel fantastic.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
You feel and look fantastic, Tom. Good job. All right, stick with Fox 2 for continuing coverage. And don't forget, you can always get the latest forecast checking our weather app. A new proposal could simplify the process for Detroit entrepreneurs. A look at what they're hoping to streamline when it comes to business licensing. That and so much more coming up after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. A live look outside. Looks like a little breezy out there and lots of cloud cover. All right, for many entrepreneurs, starting and maintaining a business in Detroit can be extremely challenging. However, a new plan would help cut the red tape out. Now, Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly explains how this works.
Operating a business in the city of Detroit.
After 15 years, I too have still been going through the challenges of the roller coaster ride of getting my license.
For many entrepreneurs, those ups and downs spell challenges.
Fill this out, pay this. I feel like I should get a degree or a diploma or something.
But a proposed plan by the Duggan administration is working to cut red tape for small businesses in Detroit. This is the plan put before City Council.
Let's send you 2 ordinances, one of which will eliminate the business license fee for restaurants altogether and rely on the state process. And the second will, for all other businesses, take you from a license that lasts for 1 year to a license that lasts for 2 years.
Council President Mary Shedfield got on board and decided to sponsor it.
Making Detroit the best city in America to grow and start a small business.
The highlight of the plan, it will remove licensing requirements that do not deal with protecting health and safety.
So for restaurants, we are eliminating the city licensing requirement and sticking with the health department license as the primary assurance of health and safety.
This will eliminate about 60 days from the process to start a new restaurant in the city.
It's not sacrificing anything else around building quality, fire. All of that will happen.
For all other businesses seeking a license,
we're going to move to a 2-year term as opposed to a 1-year term, and then align that renewal against the building certificate of compliance process.
There will also be improvements to the process that includes upgrades in technology.
And after city officials did months of analysis and engagement with business leaders, entrepreneurs say they finally feel seen and heard.
This had to happen for existing businesses, that it's been like pulling our hair out process every year, to new businesses coming in. So yeah, this is great.
And the mayor wants council to act fast.
We are going to be asking council to move relatively quickly.
If approved, this ordinance should be in place by the end of the year. In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
That's all for Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. Jay Towers is up next. Have a great day, everybody, and happy Thursday.
Troy Towers in the morning. 100.3 WNIC.
You know, there are things that you're not supposed to put in the microwave.
Really?
I
mean,
like never be reheated in the microwave.
Okay.
Like hard-boiled eggs.
Well, who's putting a hard-boiled egg in the microwave?
I don't know. It says it builds steam within the egg, and it can lead to an eruption whenever the egg is cut into.
It could explode in the microwave.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Food rich in vitamin C like broccoli, bell peppers, berries, and leafy greens. But I get broccoli in those steam bags, so how could that be that you can't put that in the microwave? That never seems to be a problem.
Maybe because it's in the steam bag. I don't know.
When exposed to heat, vitamin C is destroyed. Oh, you're not.
I think you can put it in the microwave, but all the nutrition that you're going to get from it is going to go away. And you're supposed to eat broccoli and stuff raw, and no one likes raw broccoli.
No. Vile weed.
Vile weed.
Yeah.
Even with the cheese sauce? Chicken, food safety-wise, reheating chicken is safe, but it won't be delicious. All the moisture evaporates, leaving the chicken with a weird taste and texture.
I don't think so. I mean, I've put chicken in the microwave a million times, and it's fine.
Like a chicken breast?
Yeah.
Like a reheated one? Yeah, right. I never know. Yeah, that's, well, this is according to the New York Post.
Oh, so these are
legit. These aren't
Snobby
from
people.
Not from TikTokers. Seafood, guaranteed to dry it out. It's from the sea. So high heat is not ideal unless you like rubbery fish. Then they say go for it.
There's a lot of things I notice when you reheat in the microwave can get a little rubbery.
Yeah.
Like
salmon's one of them.
Yeah, even reheating pizza. You know, Warren's all about the air fryer now. And it's true. It does reheat pizza better than the microwave.
We just got my daughter a new air fryer. She loves that thing.
Yeah.
They're
I don't know
pretty-
how to use ours.
I never know if you're supposed to. I think you're actually supposed to heat it up and put it at the right temperature first, and then you put your stuff in for however long. Kind of like the oven.
Yeah.
I don't. I just immediately start it, put everything in, and then just kind of like hope for the best.
I see people put like nachos in the air fryer and stuff.
Yeah.
How much stuff is he putting in that air fryer?
Well, quite a bit.
What about like a Gino's pizza roll?
He would put it in the air fryer.
He would.
Yeah. And that's another thing that if you put in the microwave gets kind of soggy and
It does.
and rubbery.
It's much better in the oven or the air fryer.
Well, you see, even with like Buddy's Pizza and stuff, they always tell you, like, even if you bring it home, they give you instructions to, aren't you supposed to put it on the rack in the oven? Like, you're never really supposed to microwave pizza. Like, for that reason you said, it kind of gets mushy and gross.
The air fryer is also really good to bring back French fries, too. I mean, that's not normally a food that you can eat after, they cool down.
You can't microwave those.
Absolutely not.
You know what they did at Motor City Comic Con this weekend? For the first time I've seen it. It's a good idea. They brought in a bunch of food trucks.
I knew you were going to say that.
Put them outside, and then you had to go into Comic-Con, obviously. You had your admission ticket and all, but then there was a special door in the back corner that put you out into like a roped-off lot with the food trucks.
Oh, that's cool.
It was crazy
smart.
out there. I mean,
Did you
there
get
was
anything?
No, we went to. We were going to like, let's kill a little time before we meet Jeremy Renner.
Yeah.
And the lines were so long, we were like, oh, we'll just not eat. But yeah, it was, I mean, there's all different kinds of stuff out there. There was something with corn.
Street corn?
Maybe it was the street
I
corn.
bet it was.
Yeah.
People are bold to be able to eat that, though.
Yeah.
I mean, corn's getting stuck in every single tooth if you're eating it on the cob.
I watched a video this weekend of Tamar Braxton.
Why?
Because she was making corn in a frying pan with what looked like 6 sticks of butter.
Sure. Okay.
I'd share it with you, but her language was salty, so I can't. It looks so good.
I bet. I mean, anything with 6 sticks of butter is going to taste good.
I mean, you know how like things look when they're boiling? It was
Yeah.
boiling what looked like in butter. It was fantastic.
Oh my! And that's it. Just
That's it.
corn and butter.
Tamar Braxton.
That seems like something the Pioneer Woman would make up for the Cowboys.
Oh, right.
Was that on YouTube?
What's that?
The Tamara Braxton?
No, it came up on my Instagram feed.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
There's nothing worse than cooking for 71 cowboys. Okay, Pioneer
Yeah, it looks
Woman.
like you hate it.
Yeah. A lot of cowboy hats in that kitchen, Pioneer Woman. All right, 100.3 WNIC. What do foreign nations or people from other countries, what do they say about Americans that they like? Like, oh.
It's good that you clarified
I
that.
know.
Because
Yeah.
we know what they say.
Dun, dun.
Can I tell you something really quick?
Yes, Allison.
That song,
Yeah.
we in kindergarten, we started every class with singing that.
My Country 'Tis of Thee?
My Country 'Tis of Thee.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was kindergarten. And my kindergarten teacher had to get the note, so she would go, Lou, my. So I thought the song started like that. I mean, I spent years going, Lou, my. Yeah.
That's so
I was in
funny.
like 3rd grade before I realized that wasn't the first word.
Right.
Yeah.
No one wanted to correct you.
No, it probably felt bad. Let her do her thing.
What's wrong with that girl? My favorite thing about Americans is how often football fields is used as a unit of measurement.
We do that.
Well, it's an easy visual to show a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how Americans say coffee. How else do you say it?
Coffee?
Mm.
Cafe?
I love how Americans make a salad where the primary ingredient is pasta. Which salad? You mean like pasta salad?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah, you know, the little thing called pasta salad.
I'm thinking a salad
Yeah.
with pasta in the center. Like I'm like, what?
There's nothing that grosses me out more than pasta noodles with lettuce. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't think that they can go together.
I love how Americans call their dogs things like Cooper, Tucker, and Tanner. I have no idea what any of these names mean, but the dog is very cute. What does that mean? I have no idea what they're names.
Does it mean, by the way, this could be universal. We've moved away from calling them Fido and we give our animals people names.
So much better.
Yeah, it's so much better.
Yeah.
They're almost little people.
I love when Americans say, I got you. I do feel genuinely reassured.
Who put this together? Like BuzzFeed? I'm not liking any of these so far.
A website scoured social media to find things that foreigners like about Americans, and there are interesting random responses.
I got you is nice.
Yeah, I got you's fine.
Yeah.
I love how Americans have these mysterious, unexplained food substances called things like hot grits or sloppy joes.
Yeah, you have weird stuff too, like bangers and mash.
Yeah, right.
What even is that?
Right. Sarah Douglas, the actress from Superman, who's a great friend of ours and was in our Imagine trailer this year, always talks about the portion sizes here are so outrageous. It's like it's a joke to people in the UK. They're like, those Americans and their big portions.
It's funny. Anytime I've gone to, like, if you go to the West Coast, anywhere in California, or, you know, the portion sizes are much, much smaller. And I always think, oh my gosh, I just want to get home and go to our Coney where we're just stuffing our faces with so much.
So if you have a hearty appetite in the UK, do you get 2 of something?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not like you don't have fat people too. Maybe not as many, but you do.
I love how Americans pronounce duty like duty. Duty like duty. With a D.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a
Call of Duty.
Maybe that's countrywide, but I know that the Midwest specifically has a lazy T accent.
Someone wrote on Facebook that maybe it was on your page or something.
About how you say Canton.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
And he said, like, I will slap her if she doesn't say Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Really?
And
So
I do want to say, I go out of my way to say Canton, and that sounds weird too.
Right.
Like, because when I went to broadcast school, we had to, I know it's not like this anymore, but we had to, like, we had a class on how to say W.
Yeah.
We could not say W.
I had the guy Randy I worked for back in the early to mid 2000s. I used to be the voice of Daimler Chrysler training videos.
Nice.
So
that's a great gig.
When you took your Daimler Chrysler training online or however it was, I was the voice of the prompts.
Yeah.
And these were constant arguments with him because he would want me to say important.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know that's how it is, and I probably should be saying it is important, but if I actually talked that way, it's important.
I had a boss that said important, and every time, because he was very, he's older, so he was even more about enunciating, but it always sounded weird when he said important.
I'm also hearing reporters saying Cardinals from around the country, and maybe that's right.
It is.
But it doesn't feel right.
I know.
This says, I love when Americans say whoopity whoop. Who's saying that?
What American did you meet?
Whoopity whoop.
Or like, I'm trying to think, is that like a phrase that someone uses in a TV show that maybe they would watch, but no.
Do you mean whoop whoop? Was that from Arsenio?
Maybe. I love how Americans in movies just end phone calls without any further explanations. That's funny. I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
No. And I love how Americans greet each other by saying, "How you doing?" and not answering back.
That is true. I mean, how many times has someone said like, "Oh, hey, how are you?" And then you just like continue on with your walk because it's like you don't care and I don't care.
Well, you say something. You don't acknowledge. How you doing? Hey, how are you?
Yeah,
great.
Exactly.
I mean, that's it.
I mean, most of the time I do, but sometimes I've just walked away or vice versa with the other person.
Is it vice versa or vice versa?
I don't know.
I think it's vice versa. We keep going back to England, although these could be any countries.
From any, yeah, right.
But I told you I'm watching Mobland, which is so good. It is so good. But it is funny it's all in England, and it is funny how they talk.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we could say, just an everyday conversation. They have words
Calling fries chips.
Phrases that, not even about that, just regular random stuff, you know? It's like, it is interesting how different our language is.
They say brilliant a lot, too.
Yeah, they do.
Like Sarah says brilliant a lot, but I also have other friends over there that will write brilliant on everything. And I'm like, here, brilliant means like you are really smart.
Yeah.
Like when I think brilliant, I think like Albert Einstein.
I think brilliant means they're awesome, but I'll tell you, I can't tell you what the word is they use a lot, but there is one word they use a lot, and it is the most offensive swear word.
What letter does it start with?
I can't. I don't even.
You want to say that?
I don't think you can even say that because we use the letter to say the word because we don't want to say the word.
I know exactly what you're talking about. And they say it all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely
It's an
right.
adjective. It's a verb. It's a noun. It's
a sandwich.
It's all of it.
All right. There you go. 100.3 WNIC. Welcome to Thursday, getting ready for the Detroit Pistons tonight, New York Knicks. We could tie things up tonight. How great would that be?
Oh, it'd be so cool.
So good. I mean, that would be the greatest.
Right, because then
the alternative is
go on to win it.
Right.
We'll see. But hey, you get that home court advantage with all of our crazy fans in your face. So look out. It's time for Crazy Lines. We do Crazy Lines every Thursday. We go around the room and tell you something about ourselves that make us a little different or not right in the head. You probably have little quirky things like that too in your life. So we always love to hear about that. On our iHeartRadio app, you can use the talkback button. You know that? That's really cool. Right on the app, you have like a preset for WNIC, a preset for our podcast, and you use the talkback button and tell us your crazy lines, and we'll play it on the air. All right. That said, here we go. Lately, I refuse to use the Outlook calendar on my phone.
Okay.
For two reasons.
Okay.
I don't like to advertise when I have free time because it's rare.
Right.
And, people put stuff in there for you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, with our company, sure. I see you're open from 2 to 4.
No, are people from our company really looking at our calendars?
Yeah, they are. Sure.
Oh.
That's how they figure out if you're available or not.
You don't know what I'm writing down on my personal calendar.
Not your Outlook calendar. Your Outlook one.
I write all my stuff on my hanging on the wall in the kitchen calendar.
There you go. And I write everything in my written,
planner.
Yeah. So lately, I used to cross things out. Now I've been using the whiteout. You ever see the whiteout? The
tape.
The tape?
Yeah.
I white out tape everything. It's like having a new planner. I'm obsessed with the whiteout tape.
I think it's kind of dangerous for you to have that because I think you enjoy using it too much.
You're an office supplies guy.
Oh, so much. I love office supplies.
He's going to be writing things down that he knows is never going to happen just so he can white it out.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you know what they do? Jay, when are you available for appointment? The client has these 7 days. I'm like, okay, well, I put hold. Then I got the word hold on all these days, and the cross out drives me nuts. So I
I'm never getting those emails, so I would like to extend the invitation to our people that I am available. My calendar is free.
Chelsea, empty.
You can keep saying it, Chelsea, but good luck to you.
Go ahead,
All right.
Allison.
Actually, you reminded me of something.
Yeah.
So I will go off of yours. I also don't like the cross out.
Mm-hmm.
So at the beginning of a new year, I'll go buy new journals and notebooks and things like that to start fresh with everything.
Right.
If something happens to make me do a cross out, it will drive me crazy. So I'll rip the page out because I don't even want it there. And then then it bothers me that a page is ripped out, and a brand new book that probably costs $19, a brand new book of empty pages, goes in the garbage.
Oh my God.
All from a simple cross out, because everything. And honestly, I think the whiteout tape would drive me crazy too.
Really? I don't know. You don't see it.
She couldn't handle the whiteout tape.
Yeah. So,
There's
I mean,
no way.
I will just throw away an entire book if like some stuff that I wrote has to get crossed out or it's not valid, because then even ripping the page out will bother me.
Can you take it to the Salvation Army or something? Because someone would really like that.
No,
if it's not written in.
Nobody wants her just crossed out book. Give him a new book.
Well, I did rip the page out.
She ripped the page out. The rest is blank.
I will write that in my new book to do that.
Enjoy this 80-page notebook. It has 72 pages in it. Chelsea.
Oh my gosh. So I'm doing this weird thing with dinner where like sometimes I eat dinner at a normal time. Sometimes I have a snack at like 4:00 and I'm like, that's going to hold me over for the night. Like I don't need anything heavy after that. Like I had a decent lunch. And then next thing you know, about 10 minutes before I'm going to go to bed, I want this full-blown dinner because I'm so hungry I can barely take it. Why don't you just have dinner at 5:00 every night like a normal person?
Yeah, right.
It's crazy.
Learn your lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how you gain weight, people. Don't eat right before bed.
Yeah, I do love eating right before bed, though.
A little snack
helps you to
is one
sleep.
thing, but like a full meal is not.
I had to stop buying, this isn't my crazy lines because we're done with that now. I did have to stop buying one little indulging thing that old Jay is doing that like I never did in my whole life.
Okay.
You know, at Kroger, in the ice cream section, you ever see there's they're little Haagen-Dazs ice creams. They're only like this big.
Yeah.
They're like
Heck
this
yeah,
big.
we do.
And
They're
it has
little.
the little plastic spoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally is 2 spoons of ice cream.
Right.
Haagen-Dazs vanilla ice cream with chocolate chips in it.
Ooh.
I was getting into a habit where I was eating one every night before bed, and you can't. I had to stop. At the store, I was like, "You got to get your ice cream." I'm like, "No," because if it's there, I'm going to eat it. I've never been that guy. Now I'm that guy. I'm the old guy that eats ice cream before bed guy.
At least it's the little one.
It is the little one.
It's 2 bites.
Doesn't matter. It still adds up to a lot of ice cream. It's a lot of dairy.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, dairy lately to me,
Not
spent
good.
a lot of time in that bathroom. All right, 100.3. You had been hinting at something that Warren, your loving boyfriend of many years, who, by the way, when you were in the hospital, I would have thought that might have been the time Warren might have reached out to me.
Crickets.
Nothing from the guy.
And I also did not go after him for bothering you.
I told you
I didn't.
I have it out with you.
I didn't. I just told him that I was aware. And he was like, yeah, so.
Not that I feel used that when we're out of town, that I'm a lifeline, but in town, no one needs me.
Well,
but
I think
whatever.
he didn't want to necessarily bother you. He wasn't really texting me that much while I was in the hospital. So.
Did he come and like stay in your room when you stayed overnight?
She said that. Chelsea's like,
No.
do you think Warren slept in the room? I said, no, he doesn't sleep in the room when she's there.
I did text him at one point, would he bring me Burger King?
Oh,
an
and what'd he
Impossible
say?
Whopper. He said, yeah.
To the delight of all your doctors.
Right. He said he would. And then I thought better of it. And they were bringing some weird hospital mastacholi. And I was like, I'll just eat this. And Anyway, so I wound up going to the hospital Monday morning.
Yeah.
The plan was to go to the hospital on Monday, but I was just going to come to work first and then go.
Right.
On Sunday, Warren's car kind of got weird. So he immediately drove it up to the Shell gas station that is right, like almost in our complex, and he left it there for them to fix. So he was carless. So the plan was, under normal circumstances, Monday I would get up, drive him, because we're staggered, and when we get up and when we leave.
Yeah.
In an emergency, I can always drive him, drop him off, and still make it to work on time. Because I wasn't feeling well, I put that on Jill. I said, tomorrow morning, I'm going to need you to drive Warren to work and come back. And I said, and maybe even drive me to work, because I was feeling that off. So anyway, and then we know what happens. Jill came back, and I wound up going straight to the hospital. So I'm in the hospital Monday into Tuesday. And so his car wasn't ready Monday, right? So Tuesday, I'm out of the picture altogether, and the car is there. So I text him and I say, well, under the circumstances, we don't need to rope Jill in. I imagine that's annoying for you that she's dropping you off. And I said, so
just take the car.
Yeah, so the car's there, do what you want. And he was like, no, tell your sister I'll need to get dropped off again. And I was like, okay, but isn't it more convenient for you to just leave when you want and not have to talk to Jill in the morning?
Right.
Just go to work. And he's like, I will not drive your car, and I certainly will not drive it to my job. And then I find out from my sister, when she did drop him off on Monday and Tuesday, he made her drop him off away from his building.
Like a couple blocks away.
Not a couple blocks, but just not at the door.
Like a teenager does with their parents?
No.
Like drop me off at the mall, but not in front of the door so people see me getting out of the car?
Because my car is so embarrassing.
Well, he's the one that bought it for you.
He didn't
hit it. I'm only responsible for one of 6 accidents.
Still,
just one.
It's all on your watch.
No, don't you Allison me. I'm responsible for one of 6 accidents.
I think maybe 2.5 out of 6.
No.
Yeah.
I will not accept that. I'm not going to accept it. I get hit all the time.
Yeah. Especially now.
That's all I do is get hit in that giant car, which is so visible.
Now people don't even care.
They don't feel bad at all.
Nobody cares if we sideswipe this thing.
No. And so I literally, when all of this comes out, I said, you're honestly going to be a baby about that? He goes, I have said to you a million times, I don't know how you drive it. He said, that car is ridiculous. And I'm like, it runs.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, until it doesn't, he goes, do what you want. I will not ever drive your car anywhere.
Oh my gosh.
And also, Mark and Sandy invited us to Easter. Obviously, I'm not going anywhere. I just lay in bed when I'm not here.
Yeah.
So he comes in the bedroom and I go, well, go to Sandy's and eat food. Someone should feed you.
Yeah.
Someone should eat something. He's like, no, because he had just dropped his car off, right?
He's not going to drive your car to her.
I'm like, you won't even drive my car to Sandy's?
She's a close friend.
Our family? He's like, I'm not driving your car to Sandy's.
Wow.
That's an Uber then.
Just car shaming me left and right, which I have coming to me, sure. But
doesn't
still.
he think you have enough going on, though?
Yeah, he doesn't. He's... He thinks about it later. He loads me up real good, and they'll be like, can I get you something?
That Impossible Burger.
He's going to feel differently when that Tanya Lalonde and you work something out.
That's right, which really is going to have to be soon.
Who is it? It's Joe. Corey sent me the code.
I gotta go back to work. You better take this car and take her with you while you at it before I need a lawyer.
That's the new crime drama, The Last 24, and Detroit's very own rapper Trick not only writing and directing it, he also stars in that film. Well, Trick is in the house. Obviously, you don't even need an introduction to tell us all about this. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I got to tell you, once I saw this, I said, oh my gosh, I got to text him. He's got to come on the show. And of course, you're here now, so I'm excited. Tell us about this.
Well, The Last 24, the motivation to write the script stemmed from a soundtrack that I had, an album I done with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa and Be Real from Cypress Hill. And I wanted to do more with the album and put it on a soundtrack for a film. So it was like me talking to myself. I was, okay, you're going to have to write a film to put the music to. So I wrote it and passed it to my producers, Mikey Eckstein and Jason George, and I handed it to my brother Kamel Hassan, who actually stars in it, and my little brother DJ Thriller. And we did some casting and some, hand picking, like Shawnee D and Martini Harris, who are very famous, legendary comedians in the city. Mike Martin, Alexandra Kamaj, my big brother, Big Sweets, my big sister, Monique Mike Tiller. So, it became a family affair, and then we finally got to the finish line.
This is incredible. And debuts tomorrow, right?
Yes, on Amazon Prime, which is the main outlet. So, yes, I'm excited about that.
So tell me what this is all about. What's the storyline here?
So the story is about a botanical super formula that causes plants to grow, a certain kind of plants to grow, a certain kind of plants to grow in a 3-week time span as opposed to a 3-month time span. And it's been tracked down, the scientists have been tracked down by the Albanian mob who obtained the product, and the sale goes bad and it ends up in the hands of the smoke gang. And these just some guys that stumble across it, but they know that it's worth money, so they go on their journey to basically liquidate the product. And it's the adventure that they take from the beginning to the end of that's the most funniest.
I love it. I love the storyline here. Yes. And this, you said, came from a soundtrack. I want to see if we could play that soundtrack on our end. Do we have that? We do. Let's play it.
Hey.
All right. Hey. I mean, of course, we got to make a movie out of this, right? Talk about fun, the vibe. It's just so incredible. Okay, so Trick, how did you go from music to movies? I mean, obviously, this took a lot of time and effort, but what made you do this?
Well, see, I got a long history of film, television, and stage. I've done a lot of stage plays as I was younger. I starred in a play called A House Divided, which was written and directed by my sister, Monique Mike Tiller. And I've done the Detroiters. I've done a film called Alex Cross that stars Tyler Perry and Matthew Fox. I've done Joy Road. I starred in Joy Road with Wood Harris and the Boucher Wright, which was a crime drama. And I've done some HBO, Cinemax, some work with Rob Cohen, a very, very famous big director in Hollywood, from The Mummy to Triple X to Fast and Furious. And some title tracks with those films. Every film project that I do, I submit music for, the soundtrack or the score. And just, soaking up the game over time, where eventually, behind the scenes, I'm very motivated by behind the scenes of filmmaking. From every set that I've ever been on. And I noticed a lot of things on film sets that I would change. So when I motivated myself with the script, to write the script and to proceed with financing the movie and actually following through with it, I made it my business to say, we will not have any problems on this set. Problems are only opportunities to create solutions.
Love that.
And we had so much fun, so many trials, so many tribulations because we actually filmed this movie the end of 2018. We didn't get it out until now because we had trials, but never give up, never gave up, and here it is.
And you know what? Here it is tomorrow, debuting on Amazon Prime and Tubi. Can't wait for that. Trick, so good to have you here. Thank you.
Hey there, Detroit. Thanks so much for joining us today on this May 22nd. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 3.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, first this afternoon, the former Grand Rapids police officer who was charged with second-degree murder in the death of a Congolese immigrant shot during a traffic stop won't be retried in the case. The Kent County Prosecutor making that announcement this morning in regards to the Christopher Schurr case after a mistrial earlier this month. He says there were two main factors in his decision. Take a listen.
This came in as clean as I could have expected. I thought we presented a good case. I presented everything I wanted. All the facts were out there that I had, and it's not like I can change anything. There's no different things that I'm going to be able to change in presenting this case a second time, something that I missed, something along those lines, and that very often goes into these decisions that, well, we could have done this differently. You know, no case is absolutely perfect, but there are, minor things that may have happened, but there's nothing earth-shattering that's going to change how I present this case or what the facts are that come into the case. The second thing is, and like I said before, I think the jury selection is the biggest thing. I think I said before, and I'll say it again, I think we had a really good jury. These were very conscientious jurors. They were put in a unique situation. We've never had a situation where we've spent a week, almost 5 days, picking a jury where they're sitting alone for days on end before they even start hearing the case. With that being said, they paid attention. They asked good questions. They were engaged that entire time. So this was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. The questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations. So they took this case, gave it the seriousness that it should have gotten. Now, I know some of the numbers have been out there. From my understanding, this did play a role in my decision making. It initially came out as 4-4-4, kind of a split. Not surprising, 4 for guilty, 4 for not guilty, and 4 kind of undecided. It did shift to 7-5, I think right about the time we got the first maybe we're hung kind of a response from the jury, and then it moved to 10-2 for not guilty. So that does play a role.
Now, that shooting happened in April of 2022. Officer Schurr had pulled over Patrick Lyoya for mismatched plates on his car. It was during that traffic stop that police say a struggle happened involving Schurr's taser. Leoya was then shot in the back of the head. During his trial, Schurr, who had been fired from the Grand Rapids Police Department, actually took the stand and discussed fearing for his own safety. Today, Becker said he did share his decision not to retry the case with the Leoya family before making the news public. And our coverage continues all the way into Grand Rapids. That's where our Lauren Edwards is on the road and heading to right now to check things out and get a pulse check on everything. Lauren, I understand that you have covered this case before when it first happened, and now we're here. How are you feeling about all this?
I am really trying not to feel too much, largely because, being a reporter, you want to be middle of the road. And right now we're headed, Howard and I, we're headed over to Kent County Courthouse, which is where the case was tried. But I remember when it happened. I remember when the story broke. It was April 4th, 2022. It was a Monday. It was an icy cold Monday. I will never forget it. And I just remember getting a ton of text messages from people saying, you need to really, look into this. Something is happening. Something's going on. This is going on, So yeah, there's definitely just a lot with this case. It was very emotional. And it's been emotional since day one. It was emotional. It was intense. It was tense. It was the city split down the middle. Some saying he's guilty, meaning Leoya. Some saying he's not guilty. It was just a lot of emotion regarding this case. So we're gonna go out there. Big news today. Big news from Kent County Prosecutor Chris Becker, who I've interviewed a number of times. Saying that he's not going to retry it. And, he held a press conference earlier and was just giving all of his reasons why. So it's interesting to see where this goes. I've said it so many times, this is emotional. It's very emotional for a lot of people, whether they are directly involved or not directly involved. But we are headed there. And, so we'll see what it looks like outside the courthouse.
Lauren, I was talking to Kayla, which I know she also worked extensively in Grand Rapids when all of this happened. She said there's going to be some sort of situation maybe that you may be walking into with people surrounding the courthouse maybe. Do you think that's the case?
Absolutely. Kayla was there. Well, Kayla was the amazing executive producer while I was there. Loved working with her. And I can tell you again, emotional. This is what it is. And so you're going to find a lot of supporters for Leoya, a lot of supporters for Schurr. Every single court hearing, they have been outside of Kent County Courthouse, right outside, protesting. Sometimes it got a little heated. I can tell you, especially after the event happened on April 4th, 2022. There were multiple marches, demonstrations through the city, hundreds of people out, hundreds. I think at one point there was thousands when it was in Lansing.
Wow.
And a lot of people wanting justice. So it's good. Again, it's the only word I can think of. Intense, tense, emotional. You know, it's a big, big case.
All right, Lauren Edwards heading to Grand Rapids to continue our coverage on this case, see what's happening out there. She will be live in the 5 o'clock news tonight, so we'll look forward to you then. Lauren, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the Hamtramck police chief off the job for now. Chief Jamel Altieri has been suspended following a laundry list of allegations against him. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack has those details.
After about a year as police chief in Hamtramck, Jamel Altieri has been suspended with pay effective immediately. A decorated commanding officer with NYPD in New York City before moving to Hamtramck for the chief's job last May. His suspension comes after a whistleblower anonymously sent a detailed email of allegations to higher-ups in the city after reporting that information to Michigan State Police. The details describe potential violations of police department policy and the law, but specifics are not being made public currently. There are implications that include Altieri's involvement in a potential presidential pardon of a wealthy New York City financier who'd been convicted of a financial crime and was a friend of Altieri. Altieri's involvement in an investigation into election fraud concerns in Hamtramck is also being questioned. City manager Max Garbarino, who suspended the chief this week, could not comment on the ongoing investigation. We tried to reach Altieri at his home by phone and were not successful. Now the city of Hamtramck tells Fox 2 they'll hire an outside firm to do a deep dive into the alleged misconduct against the chief.
Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
An officer with the Hamtramck Police Department has also been suspended. We're told the two suspensions are related and are working to learn more information regarding the connection. We'll, of course, keep you updated right here on Fox 2 Detroit. Well, turning now to national news, we're following a developing story out of Washington, D.C. today, where two staff members from the Israeli embassy have been killed. Police say the suspect shouted "Free Palestine" as he was taken away in handcuffs. The couple who worked at the Israeli embassy were shot and killed while leaving an event at a Jewish museum. Police have identified the suspect as Elias Rodriguez of Chicago and say the gun used has since been recovered. Investigators say the two victims were planning to get engaged. This deadly shooting comes in the wake of increasing Israeli military operations across the Gaza Strip. And, we continue with our coverage. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly spoke to the Jewish Federation of Detroit about the deadly shooting in D.C. Take a listen.
Well, good afternoon. Less than 24 hours after a horrific incident in the nation's capital where two young people were killed based on hate, we are now at the Jewish Federation of Detroit, and I am being joined now by David Kurtzman. Our condolences to the community on this horrific crime. Just talk to me about the reaction here from the Federation.
Indeed, it's a horrific crime. We are outraged, saddened by this anti-Semitic incident, the murder of two young people in Washington, D.C. last night. We are most of all mourning the loss of these two young, bright stars. It hits all of us very personally in the community. And we are also looking at a climate of incitement where the hate directed towards Israel and towards anyone who may support Israel may motivate someone to act out in the worst possible way. It's something that hits us very, very deeply. And we are encouraging our community to be resilient and to stand together in solidarity in light of this horrific incident. And we call on all people to stand up and condemn hate, condemn anti-Semitism, so that we can move forward towards a brighter future.
Well, let me ask you this before we actually conclude. Let's talk about safety for the community. Were there any threats against the Jewish community here in Metro Detroit?
There are no specific or credible threats against the Jewish community of Metro Detroit today. We maintain a very high level of security at all times. We remain vigilant. We're aware that these threats exist. We're very grateful to our law enforcement partners for their solidarity with us and their constant partnership. And we remain vigilant in light of this situation and the general climate of historic levels of anti-Semitism that we are experiencing these days.
Okay, David, thank you so much for that. And we're going to have so much more on this conversation tonight at fox2detroit.com and tonight at 5. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Memorial Day weekend is coming up, and I tell you, a lot of people are going to be on the water, so we're going to give you some tips about how to be safe on the water. Right, Sheriff?
That's exactly what we're going to do.
Absolutely. All right, I shouldn't be driving the boat, right? That story's coming up.
That and so much more coming up on Fox 2 Detroit Live. Stick with us. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's live. Time now is 3:14. 54 degrees is the temperature outside. Well, as we get closer to summer, boaters are starting to hit the water. But before you're afloat, remember to stay safe. Fox 2 took a ride with the Wayne County Sheriff Marine Division yesterday. The Sheriff's Office wants to educate the public on boating safety and remind you to watch for those no-wake signs. In recent years, they've seen an uptick in violations regarding wake ordinances. Fox 2's Charlie Langton spoke with the sheriff, who had some advice for jet skiers.
This for jet skiing is a big thing now, that you want to stay 400 feet away from the walkway of the water, because it gets dangerous the closer you get, things happen. And so we want to make sure that you're being very careful when you're out on a jet ski, that you also, it's mandatory that you wear a vest.
Some other safety tips: be sure to have enough life jackets for everyone on board. And don't operate while intoxicated. That's both on the boats and the jet skis. Also, your motor vehicles. Don't operate while intoxicated. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, let's talk about the weather. Stephanie Mead. She is here on this very gloomy day. 54 degrees is the temperature outside right now.
Yeah, so it's kind of odd, talking about boating weather and then saying it's 54 degrees out.
Especially,
all right.
Yeah, especially because, this weekend is Memorial Day weekend. This is the weekend everyone's supposed to be out on the beach, on the boat, doing all the water activities, and it doesn't seem like we'll be able to do that.
No, we won't, unfortunately. And usually Memorial Day weekend is like the unofficial start to summer. And it just isn't going to feel that way. I think moving forward, we will eventually start to get there, fingers crossed, sooner rather than later. But as of right now, we're in the 50s. And moving forward, we'll be in the 60s this upcoming weekend. For the month of May, it's been really soggy. We've seen about 3 3/4 of an inch of rain, and we have felt every drop of that. It is exceptionally waterlogged out there. We are over about 1.25 inches in terms of the rain we usually see for the month of May. So we are very much wet. Right now, our temps are in the 50s, 54 in the city of Detroit, 52 in Ludington, mid-40s in Marquette. So we are feeling that cold across much of the region here. We see a lot more 50s and 60s than anything else, mid-60s extending as far south into, say, the Charleston area. Otherwise, sky tracker showing a few light showers still overhead. We're going to continue to see the repercussions of this area of low pressure, which has just been giving us this very cool and wet pattern over the past several days. I feel like it's almost been like a rinse and repeat the past 2 or 3 days. So we'll make no exception of that rule that we've been seeing the past couple of days today and into tomorrow. We do begin to see some drier weather inch its way in. And that could happen as early as tonight for a lot of spots. And then heading into this upcoming weekend, we see those subtle improvements in terms of rain chances, but not necessarily super bright, but we will see more breaks in the clouds, allowing for some sunshine. So here's our Fox Futurecast model, still seeing some moisture associated with that area of low pressure early tomorrow morning. Here locally, but also up near parts of the UP, northern Michigan, becoming a bit more few and far between even tomorrow night. And then by Saturday, there might be a few more breaks in the clouds, allowing for some sunshine. That's going to continue through Sunday as well. Likewise, continuing that trend into Monday for Memorial Day. So it's not going to be a washout by any means heading into the next 3 days or so, but we will have that isolated chance here and there. 55 today. We're probably at our peak right now. We're going to see those numbers come down as we head through tonight. Lows will bottom out in the low 40s, so it is going to get a little chilly. And then our precip chances heading forward or moving forward look to be sparse, isolated at best. I don't think it's anything to cancel plans over if you want to have a barbecue outside this upcoming weekend for Memorial Day. I do think you have a lot of dry time to do that. And then heading into the middle part of next week, we see our next opportunity for some showers. Now, our temperatures are going to gradually warm. I think a lot of us are going to be in the 60s, if not approaching 70 degrees. It's going to take a bit to get there, especially as we head through early next week, more so upper 60s. Your Memorial Day forecast as a whole doesn't look bad. We see those subtle improvements there. We're going to keep it mainly dry. We're going to keep it optimistic for you guys heading into this upcoming weekend. And then through next week, we have a slight little setback as we head through Thursday. Temperatures are looking a little bit cooler with that next system and showers. And then luckily, as we head into next weekend, that's when we start to see numbers return to near seasonal. As we look towards the next 8 to 14 days, it's about 2 weeks or so, our numbers look to return to near seasonal. So a lot of us are going to be in the lower 70s. Those below average temperatures we've been experiencing will eventually move out. And good news with that, the temps again, as we head into next weekend, should return to near seasonal. We see 70s as we look towards Wednesday of next week, with overnight lows returning to the 50s, exactly where we're at right now. So it's going to feel a little bit more normal as we head through next weekend.
All righty. Guess we'll just have to wait and see.
For
Thanks,
sure.
Steph.
Yep.
Well, Michigan Central continues to grow and expand its reach in the community. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Southeastern Michigan will now use the building to house its newest youth entrepreneurship programs. It's an economic opportunity that hopes to help shape the future of manufacturing and technology right here in the city.
We're focusing on skills of the future and upskilling and reskilling folks for the new technologies. It's important for the youth to have a pipeline and to be able to see themselves in the future and what are those career opportunities that don't exist today.
To learn more about the Boys and Girls Club and its program, you can head over to their website, bgscm.org. Well, it takes a village to raise a family, and a Detroit-based company wants to give moms in need some much-needed support. Converse, Vibe, and Thrive Company is hosting a Motor City Mommy Expo next Saturday, May 31st, at the Southfield Pavilion Room from 1 to 8 p.m. Families can get free diapers, breast pumps, baby wipes, and other critical items. Organizers still have space for vendors or community groups who want to participate in this. You must RSVP if you want to attend. To do that, you call a number, and that number is 734-338-0017. I'll say it one more time, 734-338-0017. There we go. Or you can text the number too. We can do that too. All right, well, a deadly shooting in the nation's capital, 2 Jewish embassy workers killed. What witnesses are saying about the violence and what we know about the suspected gunman. We'll tell you about that this hour. Plus, it's a story we bring you far too frequently, an elderly person victimized by an online con artist. But this one's got a little bit of a twist, and the suspect is now in handcuffs. We've got more on that coming up. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. It's time for our news cam segment where we take a walk around the newsroom and we see what everyone is working on. Now, I'm super excited today because not only because it's Thursday, it's Friday Eve, but because we got a new face on our news cam today. He is not typically here when we do this, or pretty much when I'm working. He's never here. That's because he produces our 5 o'clock hour of news. His name is Matt. And he's working on something sweet today. That's why he's still here. Or is it because you love your job so much that you work around the clock?
I wanted to see so many people I go so long without seeing. So it's nice to see you. It's nice to see Ronya and some of these other people, Amber, and a lot of these other people I
Is it? I don't think a lot of people realize, how the newsroom works. I mean, there's a lot of people coming in and out at different times. What time do you get here?
I get here usually at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Then I leave after I do the 5 a.m. show, so I leave a little after 6 a.m.
Yeah, so you're pretty much doing an overnight kind of situation to make sure that everyone gets their news at 5 o'clock in the morning.
5 a.m. Yep, Josh and Erica and usually Alan Longstreet, Kelly Rowe, Robin Murdoch. Yeah, bringing
it's a
you the
fun
news
thing.
already. Yeah.
Bright and early in the morning.
Well, it's really dark still. It's actually
yeah.
So, right. I drive to work when it's dark out. I leave when it's dark still. Usually.
Really, it's still dark around that time.
Well, maybe not this time of year, but most of the year.
Yeah, it's a little lighter outside. Sometimes I wake up and I'm able to make it to my 5 o'clock workout class, and it's starting to light up a little bit around there.
Right? You're watching.
I can't do that while I'm in bar.
Because
I gotta focus on the instructor.
We stream you. We stream. You could.
You're right. Multitask. I gotta get better at it.
Okay.
Okay. What are you working on? Why are you here?
I'm working on a special on the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. See, it was 50 years ago, July 30th, 1975. Metro Detroit. This story. It was a local story, but it became this national, really international story. And it's one of the great mysteries of the 20th century, really one of the great mysteries in American history, what happened to Jimmy Hoffa. And so I'm interviewing some people who covered the story at the time. Former reporters, want to talk with the FBI, want to talk with some historians about about what made him such a colossal figure in America. He was a huge figure. I'd say he was 5'5", but he had this gigantic persona.
Yeah.
The president of the Teamsters Union, one of the most powerful figures in America, and it's a story that's really intriguing because it's the mob. It's money. It's murder.
Okay.
It's all of this, and it's this.
Yeah.
It's a classic story, and nobody's ever found him. And it's been 50 years. And at first it was like, oh, we're gonna find him.
I think when you add another layer to it, and you add mob to it, when you mention the word mob, right? That starts to pique a couple people's interest in a different way. So
right. It's that definitely gets people's attention because it's this shady underworld that we don't really know everything about, but yet we're intrigued about. It's an interesting story, and it's one that needs to be told again. And I think that and we have a whole bunch of stuff in our archives, going back and watching some of our old reports. It's really fun. Seeing
so you're working
the
on
plaid suits and all that.
So it sounds like it's going to be a good one. You got the whole shebang, doing a deep dive, talking to everybody you possibly can.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Unfortunately, 50 years ago was a long time ago, so there's a lot of the people.
Right, you're very limited.
I know. A lot of the people that worked on the case, they aren't around anymore. But I found some, and and just talk with the historian and also the FBI because the FBI handled the case, and it's just amazing that they've turned up nothing, all this time, and books have been written about it, investigations, movies have been made about it. Saw The Irishman came out a few years ago on Netflix. The movie the book I Hear You Paint Houses is based on
it sounds like it's gonna be a good one. Sounds like you got your hands full too. So we will be on the lookout for that. Thanks, Matt.
Right, it'll be coming in the next few months.
All right, thank you. All right, let's continue our little journey around the newsroom. There's Kayla. Wave, Kayla. She's been helping us out on the stream this week. I want to stop and talk to Dave Comer. It sounds like he's in the middle of a conversation himself.
Not at all. How are you, Bree?
I am great. How are you?
Very good. Got kind of a breaking story that we were working on just a minute ago.
Okay.
The case has been dismissed against a man charged in the death of a Detroit police officer.
Oh, wow.
This was a story.
2 in one day.
This was a story January 5th. Hit and run case with Dejon Morgan.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you got this update yet.
I didn't.
But this actually just came down a little while ago. This was a crash that happened on near Hoover and I want to get the right name. Grenier. About midnight, January 5th. And Cameron Richardson was on his way home from the 9th Precinct, where he had been working for about a year. He was an Army veteran, and the charge was that Dejon Morgan, who should not have been driving to begin with a suspended license, struck his vehicle and then left him. And then, according to Assistant Prosecutor Lisa Coyle, had actually told people, I left someone to die, and I was in a crash. So, apparently, though, as of today, the case has been dismissed without prejudice due to lack of evidence. So, really kind of a shock.
Yeah.
This is a situation where, even in the preliminary hearing, which I personally covered, the judge had said he considered him a flight risk, and upped his bond. And so, the defense was saying that this was just a mistake, and that technically that Morgan works as a caregiver. With he's got multiple special needs siblings, as well as caring for his grandmother, who the van was in the name of, that he was driving. So a lot to unpack here, and obviously we may be working on this later tonight to try to get reaction from the family, because we've done a few reports with them, and they were always fearing this kind of thing happening, but they never would think it would happen on a car crash happening off duty.
Yeah, definitely going to be heavy tonight on the newscast. We have the Christopher Schurr, the Grand Rapids police officer. We found out that he's not going to be retried in that case, and then we find out that this case was dismissed, both involving a police officer in some way, shape, or form.
Crazy day.
So very crazy day for our newsroom. Thank you very much, Dave. I do want to get to Mr. Nissen over here for just 1 second.
Hey, Bree.
Jack, what do you got? Something on the environment?
I do. A little science lesson.
Okay.
Have you ever heard the term HAB?
I have not. HAB? Like H-A-B?
H-A-B?
No.
Harmful algal bloom. And in 2014, it essentially got so bad in Lake Erie that everybody in Toledo lost their drinking water. So, over the past 10 years, they tried to reduce HABs in Lake Erie. And now the word is finally out. It's official. We have not done it.
So, what exactly are HABs?
So, all the stuff that we fertilize our yards with, that farmers use to help grow crops, phosphorus and nitrogen, those are nutrients for the soil. When it rains, those nutrients leach into the soil and then go into the water.
How does that affect us as humans?
Well, if it's just growing, it just helps grow our food. And it's not dangerous, I think, in any regard that we usually have it sprayed on our food. But when it enters the water, it basically causes everything to grow really fast, and then it dies. And then it sucks up all the oxygen, and now nothing can live in that body of water. Every year this happens in this western side of Lake Erie. And at times when it's really extreme, it wrecks the drinking water.
Wow.
So whenever you see the water green, for instance, you can see it's really faint, but it's kind of green over there. And I could show us over here.
That's HAB.
That's a HAB right here. You can see also here, that greenish stuff, that is essentially harmful. That's algae that's overproducing. And it would basically kill everything in the water. So Michigan put out a report this week saying that what it's trying to do is not working. So they're going to try and lock down more money to make it a little bit better. I will say it's done a little bit of work. Right above the picture of the greenness is over here, right above. That orange line, that's how bad it is or expected to be right now, which is nothing like it used to be over here. But it's still bad enough that you're going to see some algae growing in Lake Erie, which means you'll see some fish kills, which means you'll see some vegetation and dead stuff sort of washing up on the beach.
That's something that we don't want.
We do not want that.
Right.
Algae grows and it's supposed to grow, but when it grows like this, it's really toxic. And it's typically a manifestation of human practices, which is why it will be on Ohio and Michigan to kind of figure it out. And that means probably trying to rein in some of the nutrient use that farmers use to grow their crops. So you can kind of see the tension there.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's like a domino effect. It's affecting more than one person in one industry.
It affects the whole Great Lakes.
Yeah.
Lake Erie's kind of the poster child of it because you can see it from space. That's how bad it gets. But this year's not supposed to be the worst, and hopefully over the next few years the states can kind of figure out a better system for enforcing this stuff.
All right, well, we shall see. Thanks very much, Jack.
No problem, Bree.
All right, and we are going to go back to the streaming set. There we go. We're going to go back to the streaming set, which is right here. It's right in our newsroom. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to continue with some more news. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and it is 3:38 in the afternoon. Pretty gloomy outside. Not loving that. And not loving what's coming our way either. Now, we are continuing to follow developments of a deadly shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., where 2 Israeli embassy workers were killed. Police say they do have a suspect in custody. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more on the investigation.
The shooting is being investigated as a terrorist act, and it's all hands on deck from local police to the FBI. A gunman opening fire outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. Wednesday night, killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers. Israeli officials identified the victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Saren Milgram. According to family, they were soon to be engaged.
A guy came up and looked like a gun. I couldn't tell what it was.
Police say the 31-year-old suspect was seen pacing outside before the shooting. Then just after 9 p.m., he approached a group of 4 people leaving an event at the museum and opened fire before walking inside.
He wasn't calm. He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder.
So people were bringing him water, checking in on him, showing value. And we didn't know that he was a killer at this time.
The suspect was later taken into custody and began chanting.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Investigators believe the gunman acted alone and say there is not an ongoing threat to the community. Attorney General Pam Bondi promising a full investigation.
No parents should have to be called and told that their children were violently murdered, leaving a religious event that should never happen in this world and not in our country.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is instructing Israeli missions around the world to increase security. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Well, it's a story we hear far too often. An elderly couple scammed by someone online, but this time police have a suspect in custody. It started last month when Shelby Township police say the victims got an email labeled as though it came from Best Buy. The author claimed child pornography charges were found on their account, but for $50,000, he would have removed them. Sadly, the couple took out the money, then met the suspect in person. It was when he got greedy and demanded even more cash that the couple got suspicious and called police.
Rented a vehicle, came up to Shelby Township from Toledo, Ohio, and then our detectives, once they were made aware of this and aware of how the drop-off happened, the detectives used our the flock system to get a license plate, and then was able to work it back that way to find out who ultimately rented the vehicle, and then we were able to get a suspect from there. The flock system is a passive camera system that will take pictures of license plates, and it's only an investigative tool that our detectives use and police departments use to help solve crimes.
The 25-year-old suspect is in the U.S. on a student visa from India. He's been charged in Macomb County, but is currently being held by ICE. He's also under investigation by the FBI in connection to 2 other potential scams. In the meantime, experts say the couple's $50,000 will most likely never be recovered. Well, never going to bed angry sounds like a good rule to live by. But according to a clinical psychologist, it isn't always useful during an argument with your partner. They say putting an argument on pause and going to sleep upset is a skill that you can practice. When you're tired, you have less control of your emotions, so you're more impulsive and less likely to do things that you'll regret. Your problem-solving and reasoning skills can also take a hit. A good night's rest can completely reset the brain. Experts say most arguments should wait till the next day. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. I think that we were talking about this once upon a time, all of us, about not going to bed angry. Because it's just, why end the night on such a bad note?
I think I agree, because I feel like you'd have bad dreams.
Right.
And not get good sleep.
Exactly.
But there have been times where I'm like, I know I'm being irrational about this, or I'm being angry, a little too angry, and then I'll go to bed and I'll wake up and I'll be like, okay, it's really not that big of a deal. So I can see both sides, but
I'm the type of person where I'm not going to bed unless we talk this out.
Oh, really?
Especially if it's with my partner. If it's somebody else, somebody that I'm not living with, it's like, okay, I'll go to sleep, wake up, we can figure it out. But if I'm living with you and I'm sleeping next to you and we're angry at each other going to bed, I feel like that creates an energy that I don't want.
Yeah, especially in bed.
Yeah.
You want great sleep. I feel you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of torn on both of them. I can see both sides. In my mind, nothing is ever really that serious. I'm always like, whatever,
Yeah.
But
until it is.
And then I'll still be like, meh,
did
whatever.
you really just eat the rest of my chicken wings?
Okay, I don't think I've ever.
Did you eat all of my ice cream? Are you serious?
I don't think
right
I've never gotten into it over food, and that might be, especially when you're coming home famished after a long day at work, and you're like, oh man.
I go in the fridge and I go to warm it up, and I see that you ate it.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Then I'd be angry. I'd be like, go get me more.
Yeah. Go get me more.
And then they don't
too.
And then they don't get it. And then you're extra angry.
Yeah.
So I can see that. I now get your point of view.
Yes.
But I've come across a lot of irate people because of this weather, let me tell you. And I've been on the receiving end of some of that anger. But it has been kind of crummy out. Temps have been in the 50s all day today. We've been seeing some low-lying clouds, lots of gray skies. And moving forward, there will be a little bit of an improvement there, but not a whole lot in terms of cloud cover, but at least the rain should eventually go away. 54 in the city, 53 Lansing, 55 Coldwater. Our current radar showing some lighter showers overhead. These have just been sticking around all day today. And as we head through the next several hours, There should be subtle improvements just in terms of coverage, in terms of showers. Otherwise, our Fox Futurecast model tonight shows mainly cloudy skies. I do think there will be a stray sprinkle through tomorrow morning and even possibly tomorrow afternoon. And then by Saturday morning, we'll break apart some of the cloud cover. And then into Sunday, there might be a little bit more sunshine. So it's going to be a progression here. It's not going to happen all at once. We'll see the rain move out, and then the cloud cover should move out, and then we'll also see sun and then slightly warmer temperatures. But it is going to be a cooler weekend for sure as we look towards Memorial Day weekend and then even heading into next week. This pattern just doesn't look to break for us here. So rain chances over the next several hours and over the next 12 to 24 hours. There is going to be that stray sprinkle chance, but nothing really too heavy. 55 forecasted high today. We're going to kind of hang out at that spot through the rest of the afternoon. Then lows tonight, I think, bottoming out lower 40s. Our precip chances this weekend, nothing to cancel plans over. It'll be very much isolated. It's going to be a little cool, but it should be mainly dry for a good part of it, which is really great news. And news moving forward, it's a lot better than what we've experienced the past couple of days. 60s Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday. Memorial Day itself should be approaching close to 70 degrees. It does look like we could get closer to near seasonal as we look towards the next 8 to 14 days. Nothing above average, but nothing below average. So we'll take it just because we have just been shrouded with this very uncomfortable kind of raw and chilly weather pattern over the past couple of days. 66 to not mid to upper 60s on Sunday. Monday, we could be approaching the 70-degree mark, and I think we're pretty close to that as we start off next week. So Tuesday into Wednesday, upper 60s to near 70, but that's also when we're factoring in our next chance of rain. We just can't shake these showers as we wrap up the month of May. And we're in a surplus for rain for this time of year. So we really don't need it. It'll probably come in handy down the line, but as of right now, it's just going to be kind of a soggy and cool end to the month.
I don't like that adjective to describe it.
I know.
Soggy.
Yeah, it's just been so
It just reminds me of
waterlogged.
like wet bread.
Yeah, and it's not comfortable either because I'm sure you've noticed too when you've been outside with your dog, everything is wet.
Yeah.
Everything gets
Her
wet.
paws get all wet
And then and then the inside of your house apartment is soaking wet. So you just can't escape the wetness.
It's not pretty.
And then it's also kind of cold on top
muddy,
of it. Yeah, it's
all
just
that.
not pleasant.
But
So
like your mom said, at least it's turning green.
yeah, it was very green. the plants better be thriving after
point.
this stretch. If they're not, I'm
Absolutely.
going to have a word with them. Not
Right.
that I'm going to be able to do anything.
Because you
but
know you can talk to plants. It's a
you can,
thing. It's a
yeah.
thing.
If you talk positively to them, they grow.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
But if you talk negatively to them and you're like, why are you not green?
I'm going to the wrath of Stephanie. What are you guys doing out here? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's not been pleasant.
Yeah. All right, Steph. We'll see you next hour.
Yep. See ya.
Well, this sounds really fun. Detroit Youth Choir presents When You Wish Upon a Star 2. This sounds really cool. We're going to talk to them up next. Anthony White, the director of the whole thing. He's joining us right after this 2.5-minute break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer. Well, Detroit Youth Choir is literally always up to something, and they got like 10 events this summer. Anthony White, director and president of the group, he joins us live to tell us about it. Anthony, I feel like you deserve to be over here at this point. You hear more than me.
What about co-hosts one day?
Oh yeah, one day we'll make it happen. So tell us about this event you got coming up. The first one that's coming up real soon, When You Wish Upon a Star 2.
Yes, so our Limelight Choir, first of all, hey Bree, how you doing?
Hey.
Our Limelight Choir, which is our babies, they're our first tier. They're having a show on May 30th and 31st entitled When You Wish Upon a Star Part 2. It's actually part 2 of our series that we do with our Limelighters. So it's going to be a great event.
So, I mean, there's a whole Disney theme going on
Yes.
the flyer, which we will show our viewers in a second.
Yes.
So what's the correlation?
Well, we're doing like a tribute to Disney movies and Disney music. So it's like a variety show of Disney music. And you know we're on Disney Plus.
Right.
So I think it's fitting that we pay tribute to Disney, you know, in this manner, especially with our young choir.
Yeah, and you said this is the Limelight Choir.
The
These
Limelight.
are the babies.
Yeah.
These are the babies. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, it will.
This is all happening where?
This is going to be at the theater, the Adre Theater at Henry Ford College in Dearborn. And we will have 2 back-to-back shows. So you get to, if you don't catch them on Friday, the 30th of May, you'll catch them on the 31st, which is Saturday.
I love this. Just spreading Detroit Youth Choir everywhere, making sure everybody experience this. This is the flyer that I was talking about, and this is why I was hinting at the Disney thing, because it's really beautiful.
Yes.
It makes me think that I'm about to go to Disneyland.
Yes, and I want people, when they walk in the vestibule of the Adre Theater, I want them to know that, look, we're about to go into the wonderful world of Disney. So
yeah. And something else that's happening with the Detroit Youth Choir is they're actually looking for a new home, a new headquarters. Tell us about that.
Well, I'm always on a search to move around, and we've been at Marygrove for about 6 years, and I think that it's almost time. Well, it is time to have our own headquarters where we can call home. So if there's anybody out there that has a space or a place that they would love to donate or for us to lease, we are open to any suggestions.
You know, one of the great things about all of the shows that's happening this summer is, you know, when you pay into that, when you pay for a ticket for these shows.
Oh, yeah.
That money is going towards, you know, whatever Detroit Youth Choir needs, including, you know, this brand new building that you're looking for.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at different buildings, and I actually have a realtor that's going around looking at different perspectives that we can move. But right now we're at Marygrove at the Conservancy, and we're cool right now.
Yeah.
But we are looking for a space and a place.
All right. Well, Anthony White, where can we register for this? Where can we register for this When You Wish Upon a Star?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You can go to our website, DetroitYouthChoir.org, and we're on Eventbrite, and you can get your tickets. Tickets across the board is $25, and it's very well spent.
Yeah.
A great show for a little bit of money.
Yeah, I have to agree. Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Bree.
Well, an action-packed franchise, a live-action remake, and a family adventure. Here's a look at this week's new releases with Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
What exactly is your plan?
Tom Cruise is back in action on the big screen as Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. The story and stunt work ensue as Hunt and team race to find a rogue artificial intelligence known as the Entity, which can destroy mankind. The live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch is in theaters, with its tale of a Hawaiian girl who bonds with a chaotic blue alien.
It's my neighbor Craig. He's the best.
Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd lead Friendship, about a suburban dad whose attempt to befriend his charismatic neighbor threatens to ruin both their lives.
There's a power
beyond any of our comprehension.
On streaming, Apple TV Plus adds the adventure Fountain of Youth, with John Krasinski and Natalie Portman playing estranged siblings who partner on a global heist to find the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome, class of '88, to your senior prom!
Netflix has Fear Street Prom Queen back in Shadyside for a horror tale set during 1988 prom season. The streamer also debuts Air Force Elite Thunderbirds, a documentary taking audiences inside the cockpit with the U.S. Air Force's legendary flight squadron. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
All righty. Well, that is going to do it for me today on Fox 2 Detroit Live. But stick around. We still got one more hour left of Fox 2 Detroit Live. That's hosted by Aaron Jordan. In the meantime, you can connect with us at any time, any moment, 24/7 on Twitter using the hashtag Fox2 Detroit Live. That's all you got to use. The hashtag, the # Fox2 Detroit Live. We'll be able to see all of your comments on social media, on Twitter, on X, and we'll be able to share them on the screen right here live, talk to you a little bit, see what you got to say about some of our stories. Are you liking Fox2 Detroit Live? Are you not? All the things. All you got to do is use that hashtag Fox2 Detroit Live. I'm out of here. I will see you tomorrow.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Hope you're having a great afternoon. I'm Aaron Jordan. It's 4 o'clock. Time for your news.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
And we start in West Michigan, where prosecutors will not retry a former Grand Rapids police officer in the death of Patrick Lyoya. Christopher Schurr shot Leoya in the back of the head during a traffic stop after a struggle over a taser back in 2022. He was charged with second-degree murder months after the incident. The case ended in a mistrial just a couple of weeks ago. Kent County Prosecutor Chris Becker making the announcement this morning. Fox 2's Brandon Hudson covered the trial the whole way. He's joining us live. And Brandon, a 10-2 split in favor of acquitting him. That's about as close to a win as the defense could get there.
Yeah, so Christopher Becker says he doesn't think he would get the same result, or he thinks he would pretty much get the same result if he did a retrial. So that is why he said that is what's factored into him not wanting to pursue this retrial. You talk about that 10-2 split. So Christopher Becker pretty much kind of laid out the jury's evolution to how they got to that point. He said initially it was a 4-4-4, so 4 guilty, 4 not guilty, 4 undecided, and then it was 7-5. Now he didn't say how they were leaning at 7-5, but then he said 10-2 in favor of not guilty. So after giving this some thought, he said it just wasn't necessarily in the cards. We do have a soundbite that we want to share with you today.
And it's not like I can change anything. There's no different things that I'm going to be able to change in presenting this case a second time, something that I missed, something along those lines. And that very often goes into these decisions that, well, we could have done this differently. No case is absolutely perfect, but there are, minor things that may have happened, but there's nothing earth-shattering that's going to change how I present this case or what the facts are that come into the case.
So there you have it. Becker said that he felt like he presented a clean case. He commended the jury for taking this case seriously. We did hear from the Michigan Fraternal Order of Police that said that Officer Schurr was, followed his procedure, followed his protocol, and was justified in his decision to shoot Patrick Lyoya. Christopher Becker also said he spoke with Patrick Lyoya's father, and he said, he was trying to hopefully get a verdict, get some closure, some kind of closure for the Leoya family, but it just wasn't meant to be. So as it stands now, there will not be a retrial, and Christopher Schurr will remain a free man. He was out on bond anyway, but he will be a free man. And it remains to be seen if Christopher Schurr will reapply for a job at the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Right, and we know he was fired months after the incident, after he was charged. There's a civil case still involved in this case, Brandon. So that part of it's not over. It's not related to the trial, but we talked about this several times here on Fox 2 Detroit Live. Just really a complicated question that the jury had to weigh in this case.
Yeah, and you also have to take into account the landscape has changed politically, since this shooting happened. This was in 2022, so here we are 3 years later. There seemed to be, according to some reports, more protesters who were out there in favor of Christopher Schurr in Grand Rapids than there were against him. So Becker also said that during his time as he was trying to mull over the decision of a retrial, he got advocates from both sides, wanting a retrial and then not wanting a retrial. I know that Schurr's attorney, Matt Borgula, has said that if they had pursued a retrial, he would have taken this case to the Court of Appellates and tried to get some evidence thrown out, try to appeal this in the best way possible. But as far as the civil case goes, we did talk with Vin Johnson, who is representing the Leoya family, them along with well-known civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump. He says, Patrick Lyoya's family has more or less lost hope that Schurr will be held criminally responsible. But, like I said, the prosecutor felt there was nothing that he could really do in a retrial that he hasn't already done in this case to begin with. And just for some context here, Christopher Becker says that they have, I think in the past year, maybe more, they've had 15 hung juries, and they've only retried 6 of, in the past, 6 years or so, or 3 years. He has had 15 hung juries and then retried 6 of them.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. And we know there's a demonstration planned tonight in Grand Rapids. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards is heading that way right now. We'll have her on Fox 2 News at 5. Those protests, I was there in Grand Rapids when this case first happened. Those stayed largely peaceful after that. Here's hoping that remains the same this time. But Brandon Hudson, thank you so much for your coverage of this case.
No problem.
The Hamtramck police chief off the job for now. Chief Jamil Altieri suspended amid a laundry list of allegations against him. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack has the details.
After about a year as police chief in Hamtramck, Jamil Altieri has been suspended with pay effective immediately. A decorated commanding officer with NYPD in New York City before moving to Hamtramck for the chief's job last May. His suspension comes after a whistleblower anonymously sent a detailed email of allegations to higher-ups in the city after reporting that information to Michigan State Police. The details describe potential violations of police department policy and the law, but specifics are not being made public currently. There are implications that include Altieri's involvement in a potential presidential pardon of a wealthy New York City financier who'd been convicted of a financial crime and was a friend of Altieri. Altieri's involvement in an investigation into election fraud concerns in Hamtramck is also being questioned. City manager Max Garbarino, who suspended the chief this week, could not comment on the ongoing investigation. We tried to reach Altieri at his home by phone and were not successful. Now the city of Hamtramck tells Fox 2 they'll hire an outside firm to do a deep dive into the alleged misconduct against the chief.
Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
An officer with the Hamtramck Police Department has also been suspended, and we're told the two suspensions are related. We're working to figure out more information about that. We'll, of course, keep you updated. The case against a man charged in a hit-and-run crash that killed an off-duty Detroit police officer has been dismissed permanently. A judge ruling the case against Dejan Macon closed due to a lack of evidence. That crash happened back in January at the intersection of Hoover and Griner. Officer Cameron Richardson was headed home around midnight after his shift when investigators say Macon went to make a left turn in front of Richardson's vehicle, hitting him. Macon was later arrested during a traffic stop. Police say he had been driving on a suspended license. Richardson had been a police officer for about a year. He was an Army veteran. Just about 4:08 right now, a man charged in the 1989 rape and murder. He's now being investigated in connection to one of Michigan's oldest cold cases. Back in 1990, 30-year-old Paige Rankowski's car was found running on the shoulder of I-96 near Fowlerville. Her purse and shoes were inside, but there was no sign of her. 9 months later, another woman was found dead near her running car north of Ypsilanti. Decades later, DNA led to charges against 69-year-old Buster Robbins in that case. Because of the similar circumstances, Robbins is being investigated in the Rankowski case too. There is a reward still being offered for information in this case. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-SPEAK-UP. You will remain anonymous. The owner of a Clinton Township building that exploded last year back in court this afternoon, those blasts killing one person. Nor Noel Kestu of Commerce Township charged with involuntary manslaughter in the case. The blast happened in March of last year at GU and Select Distributors at 15 Mile and Groesbeck. The explosion sending shrapnel in all directions, pieces of metal flying as far as a mile away. A 19-year-old man a quarter mile away was hit and killed by a flying canister. Investigators say that there were canisters of nitrous oxide and butane in the business. It wasn't supposed to have them. Today's hearing will decide if the case will go to trial. We'll let you know what the judge decides. A Metro Detroit man accused of stealing a car with 3 toddlers inside, formally charged. 25-year-old Bryant Brown II charged with 1 count of unlawful driving, a 5-year felony. He's accused of stealing a pickup truck from a gas station in the city of Wayne on Sunday, then dumping the kids in a random parking lot in Inkster. Fortunately, they were reunited with their parents that same night. Brown was taken into custody shortly after. He's now being held on a $100,000 bond. Turning now to the latest in a deadly shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. 2 Israeli embassy workers killed, police saying they have a suspect in custody. We are expecting an update from officials within the hour. If that happens as planned, we will take you there live. But right now, we'll go to Fox's Rebecca Castor with the latest on the investigation.
The shooting is being investigated as a terrorist act, and it's all hands on deck from local police to the FBI. A gunman opening fire outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. Wednesday night, killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers. Israeli officials identified the victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Saren Milgram. According to family, they were soon to be engaged.
A guy came up and looked like a gun. I couldn't tell what it was.
Police say the 31-year-old suspect was seen pacing outside before the shooting. Then just after 9 p.m., he approached a group of 4 people leaving an event at the museum and opened fire before walking inside.
He wasn't calm. He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder.
So people were bringing him water, checking in on him, showing value. And we didn't know that he was a killer at this time.
The suspect was later taken into custody and began chanting.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Investigators believe the gunman acted alone and say there is not an ongoing threat to the community. Attorney General Pam Bondi promising a full investigation.
No parents should have to be called and told that their children were violently murdered, leaving a religious event that should never happen in this world and not in our country.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is instructing Israeli missions around the world to increase security. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Just about 4:12 right now. A new invasive species eating its way through gardens in the area. What you need to know about the box tree moth after the break, plus a check of your forecast with meteorologist Stephanie Mead. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Taking a look at downtown Detroit right now. Overcast day, 53 degrees outside. We'll have a check of your forecast with meteorologist Stephanie Mead in just a second. But first, heads up, guard.
There's a new pest in town. Green, he's mean, and he's coming to eat your boxwoods.
We're seeing a big concentration in the Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield area right now. There's a new pest in town. It's called the box tree moth, and it's doing a lot of damage to boxwood plants. It traveled from Europe about 4 or 5 years ago into Canada. How it got to Canada, we don't know. The moths couldn't have flown over the ocean.
But somehow these little pests have found a way into Metro Detroit gardens, having first entered the mitten in Washtenaw County in 2023. Now they're taking over.
It is not fun.
Dean Darren with English Gardens says he's had nearly 30 people in this week asking what the heck happened to their plants. Well, Dean's got the answer. The moths lay their eggs in boxwoods, then the caterpillars hatch and eat all the leaves.
Once they hatch, they'll be on the plant for a week before they start eating. So if you see them, that's when it's time to spray. You're going to be spraying a product called BT, or Bacillus thuringiensis.
That's a natural insecticide. Stops the caterpillars, but doesn't hurt the plant or your pets, according to Dean. And if you think you could just grab a shoe and take them all out, don't bother. Each moth lays around 120 eggs, and these guys are hungry. The spray is the way to keep the moth menace at bay.
Squishing them isn't going to help. You really want to kill them with the BT. That's the most effective way.
In West Bloomfield, Scott Walczak, Fox 2 News.
Well, who knows if it'll be a good weekend to go out and garden. Meteorologist Stephanie Mead here now. Steph, more like a perfect day for chili, and you were saying you've got a pretty good meal on tap for tonight.
Yeah, I got white chicken chili waiting in the crock pot at home.
That sounds
definitely,
fantastic.
it's like, unfortunately, one of those days where it's more fall-like than anything else. You're kind of like, I don't know. I was not thinking chilly for the end of May. That's not kind of where my mind was at. But
no, the weather definitely kind of feels like I'm getting ready to go to a Michigan State game or a Lions game, not necessarily planning for Tiger baseball downtown tonight.
Or like a lot of folks trying to get their boats out or trying to plan on whether they're opening their pool or not. It's definitely not given that. It's given something else. Like you said, we are seeing a lot of cloud cover. We are seeing some sprinkles around too. This is a live look over the Bayview Yacht Club back to the city of Detroit, and it's just gray. And that's been our trend over the past several days. 53 downtown, 55 Mount Pleasant, 53 in Lansing. We have a few lighter sprinkles still overhead. So again, the rain hasn't really been anything too heavy or too, at least, measurable for a lot of spots. It's just more of a light mist, more of a nuisance. And unfortunately, I think tonight we're going to keep in that rain chance alongside seeing quite a bit of cloud cover, obviously. And then as we head through tomorrow morning, most of us are going to continue to see those sprinkles becoming a bit more isolated through the day tomorrow. And then luckily by the weekend, we should eventually start to see more sunshine, drier conditions. And I think that's going to hold true at least until about Monday for Memorial Day itself, until we start to see our next system arrive Tuesday into Wednesday of next week. So more rain as we wrap up the month of May. Again, our rain chances look very much isolated through the next couple of hours and through the next day or two. 55 today for our forecasted high. We're going to start to see those numbers come down. Average high at 72, so we are well off of that by almost 20 degrees for a lot of spots. 42 tonight for an overnight low. After tonight, our precip chances, they're going to be around, but they're not going to be as widespread as what we're experiencing right now and over the past couple of days. They'll be very much isolated and very light, and that's going to be our trend through about Monday. Now, through the next couple of days, too, we do eventually start to see our numbers warm. We'll be in the 60s Saturday, Sunday into Monday, and then by next week, I do think we'll see a few more 70s, so we're inching closer and closer to that seasonal mark. Your Memorial Day forecast calls for temps in the 60s Sunday, and into Monday we could be really close to 70 degrees. We're trying to keep this forecast optimistic so you do not cancel those outdoor plans, because I don't think you have to. There might be, again, that stray shower chance, but most of the day is going to be dry. It is going to be a little cool, but I do think it's going to be good to have parties outside, whether you're grilling or just having family over for Memorial Day itself. Below average temperatures look to retreat south, and we'll have above average temps in the Pacific Northwest and the Southwest. And the extended forecast does show subtle improvements, whether it's in the form of not seeing rain or seeing temperatures warm ever so slightly. So it's going to come at a slow pace. We do see 70s towards the middle part of next week, and then could be looking at more seasonal temperatures as we look towards next weekend.
And Steph, Indy 500 this weekend, first time on Fox. You're going there for it.
Yes.
Is the weather looking good for you there?
I think so. I know I looked at the forecast tomorrow. I was looking at old colleagues' forecast just because they have a better, they're honing into the forecast a little bit more than me than just looking up, generic stuff. Right. So it looks comfy tomorrow in the mid 60s. And then I think as we move forward over the next day or two, we should see mid to upper 60s. It's going to be cool for, all things considered. It used to be, in the 80s. It's sizzling forecast for the Indy 500 is usually what we would see. So we'll see how it holds together. I did see there was a rain chance on Sunday, which makes me a little nervous because you can't race at all if it is raining for IndyCar, unfortunately, at least down at the Indianapolis 500. So we'll see how that pans out, but hoping for a good forecast.
Well, and you came from Indy. You know what a party it is this weekend. I bet you're excited to get back there. Stay with me here for a second, Steph, because you're big into TikTok, right? You
love TikTok, yep.
So a viral TikTok is sparking a debate after a woman says she always gives her full name calling places like restaurants, and she says it's common courtesy. Take a listen.
Hi, my name is Bronte. Do you have a camera and stuff?
Yeah.
But what if you get into it?
It's just common courtesy.
It's nice, you're very polite, but I think no one else does.
Okay, so she's saying it's common courtesy. Her friends are making fun of her in this TikTok. Her friends disagree, saying, hey, no one does that anymore, and most just get to the point. So in the comments, one call center worker said that they appreciated the gesture, while a longtime receptionist joked, hey, why do I care? Just tell me what you need. So, Steph, do you introduce yourself or do you skip the formalities when you make calls?
Oh, no, I always say my name.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just how I am. I don't know why. I just do. Because I feel like it's weird, like you don't know who you're talking to. You're like, oh, this is just kind of a floating voice on the other end of a phone.
Yeah, when I'm making calls, like if it's a formal call for, hey, like for work, I always say, hey, this is Aaron Jordan calling from Fox 2.
Oh, wait, okay, time out. I didn't get to listen to the video.
Okay.
Is that what they are saying you need to say for like a reservation?
This is for like restaurants. She always introduces herself. Hi, I'm so-and-so calling.
Oh yeah, I will do that.
Okay.
I will do that.
I was gonna say, because when I answer the calls of the calls of coworkers, generally I'll answer it like,
hey, what's up?
A random, no, not even that.
Oh.
Pizza Sam's, can I take your order? Like stuff like, just to confuse people.
Oh, gosh.
Have a little bit of fun with it.
Okay.
Maybe I feel like I'm probably alone there. Anyway.
As long as it brings you joy.
Exactly. Got to do something to amuse ourselves somehow. Safe travels for you, Steph.
Thank you.
A Lions star getting ready to get back on the field after a devastating injury. We are hearing from Aiden Hutchinson next. You're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Welcome back, everyone, to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. The Tigers looking to win their third straight as they kick off a series against division foe Cleveland Guardians. Fox 2's Dan Miller here now, sports director Dan Miller, and they're coming off another series win against the Cardinals. This has just been a really, really fun season for them.
And a bounce back after getting kind of whooped on Monday, but this team doesn't blink. They don't blink in game, they don't blink after a game. They just get ready for the next team, and this is an interesting series with 4 games against the Guardians. This is obviously a team in Cleveland that you know you're competing against, and a team that you know in the end you're going to have to beat out. So I'm sure the Guardians are looking at this as an opportunity to maybe make up some ground, and the Tigers are looking at it like, let's just keep doing what we've been doing. We're home. Let's go out, be comfortable, and try to win a couple games.
Yeah, and just really, like you said, a nice turnaround after a really, really rough start to the series in St. Louis. So hopefully they keep the winning ways going. We want to turn to the Lions now. What Steph and I were talking earlier, kind of fall-like outside, so really appropriate for this story. A star says he is ready to go.
Yeah, I was in Allen Park today. They had a number of players that were available to the media, and I got to tell you, it was just a different feeling to see Aiden Hutchinson walk through the door and walk up to the podium, because we hadn't seen him in a while, except on some videos where he was running and stuff like that. But to see him back and answering questions was just kind of like, okay, this is pretty cool, because this is one of the best players in the NFL. He says he's fully cleared, he's ready to go, and anticipates hitting the ground running at the beginning of the season. So I think if you're a Lions fan, that's just a really nice picture to see Aiden Hutchinson back and ready to go, because man, they missed him when he was gone. And to have a game changer like him back and ready, that means a lot to this franchise.
And we do have a soundbite from Aiden Hutchinson. Let's take a listen to that real quick.
I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to, I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball, so I'm pumped. I don't think anybody in the game of football will ever be as grateful when I come back in that first game and I get to play football and I get to do it on the big stage again. That's what sets my heart on fire right there.
Yeah, and listen, you can sense in his voice what this means to him. When you have the start to a season that he had, where he was certainly the Defensive Player of the Year, the leading candidate for it when he got hurt in Dallas, as you see him being taken off the field right there. It's a long road back, and it's a lonely road when you're rehabbing, you're not with your teammates. And he talked about relishing the time that he did get to spend with them, even when he was hurt. And that was what he missed the most, was just that ability to be out there with his guys in that room with the other defensive linemen and just doing what he loves to do. Not just playing football, but learning football and getting ready to play football and getting ready for games and preparing with your teammates and being in the fight and winning and losing and all the things that these guys are wired to do. It's hard when that is taken away from you in a blink like it was for Aiden.
Absolutely, and it's going to be exciting this year, both Aiden Hutchinson returning. You've got the draft that they had, Tyleik Williams, bringing him in at defensive tackle. Hopefully just a bolstered D-line, less injuries than last year is going to be really the key, Dan.
It would be hard to believe they could have more than they had last year. I mean, that would be freakish, because last year was just, people hadn't seen the kind of injuries that they suffered as a defense at every level, from losing your top 2 defensive linemen and Aiden and Aleem, to losing Carlton Davis, to losing 2 of your 3 best linebackers. It was really difficult for this team to kind of keep that thing pieced together. But Aiden talked about the fact that how much it meant to him to watch them battle through even all those injuries. But look, Aleem McNeil's still going to be down for a little while. We don't know exactly when he's going to be back, but you mentioned it. Tyleik Williams comes in there. We heard from DJ Reader today, which was great to hear from him as well. And then certainly you look at some of the other guys in the defensive line that are going to have to step up, guys like Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Paschal and Marcus Davenport on down the line. So everybody's going to have to chip in, but when you have that one dude in there like Aiden, and when you get a lean back, that's 2 elite players up there in the front. DJ Reader's pretty darn good too.
And finally to hockey now, Dan, because former Red Wings coach Jeff Blashill, hired as head coach by the Chicago Blackhawks, kind of taking over a team that's in the opposite spot of where the Red Wings were when he left, because They were still in the middle of a rebuild. Blackhawks kind of hoping to come out of it now.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're hearing a lot of Red Wing adjacent people. Like Ken Holland just got hired in Los Angeles. Brendan Shanahan got fired today, and Jeff Blashill gets another opportunity to be a head coach. And I'm sure, look, when he walked out in Detroit after getting let go, I'm not sure if he thought that there would be another job. I'm sure that he hoped that he would, but he went right back to work in Tampa, and he stayed active in the game, and he's highly thought of. And this is an opportunity to go in there and see if you can take a very proud franchise and get them back on the right track.
It'll be interesting to see. Dan Miller, a lot going on as always in sports. Thank you so much for joining us.
You got it. Thank you.
Well, a new plan could simplify the process for Detroit entrepreneurs, what they're hoping to streamline when it comes to business licensing. You're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Even on an overcast day, downtown Detroit looking beautiful as always. 53 degrees, 434 on your Thursday afternoon as we welcome you back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. Lawmakers in the U.S. House passing President Trump's new budget plan, which he has dubbed the Big Beautiful Bill. The legislation would extend Trump's 2017 tax cuts, eliminate taxes on tips and overtime, and boost spending for border enforcement and defense. Democrats firmly against the bill because it includes hundreds of millions of dollars in cuts to Medicaid and other social safety nets. Economists predict it will add $3 trillion to the national debt as well. It now heads to the Senate. It's a bill that could have a massive impact on people across the country. It's something we've been all over on the Pulse each and every night. The Pulse anchor Roop Raj joining us now. And Roop, you said the other night that you had sources telling you that it was going to pass Thursday morning. That's exactly what happened. Now the question is, will it get past the Senate? Because there's really no guarantee with that.
No, there's not. And there was really not necessarily a great guarantee that it would meet the House's requirements, because so many people, were fractured with this. Republicans were kind of split. Everyone knows where the Democrats stand with the big, beautiful bill, Aaron. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that people don't realize is that the Republican Party, you have some people who are extreme on one side saying, no, we need steeper cuts. We need more cuts. This just isn't enough. Well, you had many Republicans, especially those in swing states, whose political futures depend on Republicans and Democrats alike liking these candidates and these people who want to still run for office. And they were afraid that these Medicaid cuts that have been so highly covered, both on our show and all over the country, would be so steep, so bad that it would affect people, and the constituents would say, I'm not voting for you again. And so they finally met this 214 to 215 deal, narrowly passing. As you say, in the Senate, you look at the numbers. It's a numbers game. It really depends on how divisive this is in the Senate. It has been divisive in the House. It took the president and Mike Johnson to walk the halls of the Capitol to convince last-minute lawmakers to vote for this bill. And then it was that slim. So it will be slim with the Senate. However, this, by all means, is a huge victory for President Trump and for Mike Johnson and the Speaker and others out there who really supported this bill.
And you look at the numbers in the Senate, Roop, you're right, and just how close it is there, because people might look at it and see, oh, they have a majority in the House and a majority in the Senate. Well, it's not that simple. It still has to clear a certain threshold to even break debate, to clear filibuster. Then you have to worry about possible Republican holdouts as well.
And those Republican holdouts are exactly what President Trump has to get to, as he did with the House. Go talk to members, really rally the crowd. That's what he's trying to do. And in the meantime, you got this huge force on the other side, a surge, if you will, an insurgence of Democrats and moderate Republicans who are pushing back against this bill for the very reason that when you introed this story, you talked about $700 billion plus worth of cuts to Medicaid. You and I talked about this all the time because you're my producer of The Pulse, Aaron, so you're very familiar with this ongoing conversation that we've had how many days and mornings. Bottom line is this. They're not unilateral cuts to all of Medicaid. That is true. But it's also true that out of the 7.6 million people who would be cut with Medicaid, many of those people are here illegally. That's true. There are also amongst those 7.6 million people, those who are not meeting the work requirements that this administration would like required. That means 80 plus hours of either community service, some kind of service, or work happening every single month. But you and I have also talked about the Democratic angle of this, which is, look, I get it. You want to cut the illegals out? I get it. You want to cut those who aren't holding up their weight and are just kind of nipping off the dole? I get it. But who's going to get hurt who slips between the cracks? That's the big issue right now. And there are many Republicans and Democrats who say, hold your horses. Is this too much too soon? So it's going to be interesting to see how they convince these senators of that.
Absolutely. And you're right. We have talked about this each and every morning as we're planning out the show. That's going to be another huge topic on the Pulse tonight. Another thing we've been covering is the efforts to dismantle the Department of Education. A judge has blocked that order that President Trump put out to dismantle it, and he's also ordered the Education Department to reinstate those fired workers. So really another judicial roadblock for the president's agenda.
These are the guardrails that we talk about on the Pulse all the time, because people want to look, and I say it all the time. Look, this president is doing some really kind of sweeping measures. He can call it big and beautiful if he wants, but a lot of people call it awful and ugly, the things that he's doing. And so, yes, it depends on which side of the political aisle you're on. But the bottom line is there are guardrails in place. There are federal court judges. There are appeals court judges. There are people all over the country who are going to their congresspeople saying, not so fast. But here's the rule. Here's where the Constitution is the biggest guardrail. In order to dismantle any department in the U.S. government, the president needs to get approval from Congress. This is not a dictatorship. This is not a king. You can't just walk up and say, I'm going to dismantle the Department of Education. Heck, President Reagan wanted to do that back in the 80s, and he knew it would be an uphill battle back then, and it's an uphill battle now. Here's what he thought he could do, though. President Trump and his administration, they got smart with it. They said, why don't we just start laying off so many people in the U.S. Department of Education that and basically make them disabled. They're not able to run this department the way they could before, and that would be the first step in dismantling this education department. This judge said, nope, this is a thinly veiled attempt to dismantle the department. You need Congress's permission to do that. You can't just fire all these people.
And similar to the conversation we had about USAID as well, and a similar approach that they took, the judge saying that, hey, you can't do that, but the problem is the department's already rendered useless effectively because of all of those layoffs. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, and a huge conversation that we have coming up on the Pulse tonight.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's you telling me that we're almost done here, but I do want to say one more thing. I think it's really important to note that the U.S. Department of Education is a department within itself, like the Treasury Department, Education Department, Health Department. These are pillared institutions where you can't just rip it apart. There are other institutions within that the president has a little more leeway with. He can play with that a little bit, but he can't play with the big department like this. And that's what we've learned from the judge.
This is not one of them. Rupraj, thank you so much. We will see you both on the news at 5 and 6, as well as the Pulse tonight at 11:30.
We'll see you then. Thanks.
The FAA is cutting down on the number of flights coming in and out of New Jersey's Newark Airport just ahead of the busy holiday weekend. This comes after weeks of delays and cancellations and outages that left air traffic controllers unable to communicate with pilots. The FAA addressed this issue with software updates and fiber optic lines, but a longer-term fix could take months. For now, arrivals and departures will be capped at 28 apiece per hour. The limit might be bumped up in mid-June after construction on one of the runways is finished. 4:41 right now. The penny is going the way of disco neon clothing. And remember this one, Tom? Crystal Pepsi.
Oh, man.
Yep, got the throwback for you. The U.S. starting to phase out the 1 cent piece, the Treasury Department announced. It will stop putting new pennies into circulation by early next year. And soon after, there won't be enough of them to use in everyday cash transactions. That means businesses will need to start rounding up or down to the nearest 5 cents. The phase out has been talked about for a while now, the 1 cent piece costing nearly 4 cents just to make. The Mint will stop making pennies after it runs out of blank templates used to make them. The final order was placed this month. Well, for many entrepreneurs, starting and maintaining a business in Detroit can be extremely challenging, but a newly proposed plan would help cut the red tape. Fox News' Ingrid Kelly explains.
Operating a business in the city of Detroit.
After 15 years, I too have still been going through the challenges of the roller coaster ride of getting my license.
For many entrepreneurs, those ups and downs spell challenges.
Fill this out, pay this. I feel like I should get a degree or a diploma or something.
But a proposed plan by the Duggan administration is working to cut red tape for small businesses in Detroit. This is the plan put before City Council.
Let's send you 2 ordinances, one of which will eliminate the business license fee for restaurants altogether and rely on the state process. And the second will, for all other businesses, take you from a license that lasts for 1 year to a license that lasts for 2 years.
Council President Mary Shedfield got on board and decided to sponsor it.
Making Detroit the best city in America to grow and start a small business.
The highlight of the plan, it will remove licensing requirements that do not deal with protecting health and safety.
So for restaurants, we are eliminating the city licensing requirement and sticking with the health department license as the primary assurance of health and safety.
This will eliminate about 60 days from the process to start a new restaurant in the city.
It's not sacrificing anything else around building quality, fire. All of that will happen.
For all other businesses seeking a license,
we're going to move to a 2-year term as opposed to a 1-year term, and then align that renewal against the building certificate of compliance process.
There will also be improvements to the process that includes upgrades in technology.
And after city officials did months of analysis and engagement with business leaders, entrepreneurs say they finally feel seen and heard.
This had to happen for existing businesses, that it's been like pulling our hair out process every year, to new businesses coming in. So yeah, this is great.
And the mayor wants council to act fast.
So we are going to be asking council to move relatively quickly.
If approved, this ordinance should be in place by the end of the year. In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Well, as we get closer to summer, boaters are starting to hit the water. But before you're on the water, remember you need to stay safe. Fox 2 took a ride with Wayne County Sheriff Marine Division yesterday. The Sheriff's Office wants to make sure you know about boating safety and remind you to watch out for those no wake signs. Now, the last few years, they've seen an uptick in violations regarding wake ordinances. Fox 2's Charlie Langton spoke with the sheriff, who had some advice for jet skiers.
It's a big thing now that you want to stay 400 feet away from the walkway of the water, because it gets dangerous the closer you get. Things happen, and so we want to make sure that you're being very careful. And when you're out on a jet ski, that you also, it's mandatory that you wear a vest.
Well, some other safety tips: make sure you have enough life jackets for everyone on board, and don't operate while intoxicated. And some good advice there. Chief Meteorologist Rich Luderman joining us now. Rich, I'm going to be spending a lot of time on the boat this summer.
You should. I mean, it's Michigan, and we love our lakes, you know, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake St. Clair, Detroit River, St. Clair River, all the inland lakes.
Yep.
It's a potpourri. Do we have a...
We do have a news conference starting. Rich, thank you for that. Thank you, Bree Teamer, for pointing that out. We are going to head to that. Sorry to interrupt you, Rich. This is an update on the shooting in Washington, D.C. Let's take you there live.
The defendant, Rodriguez, is also charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree for both Yaron Leszczynski along with 26-year-old Sarah Lynn Milgram of Kansas. In addition, there are several felony firearms charges for discharging a firearm in the middle of a violent crime and for causing the death of an individual through the use of that firearm. Now, this investigation is continuing, and as you can see, we have most of the stakeholders here today who will be given an opportunity to speak with you. But what I want to be clear about today, since this is the first time you're hearing from me, is that this is a horrific crime, and these crimes are not going to be tolerated by me and by this office. A young couple at the beginning of their life's journey, about to be engaged in another country, had their bodies removed in the cold of the night in a foreign city in a body bag. We are not going to tolerate that anymore. And I am not unaware, based upon my own background, of the repercussions of this kind of case. This is the kind of case that picks at old sores and old scars, because these kinds of cases remind us of what has happened in the past that we can never and must never forget. I want to mention one thing. The Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., where this young couple had been at an event, was built around a brick building. That brick building was previously a synagogue called Adas Israel. It was one of Washington's first synagogues, a congregation that was created in 1869. And Ulysses S. Grant, our president, actually attended the dedication of that synagogue. And so to this day, that synagogue and that area remains a cornerstone of the Jewish community in D.C. Let me also say that violence against anyone based on their religion is an act of cowardice. It is not an act of a hero. It is the kind of case that we will vigorously pursue. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital. Now, we're going to continue to investigate this as a hate crime and a crime of terrorism, and we will add additional charges as the evidence warrants. So this charging today is the initial charge. Remember, we're less than 24 hours from the crime itself. And we are working furiously and diligently with our partners behind me. We've got massive amounts of evidence that we are vetting, we are verifying, and we are reviewing. This is the start and not the beginning. And finally, let me say this. President Donald Trump appointed me to this position. This is the nation's capital. We should all be proud of this capital. And the president wants D.C. safe. And I and the partners behind me are going to do everything we can to make people proud of this city, whether they're from this city, from the country, or from other parts of the world. Thank you. Now I'm going to call on Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Good afternoon. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C. I want to thank Judge Pirro for inviting us today. I'm joined by the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela A. Smith. Metropolitan Police Department is the local D.C. police. We are here to echo what the U.S. Attorney has said, that this crime will not be tolerated in our city. We're grateful for the partnership with our federal partners. MPD and the FBI have worked hand in hand on this investigation and will continue to do so. I also want to acknowledge our families in Washington, D.C. who are suffering and who are afraid and fearful for what this act has done to their sense of safety. But we know that feeling is represented around the globe. Earlier today, I convened a meeting with the Mayor's Interfaith Council, where we spoke with leaders of congregations and Jewish institutions across D.C., as well as D.C. council members and the Attorney General for Washington, D.C. We heard our leaders reiterate messages of love and solidarity with the Jewish community. Sadly, we have had practice standing together as a community to fight anti-Semitism, reiterate messages of love and solidarity with the Jewish community. Sadly, we have had practice standing together as a community to fight anti-Semitism, both in hate speech and in hateful acts. And so in this moment, we stand shoulder to shoulder as one community, united in love, but also committed to justice for this young couple. I also had the opportunity to speak with the Smalls family, and Sonny Smalls is well known in Washington, D.C., and his family has poured decades of time and love into making sure we have the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. And one special aspect of that museum is that it celebrates local Jewish life. It focuses on DC Jews and how they have been a part of our culture and building the city that we love. So once again, our city stands with our community, working with our institutions to make sure we have all the resources that we need to support them. And with that, Judge, I'll turn it over to Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Pamela A. Smith, the Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Let me begin by reiterating my condolences to the family and friends of Yaron Lazinski and Sarah Milgram. I also want to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, Judge Pirro, and Director Jensen for their collaborative effort and support around this tragic incident. What I also will say is that everyone at the Metropolitan Police Department is holding the family in their thoughts and in their prayers. Our detectives have been working around the clock in close partnership with our federal partners, and this effort regarding this investigation has been a collaborative effort. All of the agencies involved in this investigation have been coordinating seamlessly overnight. Members of the Metropolitan Police Department's Office of Homeland Security Intelligence are working in partnership with the FBI to analyze the suspect's activity prior to the shooting. Around D.C., and I want to speak specifically to the community here in the District of Columbia, around D.C., you will see an increased presence of law enforcement officers around the community. You will find us around our faith-based organizations. You will see an increased presence around our schools and places like the D.C. Jewish Community Center. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our Jewish community. I also met, along with Mayor Bowser, with some of our faith leaders. I was moved by their desire to ensure that we keep our city safe and we keep our Jewish community members safe. And we are ready to support them in any way possible as we move forward. Most folks in this city know that I take the relationships that we have with our religious communities very seriously. I want to again express and remind the community that if you see something, say something, please let us know. Any information that you provide for us, we will utilize it in support of conducting this investigation. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office, Steve Jensen.
Thank you, Chief. As the Chief said, I'm Steve Jensen. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office for the FBI. And I'd like to start by reiterating what Director Patel pushed out publicly, that the tragic murder of these two Israeli embassy employees outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum last night was both an act of terror and directed violence against the Jewish community. And it has the full and unwavering attention of the FBI. The FBI Washington Field Office, JTTF, has been in lockstep with MPD. And with the assistance of FBI offices across the country, we're continuing to investigate and contact the subject's associates, his family members, and coworkers. We are also executing search warrants for his electronic devices, reviewing his social media accounts, and all of his internet postings. Regarding some internet postings, we are aware of some writings that are purported to have been authored by this subject. We're actively investigating to determine both the authorship and the attribution of these writings, if they belong to this subject or not. I'd like to thank our partners in the U.S. Attorney's Office for bringing these significant federal charges in quick order within 24 hours or less than of the time of this incident. Make no mistake, this attack was targeted anti-Semitic violence, and it won't be tolerated. These significant charges are a step towards restoring justice for the victims and their families. But our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue all leads and use all available resources to investigate this attack. We join MPD in affirming that there is no ongoing threat to this community. And we're also seeking assistance from the public. We do have gaps in this investigation currently. We know the subject landed in the D.C. area on May 20th and that he was taken into custody on May 21st. We're asking the public, anybody who had contact with the subject, anybody who knew his whereabouts or where he was located during that gap of time, to contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or to submit an online tip at tips.fbi.gov. And with that, I will turn it back over to Judge.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a couple questions. Go ahead.
Yes, we had spoken to a witness who said that this was a private event, that it wasn't publicized. So is there any idea how he actually knew about this and showed up at this specific event?
You know, that's something that we're investigating right now. I think that, Chief, you'd agree with me on that. That's the kind of thing. Do we know? And
that's still under investigation.
Yeah, we're looking at that. There's a lot. Everybody understand. This is fluid. It's happening now. Go ahead.
Madam U.S. Attorney, you mentioned terrorism. Can you speak to any possible nexus to terrorism? And Assistant Director Jensen, are you confident that this gunman acted alone? Is there any indication at this point that he was inspired? And then also curious if the chief has any concerns about copycat attacks.
Well, first of all, let me say that we're going to continue, as I said, to investigate this as an act of terrorism and as a hate crime. And as we do so, we will bring additional charges whenever those charges are warranted and provable. And I suspect as we go forward, before we get to the grand jury itself, that there will be more charges added. Yes, sir.
Has there been any indication from the investigation so far that the subject was on the radar for the FBI or some other investigative agency around the country? Was he involved in any activism that might have put him on the radar? And also, if you would also, on the issue of whether there were anybody else connected to him, obviously those writings.
We're live in downtown Grand Rapids, where the murder trial against a police officer will not be retried, and the county prosecutor explains why.
There's plumes of flames shooting up into the sky.
Court testimony more than a year after a massive explosion in Clinton Township.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 5 starts now.
We begin with a major decision in the case of former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schurr.
Just weeks after the jury deadlocked and forced the judge to declare a mistrial, the prosecutor says he won't be retrying this case. Good evening, I'm Mamie Lang.
And I'm Root Barrage. Fox News' Lauren Edwards is in Grand Rapids tonight and joins us live with reaction to this decision. Lauren.
Absolute big decision. Those are the two words that I thought of. The major decision coming out of Grand Rapids today. The Kent County Prosecutor Chris Becker deciding not to retry this trial that pretty much gripped the city and the state and the nation. And I'm standing right outside of the Kent County Courthouse where trial was going on earlier this month. But let's take a look at how we got to this point. Now, for a week, a jury listened to both the prosecution and the defense go over exactly what happened on April 4th, 2022. GRPD officer Christopher Schurr pulled over Patrick Lyoya, a Congolese immigrant, for a plate issue. Both got out of their vehicles. Lyoya not following Schurr's commands. A tussle ensued, ending with Schurr on top of Leoya. Then Leoya was shot in the back of the head. He died instantly. The incident sparked citywide, nationwide protests and demonstrations. Schurr was later charged with second-degree murder. Trial began this year on April 28th, and it lasted about a week. Then the judge declared a mistrial after the jury was deadlocked for days. Becker says that factored into his decision to not retry the case.
This came in as clean as I could have expected. I thought we presented a good case. I presented everything I wanted. All the facts were out there that I had, and it's not like I can change anything. There's no different things that I'm going to be able to change in presenting this case a second time. So this was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. You know, the questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations. So they took this case, gave it the seriousness that it should have gotten. Now, I know some of the numbers have been out there. From my understanding, this did play a role in my decision making. You know, it initially came out as 4-4-4, kind of a split. Not surprising, 4 for guilty, 4 for not guilty, and 4 kind of undecided. It did shift to 7-5. I think right about the time we got the first maybe we're hung kind of a response from the jury, and then it moved to 10-2 for not guilty. So that does play a role.
Now, we've reached out to GRPD requesting an interview with the chief, and he is not in this week. But as I've said from the beginning, this case was incredibly emotional. We're going to see some of the reporters rallying out here in just a few minutes. They're going to be out here. But please stick with Fox 2 for all the latest updates and coverage regarding this case. Reporting live from downtown Grand Rapids, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, the rally you were referencing, Lauren, that is expected to be supporters of the Leoya family or supporters of Christopher Schurr?
So it's going to be supporters of the Leoya family. There's already been just chatter on Facebook and all over social media about just them rallying right here. And whenever something's happened, they've always rallied right outside of the Kent County Courthouse. But when trial was going on, supporters and family and loved ones of Officer Schurr were here as well. So, but right now, from what I'm hearing, it's just going to be supporters of the Leoyas.
All right, thank you so much. We know that you will be standing by, and we'll check back in with you in just a little while. Thank you so much. Lauren Edwards, we appreciate you.
Well, the owner of a building that exploded in Clinton Township, killing one person, is back in court this week as a judge decides whether to send his case to trial. Newer Kesto is facing an involuntary manslaughter charge, accused of illegally storing thousands of dangerous chemicals inside his warehouse. Fox 2's Camila Miri takes us inside the courtroom.
It was an explosion that rocked Clinton Township and killed a 19-year-old bystander. March 4th, 2024, GU and Select Distributors, 15 Mile and Groesbeck. nitrous oxide, butane canisters, and lighter fluid exploding inside. More than a year later, testimony in the courtroom.
I'm yelling at Kevin, he's not getting up, and then my attention turned to the boys.
32-year-old Noir Kesto, the owner of the business, charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of that innocent bystander, Turner Salter. He was standing a quarter of a mile away watching the explosion when he was hit with shrapnel. Kevin Zaytuna was working at the business at the time of the explosion.
The first reaction I had was to call 911.
Is that what you did? You called 911?
Yes, and get away as far as possible.
I start yelling for Justin and Joseph. They're already running towards me. We start yelling at the top of our lungs for Kevin. He's not coming out. Then I start running towards Kevin, and when I got to the door, he's now coming out, and we all ran outside. There's plumes of flames shooting up into the sky.
Hours before the explosion,
I noticed that I felt like a heat wave hit me. But the front part of the office was cold because the AC was running. So I thought that was a little weird.
Employees testified they had no formal training in the handling of hazardous materials.
We were all very careful. It wasn't something where anybody was in there playing around or things of that nature. Different industries have different things they have to be careful with, and it was the same with us. You have to respect what you work with, respect your environment.
Despite being very careful, employees, some of them related to the defendant, admit there were no specific safety protocols in place.
Companies have a structure. To put it plainly, when you're all family, it's not exactly as well structured as that. Everybody has a lot of leeway.
Kestu was not in the building at the time of the explosion. He was arrested in New York in April of 2024. Prosecutors say he had a plane ticket and was planning on leaving the country. Testimony is expected to continue on Friday. In Clinton Township, Camille Mary, Fox 2 News.
A man accused of killing 2 Israeli embassy staff members in D.C. is now charged with murder. It was all hands on deck this morning as state, local, and federal agencies searched inside the suspect's home. Elias Rodriguez is accused of killing the couple last night. Police say the 31-year-old was seen pacing outside before the shooting. Just after 9, he allegedly approached a small group of people leaving an event at the museum and opened fire before walking inside.
He wasn't calm. He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder.
So people were bringing him water, checking in on him, showing value. And we didn't know that he was a killer at this time.
The suspect was reportedly chanting "Free Palestine" as he was taken into custody. Investigators believe he acted alone.
Well, developing on Capitol Hill, House Republicans taking a victory lap tonight after passing the President Trump's big, beautiful bill despite several GOP holdouts. It passed by a razor-thin margin with 2 Republicans voting no, along with all the Democrats. The bill extends more than $4 trillion in tax breaks and slashes spending to make up for the shortfall. It now heads to the Senate for a vote.
And a traffic alert for drivers ahead of the busy holiday weekend. This is some good news. Officials in Wayne County say the Grosse Ile Parkway Bridge has temporarily reopened for Memorial Day and for the Grosse Ile Island Fest. The bridge has been closed for repairs, but we're told the first phase of work was completed ahead of schedule. Now, once phase 2 begins, the bridge will be shut down again for up to 3 weeks. Whew, cold and gray out there today, feeling more like October than May.
Yeah, that's true. So how much more of this chilly weather are we in for? Fox 2's Rich Luderman has the details. And we should point out, Rich, you also don't like unsettled weather.
Yes.
You like warm weather. You want this to happen.
Exactly. I would love to be able to report sunny and 80 degrees for you for the holiday weekend. Notice our main area of low pressure is now up here north of Toronto. So as a result, it's not been as damp today as what we had yesterday, but still there are some light showers out across southeast Michigan. The trend is going to be for these showers to diminish as we go through the evening hours, but still it's chilly. 54 for us, 55 Lansing, 47 up there in the tip of the thumb. Look at some live pictures along the Detroit River. You can see the Rensen in the background. It looks rather gray. We're going to see cloudy skies and cool temperatures for the rest of tonight. Showers will come to an end, but there is improvement in the forecast heading into the holiday weekend. Memorial Day weekend will be dry Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I'll show you that in the 7-day coming up in 10. Roop, Amy, back to you.
All right, Rich, thank you. Good stuff. The holiday weekend going to be a pretty busy one with several events happening in downtown Detroit.
Yeah, we're talking Tigers, concerts, and the big Movement Festival, so you can expect lots of traffic.
There's going to be a little bit less on-street parking than people are used to. It will take a little bit longer, and just with so many different events that are happening, people may want to plan ahead and rethink their parking strategy.
Of course, you're getting set up for Grand Prix down there as well.
Yeah.
So the People Mover will run until 1 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday, and $5 parking will be available near Wayne State for those who want to just catch a ride on the Q line, which also runs until 1 a.m. We'll have a list of other options on our website at fox2detroit.com.
Cars stranded down there in the water.
In 2021, storms left tens of thousands of Detroiters underwater. Literally. Tonight, see what the city is doing to stop the effects of the next flood before it starts.
Southwest Airlines ready to roll out some new rules for passengers this month, while they're sounding the alarm over portable chargers. You're watching Fox 2 News at 5.
Was one of the worst flooding disasters in Detroit's history. 30,000 homes damaged after that historic rainstorm in 2021.
Now federal dollars are being used to make sure that kind of devastation doesn't happen again. Fox News' Hillary Golson shows you how one woman's home that was repaired and how others can take advantage, and what's next for neighborhoods across the city.
Cars stranded down there in the water.
But for Mary Alexander, what happened outside was nothing compared to what she saw inside.
Headed to my basement.
That was Alexander stepping into the chaos. You don't need to be a plumbing expert to guess what came next.
It was the entire basement, and I was thinking, oh my God.
Floodwater swallowing a basement, and for Mary, that meant another fight to salvage what she could. I mean, she almost felt
heart palpitations. I was frustrated. I had so much stuff down there, and I was trying to figure out, okay, some of it's floating in the water, some of it's not.
her home was one of the estimated 30,000 across Detroit hit hard during the catastrophic June 2021 flood. A deluge overwhelmed the city and the area, and since then, Detroit has been working to help people avoid the worst when Mother Nature brings us heavy rain.
We're excited that we have that many residents that can sleep well at night, not having to run down to the basement to check and see if their basement is flooded after a heavy rainfall.
They did all that work within a matter of days. You know, dug up the yard, replaced the line.
It's called the Private Sewer Repair Program, backed by $43 million in federal funds. It helps homeowners fix the part of the sewer system they're responsible for.
It's a pretty comprehensive project.
So the goal, obviously, is to prevent further flooding.
Yes, we're hardening basements. While we're working on our public infrastructure, this also helps the residents protect their houses.
About 650 homes have already seen repairs through the program. Mary's is among them. The city says they're moving through 5 to 10 properties per week, and they're going to keep going until the funding dries up.
Everyone should apply. We're trying to harden as many basements as we possibly can and go as fast as we can because we don't know when the next storm is.
We'll get more info up on our website, fox2detroit.com. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
It's been another cloudy, damp, dreary day for us. However, low pressure centered near Toronto is starting to pull away from the central Great Lakes. You can see back to our west, things are drying out nicely. But for the next few hours, we'll have some spotty light showers. In addition, we have strong low pressure near Cape Cod, some heavy rain around Boston. And for the tip of Long Island, notice for us, just some very light showers for Detroit, for Pontiac, up around Flint, for Livingston County, Brighton, and Howell, down across Monroe as well. Here's a good look at Sky Tracker. Now, this is all very light stuff, and there are plenty of holes in the rainfall, so it's not a steady rain, and this will slowly taper off for the rest of the evening. How about some great live shots along the Clinton River? This is Mount Clemens, and you can see Old Glory flying around pretty good. There is a breeze across the area. That'll continue for tonight and for your Friday. 54 degrees right now out at Metro Airport. Look at the dew points have come down a bit. It just feels chilly out there. 53 in Ann Arbor, 51 Lapeer, 52 in Port Huron. Notice the direction of the flow from the north and west, and that'll be the same case tomorrow. 59 Green Bay, 56 in Chicago. It is chilly across the entire Great Lakes region. 50 in Toronto with rain. 50 Erie, Pennsylvania. Sault Ste. Marie, 50 degrees. I'd love to show you some warm spots, so we got to go down south. Dallas and New Orleans, 88s. There's Orlando, 91 degrees right now. So watch what happens as low pressure pulls away from the central Great Lakes. There it goes. It's still going to be chilly tonight and tomorrow, but we do have a slow moderating trend with temperatures. And by Monday, which is Memorial Day, we're going to be up near 70 degrees. You'll see it in the 7-day. Showers ending this evening down to 42. Still on the cool side tomorrow, perhaps a stray shower. Most of your Friday is rain-free. And then look at that. Promise for the weekend ahead. Saturday 64, Sunday 68. There it is, Memorial Day Monday, 70 degrees with a mix of sun and clouds. All in all, Roop, we're getting better into the weekend. Another check in 20.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, Rich. New video tonight showing the devastating aftermath of a small plane crash in a San Diego neighborhood. This happened just before 4 o'clock this morning. Tonight, a music agency says 3 of its employees, including the company's co-founder, were killed, though it's not exactly clear how many people were on board. While at least 10 homes and several cars were damaged, we're told no one on the ground was hurt.
Well, Memorial Day weekend is the kickoff of summer travel, but a potentially dangerous issue is prompting changes with one popular airline.
Starting next week, passengers will be required to keep those portable battery chargers in plain sight while in use. Fox's Casey Stiegel has the details on why.
Nearly all of the rechargeable products we use these days are powered by a lithium-ion battery. Consumer safety video shows just how quickly one of these batteries can catch fire and spread.
They can store a lot of energy in a small footprint, but when that energy is released in an uncontrolled way, that's very dangerous.
Brian O'Connor with the National Fire Protection Association says they also emit deadly gases.
Carbon monoxide is one of the main components that come off of lithium-ion battery fires. You can get carbon monoxide poisoning. There are a bunch of other toxic chemicals in there you do not want to breathe in.
A passenger on board a Spirit Airlines plane back in March shot this cell phone video of flight crews trying to extinguish a battery that caught fire in an overhead bin. Starting next week, Southwest Airlines says these types of portable chargers must be visible while in use, no longer allowed to be stored in a bag or bin. The Dallas-based carrier tells Fox in a statement, quote, "Nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of its customers and employees."
I think it sounds like a good idea that you keep those batteries out so that people can see them instead of them being hidden and then there possibly being a fire on the plane. That'd be bad news.
Passengers say they're all about policies to improve safety. Others say this doesn't go far enough.
It should take a lot of consideration and maybe some parameters to put around in place, maybe beyond just visibility, that would ensure safety for everyone.
According to the FAA, there have been 19 incidents since April involving lithium-ion batteries on planes. Experts say it's a relatively low number considering how many flights operate every single day. Still, the industry doesn't want to take any chances.
Southwest says they're alerting customers before they fly, and they're asking everyone to comply in the name of safety.
Still haven't hired a financial planner? Try an artificial one. I'm Evan Brown in Miami. I'll have that story straight ahead.
Fox Local is Fox 2. Anywhere and everywhere you are. Live news and more.
Good evening. I'm Taryn Asher.
And I'm Ruth Raj. A lot going on.
Fox Local is built for you. On your phone, on your TV, as local as you are. Fox Local.
In Money Works, the number of AI-powered personal finance assistants is exploding.
Whether they know it or not, millions of Americans are using AI to make their most important financial decisions. Fox's Evan Brown reports.
As the AI revolution accelerates, more of us are interacting with the new technology, and we might not even be aware of it. Now, AI chatbots are helping with everything from shopping to managing finances, and the most successful models so far are the ones that blend artificial intelligence with human interactions, with more of us using the tech to get low-level tasks off our plates.
There's always going to be a place for technology and humans to operate together. I think that balance is shifting, and hopefully what technology will continue to do is automate.
One of the most widely used AI tools is Erica, Bank of America's virtual assistant. It was launched in 2018, and since then, customers have interacted with it almost 3 billion times, using the tech to gain new insights into their personal finances and spending habits.
Erica operates as almost a mission control for your finances. So Erica can help with predictive insights and say, hey, did you notice that your spend patterns have changed?
And experts say evolution is the key. Erica has been refined more than 55,000 times since it first went online. It is also moving beyond simple banking. It can now give advice about things like investments and retirement saving, part of a generational shift in how we use artificial intelligence.
That kind of continuous investment and continuous refinement of Erica is what's made Erica work really well for us.
The market for AI-powered personal finance assistance was worth $1.5 billion last year alone. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox 2 News. A mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow lost a point. The Nasdaq added 53 points, and the S&P 500 gave back 2. We'll be right back with this.
It's a very majestic residence, but in order for the Manoogian mansion to stay that way, it needs to be maintained. But when people donate money for its upkeep, should the donor be revealed?
An economic forecast for Oakland County. Business leaders gathering to hear about some of the challenges and successes ahead.
It's the official residence for the city of Detroit's mayor and their family. The Manoogian mansion was built in the 1920s and has required extensive maintenance over the years.
But should donors who contribute to its upkeep remain private? Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly takes a look.
The Manoogian Mansion is part of Detroit's history. It was donated to the city of Detroit in the 1960s by its then current owner, Alex Manoogian. And for decades, it has been used as the residence for the current mayor.
It's a residence on the Detroit River, so it requires constant upgrades.
And when that work is needed, the nonprofit, the Mayor's Residence Society, gets it done with help from donors.
Our group raises the funds and does the oversight for the residents.
When the roof leaks, when paint is peeling, the Manoogian Foundation raises the money and do the repairs, and I'm just grateful for it.
But some are calling for the society's donor list to be made public.
The city council's own rules and ordinances actually say that they have to approve all of these.
That's Neil Thandadar, executive director for Michigan Campaign Finance Network.
Are you related in any way to Congressman Thandadar?
Yes, so he's my father.
That fact was not revealed until that question, but the congressman's son and nonprofit leader wants transparency. During the Bing administration, city council members did vote to accept a donation for work on the mansion.
I think it's very simple. One is the council needs to approve all of these donations, and then we also believe that the donors need to be disclosed.
But the Mayor's Residence Society disagrees.
I don't think anything's broken. There's nothing unique about the fact that it's private. We've had a very successful 60-plus years operating the way we have.
Detroit City Council President Mary Shedfield did have this to say.
Whatever requirements and protocols that have traditionally been in place, we will adhere to.
And although that donor list is not being made public, the Mayor's Residence Society did reveal this.
The Manoogian family have been the primary funders of the society.
But for now, the other donors will remain private, and this nonprofit will continue pushing for transparency.
The transparency just helps us understand whether we can judge as the public and as investigators whether something looks right or wrong from there.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Moving now to Oakland County, where leaders are hopeful about the economy despite recent uncertainty. And one of their goals moving forward is to grow support for local small businesses. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek with more.
We all know the weather forecast has been pretty gloomy lately, but what about the economic forecast? Well, in Oakland County, you might say it's partly cloudy.
We do expect economic growth to slow down this year, but we're not forecasting a recession.
The challenges that we have, we're leaning into.
One of those challenges discussed in Oakland County's economic forecast was how to help small businesses continue to prosper.
Some of the challenges that we're facing is building a business and putting ourselves out there.
That's one of the reasons Cornell with Sea Care Lawn Service came to the presentation to get a finger on the pulse of how the county is doing and what it's doing for small business.
The presentation was awesome, man. They had a lot of opportunities and growth opportunities that's coming to the Oakland County, and I am happy to be a part of it, especially the redevelopment that's going on in Pontiac.
Cornell's business is helped out by the Oakland Thrive program, which provides free support and services for small businesses to close prosperity gaps. County Executive Dave Coulter says it's one way the county has stayed resilient.
Our Oakland Thrive program, which directly helps our small businesses, is even more important than I knew, because that's what's going to help us survive this current economic turmoil.
One of the biggest challenges discussed is that every county in the state entered the year with a higher unemployment rate. But the experts say that Oakland County wasn't hit as badly as many of the other counties, and they're saying that it is possible for a rebound to happen this year.
We're forecasting job growth of about 0.5% per year. Slow but steady job growth, even in a period with a lot of economic policy uncertainty.
It may not have been all sunshine and roses, but growth seems to be on the horizon. In Novi, Scott Walchek, Fox 2 News.
All new at 5:30, the legal drama between Harvard and the Trump administration continues to escalate. The Department of Homeland Security has now been ordered to revoke the university's ability to enroll international students. This means thousands of current students will have to transfer to other schools or leave the country. Harvard has been accused of creating an unsafe environment for Jewish students, and today was accused without evidence of coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party. This all comes just days after the Trump administration said it was cutting another $450 million in funding for the university.
Meantime, a federal judge is blocking President Trump's executive order to shut down the Department of Education. They're also ordering the agency to reinstate employees who were fired in mass layoffs. The ruling comes amid a lawsuit filed by 2 school districts, a teachers union, and other education groups. They argue the layoffs amount to an illegal shutdown of the agency. However, the Trump administration has claimed they are aimed at efficiency.
Happening now, Detroiters are voicing opposition over proposed cuts to Medicaid. Demonstrators have gotten together on that pedestrian bridge over I-96 near the Davison. Changes in the president's budget bill would require many Medicaid enrollees under 65 to show they work, volunteer, or go to school. The Congressional Budget Office estimates 5 million people could lose coverage.
We're here to say that the U.S. Senate should push back against this proposed bill, and that we should be actually focused on the things that folks need to survive and thrive.
Similar protests were held today in Warren and Ann Arbor. The president's bill has passed the House and now heads to the Senate. Well, head of the FDA facing furious lawmakers on Capitol Hill as his agency rolls out new guidance on COVID vaccines.
Only seniors and high-risk groups are cleared for annual shots. Everyone else is on hold pending more testing. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on the big changes sparking major concerns.
We are planning to bring back gold standard science and common sense.
Under President Biden, COVID shots were a top priority. Now the Trump administration is putting on the brakes, and Democrats are not happy. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary getting grilled by skeptical lawmakers on the Senate Appropriations Committee after his agency announced only seniors and high-risk groups will be cleared for COVID boosters. McCary says the shots will eventually be made available to everyone, but more clinical data is needed.
Some of these companies made $100 billion in the COVID booster. They can afford to run a clinical trial, and they have time to run a clinical trial.
McCary also refused to answer questions about how long those trials will take, sparking concerns that the vaccine skeptic may move to restrict access to other shots as well.
We're setting a common sense framework.
But I get that.
85% of healthcare
Are we talking about 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years?
Democrats also criticized McCary for what they call dangerous cuts to FDA staffing, which they say will put America's public health response at risk.
You had said there were no cuts to scientists. You said that, right?
I was referring to scientific reviewers.
But scientists had been fired, correct?
There have been research scientists in some labs.
Pfizer and Moderna both say they're working with the FDA to get their COVID shots cleared for everyone. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox 2 News.
Memorial Day means many things, one of them being the opening of the pool often. And even if we're in for a cooler weather holiday, we have some important reminders to protect kids, especially from the danger of the water.
It's been 7 months since Aiden Hutchinson last stepped on the field for the Lions. But on Thursday, he stepped to the podium in Allen Park.
I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life.
I'm Jennifer Hammond, and you'll hear more from the Lions' fourth-year defensive end when we see it coming up next in sports.
Marks, I do want to bring up some tough stats as a reminder before everybody heads to the pool this weekend, if you're going to do that, or maybe when it gets a little bit warmer out. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children 1 to 4 years old. The CDC is warning that summer drownings are actually up since before pandemic, but they are preventable.
Once the weather warms up, when the pools are open and kids are looking to swim, there has to be a plan to keep them safe around water, whether it's a swimming pool or a lake.
Drowning prevention has multiple layers to it, and I think it's smart for families to sit down and have a family meeting to discuss what are the layers that we're going to put into place.
Pediatrician Jen Wasino with Cleveland Clinic Children says first step is figuring out who's going to watch the kids at the pool, since a drowning can happen in seconds. It needs to be somebody who's not drinking alcohol, on their phone, or distracted in any way. Think about this. According to the CDC, there are an average of 11 drowning deaths every day in the U.S. That's why it's also a good idea to have somebody nearby who knows CPR and keep those flotation devices handy in case you need them. If you have a pool at your house, the doctor says, make sure it's secure.
It's not enough to have just a fence around your pool. Have one that is climb-proof, that's the right height, that has locking gates.
So it adds up to 5 layers of safety. You've got barriers and alarms. That's to keep curious kids away from the water unsupervised. You've got supervision. You might really want a lanyard that you sort of hand to the adult who's in charge of watching the kids, and that way everybody knows who it is. Also, keep an eye on those adults who aren't great swimmers. There's water competency. That means take swimming lessons. Life jackets, that's important for around open water. And emergency preparation, knowing how to perform CPR and having a phone ready to call 911 if you need it. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti.
All right, start with the Lions. It had been a while since we'd heard from Aiden Hutchinson, but when he met with the media today in Allen Park, it was a good thing because we know one of the best players in the NFL is on the way back. Hammer picks it up from there.
More than 7 months after breaking his leg on the field in Dallas, Aiden Hutchinson was back at the podium Thursday in Allen Park. And he said the words Lions fans have been longing to hear.
I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again.
Cleared to return to all football activities, the 24-year-old defensive end said that this is the most excited he's been for OTAs in his life, following the longest hiatus he's ever experienced from the game he loves.
It's those trials and tribulations that really kind of mature you as a person, as a player. And, you know, it was a tough rehab. And I feel like now that I'm on the other side of it, looking back, it's you're kind of grateful for those experiences because it formed you, you know, into the person you are today.
As dark as those first few weeks were, Hutch said that he leaned a great deal on his family and faith to help get him through. And as tough as it was to watch his teammates from the sideline, he said he felt a great sense of pride watching them accomplish all they did despite the injuries.
Watching the defense, it was, I mean, it was inspiring, you know. There's dudes rolling out there that it was like, I'm sure y'all didn't even know their name, and like coaches, you know, my coach he was like, dude, I got guys out there that just got here 3 days ago, you know, and it was, but to see the way they played is a testament to AG and a testament to those guys buying into what we were doing. And as far as if I was going to play in the Super Bowl, I guess we'll never know.
At the Meyer Performance Center, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
All right, baseball. Tigers back off taking 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals earlier this week. This evening, the first of 4 games against one of their Central Division rivals, Cleveland's in. Now, should be a fun weekend. Chance for both teams to do some damage in the standings. A.J. Hinch understands that, but staying true to form, he keeps it in perspective.
This has not been circled on the calendar. Sorry to ruin the narrative. This has not been something that is the end-all, be-all. It's part of our schedule. We know we're going to play them again. We'd like to win every game. So I'll answer it both ways, too. Like, it's cool and it doesn't matter.
All right, Tigers are ready. Guardians are ready. Is the weather ready?
It's going to be a little sprinkly out there for the next couple of hours, but sprinkly, that's it. That's it. They're playing ball. They're playing ball. Now, look what's on radar. Again, this is all very light shower activity, and a lot of it's going to be out of here or diminishing by 7 o'clock. It is going to be chilly. That's not going to change for tonight and for tomorrow. We're going to get all the way down to 42, and then here's a peek at the next couple of days. Much better starting Saturday. We'll show you that 7-day after the break. Amy.
All right, Rich, thank you. If you are traveling this weekend, there's a good chance you'll see record crowds. An inside look at the nation's busiest airport. That's next.
What did your mom and dad say?
Oh, they were so excited. They were shocked too. They were happy. Of course, they're always proud of me.
They protect, they serve, and today they shine. The city honored Detroit's finest female first responders. You're going to meet the women behind the badges, and their stories might surprise you.
Millions of Americans are hitting the roads and the skies for the Memorial Holiday weekend, and AAA expects the number of travelers to break a record set 20 years ago.
Fox's Asher Redd takes us inside the busiest airport in the world in Atlanta, where they expect to see more than 2.5 million passengers this weekend.
AAA projects that over 45 million people will travel over the next 5 days. That's the most Memorial Day travelers we've seen since 2005. The Atlanta airport is the busiest airport in the world, and it's expecting over 2.5 million passengers this weekend.
It's a little intimidating, to say the least, especially when you didn't plan for the season. It's a lot of confused faces and stuff like that.
Over 39 million people will drive, according to AAA, thanks to lower gas prices compared to last Memorial Day. Over 3.5 million travelers will fly, and the rest are expected to travel by bus, train, or cruise. The cost of a plane ticket is 2% higher compared to last year, but AAA expects this year's numbers will surpass pre-pandemic levels. And for some folks, getting to the airport is hard enough.
You'll be driving, and you won't even know it's going to be bad until you get right in it, and then the map turns red, and then you're like, crap, my flight's about to leave, and I'm in traffic. So, yeah, it's better to leave early. The earlier you can leave, the better.
TSA urges those traveling internationally to get to the airport 3 hours before their flight, and those traveling domestically to get here 2.5 hours before their flight. At the Atlanta International Airport, Asher Red, Fox News.
All right, my friends, 54 degrees. I feel like every evening at this time we're pretty much in the 50s, and we have a chance of rain. It's like Seattle out there.
Yeah, it would be nice to see it warm up a little bit. Weather Authority Rich Luterman here now with the forecast. Hi, Rich.
Hey there, Amy and Roop. Yeah, it feels a bit like Halloween out there with the clouds and the spotty showers, the breeze, the chilly temperatures. Yesterday at this time, low pressure was near Grand Rapids. You can see the low is now just north of Toronto. Here it is, and it's slowly moving off to the east. Back to our west, we're drying out nicely around Ludington and Grand Rapids, Chicago, around Fort Wayne as well. So we're right on the back edge of this low pressure region. We will see some spotty showers this evening. This is all very light stuff up around Howell and Heartland, Milford. Notice a few sprinkles up around New Baltimore and New Haven. Right now in Southfield, it's dry, but you can see the low clouds. This is what it looks like as we speak. Very green out there. Once we get some sunshine and warmer temperatures, the grass is going to grow like this. Let me show you. Just like that. That's how fast the grass is going to grow. Watch this. Just like that. 54 degrees right now at Metro Airport. It is breezy and cool. A lot of us between 50 and 55. There's that breeze from the north and west. Nothing very warm anywhere on this depiction. There's Minneapolis, 68 degrees, 56 in Chicago. 59 Cincinnati. Look at Buffalo, 50 degrees. That's pretty chilly. Low pressure slowly pulls away from the central Great Lakes. There it goes. So as the cooler air peels away with it, it is going to be replaced by milder air slowly as we progress through the holiday weekend. So cloudy, cool tonight, still breezy out there. Showers coming to an end. 58 tomorrow, a couple of peaks of sunshine, but notice how we improve through the holiday weekend. 64 Saturday, close to 70 Sunday, and there it is, Memorial Day Monday, 70 degrees with a mix of sun and clouds. That's not bad, Roop. Another check at the top of the hour.
Not at all. Thanks so much, Rich. Well, this next one's not your ordinary jog. This marathon runner is using his ongoing health battle to motivate others on TikTok, and his message is going viral for all the right reasons. His inspiring story is just ahead.
Fox Local is Fox 2. Anywhere and everywhere you are. Live news and more.
Good evening. I'm Taryn Asher.
And I'm Roop Raj. A lot going on.
Fox Local is built for you. On your phone, on your TV, as local as you are. Fox Local.
Finally at 5, a Wisconsin men's marathon TikTok is going viral.
Yeah, now he's hoping to encourage others just to have fun. Fox's Brett Lemoyne shares his inspiring story.
All right, today I'm going to run an ultra marathon around this roundabout right here.
When he joined TikTok 3 weeks ago, runner Clayton Youngberg's goal was to have people take ultra marathon running less seriously.
Loved the absurdity. It was kind of a personal challenge.
He started with a grueling 31-mile run around this roundabout.
777 laps.
Oh my God. How many?
777.
More than 250,000 views later, and Youngberg had another idea.
I'm definitely leaning into my Midwest tendencies here.
I dropped a curve. There's the 27-mile run between 5 different culvers and another between Lake Country quick trips.
Quick trip number 4.
The theme, don't you know, evolved into all things Wisconsin.
Just doing a quick jog here with Fox sticks. It's on brand that I'd be doing a challenge in the rain.
Youngberg knows more than most that just like Wisconsin weather, life can change in unexpected ways.
I did suffer 2 major injuries and health scares that kind of make me thankful for my ability to run.
What he hasn't shared in his videos is that he once couldn't even walk. In 2018, Youngberg spent a month in a wheelchair and 6 months in physical therapy after dehydration led to a brainstem injury.
Every new movement, so to say, was a milestone.
Then last year, severe pain led doctors to discover Youngberg will eventually need a hip replacement.
There will be a full collapse anywhere in the next 10 years.
Behind the laughs of a brew and brat run,
it's just foam at this point,
is a man hoping to inspire others to not look back.
Don't beat yourself up, don't take yourself too seriously along the way, and just have fun with it.
That is, after all, the state motto, forward.
20 miles.
Christopher Schurr will remain a free man, while the Kent County Prosecutor won't pursue a retrial in the former officer's shooting death of African immigrant Patrick Lyoya.
We're live in downtown Grand Rapids, where that murder case against the officer Schurr will not be retried, and demonstrators have something to say about it.
They were targeted in an anti-Semitic act of violence.
After 2 Israeli embassy staff members were killed in the nation's capital, the local Jewish community here in Metro Detroit reacts.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 6 starts now.
Tonight at 6, a bombshell announcement from the Kent County Prosecutor.
Former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schurr will not be retried for murder. That is certainly not the outcome the family of Patrick Lyoya was hoping for.
That's right. Fox News' Brandon Hudson begins our team coverage with more on today's decision.
I put the best case I could forward when I tried this case.
Despite presenting what he considers a clean case, Kent County Prosecutor Christopher Becker will not pursue a retrial for Christopher Schurr. Earlier this month, a jury failed to reach a verdict in Schurr's second-degree murder trial. The former Grand Rapids police officer shot and killed Congolese immigrant Patrick Lyoya during a struggle over Schurr's taser following a traffic stop in April 2022.
What it boils down to is I don't think we reach a different verdict if I do a retrial in this case.
While the jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision, Becker says they leaned 10-2 in favor of not guilty. He doesn't know why jurors held out, but commended the jury for taking this case seriously. After the announcement, the Michigan Fraternal Order of Police said in a statement, quote, "The evidence presented at trial clearly demonstrated that Officer Schurr acted within the scope of his training and responsibilities when confronted with a rapidly evolving and dangerous situation." Metro Detroit-based attorney Vin Johnson, who's representing Patrick Lyoya's family in a civil suit, responded, quote, "The Leoya family has not only lost Patrick, but now the hope that former Officer Christopher Schurr will ever be held criminally accountable for taking Patrick's life. What was once a pause in justice has now become a permanent reality." Prosecutor Christopher Becker says he spoke to Leoya's parents before publicly announcing his decision.
This has been a very difficult case, and I apologize profusely. I'm very sorry I couldn't bring it to a conclusion for them. He said I lost a child, and he did. And I feel for them, and I feel for any family that loses a child in a homicide.
The prosecutor says he won't pursue voluntary manslaughter charges. Becker added the Attorney General's office could file charges, but doesn't think it's likely. Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
And our coverage of the Kent County Prosecutor's decision not to retry former officer Christopher Schurr continues.
This case has been controversial, as you know, from the start, sparking anger both when it happened and then again when it ended in a mistrial. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards live in Grand Rapids now with more. Lauren, we are seeing people starting to gather there for that rally that you told us about at 5.
Yeah, absolutely. A big decision today, and a lot of people with a lot of feelings regarding it. And folks are already starting to gather outside the Kent County Courthouse, which is where I am right now, with signs in hand. And as I've said from the beginning, an absolutely emotional case. Well, let's get to how they got to this point. Now, for a week, a jury listened to both the prosecution and the defense go over exactly what happened on that April morning in 2022. GRPD officer Christopher Schurr pulled over Patrick Lyoya, a Congolese immigrant, for a plate issue. Both got out of the vehicles. Leoya not following any of Officer Schurr's commands. A tussle ensued, ending with Schurr on top of Leoya. Then Leoya was shot in the back of the head, dying on scene. Months later, Schurr was charged with second-degree murder, and the incident sparked citywide and statewide protests and demonstrations. Even during trial that happened at the Kent County Courthouse, supporters for both Leoya and Schurr were outside, and the police union in favor of the decision.
It was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. You know, the questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations. So they took this case, gave it the seriousness that it should have gotten. Now, I know some of the numbers have been out there. From my understanding, this did play a role in my decision-making. You know, it initially came out as 4-4-4, kind of a split. Not surprising, 4 for guilty, 4 for not guilty, and 4 kind of undecided. It did shift to 7-5, I think, right about the time we got the first maybe we're hung kind of a response from the jury, and then it moved to 10-2 for not guilty. So that does play a role.
So the rally is scheduled to begin at 6, but you can already see people gathering, and they're gathering with the signs right on the street. This is Ottawa right here, Ottawa Avenue in downtown Grand Rapids, and so many more, I'm told, are supposed to come out here, so there will be dozens and dozens out here. Please stick with Fox 2 for all the latest updates and coverage. Reporting live here in downtown Grand Rapids, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Certainly, Lauren. Hopefully everything remains peaceful. The last thing anyone needs is for someone else to get hurt in all of this. It's just really such a tragedy. Did the prosecutor say, other than the idea that it sounds like he doesn't think he can get a conviction because most of his jury was leaning towards not guilty, did he say what other factors went into his decision not to retry this case?
You know, right now, he was just saying, just as Becker's said in his press conference earlier, it started off kind of 4-4-4, then it went 10-2, not guilty, but he really put the hands of the case in the jury. I just know that since that decision has come out, there's been a lot of chatter amongst people, just how they feel, those in support, those against it, some hoping that it does get tried again, some hoping that the AG does get involved.
All right. Thank you so much, Lauren Edwards. As always, we appreciate you.
Oh, it was a violent explosion that rocked Clinton Township and killed a young bystander, and now a judge will decide whether to send this case to trial. Employees of GU and select distributors testified today in court. The owner, Noor Kestow, is charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of 19-year-old Turner Salter, who was hit by shrapnel from that explosion. Kestow is accused of illegally storing thousands of dangerous chemicals inside the warehouse. Employees testified they had no formal training, no handling hazardous materials.
We were all very careful. It wasn't something where anybody was in there playing around or things of that nature. I mean, just, you know, different industries have different things they have to be careful with, you know, and it was the same with us. You have to respect what you work with.
Kestow was arrested in New York a month after the explosion. Prosecutors say he had a plane ticket and was planning to leave the country. Testimony will continue tomorrow.
Fox 2 continuing to follow developing news out of the nation's capital, and that's where 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed last night outside an event at a Jewish museum. That's 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez. He's now in custody and has been charged with the murder of foreign officials and other crimes. Today, investigators searching his apartment in Chicago. The Israeli embassy identified the victims as Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky a couple days away from being engaged. They were leaving an event at the museum focused on finding humanitarian solutions for the war in Gaza when they were targeted.
Together we won't be afraid. Together we'll stand, and we're going to overcome moral depravity.
Outside the museum, you see there people are now leaving messages for the young couple, and Jewish members of Congress also visited the scene to pay their respects.
And here in Metro Detroit, the cold-blooded crime is being met with shock, sadness, and anxiety.
Today, the Jewish Federation of Detroit is discussing its security measures and calling on everyone to denounce hate. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly with the story.
I woke up to the news of our worst nightmare being a reality.
Hundreds of miles away in the nation's capital, 2 staff members from the Israeli embassy are shot and killed Wednesday night as the alleged shooter yelled, "Free, free Palestine!"
They were targeted in an anti-Semitic act of violence. It hits us in our core.
The Jewish Federation of Detroit says it's part of a growing anti-Semitic culture. Last year, their building was vandalized, as well as other properties connected to the Jewish community, including the Max Fisher Federation building.
The Jewish community here in Metro Detroit and across the United States has been living in the shadow of rising anti-Semitism. This is a historic high.
The Jewish Federation of Detroit is calling on everyone to denounce this hate.
Not just members of the Jewish community, that everyone stand up and confront this hate.
But until that happens, the Federation says security measures are in place.
Our partners at Jewish Community Security, which is the security entity that protects the Jewish community, they are in constant communication with local, county, state, federal law enforcement, constant communication. And I know certainly that kind of communication only increases in the shadow of such an event.
And despite what some are calling a growing anti-Semitic culture, the Jewish community here in Metro Detroit says they will not live in fear.
We won't be deterred by this horrific incident. We are encouraging our community to continue to come out, to do Jewish, to live proudly as Jews. That is what we have done here, and that is what we will continue to do.
In Oakland County, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
I'm meteorologist Rich Luderman. Another cloudy, cool day for us with occasional light showers, and there are still more light showers crossing southeast Michigan from Saginaw to Lansing down into Detroit. But there is a diminishing trend on radar, and obviously whatever's falling from the sky is awfully light. But it is damp. It is chilly out there. Look at these numbers, 54 for us and for Saginaw, 50s for Alpena and Cadillac, even colder numbers up there in Marquette, 55 Chicago. Forecast for the rest of tonight, more the same as showers slowly diminish. We'll get down to 42. And then here's a peek at the upcoming weekend. Still a stray shower chance tomorrow. Much more comfortable Saturday with sun and clouds, and then close to 70 degrees by Sunday. Roop, we're going to check that 7-day, including Memorial Day Monday. That's all coming up in 10.
All right, Rich, talk to you then. Thanks. Grammy Award-winning rapper Kid Cudi testifying today in the trafficking trial of music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Why the rapper says he feared for the safety because of his brief relationship with Diddy's ex-girlfriend. Also tonight.
A lot of events happening in downtown Detroit this weekend.
There's no shortage of parking downtown and around the area. It's all about planning ahead, like not coming down here and just trying to wing it.
heading into the holiday weekend, residents and visitors to Grosse Ile getting some good news. Wayne County officials say the Grosse Ile Parkway Bridge has temporarily reopened for Memorial Day and the Grosse Ile Island Fest. The bridge has been closed for repairs, but we're told the first phase of work was completed ahead of schedule. Now, once phase 2 begins, the bridge will be shut down again for up to 3 weeks. Well, Memorial Day weekend is the unofficial start of summer. There are plenty of things to do throughout the area.
Always are in our area. If you're planning to head to downtown Detroit, you're going to need to come up with a parking plan before you leave your house. Fox 2's Camilla Mary with what you need to know.
Memorial Day weekend in downtown Detroit. Get ready for movement at Hart Plaza, the world-renowned electronic music festival.
We also have big concerts happening at Ford Field. The weekend's going to be playing there Saturday and Sunday night.
Throw in the Tigers and some smaller concerts, and you are going to have a lot of people downtown looking for somewhere to park.
We have been working with our partners at Q-Line and People Mover. Both of those are going to be open till 1 in the morning on Saturday and Sunday night. Our partners at Huntington Place are going to have the rooftop parking open so people can park there. And then our city-owned lot right behind me here, the Ford Underground, parking will be able to be had there as well.
If you're coming downtown this weekend, make sure you're prepared. There will be construction and a lot of traffic.
There's no shortage of parking downtown and around the area. It's all about planning ahead, like not coming down here and just trying to wing it. There is street parking to be had, but we don't want people to think they can come down here, get a $40 ticket, and like not have any consequences. So people that are blocking fire hydrants, blocking crosswalks, creating safety issues, we're going to be out with tow trucks, and we're going to be making sure that like the roads are safe for everybody.
And once we get through this weekend,
you can see behind me the barriers for the Grand Prix are out, which is happening the weekend right after this.
In downtown Detroit, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
All new at 6, Michigan House Republicans are holding Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson in contempt of the legislature. Lawmakers holding the vote against Benson after they say the secretary refused to fully comply with their subpoena request for election training materials. The day's vote in the State House was along party lines. Late today, Secretary Benson held a virtual news conference to respond to the resolution.
This is no way to govern a state. We are willing to sit down with them to try to come up with an agreement on how to best ensure transparency in our system while protecting sensitive election security information. And in fact, we have repeatedly asked the members of this committee to meet with us over the last several months, but they have refused.
Benson says her office has turned over 3,300 pages of election documents to the House Oversight Committee.
Well, happening right now, candidates for Detroit mayor gathering for a conversation for voters. 8 candidates are taking the stage at the Northwest campus of Wayne County Community College. The forum will divide the candidates into 2 groups. Organizers say this is meant to be a conversation and not a debate. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin is at this event, and he'll have much more tonight on Fox 2 News at 10.
Well, some good news today from an event dedicated to honoring the women who run toward danger and lead with grace.
The 12th annual Women in Blue celebration, bringing leaders and community members together to uplift Detroit's female first responders. Fox 2's Hillary Golston introduces us to this year's winners.
What did your mom and dad say?
Oh, they were so excited. They were shocked too. They were happy. Of course, they're always proud of me.
When I first spoke with Detroit firefighter Nashanique Webster last week, she was a nominee.
I'm starting to see more women come on the job, so it's exciting.
But Thursday, she can call herself the Detroit Fire Department's Woman of the Year.
Keep writing your story. You know, never stop, and also enjoy the journey. Just if you feel like you can do it, go ahead and just keep going, push yourself. There's always a lane for you.
Webster's story has led her here. One of 2 standout women from Detroit's police and fire departments recognized at the Women in Blue event Thursday. They serve with courage and lead with compassion. Out of 22 remarkable nominees, Webster and Officer Savannah Mann from Detroit Police were named this year's top honorees. Congratulations. How did you feel when you found out you were the winner?
I was shocked. There's so many different women and so many different backgrounds. There's a lot of amazing women on the job.
Mann is a member of DPD's special response team working cases that involve high-risk warrants or barricaded situations, for example. When you help save a life, just what does that do for you personally and emotionally?
I would say it's just I feel great. I feel humble to be able to help the community and help out any way that I can. And when I help someone out, it's a pretty great feeling, and you get a little smile on your face when you're driving home.
Both were nominated by their peers and selected by department leadership. A reminder that even in careers built on quiet bravery, excellence doesn't go unnoticed. And for the rest of us, it's a reminder to honor their service, their sacrifice, and what they represent. Hillary Goulston, Fox 2 News.
Like a broken record, we're talking about this low-pressure area spinning over the Great Lakes. At least it's on the move off to the east. Low pressure centered near Toronto. A secondary low out there for Cape Cod. So we're almost done with this unsettled pattern. We are going to see some occasional light showers this evening, perhaps a stray shower chance tomorrow. But you can see there is drying in the atmosphere around Chicago and Milwaukee, around Muskegon and Grand Rapids. Still, some of these light showers are going to be with us for the evening. It looks like there's a lot out there, but really it's just very, very light showers coming and going. Here's some live shots from Belle Isle, and you can see there is a shower right now over the river. That's why it looks a little fuzzy, because the visibility is restricted just a bit with the light rain in the area. 56 degrees, another chilly day today. Damp at times. Rainfall total just more than 1/10 of an inch. So really nothing very heavy, but it has been damp all day today. Look at the averages, 72 and 52. By the end of the holiday weekend, we're going to be back there close to average numbers. 53 in Lansing, 55 in Monroe, 50 in Pontiac right now, and up in Port Huron. There's that breeze from the north and west. That'll continue for tonight and for tomorrow. A lot of us are in the 50s right now, from Muskegon to Alpena. There's Traverse City, 55 degrees. The warm spots are all down south. Orlando and New Orleans right now, pair of 87. So as low pressure pulls away, it's going to take most of the shower activity with it. It does stay cool for the next 24 hours. We'll get down to 42 for tonight, tomorrow back to 58. And then notice improving weather for the holiday weekend. Saturday 64, Sunday 68, sun and clouds. And then there's Memorial Day Monday, 70 degrees. Remember, always get the latest forecast. Take it with you. Check it out on the Fox 2 Weather app. Download it for free in the App Store or in Google Play.
As the Tigers get set to open up a weekend series against the Guardians, the question is, does it carry any extra motivation, because that's the team that ended their season last year? Does this team keep receipts?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm Jennifer Hammond at Comerica Park, and I'll have that story coming up next in sports.
right, start with the Tigers back home tonight. Could be a chilly night for baseball downtown, but having Cleveland in town does figure to make things just a bit hotter. Preview from the ballpark from Hammer. She's down there.
We know that a weekend series against the Guardians is always going to carry extra incentive because these two teams, after all, are division rivals. But the real question is, does it have any extra meaning because Cleveland is the team that ended Detroit's season last year in the playoffs?
You know, if we think back to the matchups that we had, some really cool moments in our postseason run, they don't matter right now. They didn't help us win today. So I think we can acknowledge it and then move on. Like, this has not been circled on the calendar. Sorry to ruin the narrative. This has not been something that is the end all be all. It's part of our schedule. We know we're going to play them again. We'd like to win every game.
How do you guys see 4 against Cleveland?
Just excited, definitely. Whenever you see the team in the other dugout, it brings back those memories, and we wish we, had won that last game and been able to move on. But yeah, we're playing good ball. We like where we're at. Just definitely excited to see these guys again.
The division opponents definitely have that feel, and especially the team that won the division last year. And so, yeah, 4 games is a lot of time to, put a stamp on how this season's going to go against this team. And so, yeah, we're excited for it, and it definitely means a lot.
Does this team keep receipts?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we definitely keep them in the back of our mind, and we make sure that, we're going to bring our A game today.
And while Hinch didn't make it official, he did say that Casey Mize is inching closer to a possible return with a chance to pitch on Saturday against Cleveland. At Comerica Park, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
All right, Jen, thanks. Lions, if you were with us on Fox 2 News at 5, you know Aiden Hutchinson met with the media today. Hutch has fought his way back from a season-ending injury he suffered in Dallas last year, and he has come a long way since Week 6 of 2024, which makes the ability to play again in 2025 incredibly special.
I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to. I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball. So I'm pumped. I don't think anybody in the game of football will ever be as grateful when I come back in that first game and I get to play football and I get to do it on the big stage again. That's what sets my heart on fire right there.
NHL former Red Wings head coach Jeff Blashill has a new gig. He's been hired as the Blackhawks head coach. Will take over in Chicago. He was behind the Red Wings bench for 7 years. From 2015 to 2022, he's been an assistant with Tampa Bay the past 3 seasons. He's got some work to do in Chicago, where they have missed the playoffs for 5 straight years.
We lose a lot of coaching talent to Chicago, it seems.
Well, you know what? And we wish him the best. I mean, when you lose a job, as he did with the Red Wings, you don't know if you're going to get another shot. He's gotten one in Chicago. By the way, Brendan Shanahan, obviously deep Red Wing ties, let go by Toronto today. They will not renew his contract. So a lot of folks on the move. Shifts. That time of year, unfortunately.
Thank you, Dan.
Mother Nature is on the move.
Yes.
And we're moving in the right direction for the weekend. Now, for the rest of tonight, we're still going to have these spotty showers, but these are going to slowly diminish over time. And the chilly air is going to be with us for tonight and tomorrow. We're going to start to rebound beginning Saturday. 42 tonight. That's the overnight low. And then here's a peek at the next couple days. By Saturday, we're going to get some sunshine. It's going to feel warmer. Be patient. We'll check the 7-day after the break.
In another shocking turn in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, rapper Kid Cudi takes the stand. I'm Connor Hansen in New York with why he believes Combs blew up his car. Coming up.
Rapper Kid Cudi among those on the witness stand today in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs.
The performer saying he feared for his safety after briefly dating Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Fox's Connor Hansen with the update from New York.
Grammy Award-winning rapper Kid Cudi entered the New York City courtroom where Sean Diddy Combs is on trial for a third week. He testified about his brief relationship with Cassie Ventura, Combs' ex-girlfriend, who the disgraced rap mogul is accused of repeatedly abusing. Kid Cudi detailed a break-in at his California home that happened after Diddy found out he and Ventura were dating. And on another occasion, Kid Cudi's car was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail. Ventura testified earlier in the trial that Diddy had threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car. While the rapper suspected Diddy was behind both, no one has been charged in either of those cases.
Certainly, prosecutors have been quite successful so far in establishing patterns of violent behavior by Sean Combs.
Combs has been charged with both racketeering and sex trafficking. Prosecutors have been working to establish a pattern.
The defense is saying, look, this was just an abusive relationship, but it doesn't go into sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is the difference between consent and coercion, right? If there's force, if there's coercion, then it becomes sex trafficking.
Earlier Thursday, the jury also heard from Combs' former personal assistant. George Kaplan said he witnessed Combs violently attack Ventura aboard a private jet. After Kid Cudi, a makeup artist who worked with both Ventura and Combs took the stand, describing more alleged abuse by Combs. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Detroiters are voicing opposition over proposed cuts to Medicaid. Demonstrators gathering on a pedestrian bridge over I-96 near the Davison. Changes in the president's budget bill would require many Medicaid enrollees under 65 to show they work, volunteer, or go to school. The Congressional Budget Office estimates 5 million people could lose coverage. Yes, the president's bill has passed the House and now heads to the Senate.
Well, as you just heard, President Trump scoring a major legislative victory with the House passing his so-called big, beautiful bill early today. The final vote was close, 215 to 214, with one member voting present. As expected, no Democrats supported the bill, and in the end, 2 Republicans voted no, Thomas Massie of Kentucky and Warren Davidson of Ohio. But House Speaker Mike Johnson says despite the close vote, the Republican Party remains united.
The principle and the philosophy is always the same. Everybody's conservative. We believe in limited government.
To be clear, this bill would hurt the most vulnerable Americans, and the most benefits would only reach the top wealthiest.
Now the bill heads to the Senate, with House Republicans urging few changes, saying negotiations to bring the 2 chambers together are already underway.
Also developing today, a federal judge blocking an executive order by President Trump to shut down the Education Department. A U.S. district judge ordering the Trump administration to reinstate employees who were fired in those mass layoffs. The ruling was requested in a lawsuit filed by 2 school districts and other education advocacy groups. They argued the March layoffs amounted to an illegal shutdown of the Education Department. The Trump administration is promising an appeal.
And closer to home, House Democrats have broken their collective silence and are taking on the House GOP Speaker, Matt Hall.
As Fox 2's political insider Tim Skubic tells us tonight, the lawmakers aren't happy with the way Hall is running the Michigan House.
House Republican Speaker Matt Hall has staged almost 20 weekly news conferences dating all the way back to January 14th. So have the House Democrats held weekly news conferences to respond to his attacks on them? Nope.
It's really, really bizarre to me, I guess the desire from Matt Hall and the other side to continue to just find ways to bully vulnerable kids. It's just really weird to be doing things like that when unserious people are put into positions of power. It can have very dangerous consequences. I don't understand why Speaker Hall is not standing up for the people of Michigan.
The House Democrats also accused the Speaker of following an alleged broken-down agenda coming out of the president's office in Washington. The Democrats argued the Republican Speaker ought to be rejecting the president's tariffs, with a bad impact on Michigan.
and tell Donald Trump that, hey, maybe a trade war isn't good for our state of Michigan.
The Democrats also argue the Speaker is going to blow past a July 1st budget deadline that would tell schools how much money they're going to get from the state this year. That could mean layoffs, says the Democratic leader.
Teachers are pink-slipped. Hundreds of teachers in individual districts will be put on leave this summer.
Of course, Speaker Hall deflects the criticism, saying he is taking more time on the budget so he can find more waste in that budget to save taxpayers more money. And the Speaker criticizes Lansing Democratic Senator Sarah Anthony, who chairs the Senate Budget Committee, for writing a state budget that's $1 billion out of whack, he contends. One could say that budget peace is not at hand between the Democratic leader and the Republican leader in the House, but the rhetoric is certainly going up. In Lansing, Tim Skubic, Fox 2 News.
We know social media use is skyrocketing, including among preteens. And while more kids are engaging others online, troubling symptoms are also emerging. The results of a first-of-its-kind study straight ahead.
Also, the tragedy in San Diego where a small jet slams into a neighborhood, igniting an inferno before dawn today, has investigators watching this so closely. The latest from the West Coast, next.
We're learning more today after a small plane crashes into a San Diego neighborhood during foggy weather. Authorities say at least 2 people on board the aircraft were killed and 8 others were hurt. But late today, a music talent agency said 3 employees, including the agency's co-founder, died in the crash. The disaster damaging several homes and forcing the evacuation of about 100 people. Investigators say several homes had a direct hit, with fire spreading to about 10 homes. The plane heading to California from New Jersey. Investigators say the Cessna Citation jet was attempting to land at an executive airport when it crashed. The FAA and NTSB are investigating.
More than 4 years slowed the shortening of what's known as telomeres, the protective ends of a chromosome that shrink with age. Now, that is actually critical to keeping chromosomes healthy. The study found that those who took vitamin D supplements also had less inflammation, advanced cancers, and autoimmune diseases. You can get vitamin D through sun exposure or through vitamin-rich foods like salmon, eggs, and mushrooms. Experts warn against megadosing, which could lead to side effects and toxicity.
Also in HealthWorks, a new study revealing the concerning connection between social media use and depression symptoms in preteens.
Fox's Katsi Ama with more on the study and reaction from parents.
As more children get cell phones, there's also been an increase in their use of social media. This Oakland parent says her 13-year-old has 2 accounts.
Let's say Instagram and TikTok. She uses it probably 2 hours a day or so.
But there also are concerns.
Maybe to use as a way to communicate with friends and make plans, but I think in general that kind of technology is a little bit too pushed on kids a little earlier than it needs to be.
A study published Wednesday led by a UCSF Children's Hospital doctor found that as children increased their social media use, there was also a 35% average rise in symptoms of depression.
Feelings of sadness, loneliness, loss of energy, loss of appetite, or even sleep disturbances.
Dr. Jason Nagata was the lead researcher and says the study involved children from sites nationwide.
I think one of the strengths of this study is that we had 12,000 9-year-olds who we followed every single year for 4 years. Some people wonder like, oh, actually maybe it's just kids are more depressed and then they use social media more. Or vice versa, but this data did show that actually rises in social media use in an individual was linked with future depression in that same individual over time.
Dr. Nagata says the average social media time was only 7 minutes a day at the start of the study, but 4 years later, the children averaged 70 minutes a day, despite social media companies' rules on underage use.
Technically, the minimum age requirement for social media is 13, so this actually all represented underage use where the kids would have had to lie about their age to get an account. By age 12, 2/3 of the sample did have social media accounts, underage accounts, and on average, they had 3 accounts or more. The most common accounts were TikTok, Snapchat, and Instagram.
Dr. Nagata says the study also found an impact on children's sleep.
The most active time of phone use for the kids was actually right before bedtime. And we already know that teenagers don't get enough sleep, and sleep is so important for growth and development and mental health, as well as just attention at school.
Dr. Nagata says social media can have a positive impact on children, but he hopes that this study prompts parents to talk with their kids, create a family media use plan, and set a good example.
Parents' media use is the biggest predictor of their kids' use, so if you make rules about household media use, you should try to follow them and practice what you preach.
Well, another day brings more concerns for America's retailers. The message coming from Walmart about job cuts. Details in Money Works, but first.
Amy, we're watching the radar. Still a few light showers out there, especially up along I-75 from Pontiac close to Grand Blanc and Flint. Some spotty showers in Wayne County as well. But it is cool. 55 for us, 54 in Mount Pleasant. We're going to get all the way down to 42. That'll be after midnight. And then look at this. For the weekend, we're warming up starting Saturday. Sunday and Monday will be up near 70 degrees. A check of that 7-day after the break. 24 hours ago, the center of our low pressure area was over Grand Rapids, and you can clearly see the center of our low now is closer to Toronto, and it continues to pull away slowly to the east, taking most of the showers with it. You can see quite a bit of wet weather over Pennsylvania, New York State. Cape Cod dealing with a coastal low there. They're dealing with rain and wind, but it is drying out on the other side of the state. You can see from Traverse City to Grand Rapids, Muskegon, down to Benton Harbor, things are drying out, and that'll be our trend starting tomorrow. Now, there's still a chance for some spotty showers tomorrow afternoon, but looking into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we're going to have dry weather, and that is a great thing. We need it. It's been cool and damp this week. That's an understatement. Still some light showers out there, especially around Lansing, up around Flint and Grand Blanc. Notice a few light showers downriver, but overall, the trend is for improvement for the rest of tonight. Live pictures from Belle Isle. Just 30 minutes ago, we had some light rain over Belle Isle. You can see the visibility is way up. That's Lake St. Clair in the background. It looks pretty decent out there, 56 and 49. That's it for today, way below where we should be. The average number 72 and 52 right now. 52 in Howell, 57 Adrian. There's Flint, 53 degrees. Chilly along the St. Clair River with numbers between 50 and 55. There's that breeze from the north and west, and that'll continue again tomorrow. 48s for Sault Ste. Marie and for the tip of the thumb up in Huron County, Bad Axe. 55 Chicago, close to 60 there in Green Bay. So watch what happens as low pressure pulls away from the central Great Lakes. It heads up into eastern Canada. It's still going to be on the cool side tomorrow, but we start to see a milder pattern take shape for us over the weekend, especially Sunday and Monday, when we'll have highs both days near 70 degrees. Cloudy, cool, still some showers this evening, but they will end before we get to midnight. A stray shower tomorrow. Most of your Friday is rain-free, and right there's the 7-day forecast. Noticeably milder Sunday and Monday. We like that. Roop, another check tonight at 10.
All right, from numbers on the weather board to the stock market, take a look at what happened this Thursday. The Dow dropped a point. The Nasdaq added 53, and the S&P 500 gave back 2.
Big box retailers in focus. BJ says it's standing by its forecast for the year, saying membership and traffic in stores went up in the recent quarter. Online sales rose 35%. Walmart is planning to cut 1,500 corporate jobs. The Wall Street Journal reports the company is restructuring in the U.S. to cut expenses and speed up decision-making. A Walmart spokeswoman says the layoffs are not related to tariffs. Canada-based TD Bank reporting a weaker profit for the recent quarter. Its full name, Toronto Dominion. The bank cites trade uncertainty, which is expected to result in higher credit losses and weaker loan growth as sentiment takes a hit from the changing outlook. Running an exercise app, Strava has lined up funding of $2.2 billion and now reports 150 million registered users worldwide who record and share activities with friends across dozens of sports. And if you like discount travel in Europe, you'll have plenty of company this summer. London-based discount airline EasyJet says it's seeing strong travel demand for coming months. It was facing higher costs in the recent quarter, but is predicting earnings will grow and a record summer. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Also in MoneyWorks, you'll soon be able to get Nikes on Amazon once again.
The iconic sports brand cut ties with the online retail giant more than 5 years ago to focus on its own website. But after seeing a drop in revenue in recent years, the company now says it's heading back to Amazon and hoping to reach more customers. But the backpedaling comes as Nike says the price of some of its adult shoes and apparel will be increasing next week because of tariffs. The price of children's gear will not be affected.
Possible. The two youths.
Two what?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Two youths.
What is the most disliked accent here in the U.S.? The results from a new survey and what's trending. That's next.
Fox Local is Fox 2. Anywhere and everywhere you are. Live news and more.
Good evening. I'm Tara Nasher.
And I'm Roop Raj. A lot going on.
Fox Local is built for you. On your phone, on your TV. As local as you are. Fox Local.
On the Fox Beat, the farmers are feeling the pressure of love, family, and forever.
I actually saw a billboard for this show today on I-75. Tonight, they'll have to choose from the crop of contestants to plant some roots. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has a preview of the finale for Farmer Wants a Wife.
Right up my alley.
It's time for the final family visits on the season 3 finale of Fox's Farmer Wants a Wife.
At the end of the day, it's really up to me who I choose, to be with. But my family is so important to me. We're together all the time.
I've been talking to them throughout the process as well and telling them how I feel. We're all very surprised that it's actually genuine. We've come a long way.
One last impression could be a game changer as each farmer chooses the one they hope to spend forever with.
I think really it just comes down to respect. If you can find someone that has respect, everything else is way easier.
Family chemistry could make the match or end it.
If I found a girl that didn't fit in with my family, I don't think it would work out.
Colton is not only choosing for himself, he's choosing for his son, too.
If I'm not there, I want her to treat him just like she's a mom, and I don't want anything less. And I don't want her to think that she has to come in and be a mom, but when she has to step up, I want her to.
The journey to finding the one has pushed them to break down emotional walls.
I really learned that I can get in tune, deep into my feelings, I think at first I had that big macho, football player, I ain't gonna talk about my feelings or anything like that, but here it's almost like you got to, just because that's how you really connect with somebody, on an intimate level.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Find out who wins their hearts when the season 3 finale of Farmer Wants a Wife airs Thursday only on Fox. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, there are 2 big movies opening this Memorial Day weekend, and that means people will be flocking to theaters. And for some of the biggest draw here is the special popcorn buckets. But if you want a snack during Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, you'll have to crack the code first. Regal Cinemas has a bucket that requires 2 special keys to get in, just like in the movie. There's also a limited edition cup and buckets for Lilo and Stitch.
Fun, fun. You like popcorn?
I love popcorn.
All right.
Movie popcorn's the best.
That is good stuff.
Well, trending today, the U.S. government taking steps to phase out the penny.
Yeah, the Treasury Department confirming the U.S. Mint has made its final order of penny blanks and plans to stop producing the coin when those run out. An anonymous Treasury Department official confirming the U.S. Mint will stop putting new pennies into circulation by early next year. The 1-cent coin costs nearly 4 cents to produce and distribute. It's estimated by killing the penny, the country will save $56 million a year. So a penny for your thoughts. Will you really miss it?
No.
No?
I don't think I will. Yeah. I think some people will, old school folks who are paying everything with cash and change. But how about you?
No, I don't really like having change.
In your pockets.
Yeah.
Just jingles. Very annoying.
Exactly. Well, most people have them. Yes, even people from here in Michigan have accents.
People in Michigan, we don't believe we do have accents. But trust me, you travel the country, you go, Michigan people have accents. According to a survey by AI voice platform Podcastle, nearly 60% of Americans find New York accents the most annoying.
New York accents turn THs into Ds, for example, like this and that, or INGs into I and apostrophe, going, dancing, singing. There's the classic AW on dog, or coffee on the corner costs a quarter. You're going to be hard-pressed to find someone who still says, doidy, doid, and doid.
It's not all bad. 10% of those surveyed say they trust someone with a New York accent. However, most people say they trust someone with a southern drawl more.
What do you make of this, Mr. Rich Ludeman?
Well, I lived in upstate New York for about 9 years, so I picked up a little bit of that, But when you go to New York City, you hear...
Thanks for joining us as we take a deep dive into all things people, power, and politics. This, my friends, is The Pulse. I'm Roop Raj. One of the major themes President Trump ran on, the border, and there's a lot happening with that at this hour. There's funding in the budget bill for the border wall and President Trump's mass deportation program. Protections revoked for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants living in this country. A Republican and Democrat weighing in. Plus, an immigration attorney is answering your questions and talking about the impact this could have. But we begin with the controversial gift from the Qatari government, a luxury Boeing 747. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth accepted it despite questions about if it's legal or ethical. Now, this would basically replace the existing Air Force Ones until shortly before President Trump's term ends. Then he says it would be donated to a future presidential library. But it's a move that's gotten concern from both sides, not only because of ethics, but whether the new plane would actually have the same security features. The answer, it wouldn't right away. The Pentagon, though, says it will work to make sure property security measures are put into place. Turning now to the immigration issue, where President Trump's Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem testified before a congressional committee. She was asked to define habeas corpus, the constitutional right you have to challenge any imprisonment. This was the answer she gave. Take a listen.
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country. I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the president of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
Now, we always say we protect the facts on this show, not politicians, not Democrats, not Republicans. So with that in mind, here's a reality check on Secretary Noem's comments. And here's the deal. If you're I don't want to let the facts get in the way of my view, you're not going to like this, but here we go nonetheless. We'll take it piece by piece, starting with what it is, habeas corpus. It's a Latin term that means you have the body. Like we said off the top, it allows people to challenge whether their imprisonment is legal. Now, under the Constitution, this right can only be suspended in cases of rebellion or invasion if it's required for public safety. So the next question you might have is, was it suspended before? The answer simply yes, 4 distinct times. During the Civil War, also during the Civil Rights Act of 1871 in parts of South Carolina. Then in 1905 in 2 provinces of the Philippines. That's when it was a U.S. territory. And finally in Hawaii back in 1941 after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. All of those instances usually involved authorization from Congress. Now here's something to keep in mind. Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution is what's known as the suspension clause. And you'll see it doesn't say specifically which branch can suspend it. But before joining the Supreme Court, Justice Amy Coney Barrett co-authored a piece saying most agree only Congress can suspend habeas corpus. Now, we talked to a constitutional law professor who says, simply put, Secretary Noem's comments were wrong.
The way she answered the question was to focus. She seemed to suggest it was a right given to the president in the Constitution, rather than a right given to people who are detained in the United States. It's the latter. And it also warrants pointing out that the Constitution absolutely does not say anything about the president being able to suspend habeas corpus. And in fact, the habeas corpus clause is in Article 1 of the Constitution, which is the part about Congress, not the president. So obviously, the people who wrote the Constitution contemplated that if it was going to be suspended, it was going to be suspended by Congress, not by the president. It could also only be suspended in times of rebellion or invasion. So not even during wartime, unless we've actually been invaded by another country, can habeas corpus be suspended. The habeas corpus clause has been in the news lately, but so have the due process clauses. And it's worth noting that in both due process clauses in the Constitution, the word person is used. It does not say citizen.
All right, we fact-checked many Democrats. We fact-pressed President Biden in the past, Kamala Harris, so many people. If you'd like to see something on TV or online that you're just not sure is accurate, hit us up. Let us know. Send us an email to thepulse@fox.com. You can also take your phone, scan that QR code to auto-launch the mail right there on your phone. You can also reach out to us on social media. We'd love to hear from you, even if you disagree with what you hear from anything on this show. A lot to break down with the immigration issue in general, along with the budget battle and a contentious Oval Office meeting with South Africa's leader. Joining us now, Republican State Representative Mark Tisdale and host, by the way, of the Name of the podcast is Head in the Office, a political podcast by Jeremy Johnson. He co-hosts that, and we thank you both for joining us here on The Pulse. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
So much to unpack. So we're just going to begin with where we left off there with this whole case of habeas corpus. Representative...
You're not going to ask me anything in Latin, are you?
I won't ask you anything in Latin. Right. We'll ask you in the derivative of English. But okay, I do want to ask you about your thoughts when you see this happen. The bottom line that people are saying about criminal cases, and I think this is really important to point out, is not that we're looking at the character of someone like Garcia, the gentleman who everyone was talking about from Venezuela. We're talking about due process. Mm-hmm. How important is that to you when you take a look at these cases?
Well, you know, the Bill of Rights, the due process applies to everyone in the country, as it was said earlier, not just citizens. So those first 10 amendments apply to everyone, and so due process, you know, is what's required.
And so, do you think that this president, this administration, is favoring in the favor of due process, of habeas corpus, or do you think they're shying away from that?
Well, again, it's a due process depending on what laws or what issues are being dealt with, like with the temporary protective orders. When those apply, that's at the complete discretion of the Secretary of Homeland Security. And without judicial review, by the way, which is how the law was written. You know, the president is claiming the Illegal Aliens Act, and in times of war, and you know, if there are combatants in the country outside of uniform, you know, there are all sorts of rights that don't apply at that time. The question is, does the Alien Enemies Act actually apply? And that's the part of what's going on in court.
Jeremy, you're taking a look at this like everybody else. 350,000 Venezuelans who are migrants living in the U.S. A lot of them have work permits. They're trying to avoid deportation, and now the temporary protected status has been removed for now. Fair to you?
Oh, it's completely unjustifiable. I mean, these are people that are here working jobs, participating in their communities, building up their local economies. I mean, I've grown up my entire life hearing Republicans say, we don't dislike immigrants, we just want them to come here legally. Being here under temporary protected status is legal. That's a legal status.
But taking that away, because the Biden administration, of course, had put those forth so that they could have those, and now the Supreme Court is essentially basically saying that the lower court judge at the federal level who had said, hey, Ms. Noem, you're not allowed to do this, you got to allow people, the Supreme Court says, wait, you know, allow them to perhaps take away the protected status. Is that just at the behest of an administration to decide?
Well, I want to try to separate out the due process component and the morality of the act here. Sure, Donald Trump might have the power as president to withdraw the temporary protected status designation. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to say he doesn't have the power to do that. But I think that there's no reason that literally hundreds of thousands of people here working and participating in their local economies and the U.S. economy need to be removed, especially at a time when we're seeing him welcome in white South African refugees under this guise that there's a genocide happening in South Africa, when it's very clear to me that there's a certain set of immigrants he does like, there's a certain set of immigrants he doesn't like, and that seems to be the determinant here for what he does.
Representative Tisdale, Jeremy, I do want to take a look at some sound that we have from earlier of the South African president sitting with President Trump at the White House when this exchange happened, and it has to do with a lot of what you just said. Take a listen.
But never be scared to kill.
Our government policy is completely against what he was saying.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
take land. And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
People who do get killed, unfortunately through criminal activity, are not only white people. The majority of them are black people.
Representative Tisdale, when you see that kind of an exchange, the president is taking a lot of heat for the manner in which he asked that question because of the number of black people that are being killed, just like those white farmers. Do you think that he made the wrong distinction there?
Well, the majority of the people working on those farms are black. The owners are white, and I don't know what kind of violence or what kind of approach is going on there. But back to the TPS, the temporary protective status, it is temporary. There was one issued in 2021. There was one issued in 2023. The 21 TPS was extended. Secretary Mayorkas tried to, extended the 2023 in January of this year for the full 18 months possible. And it's not the president, it's the Secretary of Homeland Security, and it's not what the Supreme Court says, it's what the law says. And they read the law and they said that, the administration has this authority, and the Secretary of Homeland Security said it's A, it shouldn't be extended, and B, it's not in the best interest of this country.
And this is going to be tied up in a little bit of legal wrangling and more talk, of course, for a while in Washington that affects so many people. Let's move on to a big, beautiful bill that is, and many people who are Republican are saying, hey, we hope that it'll be passed very soon. Many Democrats, of course, saying, don't pass it. Jeremy, when you see some of the things in here, do you think the accusation against so many of the Democratic voices out there is that there's like this inaccurate kind of blowharded cry that somehow unilaterally Medicare is being snatched from everybody, and that's just not true? Do you see some of this as hype, or do you see this as an accurate outcry?
Well, to be clear, I believe the accusation is that Medicaid is being cut, and the Congressional Budget Office just released a report, I believe this morning, $700 billion in Medicaid funding to states is being cut. And that includes also, or in addition to that, I should say, is $300 billion in SNAP funding. And even with all of that, even though they're trying to cut the budget down, it's still going to increase the deficit, at least in its current form, by something like $4 trillion, something that I thought Republicans actually cared about. So when it comes to Medicaid, I mean, this bill is going to kill people. It's taking health care away from people, health care that people rely on.
And I know that there's work requirements that are a huge part of this to say, look, instead of checking in once a year, you have to check in twice a year. If you're an able-bodied person who does not have a disability and doesn't have dependents, then you need to work 80 hours a month for this to happen. Is that a reasonable requirement?
Yeah, it is, but the issue is that the vast majority of people on Medicaid are already working. All this does is drown people in paperwork that, if they can't overcome on their own, will mean that they don't get access to the health care that they need.
Representative Tisdale, you have a different take on this, perhaps?
I don't know if it's different. It simply boils down to what's actually been cut at this point is unknown. There haven't been any cuts. This is what they're working on and trying to legislate right now. The idea is a good one. The big, beautiful bill, the president and Republicans in general get criticized for only giving tax cuts to the rich. Well, when you're talking about Social Security, of which I'm a recipient, tips and overtime, that's not tax cuts for the rich. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, defense, those interest on the debt, that absorbs over 100% of all the revenues. If you're not going to touch any of those things, everything else right now that's borrowed would have to be cut if you're going to balance the budget. You got about 25%, 24% of all Americans now are on Medicaid. It was never meant to be a way of life. It was a safety net. And so you have to take a look at every one of those 1 in 4 people that you meet that's on Medicaid. Is that a legitimate claimant? And if it's not, then you've got to get those people off that can afford to get their own.
We have about 30 seconds left.
Sure. Why can't it be a way of life? We're the richest country in the history of the world. I think we have the money to provide health care for everybody.
Then where's the money going to come from?
Tax the rich.
Okay, and how much of that is going to cover Medicaid?
Look, I don't know exactly the policy numbers. I'm not a legislator, but I think it can be done. We're the richest country in the history of the world. I think it can be done.
And if you're taking money from the rich, you got to remember the rich and their money are portable. They can leave. They can leave very easily. And if you're taking money from the rich, it's not like it's just in their mattress or something. You're taking money away from investment in equipment and factories and restaurants, Jeremy, and all sorts of things.
What are your thoughts on the no tax on tips, something that VP Harris at the time also had suggested?
Yeah, I think she actually stole the policy from the Trump campaign. Yeah. Look,
what do you think about that? No tax on tips and overtime.
I'm not against the policy, but I think the more dramatic dramatic and life-changing policy for those workers that are making tipped wages would just be making it so tipped wages throughout the states are on par with the minimum wage. People are still going to tip. I mean, it's a cultural thing in America. But the fact that we're just cutting taxes on the tipped income and not raising the tipped income itself, I think is not as good as it could be.
Well, go ahead.
Restaurant workers, tipped wage earners, will always earn at least the minimum wage. If you're there for 6 hours and your tips don't bring you up to what you would have earned minimum wage, that's going to be paid to them. 85% of the tipped wage earners didn't want the old system.
The tip I'm getting in my ear is to wrap, and that's why we have to go. But I do want to say thank you for your contribution today, and thank you, Jeremy, as well. We thank you both for joining us on the Pulse.
Oh, you're welcome. Appreciate it.
We are turning back to the immigration topic right after the break. Attorney Eli Muad is answering your questions. You're watching the Pulse here on Fox 2. Back now on the Pulse, looking at all things people, power, and politics. Always glad that you're joining us. Here to take a closer look at the immigration issue and answer your questions. When we say this show's all about you, one of our favorite things to do is take questions right to an expert. And attorney Eli Muad is just that. It's so good to see you.
Hi,
Thanks for joining us.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
All right, first of all, just kind of give us an umbrella view. When you heard about the 350,000 Venezuelan migrants whose temporary protected status is at risk of being revoked.
Right.
What are your thoughts on what that could mean immediately?
Well, so they revoke the temporary status, right? But they all have the right to stay in this country to get their due process, to argue asylum or why they can't go back to Venezuela. Venezuela isn't has got their issues, right? And So they can argue, again, asylum that they're going to be killed or maimed or injured or their families. But it's going to take some time. So I'm not sure that by revoking it, all they're doing is they're delaying the backlog of them trying to become citizens in the United States.
So it clogs up the court system. Talk about the process for a moment, what that looks like. So let's say someone has a temporary status, and now all of a sudden they're afraid that's been revoked.
Right.
So now I go and I apply for citizenship. Now I can still stay here, right? I can be here for a while.
You can still stay here. You'd be here for a while. It's going to take, with the backlog, it could take 2, 3, 4 years. I mean, there's more of a backlog now. But again, they have the right to argue the various issues, and one of them being asylum to stay in. But again, they just don't have any protections right now. Now they got to go through the formal process that everybody else has to, where before, because they were protected, they didn't have to do that.
People talk about the humanitarian and the economic impact. What does that mean to you when you hear those words?
Well, you hope that most of the Venezuelans that had the protection are working, and I've already said this before on your show, if they're criminals, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're
Absolutely,
gone,
yeah.
and everybody wants them gone. You're not going to hear any opinions otherwise, right? But if they're hardworking, Venezuelans are here working very hard. You hope that they continue doing what they're doing, working and contributing to society. It's going to help for them to get their citizenship here in the United States.
Let's get to some questions now. Julie, we thank you for writing in here on The Pulse tonight. Does he legitimately, he meaning the president, have the right to defy a court order, or is his duty to follow the Constitution? This is a tricky one because the court orders are often, kind of butting up against some of his own policy. And he's saying, courts shouldn't be legislating this stuff. I should, right?
Yeah, great question, Julie. First of all, he has to follow a court order. So that's, if I'm arguing a constitutional issue, a judge makes a decision and says, this is my order, I expect you to follow it, I must follow that judge's interpretation of the Constitution, and if he orders my client to do something, I have to follow it, or else it is contempt of court.
That's so interesting. We have Kai writing into the Pulse here tonight. Kai, thanks for your question as well. We thank you. You're asking, what are the implications of revoking temporary protected status or other protections for Venezuelan migrants, and what recourse, if any, do affected individuals have under the current immigration law? I know you mentioned a little bit about people being able to apply, but right away, anyone who's kind of upset and trying to figure this out, panicking, what should they be?
Well, because the United States Supreme Court is backing the president on this and says you can take away the status, they're left as ordinary persons from different countries that have to apply normally, that have to stay criminal-free, continue working, see if their family's here, go through the system, and they have to worry a little bit, because when they get to an administrative hearing with a immigration law judge, obviously they have to convince that law judge that they can't go back to their country because of various things, a threat to get killed. Those are hard to prove. You know, how are they going to prove it other than their statement? It's very hard, and that's why they may get deported.
I do want to ask you about habeas corpus for a moment. You're hearing a lot of talk about that right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I think this is a really interesting point. When you talk about people who are here and who may be, for instance, gang members or bad guys, if you will, and the majority of them aren't that, but those who are they entitled to due process?
Absolutely.
Talk about that.
Absolutely. So I've had criminal clients that will be convicted or plead guilty to a federal or to a state case, right? Yeah. But then you say, hey, I'm going to appeal because there's some constitutional issue that's involved. So they appeal to the Michigan Court of Appeals, they lose. They appeal to the Michigan State Supreme Court, and they lose. Then they can file a petition for habeas corpus with the federal courts and say, hey, I think there's a constitutional wrong that happened to me. And I can tell you, some are not citizens that are allowed to do that. And I do agree with the last person here that Constitution does pertain to persons or people, and it doesn't say only citizens, right?
It's such an interesting topic, one that we obviously will continue to take on as they take it on in D.C. right now. We, of course, always thank Eli Mawad for joining us here on The Pulse. Thanks for your time,
Good to see
always.
You.
Great to see you.
Okay.
Well, we're getting you up to speed on some of our other big stories right after the break, including what former President Biden's office is now saying about his cancer diagnosis. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2. It is People, Power, and Politics. Welcome back to Detroit's only nightly political talk show. This, my friends, is The Pulse. We're always glad that you're with us every single day. You know, immigration's dominated the show, but it's not all that's happening tonight. So let's run through some of the other big stories we're following at this hour. As President Biden grapples with a devastating cancer diagnosis, his office is now saying his last known prostate screening was a decade ago. Officials saying he was screened in 2014 and was never diagnosed with the disease before last week. Many have questioned his health during his presidency, and accusations his aides covered up the disease while he was in office. The president's cancer can possibly be controlled, but it has spread to his bones and is no longer curable. From the previous president to the current one, a federal judge blocks President Trump's firings of 2 Democrats on a privacy board. Those members are on the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, which was created after 9/11. The members make sure the government's counterterrorism policies are balanced against your privacy and civil liberties. The judge said firing them would make the board answer to the authority it's supposed to oversee. The Trump administration claims the Constitution gives President Trump the power to remove them. Well, from federal court to the Supreme Court, the Trump administration is asking justices to block orders requiring the Department of Government Efficiency to turn documents over to a watchdog group. It's all surrounding the question of if DOJ is subject to the Freedom of Information Act. The administration argues it's not, since it's an advisory board. A federal judge found it's likely more than that, noting its claims it helped close USAID and cut billions in economic government contracts. And finally tonight, we're turning back to the budget bill because you might not know part of it concerns artificial intelligence. You see, Republicans want to ban states from regulating AI for a decade. That would leave the feds in charge of regulating the technology. While this could be huge for the industry, attorneys general from 40 states say it would limit their ability to fight deep fakes and cyber scams, as well as impact hundreds of existing laws. The White House is working on what it calls an AI action plan, but it's not clear when that will be released. That is The Pulse. Thanks so much for joining us. Remember, you can always email us your political questions you want answered or a fact check you want to see at thepulse@fox.com, or you can scan the QR code on your screen. I'm Roop Faraj. Thanks for joining us. Have a good one.
He doesn't.
How about a Thursday evening edition of Luderman Live on this chilly evening with lots of clouds and still some spotty showers out there. Yesterday, today, kind of unsettled and unseasonably cool. Thankfully, once we get beyond tomorrow, we're going to see an improving trend with our weather for Saturday, Sunday, and for Memorial Day Monday. So we're moving in the right direction starting tomorrow, but for the weekend ahead, we're going to be in much better shape weather-wise. We've been talking about this pesky area of low pressure that's been with us for the last couple of days. I am going to show you what it looks like there on the radar satellite composite. So you can see there's one low pressure area just near Toronto. So yesterday at this time, that center of circulation was closer to Grand Rapids. So in 24 hours, it's gone from Grand Rapids, Michigan to roughly Toronto, Ontario. And then there's another area of low pressures. It's a little harder to pick out, but it's right at Cape Cod. So there's a big surface low, a big nor'easter, very close to Boston right now with plenty of rain and wind for southern New England. Now, in some of the higher elevations of New Hampshire and Vermont, there could even be a little wet snow, but that's not coming our way. What we're dealing with is this main area of low pressure just there north of Toronto. Let's zoom in and show you what's going to happen, what's going to change. Unfortunately, there are still some showers over southeast Michigan. So I think as I'm looking on the downtown camera, pretty close to Comerica Park, there are a couple of showers. But notice on the other side of the state, for Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Muskegon, Ludington, it's a lot drier there. So as low pressure near Toronto continues to ease off to the east, most of the showers are going to go with it. Clearly, there are some rain showers around Cleveland right now, around Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Niagara Falls. Toronto is a damp evening, but there's a lot less rain from Fort Wayne to Chicago up to Milwaukee. So, you know, we're ready for this low pressure to get out of here, that's for sure. Here's a great look at Sky Tracker. Notice around Jackson, some light showers closer to Flint. But right there from Pontiac to Detroit, there's one little band of showers coming down I-75, and that will likely clip downtown between now and, let's say, 8:15. So there could be a delay in the baseball game. It's certainly a possibility, even though most of this rain is very, very light. You know, there's that one little enhanced area. Notice around Ann Arbor, around Milan, Ypsilanti, Belleville, through Monroe County, there's a lot less rain. So more places are not seeing rain than are seeing rain this evening, but these showers, as they move from northwest to southeast, are going to clip many locations. You can see up around Port Huron, Marysville, along the St. Clair River, not a lot of rain, but on the east side, Grosse Pointe, St. Clair Shores, certainly in central Oakland County, a bit more rain. So here's our last zoom-in spot, and we can keep zooming in right over downtown. And again, there is a little shower activity from Hamtramck right to Grosse Seal, make that Belle Isle. From Hamtramck to Belle Isle, St. Clair Shores not getting a lot of rain, but this may clip just about all of us in the next hour or so. So there it is. Let's zoom into a few more spots. You can see Ann Arbor not seeing much action right now, but west of Ann Arbor, close to Dexter, there's Chelsea, seeing a bit of light rainfall. Let's go up into Oakland County. There it is. You know, more light rainfall from Waterford down close to Pontiac. There's Bloomfield Hills getting a bit of rain. You know, nothing exciting here. It's just a little bit of rainfall. We've seen plenty of it in the last couple of days. There's Royal Oak, Ferndale, right near the zoo area, getting some rain. That's the story, you know. Still showers around this evening. The headlines feature a chance for a stray shower tomorrow, but most of Friday is going to be dry. Then we are looking at dry weather for Saturday, Sunday, and Memorial Day Monday. And you'll see that in the 7-day forecast. Along with it, temperatures are slowly going to moderate. So I know it's been cloudy, cool, and damp the last couple days, but for the weekend ahead, we're moving in the right directions, and that's a welcome part of the forecast. Now, here's a great look at downtown. Now, normally you would see the Rensen right in the middle of the screen on the horizon, but with these showers right there, you know, the visibility is greatly reduced. So that's pretty typical. You know, when the rain comes in, visibility goes down. Once the rain showers exit, then you'll see the visibility come back up, and we'll see the Rensen again, probably within the next 30 or 40 minutes. But, you know, it is what it is. There's actually a sailboat out there. I see it. That's pretty cool. I mean, I give that captain of the sailboat a lot of credit. I mean, it's a cloudy, damp, cool evening, and he's out there, or she's out there. Let's make a correction there. He or she is out there on the river going at it. I love that. I love that. It's pretty hardcore. Let me show you the numbers today for the Almanac. This is at Metro Airport. 56 on the high side, 49 on the low side. Look at the averages, 72 and 52. So not even close to where we should be for the end of May. Look at the records, 90 on the high side, 32 on the low side. So way back in 1883, we did have some patchy frost this late in May. That's a little unusual. How about the rainfall today at the airport? Just a little over 1/10 of an inch. So really, nothing all that impressive in terms of rainfall amounts. Sunset tonight, 8:55. So that's about an hour and 20 minutes from now. But with all the cloud cover, it's going to get dark a little earlier than that. Here's our current reading, Metro Airport, 53 degrees. A few sprinkles around Romulus. Notice that breeze from the north and west with a few higher gusts. It's kind of chill. You know, I mentioned it on TV during the 6 o'clock news. It kind of feels like Halloween out there, you know, just a little cool and damp. at the end of May, it's not a great thing. A lot of us have numbers near 50 degrees. There's 55 in Adrian, 50 in Port Huron, 52 Lansing, up there around Flint, 51 degrees. Temperatures are slowly going to fall off, especially after midnight. Most of us will get down into the mid to lower 40s, but it'll take all night to get there. There's that chilly breeze from the north and west. Thankfully, it's not a strong wind, but there is a breeze out there, and that'll continue for tonight and again for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be not as wet. You'll see that coming up in the forecast. Look at these numbers, 50 Mackinac Island, 50 Alpena. It's chilly around London, Ontario, 46 degrees, 54 Muskegon, 56 in Toledo. It's interesting because one of the warm spots on the map is Green Bay, Wisconsin. They have not had the heavy cloud cover and the wet weather, so they just dropped 55 out there in Green Bay. How about these numbers? If you need some warm spots, we show you this graphic all the time. You got to go down south. There's Albuquerque at 88 degrees. There's 84s for Dallas and New Orleans. Orlando looking good, 84. Atlanta's 82. Now Boston, that's a windy, wet 45 degrees. So that's pretty raw for Boston, the Cape Cod area, southern New England, because they're dealing with that coastal storm. But in time, this whole pattern is going to change. And next week looks quite a bit milder than this week. So we knew this week was going to be a cooler week for us, but next week it looks much more spring-like. Nothing very warm next week, but spring-like with daytime highs in the low to mid 70s. So here's what we got going on. Fox Futurecast shows two areas of low pressure. 11 o'clock tonight. The first one is near Rochester, New York. That's the one that's currently near Toronto. It's going to slide a bit more to the east. And then there's that coastal low still plaguing New England with rain and wind. So watch what happens over time. These two lows are going to kind of morph in northern New England late Friday night and Saturday, and then it's going to keep moving up into eastern Canada. So we're going to be left with chilly temperatures for one more day. That's tomorrow. But then by Saturday, the coolest of the air is going to move up into eastern Canada as well, and then we begin a gradual, slow, moderating trend starting Saturday. But for Sunday and Memorial Day Monday, we're going to likely have highs near 70 degrees. So, this time of year, if we get some sun or when we get some sun, it's going to feel a lot warmer out there. Today, not much. Yesterday, not much sun. And as a result, it's been rather chilly. Let's take a little tour of our Midwest cities. Again, that's pretty chilly for Toledo, Friday and Saturday, 60 and 64. How about Cleveland? Even cooler near the lake, 53 and 56. A couple of showers around tomorrow. We'll go back to the west. There's Fort Wayne, 63 and 66. But they're going to see more sunshine as that low is further to the east. Now look at Chicago. Quite a bit of sunshine, 60 and 59 for Friday and Saturday. That's kind of cool, but the sun makes all the difference. 52, 55 for South Haven. That's south of Holland. Here's Grand Rapids, 58 and 63. Not a great Memorial Day weekend forecast there, but mostly dry. Traverse City, 52 and 55. Some sunshine Saturday and Sunday. How about Marquette? 46 tomorrow, 51 on Saturday. It's pretty chilly for the end of May. There's Mackinac Island, Mackinac Bridge. Lots of clouds Friday, Saturday, 52, 55. And then our last stop is Tawas. Again, chilly, 52 and 58 for Friday and Saturday. Let's go through the forecast, and then we'll go back to the radar and show you the latest. Cloudy and cool. Showers will be ending overnight. So these nuisance showers will be around this evening especially. And then as, the showers come to an end, temperatures will drop off a bit. There's 42. That's the overnight low in Wayne County. There could be a few cooler spots, especially in the western suburbs. Now, here's your Friday forecast. Mostly cloudy. See a few splashes of sunshine in the morning and then late in the day. It'll still be breezy tomorrow. Most of Friday is rain-free, but we can't rule out that stray shower chance. So, as a result, we're going to stay in the mid to upper 50s tomorrow. Get ready for the 7-day forecast. There's 64 with sun and clouds Saturday. A little milder Sunday, 68 with sun and clouds, and Memorial Day looks dry. You know, yesterday I was debating whether I should include a shower chance Monday, but it's looking more and more likely that we're going to have dry weather Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which is great. You know, people are going to be outside. They're going to be working on their gardens. They're going to be on the waterways. You know, something I should say, Charlie Langton did a story yesterday about, you know, safety on the rivers, on Lake St. Clair. And he covered many, many good points. But I'll mention this. I was out on Lake St. Clair last Friday. We had that beautiful day. It was like 84 degrees. And a couple times I put my hand in the water. I did not go swimming Friday in Lake St. Clair, but the water is still pretty cold. So, you know, if you're going to be out on your boats, whether it's the inland lakes or the Detroit River, the St. Clair River, Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie, Lake Huron, watch out because, you know, that cold water can take your breath away. You know, when you jump in and you get that first, it's a little unnerving. So, you know me, I go canoeing with my coworkers and with my one neighbor. So I'm a big canoeing guy, and I always, without exception, wear the jacket. You know, even on the sunny, calm days, you got to be safe. So if you're going to be out on the waterways for the holiday weekend, which I know a lot of you will be, just be safe and consider the fact that that water is still really cold. So if you're thinking about swimming, good luck. Now, when I was on Lake St. Clair last Friday, I did see some people swimming. There was a few out near Selfridge. On that end of Lake St. Clair, there were some boats, you know, anchored up, and people were socializing. But I did see a few people swimming. But for me, as I put my hand in the water, it was awfully cold. I'm not a big fan of cold water anymore. I used to be when I was a younger man. The cold water really didn't bother me all that much. But now that my bones are getting older and my skin is getting thinner, I'm not a big fan of the cold water. But, you know, come August, I swim in Lake St. Clair with a smile on my face. And you know, through the years, my kids, who are now 25, but we used to go up to St. Clair, Michigan, by the old St. Clair Inn, which is now like the new St. Clair Inn. But, you know, it was a really great swimming spot, but a lot of current there and certainly some chilly water. All right, let me think here. I think we're done. Let's leave it at that. We're going to see you on Fox 2 News at 10. And, of course, on 11, we'll give you a whole update on the forecast. But there is improvement coming for the weekend. That's a good thing. Everyone's rooting for that. Go Tigers. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to First and North. My name is Lou Canellis at Fox 32 in Chicago. Joining me this week on First and North. Let's bring up the crew. From Fox in Detroit, Jennifer Hammond. From Fox Milwaukee, Tim Van Born. And from Fox Minneapolis, Ahmad Hicks. All right, guys, before we go around the horn, I want to start here in Chicago. GM Ryan Poles said that extending newly acquired guard Joe Thuney was a priority for the Bears this season. Bears got it done today. I think it's a big deal. They extended Thuney 2 more years, giving him now a 3-year deal. His new deal is worth $51 million, makes him the highest paid NFL guard at the end of his contract. And I love this move because Joe Thuney is so well respected in the NFL. He brings leadership that this Bears team has lacked for years. Bears had 8 captains last season. Not one offensive lineman was worthy of being a captain. This guy's won 4 Super Bowls. He played with Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. He was a Pro Bowler the last 3 years, and he's a first-team All-Pro the last 2 seasons in Kansas City. I had a chance to talk with his former head coach, Andy Reid, about him at the NFL owners' meetings.
You're getting a phenomenal guy, great human being, an All-Pro player, very tough, dirty tough. Doesn't say, again, a whole lot, but he's a good leader in that room. He's experienced. He's been doing it quite a while, so he gets it. You'll love him.
You help a quarterback, a young guy in Caleb Williams?
Yeah, he'll help. He's a good player. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what it's all about. And I found this interesting, guys. The Chiefs have $450 million quarterback, 2-time MVP, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, Patrick Mahomes. But last year, Joe Thuney was named the Chiefs' most valuable player by his own teammates. Big-time move by the Bears. I want to bring in now the rest of the crew. The NFL released every team's full schedule last Wednesday. Everyone's had a week to digest it. Let's start with Week 1 in primetime, Monday Night Football. Bears host the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's first career game back here where he grew up, LaGrange Park. Ahmad, I'm telling you right now, I'm making a statement. The Bears are going to win this game. They're catching McCarthy at the right time.
You think so, huh? You don't think Caleb Williams will have a sophomore slump or anything like that?
He better not. Not with a new offensive line and Ben Johnson as his head coach.
You know, I laughed when I first saw the schedule and I saw the Vikings were opening up their season on primetime. I think they have 4 primetime games this year. What better storyline? You have J.J. McCarthy going back to his home state of Illinois to get his first career NFL start with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and those Chicago Bears. I think that's just one of the bigger storylines of Week 1. I think it's going to be a phenomenal football game, and I think J.J. McCarthy will be on the spotlight, but I think the Vikings will do a tremendous job making sure that all those skilled players around him, you know, kind of take a little bit more of the workload than him. So I think while all eyes will be on JJ and how he does, I think Kevin O'Connell will make it to where it's an easy game for him, get the ball out of his hands and things like that. But still a long ways to go before we get to Week 1, Lou. Still a long way. So we could be talking about how Caleb Williams isn't getting adjusted to this, you know, Ben Johnson offense. You never know, Lou.
You might be right. You might be right. Before I let you go, Ahmad, let me quickly ask you, because I saw this break today out of Minnesota, that the Vikings they're going to have joint practices with the New England Patriots and Drake May. A little pressure on McCarthy going up against May in a joint practice?
You know, I think that's a phenomenal team to bring here to Egan and to practice against before the season starts. It's a Mike Vrabel-led team. He's the first-year head coach with the Patriots, and I think he's going to instill that toughness in that group, especially in the trenches. So what better way to test out all your new acquisitions that you have? Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave, you know, Will Fries, Ryan Kelly, Donovan Jackson. All these guys will get a big test in the preseason before the actual season starts. So I love the move to bring the Patriots in here to practice ahead of that Week 2 preseason game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Bears' first 6 weeks of the schedule, real gauntlet, man, tough. But even if they don't get off to a great start, I still think that they're going to finish strong. Don't forget, Bears fans that are watching this show, Bears opened up 4-2. We thought we were going to the playoffs, and we know what happened during that 10-game stretch. Bears have the Vikings, then they go to Detroit, and then they've got the Cowboys and Matt Eberflus here in Chicago. Then they travel to Vegas, early bye week, Week 5, before they visit the Commanders on Monday Night Football. New head coach, new offensive and defensive schemes, as Ahmad just said. I like the bye in week 5. If the Bears struggle to open up the season, it gives Ben Johnson a real chance to regroup with his coaches. The other divisional week 1 game is the Packers hosting the Lions. Packers' first week 1 home opener since 2018. Tim, how do you feel about that?
First one ever for Matt LaFleur. He's never had a home opener. Kind of crazy that's true, but that will change in a big way this year. Jennifer, curious to know what the Lions' take is on this assignment, but big test right out of the box for the Packers at home against such a good team from last year. And then they play Thursday night at home against the Commanders as well. Now, granted, both those games are at home, but 2 NFC heavyweights right out of the box. Then it softens a little bit before the bye, and then it's going to get real tough at the end for the Packers. So Detroit right out of the chute. A lot of hype on that one for sure, deservedly so. I think here we are, we're talking about the NFC North. We're going to be doing this all football season long, guys, because I just think the stage is set for some classic matchups this year throughout these 4 teams.
Tim, you are so right. I love it. Lions, just one of 3 teams to play both Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. Jen, Lions led the division with the most primetime games after going through the schedule. Woof! This Lions schedule is tough. You still have the Lions winning 10 or 11?
Yeah, I do. I actually have them winning 11 games. But with that said, it's going to take a whole lot of moxie for them to go on the road and do it. They have 0 games, this many, at 1 o'clock on a Sunday on the road. Everything else is either in prime time or at 4:25. They've got 12 nationally televised games, including 5 in prime time. They've got to play 4 in the preseason because of the fact that they play that Hall of Fame game on July 31st. So they're going to start even earlier. As you mentioned, Lou, they play on Christmas. They play on Thanksgiving. They wrap up the season in January 4th at Soldier Field. They play on the road at Baltimore, on the road at Kansas City. They play Sunday night in Philadelphia in November. I mean, this is absolutely a gauntlet. But you know what? Dan Campbell wouldn't have it any other way. I think that things got maybe a little too easy for the Lions last season when they got all the way to 15-2 and they had that number 1 seed. They didn't play a lot of outdoor games, and it turns out that they lost their first weekend at home with that number 1 seed coming off the bye. So I think this team definitely, the schedule has its attention. What happened last season has their attention. The fact that they open up against the division rival in Green Bay in prime or in a nationally televised game has their attention. And also that they'll be hosting Ben Johnson and the Bears in week 2 for the season opener has their attention. So I don't think there's going to be a lot that this team is going to miss. And I don't think that includes missing their coordinators.
No. Tim, let me bring you back because I look at that Packers schedule. What a gauntlet from week 12 on. Vikings, 4 days later. Packers play the Lions on Thanksgiving. We just heard Jen talking about it. Bears twice in 3 weeks. Broncos, Ravens, and then they wrap up the season in Minnesota. How about the end of the year for the Pack?
You're absolutely right. And bookend it there, you've got Detroit and Minnesota on the screen. What do you see between that? 4 straight outdoor cold games in December. You know, that used to be kind of a Packer advantage, maybe. I'm not sure that it is with Jordan Love and what they're trying to do. Yes, if you've got Josh Jacobs going on the ground, but they're going to try to diversify a little bit more offensively this year. And you got 4 outdoor games in December. The Bears twice. Finally seeing the Bears at the end of the year there, Lou. It's going to be very interesting for this Packers team. And even earlier in the year, I wouldn't describe it as a gauntlet, but I think this Packers season, it's going to be kind of high intensity every week. You'd see you have a game at Pittsburgh. Well, that might be a softer spot. But what if they sign Aaron Rodgers, which I fully expect them to do? Where's the hype machine for that game? You have the Giants. That could be a softer game. But you play the Eagles on Monday night before that, and then you travel to New York. So even the so-called soft spots don't look to be so soft in my mind.
No, they don't. Ahmad, NFL really banking on the Vikings this season, man. They'll play 2 games abroad.
I know.
Also open up the season on prime time the first 2 weeks. A few weeks ago, you were drinking the Vikings Kool-Aid on this show. You said that they were going to win 12 games. I thought you needed your temperature taken at that point. You still think that's the case?
No, I don't know. After looking at that schedule, it's like, whoo, they start the season, you have the Bears, in Chicago. That's like, all right, that's a winnable game. Then you kind of look at the next couple of matchups, and you kind of think, all right, they have their runway to kind of get off to a smooth start. After that, they have the Falcons with Michael Penix Jr., who, maybe he may not be able to pick up on a Brian Flores-led defense that early on in his career. You got Joe Burrow. Then you got the Steelers, who we don't know who's going to play quarterback. Then you got the Browns, all right? So you're talking about the Vikings being able to get off to a good start. Then they're going to be tested going from Dublin to London, going to stay there for 10 days. Then got to bye early on in the season, so you hope J.J. McCarthy's able to settle down. But then when you come back, you got the Eagles, the Chargers, the Lions, the Ravens, the Bears, and the Vikings. I mean, they are going to be battle tested, I believe, all season long. And then it just continues from there on out. You still got the Cowboys, Giants to round out the season. Those could be very talented teams offensively. So, yes, my temperature probably did need to be checked just a little bit, Lou. I'm rubbing off on some of the Minnesotans here. So, yes, I did say 12 wins. I'm going to cool it down to maybe like 9 or 10. I think that'll do good in this division. I think 9 or 10 maybe still get you to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, it sure does. I think in this division, 10 gets you into the playoffs. I want to talk about who's going to win the NFC North. Get your predictions ready, guys. But before you jump in, here's what former Packer Clay Matthews had to say.
Who do you think's going to take the NFC North?
I think Detroit. I'm interested to see how Buddy from Michigan does for
J.J. McCarthy,
Minnesota.
Yeah,
they've obviously got a great team, the Vikings, but Detroit is just they've got that it factor right now. Until someone until someone dethrones them.
Bears.
And, I mean,
Bears have a sneaky roster. Packers are nice.
are right there. I think that'll be the best division.
Tim, Matthews endeared himself to Packers fans at the draft. I don't know if they want him back now.
I think he gets a long leash with Packer fans, Lou. Clay Matthews, a great player, popular player during his day, but he didn't really sing too much about the Packers there. You're exactly right. I think that I personally, are we going with predictions here?
Yes.
If we are, I'd go with Detroit just because of what they did last year, the ability to win. Yes, I think it's a tough schedule for Detroit. I think it's a tough schedule across the board. I know that say what you want about odds makers in May, but the Packers are supposedly favored in 13 of 17 games. So you do that, I think 13 wins will get you there. I don't think the Packers are going to win 13 games. I think Detroit wins what's just going to be a crash course in this division this year.
Who do you have, Ahmad?
I'm gonna have to go with Detroit. I mean, until someone is able to dethrone them here in this division or match up toe-to-toe with them in the trenches, I just think that they have the blueprint right now. And I think, until someone proves otherwise, you got to go with the Lions.
Jen, quickly, Detroit?
Yeah, I think Clay Matthews is a pretty smart guy. I mean, after all, he went to a Big Ten school. He knows that this is the best division in all of football, and so far, Detroit is the best team in the division. The last 2 seasons have bore that out. And I do think that as tough as the schedule is, they are going to be able to go on the road, run the ball, and win some really gritty games defensively and running the ball.
I've got Detroit, 21 guys last year on the injured list. They'll never go through injuries like that again. We need to take a time out. A lot of excitement after the schedule release, but that was not the talk around here in Chicago. Caleb Williams did not want to be a Bear. What? Wait till you hear what Boomer Esiason had to say on the matter. Next, when we come back here on First and North. Welcome back to First and North. Luke and Ellis at our Fox 32 studios in Chicago. Jennifer Hammond is in Detroit. Tim Van Voren, Milwaukee. Ahmad Hicks in Minneapolis. All right, schedule was released Wednesday of last week. Here in Chicago, city, though, a bit shocked after ESPN senior writer, author Seth Wickersham released some quotes from his latest book about Caleb Williams not wanting to come to Chicago. His father, Carl, said, quote, "Chicago is a city where quarterbacks go to die." Carl said that Caleb might skip the NFL draft, go to the United Football League. Caleb told his dad he really wanted to go play for Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. Ahmad, what if that happened? Would you rather have Caleb Williams or J.J. McCarthy?
That's kind of hard to say right now. I can speculate and say you can never turn down Caleb Williams at a #1 overall pick, though. I'll say that. Okay, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, especially with his respect for Kevin O'Connell. Former MVP and 4-time Pro Bowl quarterback Boomer Esiason talked about this topic on his radio show on The Fan. He went off on Caleb.
The level of entitlement is breathtaking. And it's no wonder why he failed initially, and it's no wonder why the coach got fired. So now they go out and get an offensive coach in Ben Johnson, and you know what? Now it's on his. It's going to be on his to live up to these so-called lofty expectations that he has for himself and that his father has for his son. You know, and I understand, you know, that there could be a discussion. Hey, this is where quarterbacks go to die. Well, you know, go fix it. Be the reason that the team is going to turn it around and you be the player that you think you are. And I would just tell them, you know, just keep your mouth shut. You're going into the greatest league that there's ever been for the sport that we all love. You're going to have a chance one day to make $500 million. So keep your pie hole shut and go out and play football and earn your keep and earn your respect.
Wow. Guys, I have great respect for Boomer Esiason. Let me start with that. Terrific work on CBS, been a popular talk show host in New York for many years on the radio. And in most cases, I would agree with what he said about kids these days and entitlement. But let me say this about Caleb Williams. He's wrong. Caleb Williams did not fail last year for starters. He struggled. Guy didn't fail. This guy was put in a no-win situation. Still should have won the game at Washington, should have won at Detroit, should have beaten the Packers at home, and took the Vikings to overtime. And Williams put them in position to win those football games. His fourth quarter numbers, go back and look at them. They were terrific. Caleb Williams struggled because he did not have an offensive line, and his coaches failed him from the get-go. And I can't argue with his dad. Carl Williams talking about where this is the place quarterbacks come to die. Listen, Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields have not left and suddenly become Pro Bowl quarterbacks in this league. So let's keep it real, all right? They went to Pittsburgh. They were okay. Carl Williams, yeah, he knew that maybe this was not the best spot for his son. But still, Caleb Williams made his own call. He said, I'm going to go to the city. I'm not going to nuke the city. I can do it for this team. I'm going to the Bears. And despite getting thrown around like a rag doll, we've talked about it on this show, 68 quarterback sacks. This guy never threw his teammates under the bus. He never blew off the media. He answered all the questions. And I'm going to end with this. Did Boomer go after John Elway? Hey, Elway refused to play for the Baltimore Colts.
I was thinking the same thing, Lou.
Right? He refused to play for the Colts when they were in Baltimore and they drafted him first. Did Boomer rip Eli Manning, who said he wasn't going to play for the Chargers and he forced a trade to the Giants? And how about Boomer himself? Do a little background check on Boomer himself. Back in 1984, he told Peter King, great NFL writer, that I don't care if they draft me, I'm never going to step foot on the field for the Indianapolis Colts because Boomer was a Maryland Terp and he was upset that the Colts left Baltimore for Indy. Yeah, Boomer's right. The pressure is now on Caleb Williams to produce with a new offensive line and one of football's great offensive minds as his head coach. But going after Caleb Williams for considering his options, I think that is wrong. What do you think, Ahmad? You're pretty outspoken. What do you think on what Boomer said about Caleb Williams?
Look, some of it was spot on, Lou, but I really dislike when a former athlete or anyone of popular status tells an athlete or anyone to shut up and just play ball. Like, they have a right to have an opinion. They have a right to have feelings. And you're talking about a guy who's been a winner pretty much his entire life, going into a pretty much terrible situation and then having to be the savior for that city. That's tough mentally on any athlete. And I think these old school athletes always love to have this tough mantra like, oh, I can do it. We had to do this. We didn't have this much. Okay, that's cool. But you guys don't have to go through all the social media stuff that these young athletes have to endure nowadays. So I really dislike when former athletes or public figures tell someone to shut up and just go play ball. But I do kind of agree with what he said. Like, leave some of that prima donna, ness out there. Go do what you got to do. But ultimately, Caleb did do that this past season. Like you said, he didn't throw his teammates under the bus. He stood up there, gave them chances to win against very good football teams. And I think he's going to have a good future. Who cares what all that book, all those quotes had to say? That was last year before the season. He wasn't a drama or a headache during the season. So leave it be and save those comments for yourself.
Good points. How about it, Tim? What do you think?
Ahmad's pretty dialed up there. I like it. I think when it's all said and done, Caleb has the chance to kind of change this narrative, Lou, and I'm curious whether you think any of this sticks to him within the team as he goes forward. I don't know that it does. The people that are going to come out of this looking worse than anybody are last year's Bears coaches. My goodness, they don't have a chance to rectify this story or change things around at all. Maybe they had a point, maybe they don't. I don't know, but they no longer have a vehicle to get their side out there. Ben Johnson, new coaching staff, that's going to be seen one way. Caleb Williams back, however he handles this. Last year's Bears coaches, maybe they deserve all the slings and arrows, but they're never going to be put in positions of responsibility again after the way this thing went down.
Great point. John, what do you think?
Boomer is dead wrong. Once upon a time, Detroit was the place where quarterbacks went to die. And he actually was a little bit outspoken about Matthew Stafford in his time here, saying that he needed to have more passion and speak up more about this team. Boomer Esiason does forget the things that happened with John Elway and Eli Manning, to your point, Lou. But at the same time, for Caleb Williams' story to be told in that way at this point in time, I think is just trash. No one should be dumping on that kid. He is here, he is playing, he is trying to win, and with Ben Johnson, he will win. He's got an offensive line now that's starting to build, get stronger, and that's what the kid needed. He also needs a coordinator and a head coach that can satisfy game plans that support his strengths. It's going to be incredible to see the resurgence of Caleb Williams in Chicago based on what went on and what's been said about him in the offseason, because this kid has a load of talent, and I think that he's in the right place, and he's going to prove everybody wrong.
You're spot on right. All right, thanks, Jen. We need to take our final timeout. Each team released videos to announce their 2025 schedule. Our teams took some jabs along the way. Wait till you see this next.
big changes this offseason for the Detroit Lions with Ben Johnson to the Bears and Aaron Glenn to the Jets, and Jahmyr Gibbs changing his jersey number to 0 in honor of the number of Super Bowls the Lions have.
Oh man, Jen, shots fired. Bulletin board material, right?
Yeah, I'm just upset because I got my son a Gibbs jersey this this past season, and now he's got the original one. I do think that, you know what, you get what you are, and that's what the Lions have done so far, 0 Super Bowls. They may change that, and when they do, I guess they'll have the last laugh.
Exactly. Chargers stole the show once again with the video. Bears don't play the Chargers, but still found their way into their video. Showed Tyreek Stevenson and the incident he had in Washington. Check out this shot to the Vikings as well, who they play in Week 8. Shows Sam Darnold swapping teams and looking at banners. Vikings' best record amongst wildcard teams in the Minnesota Wild taking some heat as well. Says 8-time quarterfinal runner-up with the years 2015 to 2025. Ahmad, stick up for your teams.
There's nothing left to say right there after that video. It's all facts, you know. So Vikings, the Wild, the Timberwolves, they got to prove some people wrong, and the Timberwolves still have a chance right now.
I love it. Hey, guys, great show as always. Thanks for joining us. For Jennifer, Tim, and Ahmad, I'm Luke Canellis. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week right here on First and North.
Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get you back out to Washington, D.C., where President Trump earlier today was speaking about the Make America Healthy Again movement. Let's listen into a little bit more of the president.
So I think I'll close by just saying that something happened a week ago that was very, very important, profound, but very important in so many ways. For years, I noticed that other countries paid much less for drugs and pharmaceuticals than we did. But I don't mean 2% less or 10%, which would be good, but I don't mean 20 or 25 or 30%. I mean, sometimes we paid 10 times more, 12 times more, 13 times more than other countries, where people from our country would be seen going into Mexico and seen going into other countries, leaving on trips and bringing their drugs home because they'd get in London, they'd be able to buy a drug for 1/10 the price of what it costs in New York City. And I watched this, and I watched it during my term, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it, and it's a very complex system, but you know, we're smart also, maybe much smarter than they are, and at some point we had to figure out, and I heard it was the middleman. Nobody told me who the middleman was. Nobody knew who the middleman was. Nobody ever heard. All I heard is the middleman. I said, they've got to be the richest people in the world, whoever they are. We don't even know if there is a middleman. All I know is that the drugs were 10 times higher, and sometimes more than that. And I really got into it over the last year, and I figured the whole system out. And for various and sundry reasons, the United States of America was being screwed, and we were being taken advantage of and being laughed at for years and years. And I said, it's not going to happen anymore. And I brought a great gentleman, the head of Eli Lilly, in, who's great. He really is. He's great. He's done a fantastic job, and others also of the companies. And I have it out with him. I had debates with him, actually, and pretty much it was a debate that was impossible to lose. You had to be a real bad debater to lose that debate, because they couldn't justify it. They tried to say, well, you know, we pay for research and development, and the United States has agreed to pay for 100%. I said, why? Why are we paying? And by the way, that wasn't even the number, because it's still way too high if you took all the research and development. But you have other countries that are a lot more vicious than us in terms of their representatives. And they'd set a price for a drug, and they'd say, tell the United States to pay for the rest. We were subsidizing the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that anymore. We've been a laughing stock for so many years. The last 4 years, we've been a laughing stock. I said it. We're a laughing stock, and now we're the most respected, and we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to remain that way. We're going to do that with drug costs, too. And so I said, I'm going to do something that's a very unpopular thing to do with a small number of people, mainly the people that own the drug companies and others. And I'm not even blaming them. They were able to get away with it, but it was really other nations that took advantage of us, because the drug companies were under their thumb. And they would say, this is what I'm going to pay. And the European Union was right at the top of the list. Let me tell you, we're going to pay $20 for this, and we're not going to pay any more. And America would pay $240 for the same thing that they're paying $20. They said, tell America to pay for the rest. And for years, they went along aimlessly, and they did it. And I started making changes, and I'll never forget the end of my first term, which was very successful. We had the best stock market ever. We had the best economy ever of any president. We went up 88% in the stock market, as an example, and I think 116% in one of the other indices. And we had, we're doing well, but this whole thing with the drug costs always bothered me. And I started really studying it, and it's very complicated stuff. And I said, you know what? We are paying so much more. And I demanded favored nations. We're the biggest buyer, we're the best buyer, we're the most solid buyer, we're the one that paid for all of the research and development. And I said, we're going to do something that's earth-shattering. So at the end of my first term, I was so proud, because it's the first time in 28 years that any president reduced drug prices during the course of 4 years. And you know what the number was? 1/4 of 1%. But it was down. 1/4, think of it, 1/4 of 1%. Very little. Essentially, they remained the same. but I wanted to get it down, and I was so proud. I thought I was the greatest guy in the world. I took it down 0.25%, and I had news conferences. I was bragging. I'm the only one that did it 28 years, and then I said, that's not very much, because we were still paying so much more, and I decided I've got to break the system. And it's the most powerful lobby in the world, the drug company. The most powerful they are, the most powerful. And I'm not saying bad, good, I'm not saying anything, but they have tremendous power over the Senate, over the House, over the governors, over everybody. And they spend more money, billions and billions of dollars. And I said, I don't care, I have to do what's right. And I declared a favored nations, most favored nations, where the United States from now on is going to pay the exact same price as the lowest price anywhere in the world. In other words, if you take... In other words, if you take the country that's paying, and let's say in a certain part of, there may be some country out there that pays a little bit less for very good reasons because of the fact a thing called poverty or whatever, but we take the lowest countries, say European Union countries as a whole, that would be fine, or take individual countries within the European Union, or take various countries that nobody's even heard about. We pay the lowest, and what that's going to mean, and I'd like to put somebody to police it because it should start immediately. It shouldn't start in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. They'll say, yes, it kicks in. They always say kicks in, Marty. It kicks in, sir, in 4 years, and then 4 years they get it changed. It should mean, so remember I told you I was happy with 1/4%. It could mean anywhere from 70% to 89% reduction in drugs and pharmaceuticals. Right? Congressmen call me and they say, sir, could we talk about this? I said, no. They wanted to talk because, there's tremendous power against them. And I understand that, and every one of them was covered. Senators were. I see Roger smiling, and Roger probably was too, but you know what? He wants to do the right thing, right? He wants to do the right thing, and we're doing the right thing. We're taking advantage of, and forget the drug company, we're taken advantage of by other countries that insisted with the drug companies that they were going to pay X dollars, and we're not paying any more, and you're not doing business here, and they were nasty about it. These people are almost sort of afraid of them, and we are going to now get a reduction in drug costs of up to 89% in some cases, but 50% would be a bad number. So think of that, 50% versus 1/4%. Think of that, 85, 89, 91, 72%. It's going to be massive numbers. It's going to be incredible for Medicaid, incredible for all forms of health care. Medicare is going to have a huge impact, so big that nobody can calculate it. I mean, this thing could drop by 25, 30%. The drugs are a very big part of it, right? So very big part. So it'll affect everything. It'll affect your whole life. The amount of money you're going to be saving is going to be incalculable. Nobody can believe I had the courage to do it. I don't think it's courage. I think it would have been courage not to do it. I tell you what, not to do it would have taken far more courage because I was tired of it. And I was listening to these guys, and they are, they make a lot of money every year, millions and millions of dollars a year. And I agree, because at the beginning, because of the complexity, you'd walk out of a room, you'd hear them talking, and, they almost convinced you that it's a great system, it's a wonderful system, even though we were paying 10 times more. That's why they make $30 million a year, because they were good, but not any longer. And one of them just threw up his hands after I was just pounding on him. He said, I can't do it anymore. It's the hardest thing I have to do is trying to justify this damn thing. I can't do it anymore. One of the biggest companies, I just can't do it anymore. You're right. And as soon as he said that, that was like incredible, because I understood exactly he couldn't do it. He said it's the hardest thing he had to do is trying to justify why we're paying $200 for something and somebody else is paying $12. That is a neighboring country. Take Canada. I mean, people go up to Canada to shop because the prices are so much less, and it's not going to happen anymore. So we're going to take the lowest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we're going to be paying, and we'll be saving from 50 to 89% And these are big, these are tremendous numbers. There's not going to be anything where we're paying 10 times more than somebody else. And one thing that is very important, and it's got to be implemented, it's done. I've done the order, it's done. But we have to get somebody that's got a lot of strength and a lot of power, because you have to implement it, because these countries are going to go down fighting. They don't want this to happen because they're going to go up. Now, there are many more people involved in the world than there are here. So they'll go up a little bit, maybe 15, 20%, and we're going to go down 60, 70, or 80%. But they will fight the drug companies. The drug companies are very worried that they're going to fight, and that's okay. If they fight, we'll just say, that's okay. We are not going to let you sell any more cars into the United States, or we're not going to let you sell any more wine or liquor or alcohol or something that's actually much more important to them than the drugs. And we're going to be able to force that issue if we need to. They should do it. We're basically equalizing. They should do it. And, you know, the drug companies should do just as well. This shouldn't be a hit on their stock. I don't think it will be. It's basically, it's going to be the same amount of money, but it's going to be redistributed. And it's going to be redistributed, so they're going to pay a little bit more, and we're going to pay a lot less. A little bit more because there's so many more. So, you know, it's a bigger number. And so, Robbie, I'd like to ask you and Dr.
And you know what? We will listen to more of this event later on in the evening. We do need to take a commercial break right now as we take a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Just about 8:45 at night on the East Coast, 5:45 out west. Let's take a break. We're going to be getting an update out of that New Orleans jailbreak story. We have a report from the ground when we return. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall, a live look at New Orleans. It's been nearly a week since that jailbreak in the Big Easy, with 5 of the 10 escaped inmates still on the run. Fox's Liviana Calmes is in New Orleans and has been following the story. Liviana, officials there are taking some new steps to try and figure out how this all happened. What are they doing?
Hey, Austin. Well, the Orleans Parish District Attorney is launching a criminal investigation into the escape. He and investigators hustled over to the jail today to start collecting evidence.
We had one of the largest jailbreaks in over 50 years here in the state of Louisiana, where 10 very dangerous inmates, prisoners, broke out of the Orleans Parish Jail, endangering the lives of our citizens. Our criminal justice system deserves transparency and accountability.
Our entire team over here in a matter of moments, and we have been in that corridor of that cell behind that toilet, processing all of that area for everything that we would need in court.
Learn more and get answers in this, and they say they want to know why the sheriff didn't call in a crime scene investigation team, a crime lab rather, immediately when this story broke. And they also are collecting DNA samples from employees at the sheriff's office in this, and they say Crime Stoppers tips are helping in this investigation. But Austin, remember, there are still 5 inmates on the run, likely in Louisiana, although the Attorney General, who's now head of the investigation, has alerted other states. The DA says he is confident they'll find the other 5 and bring them back into custody in just a matter of time.
So, Liviana, and I know this is something that we're going to be following closely likely here as we await for the capture of 5 more inmates. Why do we think they're likely in Louisiana? Do we have any indications?
The reason that we have so far, the Attorney General is saying that these inmates are from the area. So their inkling is that they would stay around people they know that could help them. But they do say that anyone helping will be prosecuted. And we've seen that with those 2 suspects, inmates' girlfriends, we've now confirmed that were helping. They now have a bond set, both topping $1 million. All
right. Liviana Calmi is reporting for us live from New Orleans. Take care. Have a good rest of your night. So, what we're going to do next is take a live look at New Orleans, firstly. We do have some playback coming through right now, by the way, of President Trump. Maybe some of our producers can help out here. I believe this is him returning to the White House. Do we know for sure? I believe this is taped playback. This is not live. We saw him land on Marine One and then, yep, going into the White House, not taking any questions from reporters. We will, of course, continue to follow every angle possible of the Trump administration, some of his aides walking behind him there. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a sec. Welcome back and live now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. I will be stepping off the desk in a moment here. Christina Evans will be coming up here. She has 2 hours of news planned. That's going to be coming up in a bit. I'm going to leave you with the State Department for now, listening in to Tammy Bruce, answering questions on a range of issues. Russia-Ukraine war, Israel-Hamas war, and much, much more here stateside as well. Here's Tammy, and again, on the other side, Christina will be with you.
2 staff members from the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. last night. Every day we talk about in this room the aftermath of one of the most obscene attacks on Jews in history. The October 7th massacre was a reminder to the world that Jew hatred and murder is the hallmark of terrorists and monsters around the world. The envy feeding this hate is thousands of years old. It is now the 21st century, and it is time for the barbarity to end. While this obscenity happened in Washington, D.C., we have a president and a Secretary of State that recognize the importance of saying, enough is enough, and genuinely, never again. There is a reason why we stand in solidarity with Israel. There is a reason why we stand with our partners at the Israeli embassy. And there is a reason why we stand with the Jewish people here in the United States and around the world. Because America has a history of not allowing the monsters among us to destroy life, the future, and everything that matters. The Department of State's Diplomatic Security Service is providing ongoing support to the DC Metropolitan Police Department and their investigation of this incident and coordinating with other federal and local law enforcement partners. As Secretary Marco Rubio has said, make no mistake, we will track down those responsible and bring them to justice. Our prayers go out to their loved ones. Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky. Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, may their memory be a blessing. Now, on Capitol Hill this week, Secretary Rubio went before Congress to share how we are implementing President Trump's vision of an American first foreign policy. He made clear that America is back and that securing our borders, making communities safer, and combating criminal cartels are once again key priorities of our foreign policy. He also explained how the fiscal year 2026 budget request for the Department of State will enable the department to deliver on President Trump's foreign policy agenda that makes America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. The budget request in the State Department's reorganization will ensure our ability to respond to the challenges of the 21st century on behalf of the American people. And now finally, ahead of Memorial Day, which I know we're all looking forward to, I want to recognize and honor the Americans who gave their lives to defend our freedom. Their bravery, service, and sacrifice represent the very best of America. The heroes of this country would have preferred long, enjoyable, quiet lives, but instead they answered the call when we needed them the most. Every day that we simply enjoy is due to the sacrifice of the men and women who died on the field. We will never forget those who've given all to defend our country, our way of life, and the American people. God bless all who have served and are serving our nation. And now, ready for your questions? Daphne, yes ma'am.
Following the shooting last night, are U.S. embassies on any sort of special alert or thinking about any change in posture?
I can't speak to security measures that are being implemented or being discussed or decided upon. What I did note in my topper is that, in fact, we are working certainly with the DC Metropolitan Police and the security of this building, of American diplomats, of diplomats throughout this city is of paramount importance to the United States of America. We act on that every single day, and certainly we're continuing to do that today and in the days that come as well.
And has Secretary Rubio had any conversations with Israeli officials or the Israeli ambassador today?
I can't remark on the specifics of any conversations that have been had, but I know that, of course, you've seen his messages, the tweets, and of course, we will hear, no doubt, again soon about the nature of what's transpiring. But I can tell you that he is, as all of us are, is heartbroken. We're all affected by this. It is something we deal with, in a sense, of course, every day. This administration, the secretary's work, the president's work, and often I don't know how they do it. I have maybe 40, 45 minutes with you guys twice a week, and these are issues that are existential all the time. And I know that, again, my work is made easier because I know the people running this country care about life and about the condition of our lives. And so that's the most I can say, separate from certainly specifics of who they're speaking with. All right. Yes, Andrea Mitchell.
Hi, thank you very much. A couple of questions about South Africa and also Sudan, if you don't mind. In South Africa, the State Department is empowered legally with deciding when a genocide exists. Has there been an investigation that supports any such contention? Because there is no credible evidence from any authority on the ground there, in their government, in NGOs, or elsewhere that we can find to support an allegation of genocide, that white farmers are at all as disadvantaged as the crime wave there that is a problem against blacks in much greater numbers, and proportionally even greater numbers than whites. The fact checkers have shown that the white crosses were put up as a protest against the criminal movement and against the death of the farmers. The crosses and the burial were all part of a protest against the criminality, not as described. So what information was given to the White House, if any, by the State Department, by the experts in the field, to support what was described as an ambush widely around the world of a South African visitor who had a celebrated background as a leader of a biracial government and someone who was jailed with Mandela and who has been one of the civic leaders of a new South Africa, as troubled as their history has been, as troubled as their current situation is?
Well, I would say that, as we all knew, of course, the president has been very vocal about his concern about the violence, the nature of what's been transpiring in South Africa. The president did not come to the United States of America unaware of the position and the posture of the president and of the Secretary of State and of his administration. So I would argue against very much that there was some kind of an ambush. South Africa also has been facing a dynamic where there's been regular criticism, ranging from not just the collapse in some ways when it comes to the violence in civil society, but then the referral of Israel with the ICJ for the issues of genocide while ignoring Hamas, cozying up to Iran, the general choices that they've made. In the meantime, also of passing a law that has allowed them to take property, to possess property of white Afrikaner farmers with no reason. One element is equity. And so when you're passing laws like that target a group, ostensibly sending a message to the population that these people have a price to pay, there's something that they need to be doing, that they deserve to have their land taken, combined with the chance of killed boar, the massive rallies where encouragement of violence is prevalent and is at the core of it, in addition to the associations South Africa and its president have chosen to make, like with Iran and their actions against Israel. It creates a picture that is worthwhile having a conversation in the Oval Office. And that is, I think, it is the transparency of the president, certainly both leaders aware of what the concerns have been and what the arguments have been. So I don't think President Ramaphosa was somehow surprised or shocked at the fact that we have an honest man who's in the White House who's spoken and continued to speak about violence and the trajectory of South Africa.
What I'm just suggesting is that the facts matter with the credibility of the president, and that as it was explained in the Oval Office, and it has been explained elsewhere, that is a minority party, a protest party that is legally permissible, but that the white agricultural minister said in the Oval Office, that's why we joined the coalition, to make sure that they didn't get into the parliament, that they don't have power. They've been, they've been opposed.
The nature of the weeds of something like that, where that individual, you saw also the larger video of the thousands and thousands of individuals in a stadium framework. And I think that what Americans in the world and what South Africans see is a movement and an attitude that is not only not punished, but reinforced, but Andrea, reinforced with a law that says, oh, those people that you're calling to be killed, yeah, let's take their land. Who does that? Who does that in the midst of that environment And I think that when we think about, I'm not certainly going to get ahead of the president. President Trump is someone that the world knows, says what he thinks and acts on what he thinks. But I think that it was very clear, and he's been clear, as has the secretary, about the problems with South Africa, the nature of the signals that it sends, the quality or lack thereof of life, the fact that we have taken in refugees, very basic standard of looking for asylum. They've met that standard, and it's more than just complaining. It is about acting and finding an element where we can make a difference for those people.
Taking of a land, first of all, it's with judicial review when it has happened. It's not.
Now, let me correct you right there, Andrea, and then I'm going to move on. This particular law they tout has not even been implemented yet.
That's correct.
So it's not about judicial review. The law, if you have a judicial review of a law that says there is no standard, well, then you'll have judicial review of no standard.
But they have not taken
all right,
the land.
But this, and it is in part, I would argue, because of the global attention that has been placed on them because of President Donald Trump's attitude, his comments, and bringing attention to that framework in general. That is why that hasn't been acted on. And I will move on, but I think I've been clear. Yes, Matt, I think you have probably something to say. Yeah, Andrea, you've had 4 questions. I've answered them. You've asked in depth. We are going to move on. Yes, sir. I'm sure others might have the same sort of question.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Amy. 2, I think, should be quick ones on sanctions. 1, can you just explain the discrepancy or apparent discrepancy between what Secretary Rubio tweeted last night on Venezuela's sanctions and what Special Envoy Grinnell said? The Secretary saying that the Chevron waiver would not be extended, and Special Envoy Grinnell saying it would be. And then just secondly, on Syria sanctions. Sure. Just what's the status of the relief that the president promised last week? Thank you.
Well, I can tell you that the secretary did put up a tweet making it clear where we stand on Chevron, which is a license which is due to expire in May. And what I will speak to is not what others have said, but certainly the people who are in charge of the nature of what we're doing, and that is Secretary Rubio, making it clear that that license is going to expire. And so that's what I take my lead from is his remarks in that regard. So there's no confusion. I think many people on every issue can have a lot of opinions, but I think clearly who we look to are the people who have the power to have the impact and who make the decision. And of course, this is at the direction of President Trump as well. About Syria. Yes, it was a very exciting moment. I was in Riyadh and in the building when President Trump announced that he was lifting the sanctions on Syria. That is something that we've discussed, and many people have wondered when that would occur. And clearly the president decided now was the time. And I do know that, of course, there's a team of people who immediately started working on that, who are working on it now. There is, of course, it's worth noting that the president has some powers in the nature of what can get done, but sanctions are administered through different departments in this country. So his was a message, and certainly the order to reverse our dynamic, to remove the sanctions, which involves departments like the Treasury Department. So it is a process that will take some time, but as we know with the Trump administration, that they've sped up the train a bit. And they understand the importance of getting things done quickly, and that is the intention of getting things done quickly as they take the order from the president from that afternoon. And we're working on it. It's been a week. But I do think, because of not just the urgency, but they understand the urgency, but of the recognition of this administration, the government as a whole, of how the president works, that things have to happen and should happen as quickly as possible. So all I can say is, without a specific date, is it will be done quickly, and certainly more quickly than we're used to.
Thanks.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
All right, as you see there, we were listening into the State Department briefing that happened a bit earlier today, talking about a whole host of issues, talking about certain international issues, also touching on and addressing that tense meeting that happened yesterday between President Trump as well as South Africa's president. We were just listening into the spokesperson there, Tammy Bruce. All right, we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to cover some of these other top stories that we have been following. Now, this one is going to be concerning the White House. I want to show you this live look that we have there in Washington, D.C. as the time on the East Coast. It's just after the 9 o'clock hour. But here is the headline. We know that the Trump administration is halting Harvard University's eligibility to enroll international students. This is the latest move in growing pressure campaign for the university to align itself with the Trump administration. Putting up some video as well that we have there of Harvard University. We do know that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem notified the university today that their certification for the Student and Exchange Visitor Program has been revoked. This following an extensive records request from the Department of Homeland Security that Noem alleges that Harvard has not complied with. The certification program is what allows those institutions to enroll foreign students. The administration's anti-Semitism task force has slapped Harvard with a lengthy list of demands that Harvard has quickly rejected. This set off a back and forth that has since cost Harvard billions of dollars as the Trump administration has amped up pressure for Harvard to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion, also known as DEI. This is in its guidances, in its hiring and admissions, and crack down on student protesters as well. I now want to bring into the conversation Karen Fisher. She's a reporter with the Chronicle for Higher Education. Karen, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for inviting me.
All right, let's start with the very basics. I want to read off some of the statistics that we have here. We know that international students do make up about 27 or 28% of Harvard's total enrollment, with more than 6,700 international students that were enrolled at the university as of last fall. What's your first reaction to hearing, again, knowing that that's the size of international students that's there? What's your first reaction to hearing this move that was made by the Trump administration?
Well, I think that Harvard and certainly other universities who are following Harvard, they're in situation are going to be concerned about it. International students in their numbers sometimes have larger impacts. They bring in extra tuition, and they also are a disproportionate number of graduate students. But I guess my first reaction was this was a very unusual situation.
And so, again, we're putting that post up from the Washington Post talking about what we now know. Let's just continue on here with Karen here. As we're talking about, I want to read out this statement as well that we have from Harvard University replying to the Trump administration, saying that we are quickly working to provide guidance and support to members of our community. This retaliatory action threatens serious harm to the Harvard community in our country and undermines Harvard's academic and research mission. This is according to the Harvard University spokesperson. This statement was sent out to several members of the media as well. As you're looking at this, what happens next for Harvard?
Well, I think Harvard is looking at its legal options. I've talked to several lawyers and legal experts today, and a lot of them were questioning the way that this revocation was announced and put into effect. As one person said to me, it's not usually something that's done by press release or one letter. It's usually a lengthy process. And in my own experience, actually covering other colleges that have lost their ability to enroll students, usually for fraud, visa fraud, it's taken sometimes years to happen. So this is the lightning speed with this is kind of notable.
And as we've been listening and talking here, also putting up the statement we have from Kristi Noem, she put this out on her X account saying, this administration is holding Harvard accountable for fostering violence, anti-Semitism, and coordinating with the Chinese Communist Party on its campus. It is a privilege, not a right, for universities to enroll foreign students and benefit their higher tuition payments to help and pad their multi-billion-dollar endowments. Harvard has plenty of opportunity to do the right thing. It refused. They have lost lost their student and exchange visitor program certification as a result of their failure to adhere to the law. Let this serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. Strong words there from the DHS Secretary, Kristi Noem. As we're looking at this, she mentioned something important, saying that this should serve as a warning to all universities and academic institutions across the country. I have to ask you, on a larger scale, have we seen in the past any other administrations go as strongly after some of these higher education colleges and universities around our country?
I mean, certainly in this particular sense, in the international students realm, no, we have not. But I think more broadly in the sort of showdown between the administration and the higher education institutions more broadly, I think the tensions are much higher than they have been. I mean, obviously, we know that there is divided public sentiment on college, but the number of executive orders and actions that the administration has taken in just a couple of months is really unusual and notable.
And Karen, Harvard isn't the only institution facing pressure from the Trump administration. We know that Columbia has also faced some pressure in the past, too.
Yes, and actually a number of other institutions have also been sent notices or had some funds revoked. So I think because Columbia and Harvard are two such prominent universities, I think a lot of other universities and colleges around the country are looking at what the Trump administration has pushed them to do, and the repercussions. When in Harvard's case, it did not agree. Columbia said it would do some of the things that the Trump administration asked. And so I think that it's really attracting the attention of a lot of people within colleges who are saying, are we next? And we don't have the kind of ability that maybe a Harvard has to fight in the way that, against these kinds of multifaceted challenges.
Absolutely. Putting up a live look there at the White House as well. Lastly here, Karen, the Trump administration has also rescinded more than $2.65 billion in federal funding from Harvard back in April. The president suggested that he would yank the university's tax-exempt status, and the Education Department is currently probing the university's foreign funding as well. Harvard, we know, is suing the administration to challenge that decision to cut off any money from the institution. Is it possible that this latest ruling, again, this latest notion that the Trump administration has put out, could also face more legal backlash there from Harvard?
In fact, everybody I talked to today, lawyers, other people at colleges, said that they expected that the Harvard would go forward with another legal action, probably a separate lawsuit from the one that it is currently pursuing. I think a big question that it would probably hinge on legally is the administrative processes that the administration did or did not follow in putting these kind of penalties. And again, this kind of an unprecedented penalty on a university.
Any final thoughts, Karen, here before I let you go? Of course, this is a big story of the day. So many people are asking questions, really wanting to know what comes next.
Well, I would just say I think some of the people who are probably asking the most questions are international students at Harvard. As one lawyer pointed out to me, this is a particularly critical time for a whole host of students. The academic year is over, and so many of them have gone home to their home countries. They don't know with this penalty or move against Harvard, the revocation, if they will be able to come back. New international students are going to consulates around the world right now applying for visas. So what's going to happen to those who are supposed to show up and go to Harvard in the fall? And so I think that there's really a lot of uncertainty, and it probably is spread beyond even Harvard students to some of the more than 1 million students from overseas that are in this country.
And it certainly could have a larger impact, stretching, like you said, beyond Harvard, could affect several other universities as well. But again, Karen Fisher here with us for the Chronicle of Higher Education. We appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away now for our first 2-minute break here of the hour. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are going to continue on with more of today's top stories. And it's there in California that we got a brief update today from the National Transportation Safety Board talking about that deadly plane crash that happened in a San Diego neighborhood. I want to play out just a few of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, my name is Elliot Simpson. I'm an aviation accident investigator with the NTSB, spelling ELIOTTSIMPSON. Dan Baker is actually going to be the investigator in charge. He's en route now, should be here early evening. Spelling of his name is Daniel Baker, B-A-K-E-R. Again, he'll be the investigator in charge, and he'll be the primary contact moving forward this evening. So the airplane was a 1985 Cessna 550 Citation. Registration number November 666 Delta Sierra. It departed Teterboro last night about 11:15 p.m. It made a fuel stop in Wichita and then was inbound, we presume, based on the flight path for landing into Montgomery Field, runway 28 right. It struck power lines about 2 miles southeast of the airport. It then collided with a house. We have an unknown number of occupants on board and an unknown number of fatalities on board the airplane. No fatalities on the ground. We do have a few ground injuries. Been a multi-agency response. The NTSB is sending 8 investigators en route, should be here later this evening, along with representatives from Williams, who are the engine manufacturer, and Textron, who are the airframe manufacturer. We plan on spending today, tonight, and all of tomorrow on scene, documenting the accident site, and then plan on recovering the airplane to a secure location on Saturday. There should be a preliminary report on our website in about 2 weeks. That's ntsb.gov, and then the final report generally takes 12 to 18 months. We're asking that, although we know it was early in the morning when the accident happened, about 3:45, we're asking that if there are any witnesses or people who might have video that might have captured some of the accident sequence, they reach out to us at witness@ntsb.gov. And then any updates for press briefings will be on Twitter, and that'll be NTSB_newsroom. So I can answer a few questions. We have very limited information right now, but I'll try and do my best. And when I ask you, if you could just tell me your affiliation and your name.
Matthew Seor, Fox Los Angeles. Was the weather system at the airport working at the time of the crash?
It's unknown at very early stage right now. It's unknown, but as you know, there's fairly foggy weather conditions, but we haven't got that far yet.
Was the tower closed at the time?
I believe it was. I believe it would have been closed at 3:45 in the morning, yes. Fairly normal for a small airport like this to be closed. Generally, they're open between 6 or 7 in the morning and 8 at night. So it's too early for right now. We don't have any information on whether they were on an IFR flight plan or a VFR flight plan, so I'm sorry I don't have that information.
Univision Network, are you working on any theories to find out the cause of this?
No, right now we're just documenting the evidence. That's the only plan right now.
Can you repeat your name again?
Yeah, Elliot Simpson with the NTSB.
Okay, great. And can you also tell us a little bit more about what you know as far as hitting the homes? Did it hit one home or how many?
It struck one home, and then quite a fair number of automobiles then caught fire afterwards.
And power line as well?
And it did strike a power line about 2 miles away.
How dangerous is it for a pilot coming in, not knowing weather conditions to land?
So I'm going to avoid questions like this right now. They're a little analytical. I'll give you any facts that you would like to know, but probably the analytical questions will pass on. And remember, name and affiliation.
CBS 8, sorry.
Thank you.
Liz from NBC News. 2 questions for you. One, was the home that it hit this one? And 2, this abusive proof that says that 3 of their employees
No, we don't have any full identification on the total number of fatalities right now. Again, no, we don't. We haven't. That is the home, and the power lines are about 2 miles away.
And you can't say how many were on board at all? Did the power line impact what you think brought the plane down, or do you think it was already in a downward trajectory?
Again, too early to say. There are fragments of the airplane underneath the power lines.
It looked like there was a wing over there on the screen. Can you confirm that?
There is there is.
It flipped the power line or the light post, and the wing came off?
Presumably, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Was there any call from the pilot before the...
We haven't listened to the audio yet. We'll know a lot more later this evening.
Does the plane have a black box? Can you confirm that you said there's still an unknown number of passengers on board?
Unknown, yeah.
So
And
is it typical for a plane to fly into an airport without anyone at the tower of that particular?
not unusual at all, yeah. No, you can land at an airport when there's no tower controllers there. And sorry, you had...
Stephanie with CNN. Does this plane have a black box?
So this airplane likely has a flight data recorder and possibly a cockpit voice recorder as well.
You haven't recovered that?
We haven't recovered those, no.
Thank you.
And there were reports of a lot of jet fuel. Oh, sorry. Ship goes with the ATL.
Yeah.
There were reports that there was jet fuel pouring down the street afterwards. We talked about the fuel, I think, in which you talked about how much fuel would have been on this.
We don't know yet, but we're going to find out how much they would have fueled that. A fair amount. I'm sorry, you...
San Diego. So can you repeat from what city or state departed and what?
So Teterboro at about 11:15 last night, then stopped in Wichita at airport with identifier Alpha Alpha 0, which is where they got fuel. But the initial departure was from Teterboro.
Do we know passengers?
No. Excuse me. Yeah.
Describe at least what you've seen so far right now as far as the debris buildup. What kinds of things are you finding on the ground as far as parts of the plane?
So we found fragments of the airplane that are not yet to be identified underneath the initial power lines, and then we do have a wing on the road just on the other side here, and the remainder of the wreckage appears to be on the street just behind you.
All right, as you see there, that was that brief update that we got a bit earlier today from the NTSB there in San Diego after a private jet carrying a music talent agent and 5 others hit a power line during foggy weather earlier this morning in San Diego. That plane went down, slamming into that neighborhood, into a home where it burst into flames. And now we want to check in there in San Diego with Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Matthew Sedor. Matthew, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. What else can you tell us as it still seems to be an active scene there behind you?
Yeah, definitely. Right now, the FAA is confirming that all 6 people on board that plane are feared to be dead. And right now, the NTSB is here investigating exactly what brought down that plane. But we can show you out here, it's believed that the plane clipped some power lines to the east of the airport and then possibly hit this tree, a car, and then more portions of the plane hit this house. And then if you pan, I know that there's this fence here, but on the other side of the fence, the wreckage goes all the way down this block. It's just amazing that more people on the ground weren't seriously hurt as we're beginning to learn more about what happened and about those people on board this plane. A San Diego neighborhood jolted awake early Thursday morning with this massive blast. A small plane crashing into a house. We're doing evacuation. Jet fuel flooding fire down the street, igniting everything in its path.
I saw a beam of light come down and then a big kaboom.
I went in my mom's room and I woke her up and told her.
5-year-old Annalise Laredo went to warn her parents, who at first didn't believe her.
Looks like a big bomb whenever it explodes.
We heard banging on the door, ran downstairs, and my wife saw that cars were on fire.
The NTSB now confirming at least 6 people were on board the Cessna 550 when it took off from Kansas.
Montgomery ASOS is out of service. Which approach would you like?
The pilot heard on air traffic control moments before trying to land at Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport in San Diego, insisting the airport's weather system wasn't working. Officials believe the twin-engine plane could have clipped power lines before the deadly impact. A downed power pole and aircraft pieces now scattered across several blocks. Was the weather system at the airport working at the time of the crash?
It's unknown at very early stage right now. It's unknown, but as you know, there's fairly foggy weather conditions.
This scene about 2 miles from Montgomery Field. We've been seeing aircraft out here on final approach all day long. This deadly crash happened around 4 a.m. when it was dark and very foggy.
When crews first arrived, we did have dense fog, so as they came down, you can imagine the scene of what they saw, what was behind them. So our goal on this is we treat this a lot like a wildfire.
1 home destroyed and at least 10 damaged in the U.S. Navy-owned neighborhood.
That's the last thing that you're thinking about is a bird coming out of the sky.
Tamon Wilkes using that military experience to save lives.
I go knocking and yelling on people's doors, hey, we got to get out.
Photos posted publicly to Instagram show a band's drummer, Daniel Williams, boarding the plane and in the cockpit moments before the deadly crash. A spokesperson from Sound Talent Group confirming co-founder Dave Shapiro and 2 other employees died. About 100 people still unable to access their homes tonight because of all this damage. The blocks are all closed off in this area, but it seems like so many people are still taking all this in. And right now, even more than about 14 hours after this crash, it still smells like jet fuel. Reporting live in San Diego tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
All right, our thanks to Matthew Seedorf for covering this story. Again, very active scene there behind him. We appreciate your time as always. Wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to continue on here. Want to put this up on your screen. We've been talking about what we now know about those victims. Putting this up from the New York Post, some of those photos as well. As Sum 41 Story of the Year music agent Dave Shapiro dies there in that San Diego plane crash. The ex-Devil Wears Prada drummer Daniel Williams, also one of those deceased. But we do know that Dave Shapiro was the co-founder of Sound Talent Group, as we just heard there from Matthew Seedorf. And there were 2 other employees also there who are among those who died, according to the music agency. They said that in a statement. Sound Talent Group, though, has represented other artists, including American pop band Hanson, American singer-songwriter Vanessa Carlton, and the Canadian rock group Sum 41. Hanson, though, is perhaps best known for its Earthworm 1990s pop hit, Bop. So we also know that Shapiro owned Velocity Records as well. But this is what the agency said there in a statement. They said, "We are devastated by the loss of our co-founder, colleagues, and friends. Our hearts go out to the families and everyone impacted by today's tragedy." Overall, we do know that 6 people were on board that plane, according to the FAA. Authorities, though, as we just heard and saw there, are still combing through the scene and recovering the bodies before releasing an official number and identifying the dead, though there are not to believed to be any survivors at this point. We do know that also Daniel Williams, the former drummer of that band, The Devil Wears Prada, posted on his Instagram story before as he was boarding that plane with Shapiro. But the band has since posted a tribute as well to their Instagram page saying, "No words, we owe you everything, love you forever." Wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now from Fox as we've been following it all day long. Let's slide away now for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. I want to show you this live look that we have there in New York City as we have been following all week long any updates that we've been getting there from the Big Apple about the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Of course, we do know that today the music artist Kid Cudi, a celebrity makeup artist, and a hotel employee were among those who testified today. This is all in Diddy's federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial. Let's now go ahead and check in with Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen. He has much more on how today's proceedings went in court.
Grammy Award-winning rapper Kid Cudi entered the New York City courtroom where Sean Diddy Combs is on trial for a third week. He testified about his brief relationship with Cassie Ventura, Combs' ex-girlfriend, who the disgraced rap mogul is accused of repeatedly abusing. Kid Cudi detailed a break-in at his California home that happened after Diddy found out he and Ventura were dating. And on another occasion, Kid Cudi's car was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail. Ventura testified earlier in the trial that Diddy had threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car. While the rapper suspected Diddy was behind both, no one has been charged in either of those cases.
Certainly, prosecutors have been quite successful so far in establishing patterns of violent behavior by Sean Combs.
Combs has been charged with both racketeering and sex trafficking. Prosecutors have been working to establish a pattern.
The defense is saying, look, this was just an abusive relationship, but it doesn't go into sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is the difference between consent and coercion, right? If there's force, if there's coercion, then it becomes sex trafficking.
Earlier Thursday, the jury also heard from Combs' former personal assistant. George Kaplan said he witnessed Combs violently attack Ventura aboard a private jet. After Kid Cudi, a makeup artist who worked with both Ventura and Combs, took the stand, describing more alleged abuse by Combs. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Our thanks to Connor Hansen for that update. And to continue the conversation on, I now want to bring in legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff. Megan, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We know that you've been following this trial very closely, posting all of those updates to your X account. First of all, what was your reaction to seeing that Kid Cudi, the rapper, so many people love him all around the nation and the world, took the stand today in this trial?
I thought it was expected given the role that the firebombing of his car, the Molotov cocktailing of his car plays in this indictment. It is mentioned there, and then we did hear him mentioned in Cassie's testimony. But of course, Cassie didn't get in to the any actual testimony about what happened with the car or whether the car actually burned. So it made sense that he would be coming up as a witness who would testify to, was his car actually burned? Did it catch fire? Which is what he did.
Absolutely. And we also heard from Kid Cudi today. I want to play out his response here. Just get your reaction as well. Let's listen.
Hey guys. So I just want to say, man, I've been seeing all the love and support, and I just want to say thank you so much, man. People have been hitting me up the past week, just checking in and even today, and it really means a lot to me, man. You guys are the best. I love y'all. This is a stressful situation. I'm glad it's behind me. And yeah, I love y'all, man. Big love.
All right, Megan, let's talk about this a little bit more, because even in the rap community, let's talk about the culture as far as getting on the stand. They could even see that as snitching. So it's interesting to me that Kid Cudi, of course, he was subpoenaed there. He could have taken the opportunity to take the fifth. But can you sort of speak to that and sort of what we've seen in the past with some of these high-profile trials?
I mean, I'm not sure he could take the fifth because I'm not sure he's really facing any criminal exposure over the fact that his car was set on fire. But he seemed to have a real maturity there in that he understands that this whole snitching thing is for 11-year-olds or for people who act like 11-year-olds. I mean, he's obviously willing to testify in court and put his name behind what happened. So, I mean, I guess, yes, that is snitching under the term, but he seems to understand that he's an adult. We live in an adult world, and this all isn't just, internet fun and games. I mean, he seemed to, own up to his testimony and have a mature approach to the thing. So we'll see how big of a role this plays in the case. It's one overt act. The arson, the torching of his car is part of the racketeering conspiracy, and there's so many other overt acts that are part of this. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly the verdict form looks like and what the jurors are going to be asked. If they're usually how it goes is these overt acts are listed and they're asked to say whether one is proven or not proven, or true or not true. So it'll be interesting to see what exactly that looks like and what kind of role his testimony ends up playing.
And that's a question I had for you, because he on the stand, when they were going back and forth through that cross-examination, some of the lawyers there for Diddy asked him the question, how did you feel about this situation? He said he got played by both Diddy and Cassie. Do you think that could possibly harm the prosecution here? It's just interesting to hear his perspective on this entire thing.
Yeah, I was going through the trial transcript here, and Steele was really getting into the nature of his relationship with Cassie and emphasizing that, yeah, he was surprised to learn that Cassie was still seeing Diddy. And he said, yes, the question was, did she play you? And he said, yes. But I think his overall point is the whole point of this is to try to discredit Cassie and make it sound like her relationship with Combs is being exaggerated in her testimony. And they actually called a sidebar, and the benefit of me getting the transcript is I can read what happened in the sidebar, and when you're in the courtroom you don't get that. And the judge was asking Steele, like, what is the point of this? And that's what he was saying. He was wanting to say that, supposedly Cassie was in such a non-consensual relationship with Combs, but then at the same time she's in a consensual relationship with Cuddy, and he's trying to make her out to be, kind of the conniving one that you can't trust. But I think that, remember, the whole point of that is he wants the jurors to somehow discredit all of her testimony, which I'm not sure if the fact that, Cuddy answered, yes, she played us both. I'm not sure how far that will go in doing that, but, it was a win. It was a small win, I guess, for the defense.
It was certainly interesting, but you were talking about some of those photos, putting up this tweet we have from TUZ. Megan, I saw you posted these as well. It's crazy to see some of these photos because we've heard about this alleged Molotov cocktail blowing up his car, but now the government is exhibiting that in the courtroom. This comes as Cuddy also testified, calling him a supervillain, almost like a Marvel supervillain. Interesting rhetoric, though, to use, Megan.
Yes. He was talking about this meeting that he arranged with Combs after he discovered his car burned. He said their managers arranged this meeting at the Soho House in Los Angeles, and he was taken into this room where he saw Diddy sitting there. He said one wall was entire glass mirror and Diddy was in front of it. And he said he just looked like this Marvel supervillain. So not being in the courtroom, I mean, it's hard to know how exactly that played out in front of the jury. But just given everything that we've been hearing, remember Diddy's team has really made this out to be, this is a domestic violence case, a toxic relationship. It's his own private sex life. But I think what the jurors are seeing, everyone has a private sex life. I think this is going a little bit beyond maybe anything that they're used to, the firebombing of a car, that kind of thing. So
it's been interesting to watch as well. And I want to put this up on the screen. These are some of those charges. You were just mentioning this, Megan, because sometimes I feel like, especially when the conversation is happening on social media, we want to continue to direct people to what is actually being done there in the courtroom. Diddy is facing these charges. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Count 2, sex trafficking. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 4, sex trafficking, as well as count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. 2 of those counts obviously repeated as well. Megan, you've been watching the trial closely. How do you feel that the prosecution is doing in their job to prove some of these charges, as well as the defense, where they sort of succeeded in pushing back from this?
I'm still going through all the transcripts, and we still have so many weeks of testimony left that we've still only heard from one victim, Cassie. There should be other alleged victims who testify. So I think they're putting together a case through, especially the testimony of the business associates, the employees who've testified, the witnessing of the abuse. We'll see, especially as it goes on, whether they're really able to establish a pattern here. And then I'm interested to see the jury instructions too, because I think the whole case in the end is not crafted to like the play-by-play of Twitter or anything like that. Kind of it's one of those cases that it's so long that a play-by-play doesn't really give justice to the big picture. And we're still not at the point where we have the big picture, but we've got a few weeks to go here.
Certainly do. And also today in court, we heard from a celebrity makeup artist who did Cassie Ventura's makeup over the years. She talked about Megan having to cover up bruises of Cassie. That was pretty brutal to kind of watch there. It makes you wonder, if we had cameras in the courtroom, how that truly would have come across. But it was definitely some powerful testimony.
Yes, we've been hearing a lot about that, about the people who around Combs and who knew about this relationship with Cassie, who saw it up close and saw him abuse her and either didn't do anything or just straight up helped cover it up or facilitate it. And I think the makeup artist was in a different place where she didn't actually witness any assault. She just saw the aftermath and the effects of it. But it really sounds like this wasn't so much of a secret when it was going on.
Certainly not. And of course, we know that while the trial has been going on, they've called 16 witnesses so far in this case. It's expected to resume on Tuesday after the Memorial Day weekend. Again, it'll be interesting to see who else we hear from. Megan, is there anything in particular we should be paying attention to as well?
I think everyone's looking for the next alleged victims who's going to testify. That's obviously really how they're going to be able to build a pattern and show that this wasn't just domestic violence. They've kind of cast this as Cassie being a willing participant in a lot of this. But if you have another woman who comes up and has a similar story and also says, no, I wasn't okay with this, that's kind of when they start to establish a pattern there. So I think that's going to be a really important next witness who I imagine we could see next week.
Absolutely. And of course, we'll continue to stay on top of it here on Live Now from Fox. You can always follow Megan as well on X. She posts all of those updates there as well. Megan, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Wanted to give you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We've been keeping up with some of these major top stories, and this next one takes us back to our nation's capital, putting up this live look that we have there of the Capitol building, where earlier today we heard from lawmakers reacting to those 2 Israeli embassy employees that were shot dead last night. We brought it to you on the air as breaking news. Let's go ahead and listen to some of those remarks here on Live Now.
Because they were targets of hate. Yaron was a devout Christian, Sarah was Jewish, and they were due to be engaged next week in Jerusalem. As a member of Congress and we all employ so many young professionals, this entire city would collapse without the expertise and brilliance of the young professionals that help make sure that my colleagues and I here and senior officials across this city are able to help make sure that this country can run effectively and can thrive. We could not do our work without them. And as a Jewish mother of young Jewish professionals, my first thought was that could easily have been any of my kids or any of my staff. The 6 of us wanted to come today to make sure that we could express our sorrow, our grief. I know I want to express Zichronam Livracha. May the memories of Sarah and Yaron be a blessing. And we have to make sure that we come together across all faiths, all communities, all cultures to express that this terror, this anti-Semitic hate against the Jewish community must end. And we are a community that has consistently stood with other communities when hate is directed at them. And we have been joined, not as often as we'd like, by other communities. And so I hope so desperately that our communities can come together and continue the work that the Biden administration made with a whole-of-government approach to fighting anti-Semitism, come together to make sure that we can fight terror and make sure that our Jewish institutions and communities across this country are able to keep our people safe and secure. Funding for nonprofit security, the nonprofit security grant funding has to be increased, has to be released so that the institutions that need to be able to have events like there was last night can keep the people who are participating safe. And we all have to come together to make sure that we can stop this hate and anti-Semitic bigotry in its tracks. Thank you so much for joining us, and we wanted to come and really express our grief. And now I'll introduce one of the co-chairs of the Congressional Jewish Caucus, Congressman Brad Schneider from Illinois.
Thanks, Debbie. I am Brad Schneider from Illinois' 10th Congressional District, and as mentioned, one of the co-chairs of the Congressional Jewish Caucus. Debbie touched on the idea that there's so many young people in this town, driven by idealism, driven by the idea that Washington stands for something, that in our founding as a nation, all people are created equal. Last night at this site, there was a gathering sponsored by the American Jewish Committee of young professionals, diplomatic professionals, who were dedicating their careers to the idea of building bridges between people and bridges between nations. Jewish tradition, going back to Rabbi Hillel, famous quotation, "If I am not for myself, who will be? But if I'm only for myself, what am I?" The idea that we belong together. As a nation, our motto, E pluribus unum, from many one. That's the ideal we all believe in and strive for every day in this city. But there's another reality, a reality that's been true my entire life. As a young child, I remember going to synagogue on high holidays, and there would be extra security. there'd be guards. In the 1970s, 80s, those guards started carrying longer guns. And in the last number of years, those guards have started appearing not just on the high holidays, but every single day. And in the 19 months since October 7th, 2023, we have seen a rise of anti-Semitism that has been unprecedented in my lifetime. So much so to the point that people are told, don't wear outwards display of your faith. Wear a baseball cap instead of a yarmulke. Take your Star of David and tuck it in your shirt. There is a real fear. So as we gather here today, we are overwhelmed by emotions. Emotions of grief at the loss of two beautiful young people who were prepared to make a life together, heading to Israel to become engaged, to make a promise to each other for a future, united, and to have that future cut short last night. And instead, their families, rather than gathering under the Hoffa, will be gathering beside a grave, saying a Kaddish instead of 7 blessings.
All right, as you hear, there are some of these lawmakers speaking on the 2 embassy staff members who were killed last night in Washington, D.C. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute break here of the hour, but we'll continue on listening in after that. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue listening in to some of those lawmakers who were making remarks earlier today, reacting to the news that 2 Israeli embassy staff members were killed in Washington, D.C. Let's listen back in.
In a program about reaching out. That is who they are. That is how they will be remembered. We're here today to mark their murder, to express our sorrow. But we must stand to ensure their memory is always a blessing. We cannot let their death be in vain. We must stand up against hate, against anti-Semitism, against efforts to divide people, and instead make sure we work to unite people. Thank you very much. It's now my honor to turn over to my colleague, Jamie Raskin.
I'm Jamie Raskin. I represent Maryland's 8th District, which is Montgomery County, Maryland, just next door. We've come to express our sorrow, our horror, our shock, and our outrage at the grievous anti-Semitic murder of these two beautiful young people. We've come to express our sympathy and our solidarity with their families and their friends, with everyone who has been affected by this nightmare. There is no justification ever for murder. There is no justification ever for terrorism. And we must stand unified as a community against the horror that just took place in the capital city yesterday. Anti-Semitism is a threat to Jewish people everywhere. It's a threat to other people everywhere. And anti-Semitism is the gateway to destruction of pluralism and democracy all over the world. So we must stand strong against this poison, and we must stand with the victims of anti-Semitism and every other form of racism and bigotry on earth. And I want to thank my colleagues from out of town who have decided to stay here in order to come to make this statement as Congress adjourns. And I want to thank Brad Schneider and Jerry Nadler for their leadership of the Jewish Caucus.
Sarah Jacobs from California.
Like my colleagues, I'm horrified by the murder of Yaron and Sarah. May their memory be a blessing and a comfort to all who knew them. And I think it's important to talk about the significance of where we're standing today, the Capitol Jewish Museum. Because this museum serves as a hub for Jewish life, for Jewish community here in D.C., for preserving and celebrating the rich history and culture and contributions of Jewish communities. It's a space for building community, creating dialogue, and education, which is so needed to address the enduring stereotypes and misconceptions about the Jewish community. A shooting like this took lives from us. It's also meant to scare us. It's meant to take away the places where we should feel safe. It's meant so that every Jewish parent, like my brother and sister-in-law who are dropping their babies off to a Jewish preschool this morning, take a little pause. It's meant so that every person who wears a yarmulke or a Jewish star, like I often do, wonders, should I wear this today? Should I put this on? It's meant so that every time we walk into a synagogue, into a community center, or just down the street, we wonder if we're safe. But we came here to...
After mistrial, there won't be another trial for a former Grand Rapids officer accused of murder.
This trial is a painful period in our city's history, and I'm glad that people are able to meet peacefully.
How some in the community are responding.
The property continues to be owned by the city and the Conservancy takes care of the property. So let me finish. I may have to interrupt.
Don't call it a debate. That's what the organizers of this candidates forum for Detroit mayor said, and it was a face-off. We'll tell you about that next.
I'm meteorologist Rick Spluderman. It's been another day with chilly temperatures and occasional showers. However, we do have improvement to the forecast heading into the weekend. We'll show you that forecast just ahead.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 10 starts now.
Breaking news tonight out of Redford. A popular Detroit rapper has been shot. Good evening, everybody. I'm Rupert.
And I'm Mimi Lang. Multiple sources telling Fox 2 rapper Skilla Baby has been shot. And Fox 2's Jessica Dupont joins us live with what we're learning tonight. Good evening, Jess.
Hey, good evening, Amy and Roop. We are out along 8 Mile near Beach Daily in Redford. And as you mentioned, we have confirmed that Skilla Baby, also known as Trevon Gardner, a well-known rapper here in Detroit and really across the country, has been shot. Now, behind me, you can see that there is some activity going on. The scene mostly cleared at this point. When we were out here earlier, we came up on the scene here on 8 Mile, and there was a black SUV that was smashed into the side of a building, and along 8 Mile. It was pretty unbelievable. Dozens of evidence markers marking shell casings. Now, we understand this is described as sort of a drive-by, possibly targeted shooting. Skilla Baby was in a black SUV earlier this evening when that SUV was shot up. We understand he is currently at a local hospital. He had a graze wound to the back of his head, a graze wound to his back, and he was shot in the hand. Now, we understand he was alert as of about a half hour ago, is expected to be okay. Just a very scary situation out here, and police sources are describing this as a targeted shooting. But in terms of a suspect at this point, we don't have any information yet. It's still very, very early. Again, Trevon Gardner, better known as Skilla Baby, a very well-known rapper here in Detroit and across the country, shot earlier this evening. Multiple sources saying that he had 2 graze wounds, also shot in the head. It all unfolded in 8 Mile earlier this evening, ended with his SUV smashing into the side of a building. Now, Redford Township Police are investigating. They got this scene cleared up very, very quickly, and right now they're working to make some repairs to the building that is behind me. But again, we are happy to report, though, that Skilla Baby is alert. Of course, Redford Police investigating. If you know anything about this shooting that's described as a targeted drive-by shooting, you're asked to call Redford Township Police. For now, reporting live, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
Well, certainly, Jess, you hear about a shooting, you hear about something that may involve being shot in the head, and your immediate concern is that it's going to be pretty bad. I know that there are prayers going out all over social media for Skilla Baby, but you say it sounds like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I talked to somebody very close to him, said that he is alert in the hospital, surrounded by loved ones, under high security. Now, this is somebody who's really in the throes of their career right now, hot not only in Detroit, but all over. So definitely somebody who the community is pulling for tonight. But we will, of course, stay on top of this one.
Absolutely. Certainly, he's been here in studio with us here at Fox 2 a number of times. Wishing him all the best. Jessica Dupnack out in Redford, we appreciate you. Thanks so much.
And basically what it boils down to is I don't think we reach a different verdict if I do a retrial in this case. The jury came back deadlocked. And it's not like I can change anything. There's no different things that I'm going to be able to change in presenting this case a second time. Something that I missed, something along those lines. And that very often goes into these decisions that, well, we could have done this differently. You know, no case is absolutely perfect, but there are, you know, minor things that may have happened, but there's nothing earth-shattering that's going to change how I present this case or what the facts are that come into the case.
Despite presenting what he considers a clean case, Kent County Prosecutor Christopher Becker will not pursue a retrial for Christopher Schurr, the former Grand Rapids police officer shot and killed an immigrant, Patrick Lyoya, during a struggle over Schurr's taser following a traffic stop in April of 2022. The case has been controversial right from the start, sparking anger both when it happened and when it ended in a mistrial.
Yeah, Fox 2's Lauren Edwards has been tracking this story all day long. She joins us live with reaction. Lauren, you've been out there in Grand Rapids. We saw earlier tonight people gathering out there to rally. What are you hearing from them?
Guys, you know, I've been covering this case extensively for a number of years, and I have always said the same thing. It is emotional, top to bottom. No matter what side you fall on is incredibly emotional. And after today's decision, some applauded it, in favor of it, supporting it. Others, not so much. And they were gathered outside of Kent County Courthouse, and a lot of them saying they're just upset.
We say no justice, no peace.
but we don't have justice, and they have peace.
Dozens of supporters of Patrick Lyoya rallying outside of the Kent County Courthouse Thursday evening.
Well, it was heartbreaking for the Leoya family to hear that it wasn't going to be retried.
Prosecutor Chris Becker announced he will not retry former GRPD officer Christopher Schurr in the fatal shooting of Patrick Lyoya.
Now, once again, people are in the dumps as they were the first day when they heard that someone had been shot in the back of the head.
Back in April 2022, Schurr pulled over Leoya, a Congolese immigrant, for a plate issue. Both got out of their vehicles. A tussle ensued, ending with Schurr on top of Leoya. Then Leoya was shot, pronounced dead at the scene. Schurr was charged with second-degree murder. After mistrial was declared during trial earlier this month, Becker made his decision.
This was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. You know, the questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations.
The police union applauding the decision, saying, quote, the evidence presented at trial clearly demonstrated that Officer Schurr acted within the scope of his training and responsibilities when confronted with a rapidly evolving and dangerous situation. Others felt differently. For Erica Cage, the shooting hits close to home. Her cousin is Breonna Taylor, who was killed in a botched raid in Louisville, Kentucky in 2020.
It's personal. It's really personal, and tears can only go so far.
This trial is a painful period in our city's history, and I'm glad that people are able to meet peacefully and process.
Mayor David LeGrand stopped by from afar, saying he hopes everyone can learn from the shooting so it doesn't happen again.
We have to sit and we have to come together as a community and support the family, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters, is Patrick's family.
Now, we've also reached out to the Grand Rapids Police Department seeking an interview with the chief, and I'm told that he's currently not in the office. But if you would like to read the full statement from the union, you can head to fox2detroit.com. Reporting live here in downtown Grand Rapids, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, looking at the entirety of the case here, defense experts said the use of deadly force was justified because the officer could have been seriously hurt if Leoya had used the taser against him. But prosecutors argued the whole time and asked everyone to consider, hey, Schurr had other choices, including simply letting Leoya run.
Yeah, and this is what democracy is all about. It goes down to the jury. The jury decides, and, this was declared initially a mistrial, and then Becker's decision today to not try it, nonetheless, it was in the hands of the people. And as I've said over and over again, it's just an emotional case. No one wins.
That's so true. Hey, Lauren Edwards, thanks for that live report here tonight throughout the evening.
Well, you saw in Lauren's piece that the Michigan Fraternal Order of Police said in their statement that the evidence presented at trial clearly demonstrated that Officer Schurr acted within the scope of his training and responsibilities when confronted with a rapidly evolving and dangerous situation. Now, conversely, Metro Detroit-based attorney Ben Johnson, who's representing Patrick Lyoya's family in a civil suit, responded, the Leoya family has not only lost Patrick, but now the hope that former Officer Christopher Schurr will ever be held criminally accountable for taking Patrick's life. What was once a pause in justice has now become a permanent reality. Christopher Becker, the prosecutor, says he spoke to Leoya's parents before publicly announcing his decision.
We have other news of the evening to report today, including this story. The race for Detroit mayor is heating up with tempers flaring at tonight's candidate forum.
What was meant to be a conversation between candidates quickly got out of hand. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin was there. He joins us live with the highlights. Hello, Dave.
Hi there. 25 years of covering politics. I've never seen a debate that was not a debate. It wasn't supposed to be called that, a candidates forum, whatever you want to call it. I've never seen anything like this. This felt like a fight on a Friday night in Vegas. The words that kept coming to mind, let's get ready to rumble. It was intense. Better one.
Charlie. I'm not pontificating. I got to think this going. It's less 2 o'clock. Charlie. I just had one. Do you see?
Or better two.
The property continues to be owned by the city and the state. Hold on, wait. The Conservancy takes care of the property. So let me finish. I have to interrupt.
Two separate panels of candidates for Detroit mayor facing off in a forum at Wayne County Community College District's Northwest campus Thursday night. Moderator Charlie LaDuff even going into the crowd to calm things down in an evening that saw former Detroit Police Chief James Craig, businessman John Barlow, City Council member Fred Durhall, and business owner Joel Hashim tearing it up over education and whose kids go to private versus public schools.
What school do they go to?
I have kids that go, and we send them to a private school. And here's the thing. A parent's choice is a parent's choice. And here's the thing. I am a proponent of public schools. This is about the parents who live all across the city. You deserve to be able to send your children to a Detroit public school, period.
That will allow us to take something from our city budget to partner with Detroit Public Schools and our private schools.
The second panel, Detroit City Council President Mary Sheffield, Attorney Todd Perkins, Thaw CEO Santil Jenkins, and previous candidate Danetta Simpson battling it out over the Detroit Land Bank.
Because the Land Bank right now, it doesn't talk about and serve the people of the city of Detroit. It is a community land trust.
Years ago, I created or submitted a memo to start the process of how we would dismantle the Detroit Land Bank Authority. That was years ago.
The forum hosted by the No BS News Hour and the Michigan Enjoyer did not see Reverend Solomon Kinlock in attendance. Discussion moderators pointed out Kinlock owning a home in Oakland Township, and a Fox 2 search of public records showed this large, nearly $1.5 million property in that same community under his name. I asked some of the candidates about this. What do you say about Reverend Kinlock not being here?
You have to ask him.
Are you concerned that he has a residence in Oakland Township?
I think Detroiters will have to make that decision.
What are your thoughts on this?
I think Detroiters deserve to have a mayor who has been here with us the whole time.
He's not participating in a process in which voters want to hear his message. That's his choice.
But a lot of the other forums, we haven't seen him yet. What I would say is, I don't know why. You had to ask him that.
And we have a statement from the Kinlock campaign that reads, Pastor Kinlock had a scheduling conflict that was communicated to the organizers months ago. Pastor Kinlock lives in Detroit and works at 2 churches in Detroit. He's done the work in Detroit for nearly 30 years. That's from the Kinlock campaign tonight. Reporting live downtown, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Dave, I'm just curious. Did you feel like the audience got anything out of that? Was it at all productive? Because what, unfortunately, we saw was a lot of people shouting at each other.
Yeah, and that's what we really felt, too. We saw people walking out before the whole thing was even over. So I think a lot of people felt and said, no, they didn't get anything out of it. It was a free-for-all, really on stage. It was a free-for-all in the audience, too. Even some moderators, as we saw there, Charlie going in there and saying, hey, let's kind of keep it down. But a lot of people are talking, but yelling more than talking.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll have much more to come in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks so much, Dave. We appreciate you.
Well, a suspect is in custody after 2 staffers from the Israeli embassy in Washington were shot outside the Jewish Museum there last night.
The Attorney General promising to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. Fox's David Spunt with the latest.
A memorial service on a sidewalk in Washington, D.C. this afternoon to remember a young couple in love and days away from being engaged. Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, 2 Israeli embassy staffers, gunned down outside the Capitol Jewish Museum on a rainy Wednesday night. Authorities say a man from Chicago was seen pacing outside the museum. They say he opened fire before walking inside and shouting.
Free, free Palestine!
Elias Rodriguez now in custody. Witness Katie Kalisher recorded the video after speaking to the suspect.
He looked very scared, but I thought it was because he had just witnessed a murder. I didn't think for a second he was actually the murderer.
In cases where the death penalty is warranted and seems appropriate, we will use it. It's far too early to say whether that is the case.
Investigators combing through writings they believe Rodriguez authored. The federal and local response rapid.
I spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu. I was on the phone with Donald Trump all evening long.
Yaron Lashinsky's father says his son was prepared to propose to Sarah Milgram in Israel, but wanted to introduce her to his family first. He tells Fox they were in love, one for the other. The embassy told us they were like a star couple at the embassy. I never expected something like this. He had his whole life before him. The shooting highlighting a growing rise in anti-Semitism across the country, one the Justice Department hopes to stop. Yoni Kalin, another witness to the shooting.
I want people to know that anti-Semitism and hate is very real in this country.
Authorities say more charges could be on the way, and the death penalty could also be on the table. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
Well, making a trek up north for the holiday weekend, you could be in for a shock. The cleanup continues from the massive winter storm, that ice storm that happened. The Michigan Department of Natural Resources says the damage covers more than 300 million acres. The DNR is cautioning that the many state parks, forests, and rec areas that people love to visit will look very different, with much of the lush green landscape damaged or destroyed. Some day-use areas like boating access sites and park trails could still be closed as work to remove debris continues, and it's May.
Wow. Well, despite the rain, the holiday weekend forecast is starting to shape up.
Weather authority Rich Luderman keeping an eye on the skies tonight. Rich, this is an important weekend for so many.
Big time, Roop and Amy. Low pressure that we've been watching for the last few days is finally off to our east. You can see it's centered near Toronto, and it's taking most of the rain with it. It was chilly today. It was rainy at times. 52 degrees here, 50 in Lansing, even cooler on the other side of the state. Live pictures right here in South. You can see it looks rather chilly and damp. For the rest of tonight, we'll see the showers come to an end. We'll get down to 42, and then we show improving weather for Saturday, Sunday, and for Memorial Day Monday. We're going to show you that 7-day coming up in 20.
It's a very majestic residence, but in order for the Manoogian mansion to stay that way, it needs to be maintained.
Very simple. One is the council needs to approve all of these donations, and then we also believe that the donors need to be disclosed.
But when people donate money for its upkeep, should the donor be revealed?
Michigan House Republicans are holding Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson in contempt of the legislature.
Today's vote in the state house along party lines. Lawmakers holding the vote against Benson after they say the secretary refused to fully comply with their subpoena request for election training materials. Late today, Secretary Benson held a virtual news conference to respond to the resolution.
This is no way to govern a state. We are willing to sit down with them to try to come up with an agreement on how to best ensure transparency in our system while protecting sensitive election security information. And in fact, we have repeatedly asked the members of this committee to meet with us over the last several months, but they have refused.
Benson says her office has actually turned over 3,300 pages of election documents to the House Oversight Committee.
And it's the official residence for the mayor of the city of Detroit and their family. The Manoogian Mansion was built in the 1920s and has required extensive maintenance over the years.
But here's an interesting question. Should donors who contribute to keep the upkeep be a matter of public record? Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly takes a look.
Manoogian Mansion is part of Detroit's history. It was donated to the city of Detroit in the 1960s by its then current owner, Alex Manoogian. And for decades, it has been used as the residence for the current mayor.
It's a residence on the Detroit River, so it requires constant upgrades.
And when that work is needed, the nonprofit, the Mayor's Residence Society, gets it done with help from donors.
Our group raises the funds and does the oversight for the residents.
When the roof leaks, when paint is peeling, the Manoogian Foundation raises the money and do the repairs, and I'm just grateful for it.
But some are calling for the society's donor list to be made public.
The city council's own rules and ordinances actually say that they have to approve all of these.
That's Neil Thandadar, executive director for Michigan Campaign Finance Network.
Are you related in any way to Congressman Thandadar?
Yes, so he's my father.
That fact was not revealed until that question, but the congressman's son and nonprofit leader wants transparency. During the Bing administration, city council members did vote to accept a donation for work on the mansion.
I think it's very simple. One is the council needs to approve all of these donations, and then we also believe that the donors need to be disclosed.
But the Mayor's Residence Society disagrees.
I don't think anything's broken. There's nothing unique about the fact that it's private. We've had a very successful 60-plus years operating the way we have.
Detroit City Council President Mary Shedfield did have this to say.
Whatever requirements and protocols that have traditionally been in place, we will adhere to.
And although that donor list is not being made public, the Mayor's Residence Society did reveal this.
The Manoogian family have been the primary funders of the society.
But for now, the other donors will remain private, and this nonprofit will continue pushing for transparency.
The transparency just helps us understand whether we can judge as the public and as investigators whether something looks right or wrong from there.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
It's the first generation American kids that is going to live shorter lives than their parents. They're going to live less happy lives. They're going to live less healthy lives.
President Trump has released the findings of the Make America Healthy Again Commission. I'm Connor Hansen in New York with the gloomy picture it paints for America's youth and the steps it could take to fix it. Coming up.
President Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. releasing their Make America Healthy Again report today.
So this lays out health issues they want to prioritize and claims that kids are becoming increasingly unhealthy. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has details.
Here are just some of the alarming findings, and they really are alarming. It's unbelievable, terrible. More than 40% of American children now have at least one chronic health condition.
Flanked by members of the Make America Healthy Again Commission, President Trump painted a gloomy picture for the current health of America's youth. The new report was spearheaded by HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It says the rates of childhood cancer, obesity, and autism have soared in recent decades.
This is the first generation of American kids that is going to live shorter lives than their parents. They're going to live less happy lives. They're going to live less healthy lives.
The commission is zeroing in on processed foods, environmental chemicals, lack of physical activity, and over-medicating. It also delves into more controversial territory, questioning the current vaccine schedule and the use of pesticides. Democrats have been critical of the Trump administration's handling of key agencies related to health. Some accuse RFK Jr. of making cuts to programs that could have helped the causes he's mentioning. RFK Jr. says they're already changing dietary guidelines and no longer allowing the SNAP program to be used for soda and candy.
You are implementing changes right now that are ripping away hope and life-saving cures from American families.
President Trump says over the next 80 days, the Maha Commission will lay out proposed reforms to address those issues. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
There's plumes of flames shooting up into the sky.
Court testimony more than a year after a massive explosion in Clinton Township.
For you. This is Fox 2 News at 10.
The owner of the building that exploded in Clinton Township, killing one person, is back in court this week as a judge decides whether to send his case to trial.
Nor Custo is facing an involuntary manslaughter charge, accused of illegally storing thousands of dangerous chemicals inside his warehouse. Fox 2's Camila Mary takes us inside the courtroom.
It was an explosion that rocked Clinton Township and killed a 19-year-old bystander. March 4th, 2024. Goo and Select Distributors, 15 Mile and Grossbeck. Nitrous oxide, butane canisters, and lighter fluid exploding inside. More than a year later, testimony in the courtroom.
I'm yelling at Kevin, he's not getting up, and then my attention turned to the boys.
32-year-old Noir Kesto, the owner of the business, charged with involuntary manslaughter in the death of that innocent bystander, Turner Salter. He was standing a quarter of a mile away watching the explosion when he was hit with shrapnel. Kevin Zaytuna was working at the business at the time of the explosion.
The first reaction I had was to call 911.
Is that what you did? You called 911?
Yes, and get away as far as possible.
I start yelling for Justin and Joseph. They're already running towards me. We start yelling at the top of our lungs for Kevin. He's not coming out. Then I start running towards Kevin, and when I got to the door, he's now coming out, and we all ran outside. There's plumes of flames shooting up into the sky.
Hours before the explosion,
I noticed that I felt like a heat wave hit me, but the front part of the office was cold because the AC was running. So I thought that was a little weird.
Employees testified they had no formal training in the handling of hazardous materials.
We were all very careful. It wasn't something where anybody was in there playing around or things of that nature. Different industries have different things they have to be careful with, and it was the same with us. You have to respect what you work with, respect your environment.
Despite being very careful, employees, some of them related to the defendant, admit there were no specific safety protocols in place.
Companies have a structure. To put it plainly, when you're all family, it's not exactly as well structured as that. Everybody has a lot of leeway.
Kestu was not in the building at the time of the explosion. He was arrested in New York in April of 2024. Prosecutors say he had a plane ticket and was planning on leaving the country. Testimony is expected to continue on Friday. In Clinton Township, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
For the last couple days, we've been dealing with low pressure. Finally, it is now off to our east, and it's taking most of the rain with it. There were some showers out there again today and this evening, but thankfully, things are really winding down over the last couple of hours. There were some light showers down inside Comerica Park for the Tigers game earlier. How about some live pictures from the Mackinac Bridge? Pretty quiet there, but chilly. Look at that. Temperatures in the middle 40s. Here are the daytime highs. 56 for us, 57 in Chicago. There were some areas in the UP that stayed in the 40s today. 52 right now. Still a couple of light showers out there. 49 Pontiac, 48 Lapeer, 54 to our south in Monroe. Thankfully, the breeze has decreased, and it will diminish for the rest of tonight, but then it will pick up after sunrise. 43 Marquette, 45 in Ludington, even as far south as Cincinnati, 54 degrees. Thankfully, low pressure continues to move off to the east. It'll be cool again tomorrow, but we have moderating temperatures for the weekend ahead. You'll see it in the 7-day. Showers ending overnight down to 42. Tomorrow's not a bad day. Still breezy and cool, mostly dry for Friday. And then how about that? Improving weather for Saturday, Sunday, Memorial Day, Monday, up near 70 degrees. And Dan, they did have some showers inside the ballpark tonight. Go.
Yep, absolutely. Tigers take it on the Guardians. Look, they have had a lot of good nights this year, these Tigers have. Tonight, not one of them. We'll get you the highlights coming up next. Stick with us. All right, Tigers on the field downtown tonight. First of 4 against the Guardians. Here we go. Scoreless into the 4th. That's when Cleveland got going off Jack Flaherty. Carlos Santana to the gap in right center. Double, 2 runs scored, 2-0 Cleveland. Tigers didn't get anything off starter Tanner Bybee in 7 innings. In the 8th, they loaded the bases. Guardians then brought in Cade Smith, and he slammed the door. Struck out Akil Baddoo, Zach McKinstry, and Riley Green to end the threat. Tigers still didn't have anything to show for the night. Moved to the 9th, it just fell apart. Bo Naylor bunt back to the mound. Sean Gunther throws the 3rd. McKinstry just flat misses it. Not good. Allowed a run to score, made it 4-0. Next batter, Angel Martinez. Lines 1 to left. Baddoo dives. Comes up empty. 2 more runs score. Well, that was about it. Some sloppy play. Tigers dropped the opener of the series. They fall to the Guardians by a score of 7-0.
This was a game of a lot of swings. You know, when we got a little bit of action, first and second, we couldn't really push anything across. They get first and second and push across 2. Bases loaded, no outs. Cade Smith comes in and you know, we can't scratch a run across, and then they go out and they push 4 across. Those big swings, I think, were a big part of the game, but clearly their guys did a really good job. They got 1 more hit than us and 7 more runs.
All right, to the Lions, a sight that is sure to please every Lions fan today. Aiden Hutchinson, meeting with the media in Allen Park, says he's been fully cleared, and you better believe the long road back from his season-ending injury in October of last year has him appreciating where he is right now.
I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to. I mean, I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball. So I'm pumped. I don't think anybody in the game of football will ever be as grateful when I come back in that first game and I get to play football and I get to do it on the big stage again. That's what sets my heart on fire right there.
NHL former Red Wings head coach Jeff Blashill's got a new job, hired by the Blackhawks. He's their head coach, taking over in Chicago. He was the head coach here for 7 years, 2015 to 2022. He's been an assistant in Tampa Bay the past 3 seasons. He's got some work to do in Chicago. They're rebuilding things. Blackhawks have missed the playoffs for 5 straight years. It's been an interesting time for former members of the Red Wing family. Blashill's in Chicago. Ken Holland now in L.A. with the Kings. And the Leafs today announced they're not renewing the contract of their president, Brendan Shanahan. So a lot of people on the move. It's the time of year. Teams are reshaping their coaching staff, reshaping their front office, and pretty soon you'll see some roster movement as well.
Hoping for those wins.
Hoping for some better days,
right.
yeah.
No doubt about it.
All right, Dan, thanks so much.
Dan.
Up next, why Oakland County leaders are hopeful about the economy despite recent uncertainty and the push to grow support for local small businesses.
Also ahead, how much can social media impact a child's mental health? Why a new study might have parents changing their rules and avoiding it altogether. Leaders in Oakland County remaining optimistic about the local economy. Today, they presented the 40th annual Oakland County Economic Outlook in Novi. Oakland County accounts for over 1/5 of the whole state's GDP. It continues to navigate national, even global uncertainties, such as trade tensions and inflation. While all Michigan counties entered the new year with a higher unemployment rate, Oakland County was not hit as hard.
We do expect economic growth to slow down this year, but we're not forecasting a recession. We're forecasting job growth of about 0.5% per year. So, you know, slow but steady job growth, even in a period with a lot of economic policy uncertainty.
Economists predict Oakland County will bounce back, expecting the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates.
Well, State House Democrats have broken their collective silence and are taking on GOP Speaker Matt Hall for the way he's running the Michigan House.
So among their top complaints is the number of news conferences the Speaker has scheduled. We get more now from Fox 2 political insider Tim Skubic.
House Republican Speaker Matt Hall has staged almost 20 weekly news conferences dating all the way back to January 14th. So have the House Democrats held weekly news conferences to respond to his attacks on them? Nope.
It's really, really bizarre to me, I guess the desire from Matt Hall and the other side to continue to just find ways to bully vulnerable kids. It's just really weird to be doing things like that when unserious people are put into positions of power. It can have very dangerous consequences. I don't understand why Speaker Hall is not standing up for the people of Michigan.
The House Democrats also accused the Speaker of following an alleged broken down agenda coming out of the president's office in Washington. The Democrats argue the Republican Speaker ought to be rejecting the president's tariffs with a bad impact on Michigan.
And tell Donald Trump that, hey, maybe a trade war isn't good for our state of Michigan.
The Democrats also argue the Speaker is going to blow past a July 1st budget deadline that would tell schools how much money they're going to get from the state this year. That could mean layoffs, says the Democratic leader.
Teachers are pink-slipped. Hundreds of teachers in individual districts will be put on leave this summer.
Of course, Speaker Hall deflects the criticism, saying he is taking more time on the budget so he can find more waste in that budget to save taxpayers more money. And the Speaker criticizes Lansing Democratic Senator Sarah Anthony, who chairs the Senate Budget Committee, for writing a state budget that's $1 billion out of whack, he contends. One could say that budget peace is not at hand between the Democratic leader and the Republican leader in the House, but the rhetoric is certainly going up. In Lansing, Tim Skubic, Fox 2 News.
Memorial Day means many things, one of them being the opening of the pool often. And even if we're in for a cooler weather holiday, we have some important reminders to protect kids, especially from the danger of the water.
Tonight on The Edge, remember Pokemon cards? Well, they've made a comeback, and apparently thieves are after the high-dollar ones.
One of them had a hammer, and he just started hammering.
The pair made a beeline right for the cases chock full of Pokemon cards at RWI Hobbies in Leoya, loading them up and out.
I think it's going to settle in somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000.
That's dollars lost between the stolen loot and damage. Same scene, different day across town in Warren.
They got, I think, is like $3,500 worth of singles.
The hammers and some other clues, likely the same duo.
I don't think we're going to be able to find the cards specifically, which is a bummer.
It is pretty crazy how much these cards are going for. We will get into it tonight on The Edge.
alarming new study shows a connection between preteen social media use and symptoms of depression.
A study published Wednesday found that as children increase their social media use, there's also a 35% average rise in symptoms of depression. Dr. Jason Nagata was the lead researcher and says the study involved children from sites nationwide.
I think one of the strengths of this study is that we had 12,000 9-year-olds who we followed every single year for 4 years. Some people wonder like, oh, actually, maybe it's just kids are more depressed and then they use social media more, or vice versa. But this data did show that actually rises in social media use in an individual was linked with future depression in that same individual over time.
Now, Dr. Nagata says the average social media time was only 7 minutes a day at the start of the study. But 4 years later, the children averaged 70 minutes a day, despite social media company rules on underage use.
I do want to bring up some tough stats as a reminder before everybody heads to the pool this weekend, if you're going to do that, or maybe when it gets a little bit warmer out. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children 1 to 4 years old. The CDC is warning that summer drownings are actually up since before pandemic, but they are preventable.
Once the weather warms up, when the pools are open and kids are looking to swim, there has to be a plan to keep them safe around water, whether it's a swimming pool or a lake.
Drowning prevention has multiple layers to it, and I think it's smart for families to sit down and have a family meeting to discuss what are the layers that we're going to put into place.
Pediatrician Jen Wasino with Cleveland Clinic Children says first step is figuring out who's going to watch the kids at the pool, since a drowning can happen in seconds. It needs to be somebody who's not drinking alcohol, on their phone, or distracted in any way. Think about this. According to the CDC, there are an average of 11 drowning deaths every day in the U.S. That's why it's also a good idea to have somebody nearby who knows CPR and keep those flotation devices handy in case you need them. If you have a pool at your house, the doctor says, make sure it's secure.
It's not enough to have just a fence around your pool. Have one that is climb-proof, that's the right height, that has locking gates.
So it adds up to 5 layers of safety. You've got barriers and alarms. That's to keep curious kids away from the water unsupervised. You've got supervision. You might really want a lanyard that you sort of hand to the adult who's in charge of watching the kids, and that way everybody knows who it is. Also, keep an eye on those adults who aren't great swimmers. There's water competency. That means take swimming lessons, life jackets. That's important for around open water. And emergency preparation, knowing how to perform CPR and having a phone ready to call 911 if you need it. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti.
Cars. Stranded down there in the water.
In 2021, storms left tens of thousands of Detroiters underwater. Literally. Tonight, see what the city is doing to stop the effects of the next flood before it starts.
It was one of the worst flooding disasters in Detroit's history. 30,000 homes damaged after that historic rainstorm back in 2021.
Now federal dollars are being used to make sure that kind of devastation doesn't happen again. Fox 2's Hillary Golston shows us how one woman rebuilt her home and how others can do the same.
Cars. Send it down there in the water.
But for Mary Alexander, what happened outside was nothing compared to what she saw inside.
Headed to my basement.
That was Alexander stepping into the chaos. You don't need to be a plumbing expert to guess what came next.
It was the entire basement, and I was thinking, oh my God.
Floodwater swallowing a basement, and for Mary, that meant another fight to salvage what she could. I mean, she almost felt
heart palpitations. I was frustrated. I had so much stuff down there, and I was trying to figure out, okay, some of it's floating in the water, some of it's not.
Her home was one of the estimated 30,000 across Detroit hit hard during the catastrophic June 2021 flood. A deluge overwhelmed the city and the area, and since then, Detroit has been working to help people avoid the worst when Mother Nature brings us heavy rain.
We're excited that we have that many residents that can sleep well at night, not having to run down to the basement to check and see if their basement is flooded after a heavy rainfall.
They did all that work within a matter of days. You know, dug up the yard, replaced the line.
It's called the Private Sewer Repair Program, backed by $43 million in federal funds. It helps homeowners fix the part of the sewer system they're responsible for.
It's a pretty comprehensive project.
So the goal, obviously, is to prevent further flooding.
Yes, we're hardening basements. While we're working on our public infrastructure, this also helps the residents protect their houses.
About 650 homes have already seen repairs through the program. Mary's is among them. The city says they're moving through 5 to 10 properties per week, and they're going to keep going until the funding dries up.
Everyone should apply. We're trying to harden as many basements as we possibly can and go as fast as we can because we don't know when the next storm is.
We'll get more info up on our website, fox2detroit.com. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
The Edge at 11 starts now.
We begin The Edge tonight with breaking news. Local rapper Skilla Baby has been shot.
We're told he was targeted in a drive-by shooting. Sources say Skilla Baby was shot in the area of 8 Mile and Beach Daily. He was in a black SUV that crashed into a building on 8 Mile. We're told he was grazed twice in the head and back and shot in the hand. He was hospitalized and is expected to be okay. Redford police are investigating. Stay with Fox 2 for updates. Remember Pokemon cards? They were big in the 90s, and guess what? They're back. A hot ticket item for thieves, too, apparently.
Well, a couple local novelty shops had them swiped from their shelves this week. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack tells us how the thieves did it.
Hammers. That's what they used to get at some high-dollar Pokemon cards. They hit not one, but 2 stores here in Metro Detroit, and it all played out on security cameras.
One of them had a hammer, and he just started hammering.
The duo used a brick from the shop's own lot to bust in last week, making a beeline for the Pokemon cards tucked in glass cabinets bludgeoned open at RWI Hobbies in Leoya.
I think it's going to settle in somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000.
That's dollars lost between the stolen loot and damage. Owner Pam Willoughby says Pokemon cards are hot right now, hard to come by, and resale is 3 to 4 times what you pay, especially the coveted Charizard card.
He's can be anywhere from $500 to $1,200 or $1,300. They did drop a Charizard on the way out the door.
Days later, seemingly the same pair, hammer in hand, hits Eternal Games in Warren.
They got, I think, it's like $3,500 worth of singles.
Insurance will cover the losses at both places, but these cards are almost impossible to restock.
I don't think we're going to be able to find the card specifically, which is a bummer.
In 27 years serving up gamers and collectors, this is the second time they've been targeted at RWI.
There was no need, you know, they could have filled out an application.
Pam says only a matter of time before they're caught.
I certainly don't want to ruin anyone's life, and I've already given the detective basically my restitution, and basically all I'm asking for is my insurance deductible back.
Warren PD and investigators here in Leoya, they're on the case. If you think you can help, give them a call. Reporting in Leoya, Jessica Dupnack on The Edge.
The Kent County Prosecutor announcing he will not pursue a retrial for Christopher Schurr.
The former Grand Rapids police officer shot and killed Patrick Lyoya during a struggle following a traffic stop. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards is in Grand Rapids with the latest twist in this controversial case.
We say no justice, no peace, but we don't have justice, and they have peace.
Dozens of supporters of Patrick Lyoya rallying outside of the Kent County Courthouse Thursday evening.
Well, it was heartbreaking for the Leoya family to hear that it wasn't going to be retried.
Prosecutor Chris Becker announced he will not retry former GRPD officer Christopher Schurr in the fatal shooting of Patrick Lyoya.
Now, once again, people are in the dumps as they were the first day when they heard that someone had been shot in the back of the head.
Back in April 2022, Schurr pulled over Leoya, a Congolese immigrant, for a plate issue. Both got out of their vehicles. A tussle ensued, ending with Schurr on top of Leoya. Then Leoya was shot, pronounced dead at the scene. Schurr was charged with second-degree murder. After mistrial was declared during trial earlier this month, Becker made his decision.
This was a really good jury from my perspective, and I can't always say that. The questions they asked were, for the most part, on point when they're going through that process, and they spent a long time in deliberations.
The police union applauding the decision, saying, quote, the evidence presented at trial clearly demonstrated that Officer Schurr acted within the scope of his training and responsibilities when confronted with a rapidly evolving and dangerous situation. Others felt differently. For Erica Cage, the shooting hits close to home. Her cousin is Breonna Taylor, who was killed in a botched raid in Louisville, Kentucky in 2020.
It's personal. It's really personal, and tears can only go so far.
This trial is a painful period in our city's history, and I'm glad that people are able to meet peacefully and process.
Mayor David LeGrand stopped by from afar, saying he hopes everyone can learn from the shooting so it doesn't happen again.
We have to sit and we have to come together as a community and support the family, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters, is Patrick's family.
So if you would like to read the full statement from Michigan's Fraternal Order of Police, you could head to fox2detroit.com. Reporting here in downtown Grand Rapids, Lauren Edwards on The Edge.
An update in the case of a man accused of killing an off-duty Detroit police officer. Back in January, Dejan Macon was charged for the death of Cameron Richardson, but today we learned the case was dismissed due to insufficient evidence. On January 5th, Richardson was driving home from his shift with Detroit police when his vehicle was struck in the area of Hoover and Griner. The case was dismissed without prejudice, meaning prosecutors could refile the case.
Within 5 minutes, we started hearing small explosions. Then it started to intensify.
A former Clinton Township smoke shop worker recalling the moment the building exploded, lighting up the night sky near 15 Mile and Groesbeck last March.
He testified today during the preliminary hearing for the owner of the Goose Smoke Shop.
Newer Castow is facing the count of involuntary manslaughter after a 19-year-old man was killed by flying debris from the blast. Despite being very careful, workers, some of them related to the defendant, admit there was no specific safety protocol in place. And a contractor says he noticed pallets of nitrous oxide precariously stacked in the warehouse days before the explosion.
When you have a structure, I mean, to put it plainly, when you're all family, it's not exactly as well structured as that. Everybody has a lot of leeway.
In the main warehouse, there were shelves against the wall where you put the nitrous oxide on top of. But in the back room, they were stacked on top of each other. There was no space where the shelves were. And, you know, he just didn't care about safety. And it was very, very clear that stacking those pallets on top, like the products on top of each other, was not the way to store them.
Permits. Other smoke shop workers shot down claims of unsafe practices. Testimony is expected to continue tomorrow.
Well, a rowdy event for candidates running for Detroit mayor.
An evening meant to be a conversation with 8 candidates quickly got out of hand. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin was there.
One?
Charlie, I'm not pontificating. I got to think it's less 10 o'clock. Charlie, I just had one. Do you see?
Or better two.
The property continues to be owned by the city and the state. Hold on, wait, really? The Conservancy takes care of the property. So let me finish. I may have to interrupt.
Two separate panels of candidates for Detroit mayor facing off in a forum at Wayne County Community College District's Northwest Campus Thursday night. Moderator Charlie LaDuff even going into the crowd to calm things down in an evening that saw former Detroit Police Chief James Craig, businessman John Barlow, City Council member Fred Durhall, and business owner Joel Hashim tearing it up over education and whose kids go to private versus public schools.
What school do they go to?
I have kids that go, and we send them to a private school. And here's the thing. A parent's choice is a parent's choice. And here's the thing. I am a proponent of public schools. This is about the parents who live all across the city. You deserve to be able to send your children to a Detroit public school, period. That will allow us to take something from our city budget to partner with Detroit public schools and our private schools.
The second panel, Detroit City Council President Mary Sheffield, Attorney Todd Perkins, FAW CEO Santil Jenkins, and previous candidate Donetta Simpson battling it out over the Detroit Land Bank.
Because the land bank right now, it doesn't talk about and serve the people of the city of Detroit. It is a community land trust.
Years ago, I created or submitted a memo to start the process of how we would dismantle the Detroit Land Bank Authority. That was years ago.
The forum hosted by the No BS News Hour and the Michigan Enjoyer did not see Reverend Solomon Kinlock in attendance. Discussion moderators pointed out Kinlock owning a home in Oakland Township, and a Fox 2 search of public records showed this large, nearly $1.5 million property in that same community under his name. I asked some of the candidates about this. What do you say about Reverend Kinlock not being here?
You have to ask him.
Are you concerned that he has a residence in Oakland Township?
I think Detroiters will have to make that decision.
What are your thoughts on this?
I think Detroiters deserve to have a mayor who has been here with us the whole time.
He's not participating in a process in which voters want to hear his message. That's his choice.
A lot of the other forums, we haven't seen them yet. What I would say is, I don't know why. You had to ask him that.
And tonight, a statement coming into Fox 2 from the Kinlock campaign that reads, Pastor Kinlock had a scheduling conflict that was communicated to the organizers months ago. Pastor Kinlock lives in Detroit and works at two churches in Detroit. He's done the work in Detroit for nearly 30 years. That's the word from the Kinlock campaign tonight. We're in downtown Detroit. Dave Kinchin on The Edge.
I think it's time to warm up a little bit, don't you?
It's about time, yeah. And I know one guy for the job, Weather Authority Rich Luderman, at least he could talk about, hey, when it's going to warm up, even a little bit.
It's coming for the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, it's going to feel a lot better. Today and yesterday felt like Halloween out there with the clouds and the breeze, occasional light showers, still a few light sprinkles going on, but you can see steadier rains closer to London, Ontario, Toronto, Buffalo, and Niagara Falls. How about live pictures from the bridge? Pretty quiet there, but chilly for sure. Numbers there in the middle 40s. Here are the daytime highs today. A lot of us topped out in the middle 50s. Look at Bad Axe, 48 degrees for a daytime high. That's cold for the end of May. 56 and 49. This is where we should be. 72 and 52. Not even close. Rainfall total today about 1/10 of an inch. So nothing heavy, but still it was rainy at times. 49 Lansing, 52 in Monroe. 48 there in Pontiac right now, 50 in Port Huron. Thankfully, the breeze has come down a bit. It was a bit blustery today. Winds will pick up tomorrow after sunrise, but notice all the blue on the map. It's cool for Sault Ste. Marie and Grand Rapids, Chicago 49, even as far south as Columbus, 52 degrees. Thankfully, low pressure continues to move away to the east. That's a good thing. We're going to see moderating temperatures and a bit more sunshine for Saturday, Sunday, and for Memorial Day Monday. You'll see it in the 7-day. Showers ending overnight. Still cloudy and cool out there, down to 42. Tomorrow, slowly moving in the right direction. Mostly dry, but a stray shower possible Friday. And then there it is, 64 Saturday, close to 70 Sunday and Monday. That's a good deal. We need some sunshine, Rup and Amy, and there is some in the forecast. We'll check it at 4 a.m.
All right, good stuff. Thank you. An all-new exhibit at the Motown Museum.
It honors producer, songwriter, and original funk brother Henry Hank Cosby. A reception was held tonight to celebrate the new exhibit, which opens to the public tomorrow. It chronicles Hank's incredible career working with various Motown artists over the years. Tonight's reception was attended by Motown alumni, VIPs, and partners of the museum.
Museum.
I'm so thrilled that Hank is being honored. And there's so many others who were just major in making Motown and the Motown sound what it became and what it remains to be today.
Henry Cosby died in 2022. His exhibit at the Motown Museum opens at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, the nation rocked by a pair of tragedies when a plane crashes into a San Diego neighborhood and a young couple gunned down in the Capitol. More reaction. You're watching The Edge at 11.
This is The Edge at 11.
Fire, boom, explosions, and it was just fire. So we weren't sure if there were like houses, if there were gas lines or whatever. You look out the window, you just see big flame.
San Diego residents shaken awake by explosions rocking their neighborhood after a plane crashed just before 4 this morning. The music agency Sound Talent Group says its co-founder and 2 other employees were killed when the private jet hit a power line, then slammed into a home. The FAA says 3 others were aboard the plane, and they continue to comb through the wreckage. And just hours before that crash in San Diego, another tragedy striking in our nation's capital.
A young couple set to be engaged, shot and killed in what federal authorities are calling a targeted act of terrorism. Yaron Lizchinsky and Sarah Milgram worked at the Israeli embassy. They were both gunned down outside the Capitol Jewish Museum after leaving an event late last night. Investigators say witnesses noticed a man pacing outside the museum right before he opened fire.
A young couple at the beginning of their life's journey, about to be engaged in another country, had their bodies removed in the cold of the night in a foreign city in a body bag. We are not going to tolerate that anymore.
We won't be deterred by this horrific incident. We are encouraging our community to continue to come out, to do Jewish, to live proudly as Jews. That is what we have done here, and that is what we will continue to do.
The suspected shooter allegedly told police he did it for Palestine and Gaza. The FBI raided his Chicago apartment earlier today, carrying evidence boxes out.
He was always friendly. On the outside of his door, there's a Hello Kitty sign. I mean, he seemed like a normal, friendly guy.
The 31-year-old suspect now facing charges, including murder.
Well, President Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, one step closer towards becoming a reality.
The House passed the budget bill by a razor-thin margin, setting up a showdown in the Senate.
It came after days of legislative arm twisting, some of it by the president himself. The proposed bill extends $4.5 trillion in tax breaks and slashes spending to make up for the shortfall, including millions of dollars in Medicaid funding. In the end, 2 Republicans voted no. But House Speaker Mike Johnson says despite the close vote, the Republican Party remains united. As expected, no Democrats supported the bill.
We'll talk about keeping cool under pressure.
A woman in upstate New York was delivering the news when her water broke on air.
We do have some breaking news this morning, literally. Yes. Olivia's water has broke.
That's
and
right.
she is anchoring the news now in active labor.
Early labor.
We've been doing the contractions. She's now, timing her contractions.
We'll see. I'm going to pay attention.
What, 2 minutes apart?
No. Well, there was one, but it's been a few minutes since then, so we're still in good shape.
Wow, that is anchor Olivia Jaquith of WRGB. Her water broke early yesterday morning, but she remained calm, continued to anchor for more than 3 hours while she was having contractions. Olivia said she'd rather be at work than the hospital. She was 2 days past her due date, and we're happy to report she safely delivered her baby boy.
Should get some backup anchors in that newsroom early in the morning.
I think they have somebody ready to go,
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. And I'm glad the baby's all good.
Absolutely. Good story. All right, coming up in sports, going to get you up to date on what happened with the Tigers tonight. Well, they opened a series against the Guardians. Did not go as we have seen so many Tiger games go this year. We'll get to the recap. And Hutch headed back. Great to hear from him today. You'll hear from him next. Rich?
And Dan, it's chilly out there. Sprinkles are winding down, but a lot of us are near 50 degrees. Numbers will get down into the lower 40s for a lot of us. Take a look at the holiday weekend forecast. Much better for Saturday, Sunday into Monday. We'll check the numbers starting at 4 a.m.
Tigers back home tonight, opening a 4-game series against the Guardians. First time these two rivals have met since Cleveland knocked Detroit out of the playoffs last year. Here we go. Jack Flaherty got the start, cruising until the 4th. Carlos Santana rocked this pitch into the right center gap. 2 runs scored, Guardians up 2-zip. Tigers offense silent through 7. Had the bases loaded in the 8th, though. Couldn't do anything with it. Cleveland brought in Cade Smith. He's nasty, man. Struck out Akil Baddoo, Zach McKinstry, and Riley Green. Tigers didn't have anything to show for the effort. Moved to the 9th. Things got out of hand. Bo Naylor bunts. Sean Gunther picks it up. Guns it to 3rd, trying to get the lead runner. McKinstry just, well, that happened. A run scored to the plate to increase the Guardians' lead to 4-0. Next batter, Anel Martinez lines 1 to left. Baddoo attempts to make a diving catch, comes up empty. Just wasn't their night. It's going to happen. 6-0 Cleveland at that point. Tigers are going to turn the page on this one. They fall to the series opener, 7-0 the final.
We don't dwell on, big losses or anything like that. We turn the page. We look forward to tomorrow, scouting report for tomorrow, and best, how to attack them.
All right, to the Lions, you can line up all of their offseason moves. None will be more significant than getting Aiden Hutchinson back. Today, he met with the media, and there was nothing but good news and anticipation. He's a full go from here on out. Hammer picks it up from there.
More than 7 months after breaking his leg on the field in Dallas, Aiden Hutchinson was back at the podium Thursday in Allen Park. And he said the words Lions fans have been longing to hear.
I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again.
Cleared to return to all football activities, the 24-year-old defensive end said that this is the most excited he's been for OTAs in his life, following the longest hiatus he's ever experienced from the game he loves.
It's those trials and tribulations that really kind of mature you as a person, as a player. And, it was a tough rehab. And I feel like now that I'm on the other side of it, looking back, it's you're kind of grateful for those experiences because it formed you, into the person you are today.
As dark as those first few weeks were, Hutch said that he leaned a great deal on his family and faith to help get him through. And as tough as it was to watch his teammates from the sideline, he said he felt a great sense of pride watching them accomplish all they did despite the injuries.
Watching the defense, it was, it was inspiring, There's dudes rolling out there that it was like, I'm sure y'all didn't even know their name. And coaches, my coach he was like, dude, I got guys out there that just got here 3 days ago, and it was, but to see the way they played is a testament to AG and a testament to those guys buying into what we were doing. And as far as if I was going to play in the Super Bowl, I guess we'll never know.
At the Meyer Performance Center, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
All right, Jen, thank you. NBA Game 2 between the T-Wolves and Thunder from OKC. Minnesota kept this one close for a while, then it was Oklahoma City taking over late in the 3rd.
Alexander Walker finds Gobert, knocked away by SGA. Here comes Wallace, alley-oop to Holmgren.
They've got to finish the same way.
Wide open Lou Dort, knocks it down.
Thunder closed the 3rd on a 24-8 run, went up by 22. They take a 2-zip series lead after a 118-103 victory. The scene now shifts to Minnesota for Game 3 on Saturday, and the T-Wolves have got to get it. Stick around. We'll check in on the NHL's Eastern Conference Finals when we come back. NHL playoffs, Game 2, Canes and Panthers. Carolina desperate for a win to even the series, but the defending champs put it away with a quickness.
With Forsling allowing Florida to keep the puck in. Score! Now coming out from behind the net is Verhaeghe. They score! Verhaeghe, another block shot. Verhaeghe with it again. Score! 3-0 Florida. They connect on the power play.
Well, Panthers again. They take both games in Raleigh, 5-0 in the final. They're coming home for Game 3, 2-0. They have the series lead. That is it for the Edge at 11. I'm Dan Miller. The Pulse starts now.
Hello, and thanks for joining us as we dive headfirst into all things people, power, and politics. This is The Pulse. I'm Ruparaj. We say this a lot, but another busy day of news. So toss that phone aside, get out of that social media echo chamber, and just hang with us. Another judicial roadblock for the Trump administration's agenda. A judge blocking President Trump's order to dismantle the Department of Education. What else the judge says Trump needs to do. And the president's so-called big, beautiful bill clearing a major hurdle. It's through the House and headed to the Senate. We're diving into that debate and the concerns over possible Medicaid cuts, how it could affect you, plus taking your questions right to the experts. And that budget battle is where we begin today because it was an all-night session leading to the bill's approval early today. But it showed the divide surrounding the so-called big, beautiful bill, not just between Democrats and Republicans, but within the GOP. You see, the bill passed about as narrowly as you can get, 215, 214 no. The Democrats are worried about cuts to Medicaid along with the new work requirements in them, while some hardline Republicans say these cuts just don't go far enough. So Republicans in the White House are taking a victory lap while calling on the Senate to get to work.
A lot of good faith negotiations in the Republican conference leading up to the final passage, but as always, President Trump came in at the end to bring all sides together and get this deal done.
We have 220 Republicans in the House Republican Conference, and lots of different opinions. They represent very different districts around the country with very different interests. But the principle and the philosophy is always the same. Everybody's conservative. We believe in limited government.
You have consistently proven to be nothing more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. And the American people are paying attention.
As you can expect, long negotiations are expected in the Senate, and there's a tighter threshold to clear. Remember, it's not just passing the bill. They also have to clear filibuster as well. The upper chamber hopes to have its version done by July 4th. Staying in D.C. in the latest on a horrific story there, a gunman opened fire outside a Jewish museum there, killing 2 Israeli embassy staffers. Those 2 staff members, Yaron Lichinsky and Sarah Milgram, were set to be engaged. The 31-year-old suspect, Elias Rodriguez, charged with first-degree murder. While he was arrested, he was shouted, "Free Palestine," and told police he was the one who did it. Officials saying the case is being investigated as terrorism and hate crime.
Violence against anyone based on their religion is an act of cowardice. It is not an act of a hero. It is the kind of case that we will vigorously pursue. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital.
Israeli missions beefed up their security after this attack. Prosecutors say the suspect could end up facing much more serious charges. Turning now to the race for Detroit mayor, where candidates were in the hot seat. A forum held in the city featuring 8 of the candidates in the race. It was hosted by the No BS News Hour, moderated by Karen Dumas, Charlie LaDuff, and James David Dixon. It was a packed room where candidates faced tough questions like these.
We have to talk about crime also, because I think there's nothing that's more emblematic. Like, most of the crime affects the poor black Detroiter and not the rich white Detroiter. What can be done to not only make Detroit safe, but make it feel safe?
We still have a 47% illiteracy rate in this city that has not changed, and that is an impediment to development, that's an impediment to population, that's an impediment to crime. How do you tie all that together?
Many of you saying, what did they say? What were the answers? There were 8 candidates there, and they had a lot to say. We'll have a full recap of this forum tomorrow night on The Pulse, as well as on fox2detroit.com. A lot going on as always, so let's pick up the pace and run through our other big stories at this hour. A federal judge blocking President Trump's executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. The administration's also ordered to reinstate workers who were fired in those mass layoffs. No surprise, the Trump administration plans to appeal this. 2 lawsuits argued President Trump planned to illegally close the department, adding layoffs left it unable to carry its congressionally required duties. The judge said the idea the administration is reorganizing the department and that was it is simply not true. The Trump administration revoking Harvard's ability to enroll international students. On top of that, they say thousands of current students have 2 choices: transfer or leave the country. The administration claims Harvard created an unsafe campus environment for not cracking down on protests of the Israel-Hamas war. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem demanded Harvard turn over information about international students. Harvard says that order is unlawful. Now to the immigration issue, where the administration is looking to end certain protections for migrant children. We're talking about the Flores Settlement Agreement. It's been in place since 1990 and largely limits the amount of time that children can be detained by Border Patrol agents to 72 hours. It also makes sure children, those kids, are kept in safe and sanitary conditions. Government attorneys calling the agreement intrusive. Advocates will likely challenge this. All right, we were revisiting our conversation yesterday about this woman, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. You'll remember she incorrectly defined habeas corpus in a congressional hearing earlier this week. And like we do with all politicians, Democrats and Republicans, we did a reality check. Now, what does habeas corpus do? Well, it actually allows people to challenge whether their detainment is lawful. You can watch that right now on fox2detroit.com. Part of that included us talking to a Cooley Law School professor about habeas corpus. During that conversation, the topic about the administration accusing people of gang ties or being criminals came up. You'll remember that's a key argument in this man's wrongful deportation. The Trump administration has admitted Kilmar Abrego Garcia's deportation was what they call an administrative error, but they doubled down on accusations he's part of a gang. Professor Brendan Beery says at the end of the day, those accusations don't even matter because it's all about due process that's supposed to determine if someone's a criminal. Take a listen.
You look at the totality of what's going on here with people being deported from the United States. We have a serious issue here about the rule of law, you know, and people need to get away from the debate about whether these are good people or bad people, or you know, did they commit crimes or did they not commit crimes? Are they in a gang or are they not? That's not the issue. The issue is whether they get due process, and the issue is whether habeas corpus is available to them. And that's those rights are supposed to attach to everybody who's here. Whether you're a good person or not a good person is not the debate. It really gets confusing. I think it gets really confusing for people when you know, when you say, well, these people are entitled to due process, and the comeback is, well, they're bad people. Well, that's not the issue. The issue is whether they get due process.
I've said habeas corpus maybe 400 times in the last 3 months. For some reason, I got it wrong a few times there. All right, it's word soup sometimes. To watch that full reality check as well as our conversation about immigration, scan the QR code on the bottom right of your screen. It'll take you to Wednesday's episode of The Pulse, which really talks a lot about habeas corpus. All right, we're turning back to the budget battle next. Republican State Senator Jim Runstead and Democratic State Representative Noah Arbit are ready to roll in Studio C. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2. All right, back now on The Pulse, looking at all things people, power, and politics. Here now to weigh in on the passing of President Trump's budget bill, Democratic State Representative Noah Arbit and Republican State Senator and Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstead. Good to see you both. Thanks for joining us here on The Pulse.
Thanks for having us.
All right, so this is a victory for President Trump, who actually, in a rare appearance, went to the Capitol yesterday, Senator Runstead, and said, let's make this happen. It was a slim margin there, 215 to 214, but he made it happen. Are you worried at all about anything in this big, beautiful bill that could hurt everyday Michiganders that are watching?
It was a victory for everyday Michiganders and a victory for everyone in the United States. What he's trying to do is get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, starting with Medicaid. The report came out, it was $585 billion with a B in improper payments. The system's going bust. Medicare, Social Security, because the Democrats are squandering the money like crazy. One of the things he said you're going to do is if you are able-bodied and you don't have any dependents, you have to do either community service or work for 80 hours a month. How many people out there are working a hell of a lot more than that, and they don't get these benefits? And the Democrats say, no, give them the money, don't require anything, just splash out, because they want as many people to get these benefits as absolutely possible. He's cut the no tax on tips. That's going to be huge. Overtime is going to save $2,000 per family currently.
So this is
it's unbelievable.
A success story in your eyes and in many Republicans' eyes. Noah Arbit, Representative Arbit, I got to ask you a little bit about this. The criticism that many Democrats are getting right now is that they're simply misrepresenting what could happen here. We're talking about 7 million people that may lose their Medicaid benefits. Many of those people are not here legally. And in another case...
What are you talking about? Many of those people are not here legally. There's 11 million people in this country that are here illegally, and somehow most of those 7 million people that are going to... By the way, 9 million people that are going to lose health care insurance because of this bill?
The Congressional Budget Office says it's close to 7 million people that may lose it. But here's the bottom line. They're trying to cut a lot of the fat. And they
No, they're not.
Hold on. Let me finish the question, Representative. The bottom line is they're saying let's get work requirements to take effect here. Is there something unreasonable about asking people below the age of 69, let me finish the question, below the age of 69, who don't have dependents, who are able-bodied, to go work 80 hours a month? Is that an unreasonable request in your eyes?
You know what I think is unreasonable? I will answer it. I was blowing up the national debt and giving a billionaire a giveaway of tax cuts to billionaires in Las Vegas and New York at the expense of single moms in Commerce Township and Pinckney, Michigan, who are going to lose their health care coverage because of this bill, and school children who are going to lose their meals in schools because of this bill. This bill is a regressive bill that is transferring wealth from the poorest and most vulnerable Americans to the wealthiest Americans who are already better off.
There are moms out there who are just going to lose their benefits arbitrarily.
They're absolutely going to. And by the way, this automatically triggers sequestration, which is going to actually make $500 billion of cuts to Medicare. Medicare, the health insurance program that seniors, anyone 65 or older, is eligible for. So this is going to hurt nursing homes. This is going to hurt rural hospitals. Medicaid and Medicare are being cut by this bill. This big, beautiful bill. If you think it's a beautiful bill, we have a very different definition of beautiful.
It's going to save Medicare, Medicare, and Social Security, which should go on bust.
Work requirements.
Let me ask you this about the work requirements. When you're talking about cutting something to more than 7 million people, the issue that many people have, by the way, some Republicans out there who are in swing states who don't want to lose elections are afraid that these Medicaid cuts would hurt their constituents.
No, they're afraid of the media's misinformation that they're facing.
Senator Runstead, I've spoken to 2 lawmakers in Washington who are truly concerned about their constituents, and here's why. They say that when you cut 7 million people's Medicaid, there are people who slip through the cracks. Are you afraid of that? And what is the recourse to make sure those people aren't hurt?
The first thing that they're doing, and Representative Arbit is incorrect, it's 1.4 million illegals are collecting Medicaid. That is in the report. So first, let's get those people off. I know they want to keep them on so they can keep that dependency. In terms of the work requirement, if you are able-bodied, you don't have to go to work. You could do community service.
But Senator,
most people on Medicaid
do work. Volunteer. Senator, so 80 hours a month? How many of these people out there are working like crazy? These people get this free benefit, and
Senator,
all you got to do is work 80 hours a month.
You made that point now twice. And my question to you that I'd like to hear from you about is: are you afraid that some people can slip through the cracks? And if they do, that mom in Pinckney or the person who's watching right now, one moment, if that person slips through the cracks, Senator, are you concerned about the fact that it's too late to do anything to help them. What's the recourse to help people who may have slipped through the cracks in this Medicaid?
When the Trump rolled out a number of initiatives, like in DOGE, there was a couple of things they moved fast on and they quickly corrected. If there was a case like this, which I don't believe is going to be the case, but if there was, they're going to quickly correct that. It's not like they're going to be cut off forever, if that's even the case, and I don't believe it is. I believe what we're talking about is getting illegals off, number one, and able-bodied people with no dependency can do community service or work 80 hours a month.
Why are we cutting Medicaid, though? We're cutting Medicaid in order to deliver massive and permanent tax cuts to billionaires and the ultra-wealthy. That's why they had to cut Medicaid so much.
Let's also talk about the other people who benefit from these tax cuts. We're talking about 2 out of 3 Americans that would pay less in taxes by the year 2027. We're talking about income
at the expense of the poorest and most vulnerable Americans. This is the most regressive, largest redistribution. It is a reverse Robin Hood. It's robbing Peter and Paul, and Mary's already dead.
But increasing the child income tax credit by $500, that's also in this bill. A temporary boost of $2,000 of the standard deduction is in this bill.
Right.
Those are things
at the expense of the most vulnerable people in this country. Because of the Medicaid cuts. And also Medicare. We know this is going to blow up the debt. What happened to fiscal rectitude? The Republicans no longer care about our fiscal health. They no longer care about the deficit or the debt, for that matter. By the way, why is it that Moody's just downgraded American debt for the first time? Our credit rating, we do not have a single AAA bond rating anymore, the United States, under the Trump administration and under the Republicans' fiscal vandalism. This is what is happening.
Let me ask you a question.
Other rating agencies have downgraded us in the past under the Biden administration.
But Senator, you know that the Department of Education, this whole let's just lay off a bunch of people so that you disable them from being able to do their jobs, was essential.
The American people, it's cost $1 trillion since I graduated with declining scores.
Senator,
that's the federal Department of Education.
Listen, this is what was today. The Trump administration had to do an about-face about this, and they have to re-employ the people who are let go. You're saying it's easy.
By a federal judge, I presume.
Yes, it's true.
Okay, well.
Shrink government to be so small that no one can learn from it.
I understand that, but you can't say you need congressional approval to dismantle any department in the U.S. government. That's part of the Constitution. And essentially, by laying all those people off, he essentially was dismantling the department. He has to reverse course now by rehiring those people, according to the federal judge. Do you think it'll be that easy with with Medicare, Medicaid benefits to reinstate them once they're taken away?
Well, with anything he does, always judges, usually sometimes district judges, rule against him and thwart what he's trying to do, which is trying to save this country from going absolutely over the cliff with all the things that Biden created. So under the Biden administration, he brings in, I was told at the board it was not 10 million, it's 40 million people here illegally, busting the budget. And once they get them in here, the federal judges and the local judges all want to keep them here relentlessly and fight every single one of them from being deported.
15 seconds left. Go
I've got a constituent in West Bloomfield. She's a single mother of 2, has MS, was denied Medicaid coverage because she's on Social Security disability, makes $1,000 above the threshold. Someone like her, who cannot work, is going to lose health care coverage. This is what they are doing. This is what the Republican Party is doing. They think it is more important that billionaires have tax cuts than moms and dads, single moms and dads from Commerce to Pinckney and anywhere else in Michigan have health care.
Well,
that's the Republican message.
There are some Republicans out there who would agree with you, and those are the...
You just give an example of a denial, and the bill hasn't even been passed.
Those folks are in the Senate, and it's going to be a very tight one, as we know, as it was in Congress, and it's going to be that way in the Senate. We'll watch it every step of the way. Senator Runstead, Representative Arbit, thank you for your time here on The Pulse tonight.
Thank you.
We're taking a closer look at this Medicaid issue right after the break. An elder law attorney is answering your questions about the benefits. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2.
Celebrating the next generation of jazz musicians.
is People, Power, and Politics. Welcome back to Detroit's only nightly political talk show. If that last segment wasn't so dull, perhaps so many of you wouldn't have left us. Kidding. Joining us now to answer your Medicaid questions, which, by the way, there are plenty of people who have legitimate questions, not just statements, not just political statements, but they will actually wonder what's going on here. Elder law attorney Jim Simasko. It's good to see you, Jim. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. It's great being here.
Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we thank you for being with us. People do have questions, and as we just talked about during the break there, I said, you know, it's interesting. There's two theoretical differences here. One, you have Democrats say, people are going to lose everything, or many people will lose everything. And then you have Republicans say, we got to root out the waste. In between here, you got most of the people who are watching going, wait a minute, what's going on here? Let's begin with Caitlin. Caitlin, we thank you for your question here on the Pulse. You're asking us this: what will happen to provider availability? What could happen to those who have Medicaid as a secondary due to age or disability, such as those in assisted living or nursing homes? What will happen should this pass?
The provider availability is at risk, you know, because if Medicaid gets cut by 10% or 20%, whatever it is, a lot of the providers in rural communities or outlying communities may not be able to provide the services. So those people who are very vulnerable won't have the availability. They may have to travel great distances to get care, and if they have to drive a long ways, they may forego the care. You know, so it is very serious, but that's a problem that's just not about, you know, this Medicaid cuts. We don't have enough doctors in less populated areas.
Well, very interesting. Kelly, you have a question here on the Pulse. Thanks for asking your question. You're asking, hey, will there be any kind of assistance to those losing benefits, or will they have to fend for themselves? That's a really good question, Kelly. What happens?
Well, first off, we don't know what the Medicaid cuts will be. You know, the House passed it by one vote or 2 votes, so it's a very slim majority. It's going to go to the Senate next. The Senate, I anticipate, going to change a lot and make revisions to the proposed bill. So we really don't know what the end results will be. I'd like to believe that if the cuts are made, that the state will step up. You know, the Department of Human Health and Services here in Michigan or other social programs will be there to try and keep the people from falling through the cracks.
And that's something that a lot of the federal lawmakers are saying, hey, the state should pick up part of the difference here. But there are some states out there, perhaps not Michigan, but we had a surplus at one point recently. But there are other states that may not have that money. And those folks really have to wonder what they're going to do.
They do, especially Alaska. Alaska doesn't have any state income tax.
Right.
You know, they don't have the benefits from, you know, the 4.5% that Michiganders pay in state income tax. So yes, we have a very serious problem, and the legislature really needs to get together and have a good bill. We're 1.9 trillion, you know, we're running at that big of a deficit. You know, we need to address this. We can't keep having the deficits and expect society to continue the way it has.
So when you heard those two lawmakers, one's a Republican, one's a Democrat, I'm not asking you to pick sides or tip your hat, but objectively speaking, from someone who understands this so deeply, is there really a risk of someone who is meeting all the requirements to be cut? In other words, they're saying, hey, if you're not meeting these requirements and you have to work 80 hours a month, if someone is working the 8 hours a month, if they are able to do it, and if they have children, then that means they have dependents. Are they not protected?
There's always a risk. In fact, even today, right now, with the way Medicare and Medicaid is now, there are people not getting services. There are people at risk not getting proper medical care. Yes, it could get worse, but we do have to do something as a society to make that better. And that's where our legislatures, not just the federal, but the state too, need to step in and work together. You know, I think it's terrible that if all the Republicans vote one way and all the Democrats vote the other way. It shouldn't be that partisan. They need to work together.
Especially with something as important as people's care and people's livelihoods.
And just by way of example, what we just saw here, you know, they couldn't agree on anything.
Yeah, no, true that. Russ, we thank you for your question here on the Pulse. Russ, you're asking us, what's going to happen with people who have a disability and have been on I think Social Security most of their adult life, and now their parents are no longer living?
They could be at risk, you know, but President Trump did say he just wants to attack the fraud, waste, and abuse. Theoretically, they should be fine. But we really don't know because the legislation hasn't passed the final bill yet, and the president hasn't signed the final bill.
So are you hoping that there are more stipulations put in the Senate bill that actually go out of their way to explicitly protect those who qualify, rightfully so, for Medicaid?
Absolutely. Absolutely, and especially the most vulnerable, the seniors, the children. Those are the ones that most at risk. And as a society, those are the ones that we should protect the most.
We have Mona asking the question, hey, will Section 8 be cut? Mona, thanks for your question here on The Pulse.
There's always that possibility because when the federal government cuts, then the state has to pick up the slack, and then it's going to have a domino effect. So if the state has to pick up more cost of health care, then they're going to have to take those resources from other federal or other state benefits. They just have to balance the budget somewhere.
We will watch it really carefully because the bottom line is, as I asked Senator Runstead there, do you worry about those who have the least? And the bottom line is everyone should be looking out for that. So we'll watch it carefully. Mr. Samasco, good to see you. Thanks for joining us here on The Pulse. Yep. Great to have you. That is The Pulse for tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Roop Raj. As always, it was good to be with you.
And you know what that means. Detroit media icon Ryan Ermani, University of Michigan great Braylon Edwards, and of course, Maz are about to take over on Woodward Sports. Every day, 2 to 4 p.m., it's the best Detroit sports talk on Detroit's best sports network. Woodward Sports.
What's going on? Welcome in, Ermani and Edwards with Maz. As you see on the back wall, we will get to what happened last night in the world of basketball. Ricky, do me a favor, take that off for now. Let's get into the show. Good to see you, Anthony Wells. I haven't seen you in a minute, buddy. Basketball is going up. A lot of other things have gone up, but first and foremost, I want to say, how are you doing, brother? Which is a question I should say.
I am fascinated in the prison break, man.
Tell me,
watching this thing, 10 guys escaped down in New Orleans. 5 have been apprehended. And the 5 who have been apprehended have an average age of 21.
Now, what about the guys that are on the lam still?
32 and on average.
So that means that experience, the older you are, the more experience you have. So let's bring in our resident experience guy, Big Time Massaway.
I would have been one of the first caught. That would have been sure.
But I don't know, man. You would have thought it through. You would have had a plan.
I might have thought it through. You know what? One of my favorite movies is The Fugitive.
Great movie.
So I've got some moves.
Shout out to Tommy Lee Jones and Harrison Ford.
Let me ask you guys. I cheer for him to stay on the lam as long as possible. Am I bad for that?
No, story keeps going.
Depends on what they in there for.
What are they in jail for?
Yes.
Right,
exactly.
I think all 10 of them are in for different charges.
Now, was it murder? Was it anything like that? I mean,
a couple of them were lifers. Yeah, a couple of them were lifers.
Yeah. Lifer, ooh.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I don't know. It is a real life movie. As I welcome in Pete. Pete, what do you think? Have you been following this New Orleans fugitive case? 10 originally, now 5.
Honestly, no. Thanks, Pete.
You know what, Pete? That was a good setup.
Dynamite drop.
I really thought that you were about to come with some information like you
actually, I know one
the other day. It was something like that, and he didn't have anything. Before we dive into the show, and it's going to be a good show, we got some sound courtesy of Pete out of Allen Park. We also want to talk about what happened last night. Truly one of the greatest playoff games I think that anybody's ever seen, and if you say it's not, you're an absolute liar. MVP was crowned, and then the Tigers. You see I'm rocking the jersey. The Tigers are still red hot. But before we do that, Memorial Weekend is coming up. And I know Memorial Weekend is very huge to the city of Detroit, and it was very huge to Anson because of a certain event called Movement to start off as Techno Fest. But, man, I just got to say, God, I appreciate you for waking us up every day. I'm glad that you have us in this space together so that we can commune and we can talk about the Tigers and other things. But, man, can you give us some sunlight?
Please.
Could you give us just a couple degrees warmer? This is the time we're supposed to start being 80, 75 on a consistent.
Feels like April.
100%. A lot of my friends, this is when they let the boat in the water. This is usually around that first weekend you get the boat in the water. Shout out to Z-Man, a couple other boaters out there in St. Clair Shores.
Z-Man.
Hey, you know about it. I figured you. But I'm just thinking back to the things that we're not able to do so far, because didn't the Yankees come in town as a month ago and nobody was the wise or worse?
That's a fact.
Didn't even get a chance to see the Yankees. One of the greatest shows, Aaron Judge, didn't get a chance to see him. Movement, high of 61 this week. High of 61 this weekend.
The girls got to actually wear clothes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's
not fair.
Yeah, you're right. That's not fair.
I know a lot of people
You're right.
out there in the garden. I know they're in the yard. What is this weather making you miss right now, Anson, or is kind of delaying for you?
My final morel mushroom hunt, because the rain is great, but you need the sun after it to bring them up. So that's all that I'm waiting for. But honestly, what you just mentioned, the 61 degrees downtown Detroit for Tech Fest,
Talk about it.
the oldest electronic music
In the
festival in
land.
the world, aside from the draft, when Detroit is at its very, very best. Listen, put on a hoodie and get your ass down there this weekend. You got to go and enjoy yourself.
Man, without shit, Maz, man, talk about it, man. This weather. I know you a guy likes to get outside. I know you love the Tigers games and other things. You have a pool that you get set up for this time of year, man. Go ahead, man.
You know, I've broken my back and my wallet to get this pool set up and get it ready. And who the hell's going to go in it?
Nobody.
It's in the 60s, for crying out loud, my pool. It's in the 60s. Even with the sun out once in a while, man, that sucks. But you know what? It is good baseball weather. As long as you put a jacket on, go on down. Next weekend, the following weekend, you got the Grand Prix here in Detroit. So we've got some great events coming up here. Tigers are home for 7 games starting tonight, by the way.
Yeah, definitely Grand Prix. If you haven't been, you got to go down. It's a great time. They do a lot of events around it, man. Detroit really puts on, they really show out. Really proud. And Pete, you talk about 1982, man. That's the first time that you went.
Yeah.
Talk about what that experience was compared to now.
Well, because it was brand new. Everything was brand new. The Formula One industry wanted to make their way to America, and Detroit. I mean, they already had the Long Beach Grand Prix, which is now, I forgot the new name of it now, over there in California. But Detroit stepped in, Dallas stepped in, and it was a great thing. They actually, and it was just like how Comerica Park came along with the Tigers. You know, they had to make adjustments to the course as they went on, but it used to be a 20-turn course in 1982. Then it became an 18-turn course after that in 83, 84, 85, and so on and so forth. And it was a great time to be here in Detroit when the Grand Prix was just beginning.
That Grand Prix, getting a chance to go to the Grand Prix. My favorite thing is, it's everybody's favorite thing. It's the start. It is definitely the start, and you hear that noise, and they go around, they take that first lap. You know, that makes the experience. Ricky, what about you, man? Like, I'm about this time usually. I've already gone downtown, man. I've got my first barbecue in. You know, I've driven around Belle Isle listening to the Isley Brothers. You know what I'm saying? I may have a little something in the brown bag, maybe not.
So
this is that time.
I've been fortunate enough to get to come golfing in, but you just said it. I was talking about the other day, barbecues. I haven't hit any good barbecues yet, and I'm waiting for the barbecues. And movement, since I had the baby, movement was out of the question. So I'm kind of upset about that, but still, usually it's hot and sweaty for movement. It's weird that it's going to be 58 degrees or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, 100%. But look, at the end of the day, it will be a good time. If you've never been, go down there. I urge you. It's fun. If you don't want to get into the madness that is movement, shout out to Cassie in the studio. If you want to get into the madness that is movement, then you can come down earlier. You can get there 2, 3, hang out for a little while, because it does get a little crazy, a little more fun.
But not just the festival. All of Detroit is wide open. All the bars and restaurants.
The only time they allow it to stay open all night.
Everything's going on downtown. So even if you don't have a ticket to the festival, just go and witness our city at its best.
All right, look, check this out. Speaking of at its best, Tigers won last night, but we're gonna put a pin in that. We will get to the Tigers that we love. We appreciate what you've done. Shout out to them. 15 of their last 20 they now won. We will get to them. But that game last night between Maz's New York Knickerbockers and the Indianapolis Pacers was one for the record books. One for the record books. Final 138-135 Pacers in overtime. I don't even know where to start with this game. So I will start with this, and then I'll drop it to Maz, because this is Knickerbockers. I told you about these Pacers. I came on here a week ago, maybe a week and a half. Ask Pete, because I know Pete always remembers. And I told you, you may not like Tyrese Halliburton. You may not like what he does off the court. You may not like the type of player he is. He's wiry. It's a weird shot. He's weird fast. He's quick in spots. I don't trust him. I told you that boy was him. I told you that he was for real. You don't have to like everybody that's a great player. I told you he was real last night here in the squad. They did their thing. Maz, I'll just start with you, man. What did you see in that game, and whose fault?
I don't think it was anyone's fault.
Okay.
I mean, you're up 17 in the fourth. You're up 14 with 2.5 to go. And the kid got hot. 8 out of 9 from three-point range. 8 out of 9. That's unbelievable. Aaron Nesmith, 8 of 9 from 3. And Halliburton throws it up. Could have been a 3. It was a 2. Freaking thing almost hit the top of the backboard. It was a clutch shot. It was a lucky shot. And it happens. You can't stop. Sometimes you just can't stop a runaway train. They were a runaway train. There's no way the Knicks should have let them in that game. But
it's hard to stop a runaway train when you're busy celebrating. When you're busy giving up a standing ovation.
Speak on it, Anson. Speak on it, Anson.
Listen.
Wow.
The Indiana Never-Haves took on the New York Peasants, and it was an absolute display of inexperience and peasantry. You got that clip, you got that photo of Reggie Miller and Tyrese Halliburton?
Let me find that for you there, buddy.
Is this deja vu for the New York Peasants? Oh, there's one choke, and then there's another choke right over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the standing ovation. My guy, Maz's guy, Clyde Frazier, and a Brunson, they're busy celebrating. Kind of like the peasants were busy celebrating in the streets after a round 2 victory. Let's talk about Timothy Chalamet. Take a timeout so you can challenge a play that was clearly out on Brunson. Oh my goodness.
It wasn't clear.
The absolute peasant reactions and peasant behavior of the New York fan base was on ultimate display last night. They embarrassed themselves and exposed themselves for the absolute peasants that they are and their fan base is. Sorry, Matt, but you told me to shut up today, so I'm burying you and your garbage ass squad.
That's okay.
977 and 1, up by 14 with 2.5 left to go. This team was up 9 with 52 seconds left to go. Knicks Muse, all the other Knicks Twitter people, you guys are a joke and you got exposed because you were busy in the street bagging people in visiting jerseys with bags of trash because you're peasants. Wake up, get some rest because you got a 9 to 5. You need to pay for that 480 square foot box. What is that? $2,400 a month? Peasants.
So I'm not as mad as Anson, but I do agree with him on a lot of points. You know, last night with 52 seconds left, the Knicks were up 9. Do you know in the history of the NBA that the record for a team being up 9 with 52 seconds left, or let's just say a minute, is in terms of a team comeback is 0 and 1,414.
Damn.
Every other team that has ever been in that situation, 0 and 1,414 was the record until last night.
The worst playoff loss of all time.
I think so, and I think the problem is when you're up 9 minutes at this point, Jalen Brunson and Tibbs, this is when you have to stop the run. Tibbs, this is when it's your job to coach. This is when you have to put on the hat. This is when people have said time and time again, Tibbs chokes in the big moments. Mm-hmm. That has been the moniker of Tom Thibodeau for the entirety of his career. Choking in the big moment. Last night, the moment couldn't have been bigger. They let all of the New York glamour, the glory, it got to him. And I think they froze in the moment. I think he as a coach froze. Jalen Brunson put on a phenomenal show. There's nothing that you can say about him. There's nothing that you can say about Cat. They put on a show, except they were just hoping to survive that game last night. They were hoping to survive.
Playing it got not tight. To lose.
They were hoping to survive. Oh, we're up so much. Even up 9 with a minute, we'll figure it out. Meanwhile, you continue to let Nesmith getting on the side of Indianapolis Pacers. For me, Maz, Anson, I'll bring it to you first. The Pacers. Halliburton, we talked about this, their team is similarly constructed like the Boston Celtics. But the big difference is Indianapolis Pacers have one guy, and that guy is Tyrese Halliburton. Last night, this is what I observed. In a moment where they were trying to come back, you know what Jason Tatum typically does in that moment is he'll forget that Nesmith is hot.
No doubt.
And he'll try to insert some 3 balls here. He'll try to insert getting to the rack and mess up the flow of the game. Tyrese Halliburton got off last night, pause, but at the end of the day, it was within the flow of the game. Neymar got Neesmith involved. Halliburton got Neesmith involved. Siakam got Neesmith involved. Everybody saw who the hot hand was, and then when they would double him, who would get a little easy bucket at the layup? Neymar, guy that you forgot about. Why was Miles Turner so open on the dunk in the end?
Why was former Nick Obi Toppin gifted a free dunk off an inbound play?
A tip dunk. Like, they stood the test of time. You have to believe in his team. And I think now when you look back at Coach Atkinson, talking about from the Cleveland Cavaliers, remember when he talked about this team?
Played 48 minutes.
Maz, you hit the nail on the head. This is a team that's going to play 48 minutes. I don't want to hear about, the Knicks are old, or they're tired, or they're injured, and they're beat up. They've been that way, and they beat the Pistons. They were that way, and they beat the Celtics. So now, you guys are in trouble.
The series is over.
I agree.
It could be 4, maybe 5 at most. The series is over. This is like Kirk Gibson beating the A's in the '88 World Series. The pinch hit home run against Eckersley. They broke the A's back. The A's were better than them that year. They broke their back. It's over. They play tomorrow night. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night, but the series is going 4 or 5.
Why can't they win at home, Maz? Why is this team struggling so bad at home?
I don't know, man. I just think. Go ahead.
Can you allow me on this one? Please. Can you indulge me on this one? A lot of times, and this sounds stupid, it's tougher to win at home when you have one of those homes that's a spot. It's a destination spot.
Iconic.
It's full of distraction. It's full of everything else. I'm not making excuses. It is. New York is that place. This team has never been in this space. Even when they were in the place last year, it wasn't the welcoming that they're getting now. It wasn't the star power around the ring that it is now. It wasn't the story that it is now. This story is magnified. That Garden, I felt that energy through the TV. Hell, when he hit the shot, I knocked over my water. I was watching the game by myself. Like, they have never been in a scene like that. You got all the stars there, all the star power. Those lights get bright at Madison Square Garden. A lot of times it's easier when you go on the road. You don't have to worry about that. You can dial that out. You're not looking at a arena 30,000 full of your number. Sometimes you can block that out.
Well, there's no way in hell that they come back from that. There's no way.
That's impossible.
At first, it was going to be a hard series to begin with, but to blow a 17-point lead, 14 with 2 minutes to go, 9 with a half a minute, with 50 seconds to go, it's over. You cannot come back from that. No way in hell.
Quick thought. I want to, in the words of Ryan and Mike, I want to elongate this topic, this segment, if you will. When you think of great comebacks in the playoffs, the great comebacks, what pops in your mind? Because this last night, in my estimation, is one of the greatest of all time. What are the ones that pop into your head? Maz, I'll start with you.
Well, 2004 Red Sox down 3-0 to the Yankees.
Okay.
Come back and steal Game 4, steal Game 5, and then the Yankees' back was broke. Game 6, Game 7 was a disaster. That's the one that comes up. But one-gamers, I think this one takes the cake. In basketball, this one takes the cake. No, I haven't seen a loss like that in my life.
It doesn't happen.
And I've been watching basketball, since I was 8 years old, 1970.
Doesn't have to be basketball, just sports in general. I'll give you an example. First one that pops in my mind, come on, man. You know what time it is. 1993, the Houston Oilers are playing against the Buffalo Bills.
Nice.
The greatest NFL comeback of all time. Frank Wright jumps in for Jim Kelly, 31 points. They come back. You know my heart's broke. Warm Moon. I mean, that's one that comes to mind. But
good call.
This was
a good one.
What about Tom Brady? Super Bowl.
That was the one I was talking about. I remember literally texting my boy. He lived in Atlanta. I was like, I'm coming down there. I know the party's going to be crazy. And then like 2 hours later, I had to text him back like, nah, I'm good, actually. I think I'm going to stay here.
Put the Lions on there. 24. 24. What was the score at San Francisco?
Yeah, that was going to be mine.
24-3?
On the wrong side of it, but absolutely San Francisco beating the Lions in the NFC Championship. But I mean, you look. Go ahead.
I'm going to just ask you a question. Just watching this game, where did the Knicks go wrong? Like,
everywhere.
Without the anger, without the aggression.
Just sucked.
Where did the Knicks go wrong? OG Anunoby is a player I thought didn't do enough. Other than that, where did they go wrong?
They didn't do anything wrong on the basketball court. They got full of themselves. They were peasants because they don't have the experience. They haven't been there. How long has it been, Mass? 25 years?
2000, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been 25 years since they've been in this situation. I love your points about how big MSG has become. I'd like to say that they've priced out their real fans, but even those guys in the first row, it was wild in there.
Nuts.
But the fact that their entire fan base takes over Manhattan to celebrate, in the boroughs to celebrate.
Come on, man. That's every city, bro.
It's just like the Vikings took over and listen. I get that you're defending
you can't blame the fans. You can blame the people you
I'm
fight with.
blaming all of New York.
You can blame your little peasant bull crap.
He's mad.
Just because there's two Twitter followers that go at you. That's not the whole freaking thing. You know how big New York is? Open your eyes, man.
I do. And I opened my eyes.
You couldn't heckle
I opened my eyes.
Stick to heckling here.
I opened my eyes to Broadway full of Knicks fans after a second round championship.
No kidding.
I watched in that game the entire crowd celebrate.
Yes.
Listen, the Knicks were hitting shots. They were getting to the basket. The fouls weren't out of control. There wasn't a crazy discrepancy. They took the foot off the pedal because they're peasants who haven't tasted meat in 25 years. In fact, 52 years since they've won anything of importance. They didn't know how to act while they were there. They let the foot off. I mean, listen, they didn't do anything wrong except for think they won. But they didn't.
Listen, hold on. Before you even say anything.
Go ahead, man.
Did you guys see Walt Frazier?
I did.
Did you see how, does he look like a young man to you? Does he?
No.
Okay. That's the last time they won.
Exactly.
The last time they won, he was an all-pro, first team, all-defensive guard.
And he's
Could
not
have
a peasant.
been MVP.
He's not a peasant. He's a pimp.
He is the man. Look at me. I was 11.
Boy.
So if you want to know why the fans are excited to win a playoff series, I was 11. I'm 63.
You look
That's
good, though,
why.
man.
Sorry that the fans are excited. Sorry. They're starving.
And it's going to be interesting, Maz. I think I have to agree with you that I think this series might be over. And here's why.
Oh, it's over.
Here's why in totality. Obviously, they come back. But here's where it got interesting yesterday. Here's where it could have cruxed out. This is where the Knicks could have taken over again, Maz. After Tyrese Halliburton does the choke, he does the old to Reggie Miller. Shout out, by the way, that was dope. It's great when you watch the young era have the relationship with the old era. There's a lot of respect. Then you start to hear about them
That's all the Pacers have, really, is that choke sign.
Listen, man. What I was talking about.
The truth.
Indiana never has.
That's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Reggie Miller and Tyrese Halliburton.
Absolutely.
Their relationship. That's dope. Much like whoever Cade chooses to build with here with the Detroit Pistons. But with that being said, the choke, the game's over. He points. Oh, it's going great. It's good. Oh, wait.
Foot was on the line.
Oh, wait. Shades of KD. Foot was on the line. This was the chance for the Knicks to make them forget about what happened in the comeback.
Sir. They scored the first 4 in overtime.
And that's where I'm going.
And then went away.
But no, that's where I'm going to the resilient. That's why I'm going to the Pacers team. Talk about how good they really are. They had a chance. You would have forgot about the foot on the line. You would have forgot about the comeback. You came out hot in the overtime. But you didn't trust yourself. The Pacers never wavered. The Pacers are a confident team, and they play that way, and you saw that. In the overtime, I said, oh, shoot, Maz is right. Here's 4 buckets. I said, I don't know how you overcome those 4 buckets and the emotion of thinking you won the game, because last time I checked, the Nets won in overtime. I lost in overtime, too. But they stayed the course. Halliburton found the flow of the game again, and then you start seeing the bigs get involved, man. They're a good team.
And overtimes in basketball are normally decided in those first 2 minutes, win or lose. You get so much momentum where you lose it. The fact that they overcame that, it's a testament to how strong-willed the Indiana Never Haves are. My favorite part was after he hit that shot, Halliburton, and you just hear Reggie Miller laughing on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Just laughing. Now, he thought it was a 3, and obviously it came back, but that was, you guys know I can't stand Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
But I have told you guys, I told you on Monday when I was in with Stick, I'm a Tyrese Halliburton fan for this series. In fact, I've got an Aaron Nesmith rookie card in today's prize package that we're giving out. I also got the Blake Griffin variation prism card here. Of course, the Braylon Edwards signed rookie. Got an old school Bill Laimbeer, some Pokemon, even some WNBA. I might just give that one to Maz.
Where'd you get that Kerry Carpenter from?
And then a Kerry Carpenter from our guy MVP. So remember, guys, I would love to hear what you guys have to say about the New York Peasants versus the Indiana Never Haves. We will read your super chats, and then of course we got that prize wheel at the end of the show. One of you guys is going to be taking that prize pack home.
You can't ask for a better game, though.
It was amazing.
Impossible.
You can't ask for a better playoffs, and to be honest, last night is the issue that I have with one playoff game, one playoff series. Speaking of MVP, let's do that first, because the guy that is ahead in this series tonight,
that.
100%, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins MVP. He takes 71 of 29 votes. The cool thing about this is Kay Cunningham, as Anson pointed out, got more votes than Anthony Edwards this year. He was 7th in MVP. So rightfully so, this is by the numbers. Led the Thunder to the NBA. He had 68 wins. He's 32.7 a game, 72 straight games of 20-plus. That's absolutely nuts. You know, the thing I love about that is it's the durability. This is an era where we complain so much about guys playing. You want to see the stars. Well, this star plays. When you go see the OKC Thunder, you will see SGA. And he was the right choice. He should have won. Jokic is the best player in the league. We know that. It's not up for debate. He's the guy. But if you want to give an MVP based off what the rules have been for the MVP for a very long time, 2 years in a row, number 1 seed, this team is prime, poised, and ready to play against these T-Wolves. But going back to what I said about the fouls, you see last night they let them play. Is it the Eastern Conference that they're allowing to play physical? Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, we can still play the finesse Euro ball with SGA?
That's why I like the East.
Same. Because I didn't like what I saw in Game 1. I'm not blaming that because the Wolves got smacked. But I don't like the discrepancy from calling the West a little more finesse to the physicality that is the East answer.
Hey, yeah. I mean, honestly, I still have an issue with the SGA MVP. Why are they waiting? Because there's no defined day that they announced this.
Got you.
The fact that they waited until the end of the 7th game of the series between the two guys leading the MVP charge is ridiculous. Now, personally, I do think that if you can't get out of the first round, you're not an MVP. So I think that the NBA needs to define a date, and they need to define what this prize is for. Are you winning it for the regular season, or is it how far you get your team? And at the end of it, as much as I love I love J-Dub. I'm a Thunder fan. The things that you talked about.
Hold on, before you get to the game, because I know you're ready to break the game down. Can I add a caveat to that might make sense for the MVP? Unless it's like this year, where we clearly know that Game 7 decided who you were going to hand that trophy to. Unless it's a situation like that, we have a date.
Well, see, and the thing is, if they're
I'm cool with it if it's on that.
And if they're going to say, listen, we're going to allow the playoffs to somewhat impact the MVP vote, I'm okay with that. And in that case, if you have a matchup between the two guys like we just watched, then sure, decide it afterwards. Because if anything, those two guys know Game 7 might get me some hardware.
All right, Maz, tonight.
You would still take a choice of Jokic or SGA. Who do you want on your team?
Jokic.
Yes.
All day long.
It's Jokic.
All day long.
That's all I got to say. I'm glad the kid won it. Jokic could give a damn. Really, he could give a damn. He just wants to go home to his goats.
The war got real. Yeah. The war got real sketchy, kind of like after the Jordan era when they were trying to find out who to give it to. They gave it to Shaq a couple times, and then politics became the thing. Once you go to the era of the big 3, the big 4, so the MVP will never be what the MVP is.
Right, it's watered down.
100%. Yeah. It is watered down, but
both of them deserved it though.
I agree. Maybe you do a split. You know, maybe that's the answer. But SGA, he deserves his first one with this game. Anthony, you don't believe that the Wolves have enough firepower on offense. Last you saw that Anthony Edwards himself actually didn't have a good game. Tweaked his ankle early, finished with 19 on the night. That's not going to get it done against this juggernaut that is the depth of the OKC Thunder.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the Wolves have made their hay in the fact that they are so good defensively that they can take another team out of what they do offensively, and that kind of permeates their entire game and their entire presence in a series. The difference is OKC is the best defensive team in the NBA. So if the ball stops falling for one team, it's probably going to stop for both. They are an avalanche, though. Fair. The moment they are triggered, they can outscore you by 20, 30 points in any given quarter, in any given game. The fact that their offense can stall, but their defense can keep them in it and create transition opportunities, they are... I don't think there's anybody in the East that can stop them, and I think that Ant-Man is the last roadblock. And again, if Dante DiVincenzo is not hitting threes, they just don't have another guy. Now, Julius Randle, who was fantastic through the first 2 rounds, look at all these guys that they have to check him. These 6'7" guys that are long and athletic.
He still found 28 the other night, too.
Oh, and sure. Yeah. But he had to work a lot harder, and he was on fire shooting from 26 feet. That's where he got most of those points. Things are going to be tough for Randall. Obviously, they've made things very tough on Ant-Man, and they're going to have to get some really big games from Rudy and somebody else. I just don't see where it's coming from.
Matt, is this Western Conference doing anything for you?
No. It never does. It usually doesn't. Unless Steph's in it, I don't care. That's just the way I am. I'm an East guy all the way. Hey, I'm rooting for whoever wins Knicks Pacers. Obviously Knicks. But I'm rooting for the Pacers as well. They've never won. They were an ABA team. I like seeing my ABA teams do well. The Spurs, of course, are the Kings. The Nuggets got one. The Nets are still waiting. And the Pacers are still waiting. Those are the 4 teams that came over in '76. I love that league. I got my ABA ball at home signed by the doctor.
The doc.
To me, I think they should be playing with the ABA ball, if you be perfectly honest with you. So I kind of have a heart. My heart goes with those ABA squads.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, man, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but look, do you guys want to talk about the Detroit Tigers that are on fire, or do you want to talk about the Detroit Lions? Because there is sound. I'll let you get in the chat with Maz
OTAs, man.
We'll figure it out. You know where we're going. You know where we're going. I don't even know why I set it up like that. But let me tell you about this White Claw Tigers tour. Look, man, come be a part of the action. We're going to pop this thing off tomorrow. The weather may be bad outside, but guess what? It's the best thing about having a bar. You can be inside. May 23rd, that is tomorrow. McShane's, come on down. We're partying. We're watching the game. You know who's in town this weekend. It is the Cleveland Guardians. You know what we did to them last year in the playoffs. June 13th, it's Nemo's. The 19th, it's Second Best. And then we're going to finish up this tour on the 29th at Old Miami. East Town Distributors and Ben Johnson Law. They want to bring you something special brought to you by Woodward Sports and White Claw Tigers Tour.
Are you a real Detroit sports fan? Woodward Sports is here to give you all the Detroit sports you can handle. Weekdays, make sure you're locked in on Wake Up Woodward from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Followed by Big D Energy with Neil Rule and Darren McCarty from 11 a.m. to 1. Up next, you can't miss Ermani and Edwards with Maz from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And finish the day out with the bad boys of Detroit sports media, the Woodward Heavyweights, from 5 to 7 p.m. Okay, wait, that isn't enough for you, you sports freak. Check out Woodward Wings, Woodward Ringside, and the Lions Weekly Update every Sunday with Broder, Terry Foster, and Sean Beligian. Subscribe on YouTube for all our great content, and make sure you're following on all social media, X, IG, Facebook, and TikTok. You want sports? We got you covered. Detroit's #1 sports network, Woodward Sports.
You know how some things are so good they should be world famous, but they're not? Our house-made vinaigrette is one of those things. And the antipasta salad, we drizzle it over. Same with our hand-battered chicken tenders. Original recipe soups and pasta sauces. It's almost as if our original, world-famous Detroit-style pizza is mocking them. And that's not very nice.
A network for the city, by the city. Woodward Sports is Detroit sports.
How do people feel about getting a Planet Fitness membership for $15 a month? How do they like working out in a clean and spacious gym that's filled with equipment for every workout? And how about free fitness training in the judgment-free zone that leaves them feeling energized all day long? Join Planet Fitness today with the free PF app, online or in club, and start getting that big fitness energy for $15 a month.
The most talked about Detroit media by other Detroit media, and we love it. It's the Woodward Sports Network.
Walk into any Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men today. Open 7 days a week. Sit back, relax, and enjoy precision haircut, scalp massage, hot leather neck shave, and hot towel treatment from one of our talented stylists. Step up your game this season and take advantage of our $20 haircut special. Scan the QR code and get your coupon today. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, the ultimate haircut experience. Open 7 days a week. Walk-ins always welcome. Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome.
WoodwardSports.com and click on Shop. Get the latest in Detroit sports apparel and exclusive Woodward Sports gear. WoodwardSports.com can get the whole team outfitted. Love the Pistons, Red Wings, and Tigers? We got something for you, too. Shop online at WoodwardSports.com.
Hey, gang, looking to upgrade your relaxation game? Well, check out the Massage Chair House in Bloomfield Hills. Not too far from us here. Top brands for massage chairs like Infinity and Osaki. The largest massage chair showroom right here in the Midwest, right up the street. Woodward and Long Lake Road. Experience luxury comfort with Dr. Eric Duncan. He is the wellness doc and the creator of the top YouTube massage chair review channel. Book a visit right now. It is massagechairhouse.com or scan that QR code. You can do both. Check it out. It is Massage Chair House, your ticket to ultimate recovery and relaxation.
And while we have a break in the action, New York Giants fans, here's your Uncle Tom Mazaway for War Bonds. Uncle Sam needs you to do your part to help defeat Nazi Germany. That's right, help the Stars and Stripes as we go against the sinister Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. Buy War Bonds today.
Happy Memorial Day weekend.
And Maz, we appreciate you for the World War II update.
My pleasure. Thanks, Neil.
You know football is going to win, so let's sit here and talk about these Detroit Lions. Welcome back in. We appreciate you. Anson Wells in today. Talik Williams, #1 draft pick of the Detroit Lions this year, 2025. Ohio State D tackle. Got his bread. I'm interested in how they do it now, man. Back when I played, like, guys, it was all the way up until August, and when guys are going to get their bread, when guys are going to sign into camp and get a part of that camp. But now they do it early. They get it out of the way. Talik Williams signed. Only one yet to sign now is Tate Ratledge. Once he signed, we'll be done. A lot of questions about who this Talik Williams is. Everybody wants to know what type of player he is. You know, he played at Ohio State. Heard some good things about him during the draft, not necessarily during the season. Well, here's a guy in here, Detroit, that has some things to say about him.
This year, just your initial feelings about Talik, and then, I mean, he's really physically gifted. I mean, what is the ceiling for a kid like that?
You know, sky's the limit. He's a good kid, and, you know, he's pretty smart. He sits beside me in meetings, so it's cool to just hear his answers. He doesn't talk very loud, but he knows the answers to the question. So me being a vet, sitting beside him, it's always fun just watching the rookies kind of be like, you know, I don't want to get it wrong. I'm like, who cares? Like, you know, we're in a room, so it's been fun just sitting there watching him talk about it. But he really, really smart. He picks up the playbook really well. Can't wait to get to see him moving around and just see what's going on. I watched him a little bit at Ohio State. I was just really impressed with his game.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that a veteran like DJ Reader is impressed with his game in the sense that he's answering questions. It means he's in that playbook. He's dialing in, so that's good to hear because we don't know who he is. You know, we're excited. We're excited with the optimism, but at the same time, we understand what that pick could have been, what people were thinking in terms of a rush in. They pick up Talik Williams. Maz, where are you now? You've had a couple weeks to settle from the draft. You see what people are saying about Talik Williams, your new draft pick, pick 6'3", 330. How are you feeling about Talik?
I'm feeling really, really good because this guy is going to wind up taking over for DJ Reader, whether it's this year or next. They're not going to keep DJ Reader with that money. This kid is supposed to take over for him. And from what I've seen and from what I've heard from guys like Brian Baldinger and others, this kid might have been a steal at that particular time. A lot of players say, a lot of teams say, hey, he was a second-round talent. But you know what? They didn't think Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be the talent that he is as well. And the more I read about that and hear about that, did you know the Jets, Joe Douglas, was set to take Jahmyr Gibbs, and the Lions moved around and they got him before them. The Jets thought they had him dead to rights. They wanted to give Aaron Rodgers all these weapons, and it didn't work out. So I'm thinking the same thing on Talik Williams. This is Brad Holmes' bread and butter. It's the draft. Now it's time to have these kids, all these players that he's drafted, to come together and have their best season ever and get us to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, it's funny. They ended up drafting Breece Hall that year.
Yep.
So there's a lot of truth into what you said. Another dynamic back, but as of the first 3 years in the league, we know he's not Jahmyr Gibbs, even though he did have
Nobody is.
100% he has an injury. But, Maz, he brings up a good point. Anson, how many times are we going to look at the Brad Holmes pick and, have our own distaste? Oh, why did you draft Jack Campbell? He's not the linebacker that you need. Well, now you look at him. He's a guy that might be in line to be a perennial All-Pro for years to come. Oh, why'd you go up and get Jahmyr Gibbs? You just did that last year and it didn't work out with Jamon. Jahmyr Gibbs seems to be working out. Here's another player that people may have wanted another thing and may have tried to figure out, why is it this guy? Why is it that we keep challenging Brad Holmes as it relates to the first round pick? Because at least that spot, we know he's gotten right 100%.
Well, I love you, Braylon, but don't include me and we, because I'm on camera at the Jahmyr Gibbs pick when 150 plus Lions fans were upset, and me and Stick are celebrating. We have believed in these guys' draft picks for years now. I'll tell you why they took Talik. They don't focus on ceiling, they focus on production. This is a guy who had more sacks from the interior of the defensive line as a freshman than Shamar Stewart had in his entire career.
Number is 5, by the way.
4.5. Or at 5, he had 4.5 for Shamar over his entire career. He had twice as many tackles for loss in his career in college than Shamar Stewart did. This is a high-character guy, a high-motor guy, a guy who led on his team, a guy who produced at a power school in a power conference, and he has all the tools that people sleep on because he showed it instead of giving you the glimpse of what might be. Dan and Brad want guys that are going to come and play and assimilate into this culture, and this guy is perfectly that.
Well said. Well said. I definitely agree. Yeah. And then one of the big things, too, when they drafted him, I was excited talking about Larry Johnson Sr., and that was my big thing in terms of knowing where he came from, knowing what he could be. But you're right, and more you start to think about how they're drafting guys, how they're placing guys. They're drafting guys that fit the culture. They're drafting guys that fit the beat of their drums, and their drums, they are beating mightily. Excuse me. I would be remiss to say that there's other news from another one of Brad Holmes' draft picks, a certain guy that went number 2 overall. A guy named by the name of Aiden Hutchinson. I think he had something to say about being cleared.
What's the next, hurdle for you in terms of getting back to doing everything?
I'm fully cleared. Yeah, it's great. I got cleared a while back. And now I'm just I'm rolling with the boys now, and it feels like I'm back to being myself again. And I'm really looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to. I think this is the most excited I've been for OTAs in my life. This is the biggest hiatus I've had without playing ball. So I'm pumped.
Yes, sir.
Woo-hoo! Yes.
Speaking as somebody that's come back from ACL surgery, ACL injury, to what he's speaking about in terms of now I'm back with the boys. Like, people think that you guys are always together. When you're a hurt player, your schedule is very different than that of the other players. Your schedule is you're in the training room early in the morning. Other guys aren't there. When guys are in a meeting, you're now on the practice field. You're now working out. You're now doing rehab. Sometimes you overlap rehab with those guys. Sometimes you may break some bread together. But when those guys are at meetings, you're not in meetings. There's nothing for you to necessarily meet about. Your focus is get back on that field, the rehab process. So your hours are different. When you watch film, you may watch film at night. You may get packages to take home and watch that film, those DVDs, or just log on to whatever huddle system they're using. To be back with the fold, like, that's when your spirit, that's when your soul feels back good. Like, I'm back with the boys, man. I can work out when they work out. Like, when they go to meetings, I'm going to meetings. When we go to the gym, we're going to the gym. When we do some D-line work and prep, we're doing that. So that energy, that smile that you got, it's a familiar place that I've been before, man. So definitely happy for him, proud of the process that he's put in.
Does he still have to do his own thing too?
Yeah, 100%. Like, that never stops. Like, now that you've rehabbed back, prehab becomes your best friend.
Right.
Prehab, especially when you do ligaments and cartilage, prehab is how you stay from getting injured. The little 30 minutes before people get into the training room, the extra 40 minutes after. So that's how you stay kept. But him saying he's. Go ahead, answer.
No, I was waiting for you to finish. But I look at all of these things I've ever seen my whole life, and it's these former players. As much as they loved playing, they always say the thing they miss most was the locker room and the camaraderie with the team.
Yeah, it is.
So not only are you being taken out of that, but the thing that you have focused on, your craft, being one of that 0.0001% that can make a professional league, when you take all of that away, and then you take out that camaraderie and that chemistry and energy of being around your boys, especially when they're making a run, it has to just do so much to the psyche in a negative way. When you can finally get back and actually feel like you're back and trusting your body, it must mean the world to guys like that.
I'm gonna say something, Maz. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I think Aiden gets back to form a lot sooner than we think.
I'm glad you're saying that.
I think Aiden gets back to form in terms of where he was at, in terms of the trajectory, a lot sooner. He's already ready to go now. It's May. They'll do contact sports starting in June. They'll do June contact. They'll do July contact. There'll be some contact in August. He'll be back fit. Adding that excitement, adding Talik Williams on that line, new energy. New energy is always good. When you start to see the nuances, the working, maybe Davenport is back. Maybe Davenport is in a space that they've never seen. But just seeing that, I don't know, he's going to be hungrier. You know what type of guy he is. It's my fault that you guys didn't make it this far. If I would have been playing, guys like that, like it's not the right thing, but for them, it's what motivates them. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Aiden could get back to form a lot sooner. And I think this D-line maybe there's some trust in Brad-ish, you know.
I hope you're right, Bray. And I can't help myself when I look at Aiden Hutchinson. I'm always going to have that wobbly leg in my head, that rag doll leg. Yeah. That made me sick to my stomach when he was rushing Dak Prescott that day. They were destroying the Cowboys. I was like running up and down saying, wow, we really have a Super Bowl team. And then it all came crashing down when he went down. And yeah, they finished strong and they still won that game and they won 15 games. But it's not the same when you know your best player can't be with the team. And I'm so happy for him that he is back. And like Dr. Pierce has been telling us for a year now, that guys like this, they just motivate themselves. They will themselves back to health. And we'll have Doc on a little later. And he'll probably tell you again, he might be stronger than ever when this is all said and done.
Yeah, no, he definitely will, you know. But now he's come back to a different defensive coordinator. Defensive coordinator that he knew Aaron Glenn is no longer here. It's Kelvin Shepard. How will Kelvin Shepard be able to fit Aiden Hutchinson to new packages? Here's Aiden Hutchinson on Kelvin Shepard.
What has your relationship building been like with Shep?
It's great. It's great. I feel like I was in his room a couple of years ago for a little bit. You know, and we have a great relationship, and he's going to be tough on the guys. He's going to expect a lot, and he's always done that. Whenever I go in that room for a meeting, you got to be on your P's and Q's. You know, so it's very much attention to detail. You know, he's going to expect a lot, and it's great as a player. I mean, it's great for the defense, but it's going to take a different level of preparation. I'm not saying it was anything different than AG, but I'm saying the way he attacks things, it is very much, you know, you got to know everything that's going on, you know, and I think that's what I love about him, and I think that's going to have our defense very, very, very prepared this year.
Trying to figure out how to ask this question. What's it going to look like under Kelvin Shepard? Kelvin Shepard, obviously, is a mentee underneath AG. AG voted the best coordinator in football by the players last year. Finished runner-up, I want to say, the year before that, so you know what type of guy he is. But this isn't AG. This is a new guy. How can actually Kelvin be better than Aaron Glenn?
It's a great question, and I'm going to answer it with both coordinators.
Please do.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and tell you guys that the Detroit Lions will be a better team because of their new coordinators.
That Anson Cook.
And the reason I say that is because this isn't 2023. We aren't lucky to be here anymore. We are one of the power franchises in the NFL. And I saw a clip, I'm not sure if I sent it to you, but Ben Johnson talking about how he would prefer big plays.
man, I tell you what, does it become an explosive play ever? Have you ever seen a tush push become an explosive play?
Does it become a first down or a touchdown?
Yeah, I like explosive play. I like big plays. So I'm not a big tush push guy myself.
And how many times, Lions fans, was it 3rd and 1 and we had an empty backfield because Ben Johnson prefers big plays? We are mauling at the point of attack, both defensive line and offensive line. And this isn't a team, again, that's lucky to be there, that's desperate to stay in games. This is a team that should be dictating through 17 games of this regular season. I think that you can be a little more stoic and a little more blitz happy with this team that we bring in. But I think that offensively, you don't have to have these trick plays. You don't have J-Mo throwing the ball on an end around. You run it down their throats.
That's correct.
And you dictate. And now this is a power franchise, again, in the NFL. You don't have to take the chances. And I think both of these coordinators are going to do a better job of understanding what we have and just shoving it down the opponent's throat.
That was a crazy sequence of words that you used.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was giving them
crazy
time. I was giving them time.
But
Big
I
pause.
absolutely agree with the sentiment of your statement, Mass. What were we talking about 2 years ago? Chicago. This is a December game, and they were going to Chicago. I said, I just hope Ben doesn't go up there and get cute.
Yep.
I said, I hope they don't go up. And what happened? He went up there and got cute, and they lost. Like, so that cuteness works for you when you a lot of reverse.
He was a hell of a coordinator.
I'm not hating at all. Yeah. No, 100%. Like, I'm on the side that he's going to do well in Chicago. I'm not like everyone else. I think he's going to do well. But there is a level of sometimes you got to put your finger in the ground and go for it. Sometimes you got to just knuckle up against the guys in front of you. And I think there'll be a little bit more of that.
I hope so. I think it's great. And I like what you said, Anson. I mean, well said. But I do believe that we will, just because Ben Johnson was a run and gun type guy, doesn't mean that we weren't going to still run the ball. We still had 2,000-yard rushers, 1,000 plus out of the backfield, catching the football as well. It's not like all we did was do trick plays, but you always had to think. The other team always had to think, what are they going to do here? This is true. And I think that's going to change a little bit. Now they're going to know we're going to be a little bit more in your face. And I don't know if that'll work in the long run.
I got a little interesting insider info today. My cousin is very good friends through the marketing and advertising world with somebody that started a company called Fantasy Points. And they were hired by the Chicago Bears. In fact, they're employed by every team in the NFC North except for the Detroit Lions, which they hope inevitably they will get that contract as well. And they were hired to do the analytics for the coaching hire for the Bears this offseason. And they brought Ben Johnson to the table, and the Bears said they were not interested. The Bears then went on and continued their own search on their own for about another month, at which point they came back and asked for the analytics that they had of Ben Johnson a second time, broke them down, and decided to go with him. This is not the unanimous offensive coordinator for head coach that everyone in Detroit and the NFL nation thinks that Chicago wanted. Okay, this is who they ended up with. And I'm going to tell you right now, I really think the marriage between Caleb Catfish Williams and Osama Ben Johnson is not the right one. You got a guy that wants big plays with a guy that is afraid to check down and holds the ball too long. I think it's a recipe for absolute disaster. And Lions fans, I'm going to make you a promise right now. The win-loss record may not be as good, but this Lions team will be better and go further in the playoffs. In fact, they will be in the Super Bowl, I believe.
Well, you know somebody that definitely wants to be a better version of himself last year. He wants to be a better player. And now that there's an award called Protector of the Year, I'm pretty sure that Big Panay is going to want to put his hat in there. Name in the hat. There you go. My apologies.
I mean, at the end of the day, we control our own destiny, and that's how we operate around here. I mean, all that extra stuff, that's up to you guys. But we just put our head down and go to work, and we just build and build upon what we want and our goals, working towards our goals. So, I mean, whatever's being said out there, that's up to y'all. But it's time to go to work.
Can't wait to see Big Panay this year. I feel like he had a really good year last year, but you start seeing towards the end of the season, he did give up a couple sacks here or there. You look at the totality.
He was hurt.
That's where I was going. He was another one of those players, and you know him. He's not going to say anything. He's not going to bring you into the world. He's not going to let you know. He's just going to go out there and play. He will be healthy this year. Maz, what are you looking at Big Panay this year, man?
Well, he's just him and his wife had a baby, right? He got paid. He
got paid.
He's got more muscle than he's ever had before. He's getting stronger.
Possible.
And we'll talk about one of the best players under the age of 25 a little bit later. The Lions had 5 of them, by the way.
Yes, sir.
In Pro Football Focuses. We'll get to that a little bit later. But sky's the limit for this guy. And he is the favorite for that offensive lineman award coming up. And we'll chat about that a little bit later. But this guy, like I said, he is top 3 at his position in the NFL. That's pretty damn good to have on your team.
Tell you what, guys, Panay Sewell being ready to go, and what he said I loved in that clip, build, build, build. And that is one of the greatest things you want to hear from an offensive lineman, because he knows what his job is. His job is to build a camaraderie with his line mates, with his quarterback, and with his coaches. And Panay Sewell is a leader on that field. And I also want to go back to a point about what Anson said about the coordinators, because you're absolutely right, because you said it so freaking good. But the great thing about Johnny Morton and Kelvin Shepard is this. They have weapons that a lot of new coordinators coming into jobs don't. And these weapons are like on autopilot. And the great thing, I'm not saying that he's not going to coach them, but I love that Morton and Shepard have these weapons which provide the optimism to their game plans and how they can plan their attack schemes at game by game, and it's so wonderful. What we're gonna see, I think, from Kelvin Shepard and Johnny Morton and players like Panay Sewell is improvement. And when I'm saying, like, not that they did anything bad last season, not that they did anything bad as assistant coordinators, but you're going to see them build, and this will be an exciting season coming up for the Lions, Bray.
And you guys mentioned the fact that Panay had a couple of sacks in the second half of the season, that he was dealing with injury, but they lost cohesion in that offensive line due to injuries.
Yeah.
They had a guy, Christian Mahogany, a rookie, playing meaningful snaps on that offensive line. Now you bring in 2 other guys from the draft. I don't think that they're going to have that issue with cohesion. I don't think that they're going to have guys that they're not used to standing next to. Panay Sewell and that offensive line, I think they have a chance to be the best offensive line in the NFL this season.
I want to see Giovanni Manu this year.
Yes,
I do.
sir.
I want to see what he's got. This is a guy that I love that they moved up to get. Yeah, he was a project Canadian football player. He's huge. What is he? 6'7", 350. Yeah. He don't look like an offensive lineman. He looks like a tight end. I can't wait to see what this guy's got to offer, and of course, the new draft picks that are coming in here. Like they said, Brad Holmes, he don't go for the big hit. He goes for the long haul. He is building this team for the long haul.
Yeah, speaking of Brad Holmes this season and the talent he drafted, they will be on full display for the very first time July 31st, Maz, at the Hall of Fame game against the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, that's why this kind of OTA is different. They're one of the first teams to get to practice. So are the Chargers, obviously, because they'll be playing the Chargers.
Right.
But you see the schedule right there.
There it is.
They got only one home game so far. Only one home game in the preseason. The Hall of Fame game is on the road in Canton, July 31st. They host the Falcons August 8th. That's a Friday night at 7. Then they're at the Dolphins August 16th at 1. Guess what? That week, they are practicing with the Dolphins. So they will have joint practices with the Dolphins.
There'll be fights in that practice.
And that's from Doc Macaroon. Good job with Doc. And then at the Texans, August 23rd, there's a good chance that they will have an open practice with them as well. That is not locked in yet. But there you go. That's your Lions preseason schedule. Then they get the week before the season off, which I think is going to help them.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting. Just to quickly look at it, this is why I never really like preseason in terms of moving teams around. They got to go out to L.A.
Right.
All the way
Not
to
L.A., Canton.
Oh, okay, well, Canton for them. But then they have to go to Miami.
Canton home, then Miami.
Florida, Texas.
Yep.
Florida and Texas. Like that.
Preseason.
stuff gets annoying. But I like the joint practices working with them. That's going to be really good test for Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, DJ Reed going against Tariq Hill. You can say what you want to him off the field. When he gets on that field, he locks in. So being able to go against him, the speed of Waddle as well, I like that. Houston Texans, you know what that secondary brings. Stingley will be very good for Amon-Ra St. Brown as well as J-Mo. So I do like the practice situations up there.
Should be fun, man.
It's gonna be good.
Don't forget, Dan Campbell used to coach the Dolphins, at least for a little bit.
I like the fact that we're starting things off against Jim Harbaugh's Chargers, the way that he's built everything on the front four and on the offensive line. Like that, what we focused on is what he focuses on. I'd love to see those guys.
What was that kid they took out of Carolina, the running back?
O'Marion? No, not O'Marion. Oh, it is O'Marion?
Yeah.
He is a stud. Don't be surprised if he ends up better than Genty.
He's going to lead the rookies in touchdowns, I think.
I do want to mention something very quick on what you mentioned about how he drafts players.
We'll go to commercials.
It's okay.
No, I say you got
okay. Is the Lovett kid that they got in the 7th round? This is maybe the greatest gunner in college history.
On punt team?
Yes. And so when you look at that, you look at a guy